After returning from the downtown science museum, his life returned to its usual calm. The business card Maria Hill had given him was casually tossed on the nightstand, as if it were nothing more than an insignificant scrap of paper. He hadn't spared it a second glance. His life was so orderly that it bordered on mechanical. His days were confined to a monotonous triangle of school, the library, and home, like a robot running on a preset program. This dull and uneventful routine stood in stark contrast to the vibrant, passionate, and colorful lives of other college students. After Ronnie successfully dealt with that group of drug dealers last time, he had ended up with 2 entire crates of $100 bills. Following a series of cautious financial maneuvers, a substantial sum quietly appeared in his bank account. Thanks to this unexpected windfall, his life became relatively more comfortable. At the city library, he glanced at the time. It was nearing noon. Time to head home, he thought, feeling his throat dry. He decided to stop by the library's small convenience store to grab a bottle of water. However, trouble always has a way of appearing when least expected. The convenience store's cash register was malfunctioning, and the cashier, an elderly man, was slowly calculating prices by hand on paper, a pace so exasperating it tested everyone's patience. Minute by minute ticked by, yet the line barely inched forward. He placed his backpack by his feet, holding the drink in his hand, watching helplessly as the elderly cashier continued jotting down numbers. He found himself in a dilemma. If he gave up and left, the 10 minutes he had already spent waiting in line would be wasted. If he stayed, he risked missing the last bus home. Without a car of his own, the journey from the city library to Brooklyn would be impossibly long to manage on foot. "You're up next," a girl behind him murmured softly. Startled, he realized the customers ahead of him had abandoned their purchases and left. He quickly stepped forward. The old man glanced at the drink in his hand and said, "1 bottle is $3.50. 2 bottles are $9. He nearly froze in disbelief. Such pricing made no sense. Checking the time and deciding he didn't want to argue, he pulled out a $10 bill. Just as he was about to pay, the old man suddenly shouted, "Wait, I need to double-check." Ronnie cursed silently. Was selling something as simple as a bottle of water really this complicated? He left the money on the counter, grabbed his backpack, and hurried out of the store. Outside, he saw the bus already pulling away from the station. If he missed this bus, he wouldn't be able to get home until 3 p.m. Desperate, he waved his arms and jumped up and down, trying to get the driver's attention. Suddenly, a shout rang out behind him. "Police!" That's him. He ignored it and kept running toward the bus. The next second, 2 figures pounced at him from behind. Years of training kicked in. He instinctively grabbed one attacker's wrist, twisted around to lock their neck, while simultaneously kicking out with his right foot at the other. Only then did he catch sight of their uniforms. They were police officers. He immediately stopped his movements, his right foot halting just a centimeter from the face of the heavier officer. The officer stared at the sole of his shoe, swallowing hard in alarm. Ronnie quickly released the officer he had restrained, apologizing profusely. "I'm sorry. I didn't know you were police. I'm really sorry." Assaulting a police officer was a serious crime in the United States. At the same time, he inwardly blamed the symbiote, Venom, for not warning him. It must have recognized the officers but chose to stay silent. "Grab him," the heavier officer barked angrily. A group of officers immediately tackled Ronnie to the ground. Through the corner of his eye, he saw the source of the original accusation, a girl with a ponytail. Her face was obscured by the backlighting, making her features indistinguishable. One of the officers pinning him down said, "We're police officers, and we suspect you're involved in a theft case. You'll need to come with us." Completely baffled, Ronnie couldn't help but think, asterisk theft? Me? Asterisk. At the police station, the full story finally came to light. The girl who had been behind him in the convenience store line claimed that he had taken her backpack. She had chased him all the way to the bus stop and flagged down the police. Ridiculous. How could I have taken the wrong bag? Ronnie sneered. The girl remained adamant. "You absolutely took it." He shook his head firmly. "I didn't." To prove his point, he picked up the backpack beside him. His expression froze mid-motion. "My bag should have books and notebooks inside," he said, gripping the unfamiliar-feeling backpack tightly, a sinking sensation in his chest. The girl snatched the bag, unzipped it, and dumped its contents onto the table. Women's clothing, toiletries, and medication. There. What did I say? It's him, she said triumphantly, pointing at him. His face twitched as he stared at her accusing demeanor, racking his brain for a way to explain this mix-up. Fortunately, the officers were experienced and quickly deduced that this might simply be a misunderstanding. However, the girl insisted on a formal interrogation, leaving the police no choice but to follow procedure. One officer rapped on the desk and addressed Ronnie, who was now wearing handcuffs. We need to record your basic information: name, age, occupation, and contact details. Ronnie answered truthfully, My name is Ronnie Scarborough. I'm 21 years old, and I'm a junior at NYU. The girl visibly froze. She interrupted the officer, her voice suddenly softer. What did you say your name was? Ronnie Scarborough. Ronnie from the New York foster care system, she asked, her tone now filled with surprise. Hearing this, Ronnie looked at her in astonishment. You're from the foster care system, too. A bright smile spread across her face as she stepped forward and warmly threw her arms around his neck. Ronnie, it's me, Catherine. He stood there, stunned, as long-buried memories flooded back. One summer afternoon during elementary school, the suffocating heat had suddenly given way to a refreshing breeze. A little girl had stepped out from the shadows of a tree, her golden ponytail swaying with her steps. She had sat down beside him, smiling as she said, My name is Catherine. This girl, his childhood playmate who had vanished 11 years ago, was now standing before him. And fate, with its inexplicable humor, had orchestrated their reunion in such a dramatic way. I'm starving. Venom roared in Ronnie's mind, its voice urgent and impossible to ignore. All right, let's go home then, Ronnie replied with a resigned nod, ready to wrap up this long day. Good thing I bought a bunch of chocolate balls and snacks yesterday. No, I want a proper meal. Venom objected firmly, its tone brooking no argument. Ronnie raised an eyebrow, his expression tinged with exasperation. A proper meal? It's the middle of the night. Where am I supposed to find you a proper meal? This was part of their long-established secret code. The symbiote required fresh meat to replenish its energy, with human flesh being its ideal choice. However, Ronnie had set 3 firm rules with Venom. They were never to harm innocent people, they could only consume criminals if absolutely necessary, and otherwise, Venom had to make do with its favorite human foods like chocolate. In their private lexicon, proper meal meant hunting down criminals, while snacks referred to Venom's everyday indulgence in sweets. To the east, there's a group engaged in a drug deal, heavily armed, clearly not good people. Venom shaped the black liquid into a massive arrow pointing eastward. That direction? Queens, Ronnie mused, nodding thoughtfully. In the rain-soaked night, Ronnie crouched on the roof of an abandoned factory in Queens, peering through a gap to observe the scene inside. Venom thoughtfully coalesced into a large black umbrella, shielding him from the increasingly torrential rain. Amid the flashes of lightning and rumbles of thunder, Ronnie calmly assessed the targets below. 18 people, all armed. This doesn't look good, Ronnie muttered, frowning as his gaze landed on a wooden plank that seemed oddly out of place among its surroundings. Hurry up. I'm starving. Venom whined impatiently in his mind. What's the rush? Patience is a virtue, Ronnie murmured, his voice low. He retrieved 2 pistols from his waist. Too bad I left the sniper rifle at home, he thought ruefully. That would have made things a lot easier. Inside the factory, a dangerous transaction was unfolding. A short black man draped in a gaudy gold chain, Tom, stood face-to-face with a tall white man, Cree. Cree's men placed a safe on the table and opened it, revealing test tubes filled with a blue crystalline substance. This is our cook's latest batch of high-purity heroin. Satisfied, Cree introduced the product with a smug confidence. Of course. How could I possibly be dissatisfied with goods from Mr. Cree? Tom chuckled lightly, signaling his men to place 2 crates of $100 bills on the table. Both sides sent their men forward to exchange their respective spoils. Cree, it's a pleasure doing business. A pleasure indeed, Tom. Just as the two were about to shake hands, a stranger's voice interrupted them. A pleasure indeed. Bang, bang. 2 crisp gunshots shattered the tense silence, and blood erupted from the foreheads of both Cree and Tom. Their bodies crumpled to the floor. "We're under Ada." One of the henchmen barely managed to shout before a bullet tore through his throat. As two more men fell, the remaining drug dealers finally spotted Ronnie's position. "He's up there," one shouted. 13 AK-47s swung upward, unleashing a hailstorm of bullets toward the roof. Ronnie darted across the rooftop with agility, the black liquid instinctively rising to deflect any bullets that came too close. He quickly maneuvered to the spot above the suspicious wooden plank, leaping down with all his weight. The force of his landing shattered the plank, sending him crashing through. As he descended, he fired his pistols mid-air. Bang! Bang! Two more drug dealers collapsed. The moment Ronnie hit the ground, he rolled to the side, taking cover behind a heap of scrap metal to shield himself from the intensifying barrage of gunfire. "That's some serious firepower," Ronnie muttered, glancing at the black liquid retreating from his abdomen and the spent casings scattered on the ground. Despite being outgunned by over a dozen automatic rifles, there was not a trace of fear in his eyes. "Watch out!" Venom suddenly warned. The black liquid surged, enveloping Ronnie completely. Just as the transformation completed, the shockwave of a grenade explosion engulfed their position, fire erupting in every direction. "Is he dead?" One of the drug dealers asked cautiously, craning his neck to inspect the blast site. "Definitely dead," another replied confidently, lowering his weapon. But their confidence quickly evaporated as they noticed the terrified expressions on their comrades' faces. Turning around, they saw a towering black silhouette emerging slowly from the flames. Thud! The ground trembled faintly as the shadow stepped forward, its full form revealed in the flickering light. A monster! The drug dealers staggered back, panic gripping their movements. In their desperation, they opened fire, raining bullets on the creature, but to no avail. Even the formidable rounds of their AK-47s couldn't pierce Venom's impenetrable surface. "These guys actually had grenades," Ronnie exclaimed in surprise within the symbiotic bond. "That's because you were careless," Venom retorted without hesitation. "The equipment gap is huge." "Excuses. They're shooting at you." Their food making their last pitiful stand. Their mental exchange carried on nonchalantly, completely ignoring the drug dealers' increasingly futile resistance. The relentless gunfire barely scratched Venom's outer layer. Venom tilted its head, its neck cracking audibly, its long, serpentine tongue flicked out, sensually licking its razor-sharp teeth. The crescent-shaped, white eyes gleamed with bloodthirsty glee. "This is going to be a massacre." Splatter. In a stormy night, vivid sprays of blood bloomed like tragic, fleeting flowers, beautiful yet deadly. Venom lunged into the terrified group of criminals with blinding speed, unleashing its proper meal with unrestrained ferocity. The next day, after a night of torrential rain, the storm had subsided into a gentle drizzle. The soft raindrops patted the ground lightly, falling on the skin without a sting, instead bringing an unusual sense of comfort. A faint breeze swept past, carrying with it a coolness that evaporated the rainwater on one's face, leaving a refreshing chill that brought clarity to the mind. The factory, which had been the site of a bloody carnage the night before, was now under tight lockdown. But the scene wasn't cordoned off by the regular police. This was a special task force. Their tools, vehicles, and equipment all bore the same circular eagle insignia, clearly marking them as part of a specialized agency. Inside the factory, personnel were busy marking bloodstained floors, taking photographs, and conducting what appeared to be some kind of forensic testing with unusual instruments. "What's the situation?" A bald white man in a sharp suit approached the site, addressing the lead investigator. The investigator glanced at the ID badge on the man's chest. "Phil Coulson. This morning, someone called in, reporting a large amount of blood found here. The volume of blood far exceeds what could belong to a single individual. When our agents arrived, they detected anomalies and escalated it up the chain." Coulson nodded, signaling for him to continue. "Based on the distribution of bloodstains, we estimate the involvement of roughly 15 to 20 individuals. We also found a significant number of shell casings and signs of a firefight." The investigator led Coulson to a spot directly beneath a hole in the roof. These individuals appeared to be gathered together, most likely part of the same organization. A crate of high-purity heroin was left on site, indicating they were drug traffickers. Coulson accepted an evidence bag handed to him, which contained a test tube filled with a blue crystalline substance. We suspect that this group of traffickers was ambushed during a transaction. The attacker infiltrated from the roof, then rolled to this spot, the investigator explained, gesturing to the area. The traffickers responded by throwing a grenade. What happened afterward remains unclear. However, all the traffickers' bodies have completely vanished. And the most surprising detail, based on footprints and other evidence, the attacker appears to have been acting alone. Alone. Coulson looked at the investigator in disbelief. Even for the agency's top agents, taking down more than a dozen armed traffickers solo would be an extreme challenge. Yes, sir. Just one person. The investigator confirmed with certainty. Suppressing his astonishment, Coulson pressed on. What about the bodies? Is it possible they were removed? We considered that possibility, but there are no signs of any bodies being relocated or burned here. So you're telling me that a dozen or so bodies just disappeared into thin air in this small factory? Coulson asked, his brows furrowing. Yes, sir. Coulson fell into deep thought. The factory's limited space left no room to hide so many bodies, and disposing of such a large number of corpses would be no simple task. There's one more thing, sir, the investigator added, handing him another file. What is this? Coulson asked as he flipped through it. We found a unique saliva sample at the scene. Upon analysis, its composition doesn't match that of any known organism on Earth. A flicker of recognition crossed Coulson's eyes. Understood. The investigator hesitated, his expression suggesting there was more to say. Have you discovered something else? Coulson's sharp instincts picked up on his unease. In fact, this isn't the first time I've encountered this type of saliva, the investigator said cautiously. Coulson's expression shifted. Where? The investigator met Coulson's gaze directly and slowly said, 15 years ago, on Fifth Avenue. Coulson's pupils contracted sharply. In a modest Brooklyn apartment, Ronnie had just stepped out of the bathroom, a towel wrapped loosely around his waist. His upper body, bare and glistening with water, revealed defined, powerful muscles that radiated raw strength. Grabbing a towel, he began drying his damp hair, speaking to his reflection in the mirror. You're full now, aren't you? The reflection in the mirror suddenly distorted, and Ronnie's face was replaced by Venom's grotesque, menacing visage. Full? Barely. Venom's long tongue slid over its razor-sharp teeth, its tone dripping with insatiable hunger. Ronnie rolled his eyes with a resigned sigh. 18 humans, totaling over 1,000 pounds of flesh, and Venom still had the nerve to say it was barely enough. Truly, it was an insatiable glutton. If we fully merged, I wouldn't need to feed on living creatures to sustain myself, Venom remarked suddenly. Ronnie froze mid-motion, his hand holding the towel, suspended in the air. After a moment, he lowered it. We'll see, he replied finally, his voice low. You're still afraid, Venom said, its words landing like a hammer on Ronnie's chest, forcing him into silence once more. It was true, he was afraid. At 6 years old, an accident had bonded Ronnie with Venom, transforming him into a new hybrid life form. 15 years had passed since then, and their symbiotic relationship had undergone profound changes. In the beginning, Venom had merely parasitized Ronnie, feeding off his life force to sustain itself. Under normal circumstances, Venom would have moved on to a new host once Ronnie's life force was depleted. But after delving into Ronnie's memories and sharing countless experiences, Venom had grown to accept this host, who, like itself, was an outsider in this world. Now, the two were deeply intertwined, their life systems intricately connected. The death of one would have catastrophic consequences for the other. This interdependence granted Ronnie extraordinary regenerative abilities. Their shared vitality meant Venom could even pull him back from the brink of death through a deeper symbiotic process. That said, they were not inseparable. Frequencies between 4,000 and 6,000 hertz or prolonged exposure to intense heat could still kill Venom. Venom's proposal of full merging referred to a complete integration, where it would fuse entirely with Ronnie's flesh, becoming an inseparable part of his body, achieving perfect biological symmetry. If this were to happen, the death of one would instantly doom the other. Moreover, Venom would no longer fear magnetic frequencies or fire, and Ronnie would inherit even greater power. But it would come at a cost. Ronnie would cease to be human, and Venom would lose its identity as an independent symbiote. Together, they would become a wholly new, unprecedented life form. Having lived 2 lifetimes and spent over 40 years as a human, Ronnie's sense of identity as a human ran deep. To forsake that humanity, even for greater strength and possibilities, was a step he couldn't take lightly. Just as Ronnie and Venom were lost in their shared silence, the sudden ringing of a phone shattered the heavy atmosphere. "Hello, this is Scarborough," Ronnie answered, pressing the phone to his ear. "Ronnie, are you at home?" A cheerful male voice came through the receiver. "Just finished showering. I'm home. What's up?" Ronnie replied, glancing at the caller ID. It was Abby Rogers, a certified rich kid. His father was a high-ranking executive at Stark Industries, one of the biggest arms manufacturers in the world. Abby lived a privileged life and was one of Ronnie's friends at university. "Come down. I'll be there in 5 minutes to pick you up," Abby said, the sound of an engine humming in the background hinting that he was already driving. "What for?" "Don't ask. Just hurry up." With that, Abby hung up. "Ridiculous," Ronnie muttered, tossing the phone onto his bed before beginning to get dressed. 5 minutes later, a sleek silver Lamborghini pulled up precisely in front of Ronnie's apartment building. "Hey, handsome, need a ride?" Abby called out, lowering his sunglasses with a smirk. The young man, with his golden hair and striking blue eyes, had the kind of looks that could make anyone swoon. Coupled with his wealthy, playboy lifestyle, Abby's companions seemed to change as often as the board of Stark Industries held meetings, a frequency rivaled only by Tony Stark himself, the world-famous billionaire and notorious playboy. "I'm not gay, Abby. Since when did you start hitting on men?" Ronnie quipped as he opened the car door and slid into the passenger seat. "I'm devoted to women. Thank you very much." Abby shot back, giving Ronnie a mock glare before revving the engine. The Lamborghini roared to life and sped off like a bullet. To Abby's defense, Ronnie merely offered a dry chuckle. "Sure you are. So, where are we going?" Ronnie asked, glancing at the passing scenery. "Looks like we're heading downtown. Old Black is hosting a tech exhibition at the Downtown Science Museum. Some of the classmates are going to show support," Abby explained. "You?" Being supportive. Ronnie gave him a skeptical look. Abby, unlike Ronnie, was the furthest thing from an academic. A high-tech exhibition was unlikely to pique his interest. "Yeah, I heard some of Old Black's former students are coming too. Thought I'd check if any of them are hot." Abby grinned, his face lighting up with anticipation. Ronnie rolled his eyes. Predictable. Old Black was their nickname for Professor X, a highly respected African-American astrophysicist who had made significant contributions to the field. Over 20 years ago, he joined NYU as a lecturer, and both Ronnie and Abby were among his current students. "You know, you've got quite the fan club in our class. How are you still single? You're not secretly gay, are you?" Abby teased, shifting the conversation to Ronnie's love life. Ronnie let out a tired sigh, too familiar with Abby's antics to bother with a rebuttal. In truth, Ronnie was quite popular at NYU, particularly among the female students. His personality wasn't that of a stereotypical bookworm or an aloof academic, and with his looks and intellect, he wasn't lacking admirers. Yet, despite being in his 3rd year at NYU, he had remained single, leading to speculation. Some believed he had someone special in mind, while others whispered that he might genuinely have no interest in women. When Ronnie didn't respond, Abby dropped the subject and focused on driving. The moment they stepped into the Downtown Science Museum, the futuristic atmosphere of cutting-edge technology was palpable. As the epicenter of the world's technological advancements, it was no surprise that New York's Science Museum exuded a blend of science fiction and innovation. For someone like Ronnie, who had dominated the astrophysics department at NYU for years, this was hardly new. He had visited countless times before, and the initial excitement of the exhibits had long since dulled. As soon as they entered, Abby abandoned Ronnie to go hunting for his next target. Ronnie could only shake his head and silently curse his friend as a stallion. Left to his own devices, Ronnie wandered to the latest research exhibit, studying the showcased inventions while mentally analyzing their principles and potential applications. In his previous life, Ronnie had been a scientific prodigy. If not for that fateful accident, he might have already been a member of the Chinese Academy of Sciences by now. In this universe, where technology was even more advanced, his intelligence, enhanced by Venom, had given him unparalleled insights into various fields, particularly astrophysics, where he could genuinely be considered a scientist. "There's something off about this," Ronnie murmured, his eyes fixed on one of the exhibits. "What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the exhibit?" A pleasant female voice interrupted his thoughts. Turning around, Ronnie was momentarily stunned by the sight before him. Standing behind him was a tall, blonde woman. Her figure was nothing short of spectacular, with curves that seemed sculpted by a master artist. Her golden, wavy hair shimmered like sunlight, and her long, shapely legs were accentuated by tight-fitting pants that outlined her perfect silhouette. Even someone as experienced as Ronnie couldn't help but be momentarily captivated by her beauty. "This woman, she's dangerous," Venom's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ronnie's heart skipped a beat. For Venom to label someone as dangerous meant she was far from ordinary. Maintaining his composure, Ronnie began to speak. "This exhibit is about..." He launched into a detailed explanation of the exhibit's technical flaws, his words flowing effortlessly as he used advanced terminology to break down the issues. Whether or not the blonde woman could fully understand him, she listened patiently, her expression calm and attentive, showing no signs of irritation. "In conclusion, while it might sound a bit speculative, I believe this exhibit does have some flaws," Ronnie summarized. For a split second, he thought he saw a faint smile tug at her lips. "Are you a university student?" the woman asked. "Yes, a junior at NYU," Ronnie nodded in response. "Your understanding of astrophysics is far beyond what I'd expect from a typical college student," she remarked calmly. Ronnie smiled faintly. "Maybe I'm just naturally gifted." The woman nodded thoughtfully. "Do you have any plans after graduation?" Unsure of her intentions, Ronnie replied honestly, "I might pursue further studies. Honestly, I'm not exactly sure what I want to do yet. I'm just taking things one step at a time." Reaching into her handbag, the woman pulled out a business card and handed it to him. "Here's my card. It has my contact information. If you're interested, feel free to reach out. I believe my organization might offer something that interests you." With that, she gave him a small wave, turned, and disappeared into the crowd, leaving behind an elegant silhouette. Ronnie looked down at the card in his hand and read the name aloud. Maria Hill. Since that day at the downtown Science Museum, Ronnie's life had returned to its usual calm. The business card Maria Hill had given him lay idly on his nightstand, as though it were nothing more than a meaningless scrap of paper. His routine was so rigid it bordered on mechanical, shuttling daily between school, the library, and home like a robot programmed to follow a preset path. This mundane, uneventful rhythm stood in stark contrast to the vibrant and colorful lives led by many other college students. After successfully dealing with that group of drug traffickers, Ronnie had acquired 2 entire crates of $100 bills. Following a series of careful financial maneuvers, a considerable sum had quietly made its way into his bank account. Thanks to this unexpected windfall, Ronnie now lived in relative comfort. That day, while in the city library, Ronnie glanced at the clock and saw it was nearing noon. "Time to head home," he thought to himself. Feeling thirsty, he decided to stop by the library's small convenience store to buy a bottle of water. But plans often fail to keep up with reality. The convenience store's cash register had broken down, and the cashier, an elderly man, was painstakingly calculating prices by hand on paper. Time ticked by second, yet the line barely moved at all. Ronnie placed his backpack at his feet, holding the drink in his hand, watching helplessly as the elderly cashier continued scribbling. He found himself in a dilemma. If he gave up and left, the 10 minutes he'd already spent waiting in line would have been wasted. If he stayed, he might miss the last bus home. Without a car, making the long trek from the city library to Brooklyn on foot was nearly impossible. "It's your turn," a girl behind him gently reminded. Jolted from his thoughts, Ronnie realized the customers ahead of him had all given up and left. He quickly stepped forward. The old man glanced at the drink in Ronnie's hand and said, "1 bottle's $3.50, 2 bottles are $9. Ronnie was so taken aback by the absurd pricing that he almost protested, but a glance at the time made him reconsider. He decided against arguing and pulled out a $10 bill. Just as he was about to pay, the old man suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, I need to double-check." It's just a sale, not a scientific experiment. Ronnie cursed silently to himself. He tossed the money on the counter, grabbed his backpack, and dashed out of the store. Outside, the bus was already pulling away from the stop, moving slowly. If he missed this bus, the next one wouldn't arrive until 3 p.m., determined to catch it. Ronnie waved his arms and jumped up and down, ignoring how ridiculous he must have looked, trying to get the driver's attention. Suddenly, a shout rang out behind him. "Police!" "That's him!" Ronnie didn't stop to look, continuing to sprint toward the bus. In the next moment, two figures lunged at him from behind. Years of training in dangerous environments kicked in instinctively. He grabbed one attacker's wrist, twisted around to lock their neck, and simultaneously kicked out at the other. It was then that he noticed the uniforms. The attackers were police officers. Ronnie immediately halted his movements, his right foot freezing just a centimeter from the face of the heavier officer. The officer stared at the sole of his shoe, swallowing hard in fear. Ronnie quickly released the officer he had restrained. "I'm so sorry. I didn't know you were police. I truly didn't know." In the U.S., assaulting a police officer was considered a grave crime. At the same time, he silently cursed the symbiote, Venom, for failing to warn him. Venom had surely recognized the officers but said nothing. "Get him!" The heavier officer barked angrily. A group of officers immediately pinned Ronnie to the ground. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the source of the initial accusation, a girl with a ponytail, her face obscured by the backlight. One of the officers restraining him said, "We're the police, and we suspect you're involved in a theft. You'll need to come with us." Ronnie was utterly baffled. Theft? Me? At the police station, the truth finally came to light. The girl who had been standing behind him in the convenience store line claimed that Ronnie had taken her backpack. She had chased him all the way to the bus stop and flagged down the police. "This is absurd. How could I have taken a wrong bag?" Ronnie said incredulously. "You did take it," the girl insisted firmly. "I didn't," Ronnie denied flatly, picking up the backpack beside him, only for his expression to freeze. "My bag should have books and notebooks in it," he murmured, gripping the unfamiliar-feeling backpack. A sinking sensation weighed on him. The girl snatched the bag from him, unzipped it, and dumped out its contents. Women's clothing, toiletries, and pill bottles. "See? What did I say?" "It was him, and he still won't admit it," she shouted, pointing angrily at him. Ronnie's lips twitched as he stared at the girl's accusatory demeanor, trying to figure out how to explain the mix-up. Thankfully, the officers were experienced enough to recognize it as a potential misunderstanding. However, the girl insisted on a formal interrogation, leaving the police no choice but to follow protocol. One of the officers tapped the table and addressed Ronnie, who was now in handcuffs. "We need your basic information: name, age, occupation, and contact details." Ronnie answered truthfully, "My name is Ronnie Scarborough, 21 years old, a junior at NYU." The girl froze, her expression shifting. She interrupted the officer's questioning. "What did you say your name was?" "Ronnie Scarborough." "Ronnie, from a New York foster care system?" Hearing this, Ronnie turned to her in surprise. "You're from a foster care system, too." The girl suddenly broke into a radiant smile and stepped forward to hug him warmly. "Ronnie, it's me, Catherine." Ronnie was momentarily stunned as long-buried memories came rushing back like a tidal wave. One summer afternoon during elementary school, the stifling heat had suddenly been replaced by a refreshing breeze. A little girl had stepped out from the shadows of a tree, her golden ponytail swaying with her steps. She had sat down next to him and smiled, saying, "My name is Catherine." And now, here she was, his childhood friend who had vanished 11 years ago, reunited with him in the most dramatic of circumstances. Kate's restaurant. Ronnie and Catherine sat across from each other. After leaving the police station, Ronnie had no intention of heading home just yet. Instead, he invited Catherine to a high-end restaurant for lunch, giving them a chance to catch up. "Looks like you're doing pretty well for yourself," Catherine remarked with a smile, her eyes sweeping over the elegant surroundings of the restaurant. Kate's restaurant was indeed refined. Soft, soothing music filled the air, the warm brown tones of the interior creating an inviting atmosphere. A pianist played a graceful classical melody in the corner, adding to the sophisticated ambience. "Just managing to get by," Ronnie replied with a smile of his own, pouring Catherine a cup of the freshly served hot tea. "After all these years, your fiery personality hasn't changed one bit." "Thanks," Catherine said with a bright grin. Contrary to what many might assume, Catherine wasn't an orphan. She and Ronnie had met purely by chance. The director of the New York foster home was Catherine's aunt, her mother's younger sister. One summer, bored of staying home alone, young Catherine had been brought to the foster home by her aunt to spend her vacation with the children there. Most of the kids at the foster home were shy and withdrawn, weighed down by a lack of security in their lives. With the soul of an adult, Ronnie had quickly recognized this and often acted as a guide and mentor to them, gradually becoming something of a spiritual leader among the children. Catherine, with her bold and lively nature, wasn't interested in the introverted kids. Instead, she was drawn to Ronnie's humor and calm demeanor. In her eyes, Ronnie's image as a big brother was indelible, becoming one of the most vivid memories of her childhood. When Ronnie turned 10 that summer, the two became close friends. But just as the vacation was ending, Catherine disappeared as suddenly as she had arrived, without any warning. Ronnie had once asked the director for Catherine's contact information, only to receive a cryptic, "You'll meet again if fate allows," as an answer. At the time, he couldn't accept such a vague response. He'd thought that their childhood friendship had been lost to the tides of life. Yet now, 11 years later, they had reunited in the most unexpected and dramatic of ways. "You'll meet again if fate allows." It turned out to be true after all. So, all these years later, you've become a top student at NYU. "Impressive," Catherine exclaimed, recalling the information she'd overheard during the police station's questioning. "It's all right," Ronnie said with a modest smile. Having been a doctoral student at one of his home country's premier universities in his past life, nearly becoming the youngest member of its Academy of Sciences, he would have considered it a colossal failure if he couldn't even get into NYU in this life. "So, have you made any good friends? Got yourself a girlfriend yet?" Catherine asked, her tone teasing and curious. "Of course I've got friends. Who doesn't?" Ronnie chuckled, shaking his head. "As for a girlfriend, no, not yet. I'm not in a rush. Relationships aren't something you can force." "Fair enough," Catherine nodded in agreement. "I'll have to visit your university sometime. It's a world-famous school, after all. I've never been." Ronnie's curiosity was piqued. "Where are you studying now?" "I'm not in school anymore," Catherine replied, shaking her head. "I stopped after high school." "Why?" Ronnie asked, though he wasn't particularly surprised. In countries like the U.S., personal choice played a much larger role in education. Some students had their own plans and chose not to attend college, opting to enter the workforce directly instead. This was generally understood, unlike in Ronnie's home country, where skipping university was often regarded as a failure in life. That rigid no degree, no future mindset was something Ronnie disagreed with, even though he had no power to change it. After living in the U.S. for over 20 years, Ronnie still loved his home country dearly, but when it came to education, he appreciated the diversity of choices in America. Catherine's decision not to pursue higher education didn't surprise him at all. "There were reasons," Catherine said with a smile, clearly unwilling to elaborate. Ronnie, tactful as ever, didn't push further. "By the way, is everything all right with your backpack? The one you lost?" Catherine asked, steering the conversation in a new direction. "No problem," Ronnie replied casually. "The police filed a lost and found report for me. It's probably still at the library. Even if I don't get it back, it's not a big deal. There wasn't anything important in there. A few books and a laptop. While the laptop contained some notes, none of it was critical. If it was gone, so be it. You wouldn't lose sleep over it. The world of the rich, huh? You can just shrug off losing a laptop," Catherine teased with a grin. Ronnie shook his head, laughing. How could he be considered wealthy? The money in his bank account had all come from years of robbing criminals, laundered and deposited after each hunt. It wasn't unusual for him to make tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, of dollars in a single outing. That last group of drug dealers had been especially generous, contributing nearly $500,000 to his account. Since it wasn't hard-earned money, he felt no guilt spending it freely. "Where are you staying now? I remember you mentioned your home was in Washington, right?" Ronnie asked. "Wow, good memory. You even remember where I'm from," Catherine said approvingly. "I'm just traveling this time. I only brought that one backpack, and I don't have a place to stay yet. I was planning to find a hotel later." "I see." Ronnie hesitated, the image of the stunning young woman before him briefly overlapping with a memory of the little girl she once was. "What's on your mind? You look like you're holding something back," Catherine asked, puzzled. "My apartment's pretty big, and I've got plenty of empty rooms. If you don't mind, you can stay with me," Ronnie finally offered. He reassured himself internally. Asterisk, I'm a gentleman. I have no ulterior motives. What's there to worry about? Asterisk. That'd be great. Catherine's eyes lit up as she stood and patted Ronnie on the shoulder. A big place to stay? Perfect. Save me the cost of a hotel. Ronnie stared at her, speechless. She agreed, so easily. It seemed she really trusted his character. At that moment, the waiter arrived with their dishes. Catherine withdrew her hand and sat back down. "Let's eat first," she said, smiling. Asterisk, Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Asterisk. This super-privileged organization, established by the United Nations and operating outside the jurisdiction of any single nation, answers only to the Security Council. It functions as an immense global intelligence network, wielding resources and authority that defy imagination. The Triskelion served as SHLD's headquarters. At first glance, the sleek glass structure appeared as a luxurious office building. In reality, it was one of the most impregnable facilities in the world. In terms of technology, personnel, and defenses, it represented the pinnacle of human achievement. Its security systems were the most advanced on the planet. Breaching the Triskelion would require technology on par with its own, and so far, no such force had emerged on Earth except, perhaps, for the mythical Wakanda. At the top of this vast organization was Director Nick Fury, who now sat in his office. Dressed in his trademark black leather jacket and trench coat, Fury's most notable feature was the black eye patch covering his left eye, a silent testament to its loss. Across from him, Agent Phil Coulson was delivering his report. For an 8th-level agent to personally return to headquarters to brief Fury, the matter was undoubtedly significant. When the investigator in charge of the homicide case mentioned that the saliva found matched what was observed in the 5th Avenue incident 15 years ago, I immediately took the sample to the Biological Research Division for comparison. The results confirmed. They are from the same species. Coulson's tone was steady, but his face betrayed a trace of unease. It was clear that this species was not something to be taken lightly. It's resurfaced after 15 years? Fury murmured, his single eye gleaming with contemplation. Where did the murder occur? An abandoned factory on 6th Alley in Queens. Coulson answered immediately. Such critical details were second nature to him. One of the fundamental skills of a seasoned agent. Document everything. Erase any traces of the scene. You're in charge of this case. Dig deeper. Its presence has always been a potential threat, and we need to locate it as soon as possible, Fury commanded after a moment of thought. 15 years ago, it had surfaced in New York, and now it had reappeared in the same city. Fury couldn't help but wonder if it had been hiding in New York all this time. The idea of such a dangerous entity lurking in the heart of America's economic center weighed heavily on his mind. Understood. Coulson nodded decisively, but hesitated, as though holding back an additional concern. Having worked with Coulson for years, Fury recognized the hesitation instantly. If you're thinking about the captain, that's classified information. You don't have clearance. The fact that you even know this much is already a violation. Drop it, Fury warned coldly. Yes, sir, Coulson replied reluctantly, his disappointment clear. After all, Captain America was his idol. Just then, the phone on Fury's desk rang. Fury shot Coulson a glance before picking it up. Director Fury, Deputy Director Hill is here to see you. Let her in. The automatic door slid open, and Maria Hill strode in with her characteristic poise. Clutching a file, she paused beside Coulson and gave him a brief glance before focusing on Fury. What is it? Fury gestured for her to proceed. Coulson nodded slightly and exited the office. One of the exhibits we placed at the Downtown Science Museum has been flagged, Hill reported. Her expression remained composed, her tone sharp and professional, even in the presence of her superior. You're telling me about museum exhibits now? Fury asked, raising an eyebrow in confusion. S.H.I.E.L.D. had a highly classified research project that had hit a bottleneck, requiring the collaboration of top-tier astrophysicists to progress. Although many of the world's leading experts had participated, no breakthrough had been achieved. As part of a long-shot effort, SHIELD had placed a highly advanced astrophysics exhibit in the downtown Science Museum. The exhibit contained subtle, deliberate errors, so finely embedded that they were nearly impossible to detect. The idea was simple. Anyone capable of identifying these flaws would likely possess the intellectual caliber necessary to contribute to the project. The exhibit had been on display for quite some time, and no one had ever pointed out any issues until now. While surprising, this development wasn't something that typically required the director's attention. The research division could have handled the matter directly. The individual in question is only 21 years old, Hill added. 21. Fury's single eye narrowed in surprise. And, Hill continued, he identified the flaws entirely through mental calculations, without using any tools. Fury's astonishment deepened. The exhibit's complexity was staggering. Even seasoned astrophysicists would struggle to spot the errors without assistance. For someone so young to identify them relying solely on mental calculations was extraordinary. Give me his file. Hill handed over the folder she'd brought, and Fury began flipping through it. Name * Ronnie Scarborough. Gender * male. Age * 21. Background * orphan, raised in the New York foster care system. Displayed a remarkable passion and talent for astrophysics from a young age. Accepted into NYU's astrophysics program at 18 with outstanding grades. Consistently ranked first in his department and is a recipient of the National Scholarship. Personality analysis * independent, decisive, not easily influenced by others. Fury skimmed through the file quickly, understanding why Hill had deemed this matter worthy of his attention. The young man's talent was nothing short of exceptional. With a few more years of development, he could very well lead the critical project that had stumped so many. In fact, he might even achieve breakthroughs that were once thought impossible. A talent like this was worth Fury's personal involvement. Have you made contact with him yet? Fury asked. No. Based on his personality profile, he's highly independent and headstrong. A direct approach won't work, Hill replied. Fury nodded in agreement. The personality analysis in the file clearly described Ronnie as someone who wasn't easily swayed by external pressures. For individuals like him, forceful recruitment attempts would likely backfire. Let's keep an eye on him for now. I want regular updates on his activities, Fury instructed, his mind already turning over how best to handle this new asset. Maria Hill nodded silently, her expression as composed as ever. Independent and opinionated, it's hard for others to influence his decisions. Such personality traits, especially when the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, SHIELD, needs him to lead critical projects, clearly make it unsuitable to approach him with forceful methods. I've already given him my contact information. I trust he'll reach out to me on his own, Hill said with certainty in her tone. She could tell that Lonnie wasn't the kind of person who would fade into the crowd. Attending the old professor's exhibition on a whim had unexpectedly led to this discovery. Find an opportunity to meet him and establish further contact, Fury instructed after a moment of thought. Talent like this must be pursued with effort. Understood. I'll handle it myself, Hill nodded in agreement. Keep a close watch, but do not resort to surveillance, Fury emphasized. Got it. By the way, isn't the captain looking for a new place? Fury's face revealed a rare, subtle smile. Hill immediately caught on to Fury's intention. Understood. Fury nodded in satisfaction, clasping his hands on the desk. Let's hope I won't be disappointed. Brooklyn, Lonnie's apartment. I'm exhausted. Catherine burst through the door, her eyes locking onto the couch before she dramatically flopped onto it, letting out a theatrical wail. Lonnie followed close behind, stepping in with a helpless shake of his head. It wasn't even that far. You're loaded. Why don't you just buy a car? Catherine pouted, grumbling. The distance between the bus stop and Lonnie's place wasn't much of an issue for someone used to walking like Lonnie, but for Catherine, her calves felt like jelly. No money, Lonnie replied simply. To him, owning a car in a city like New York would just add the headache of traffic. Do I look like an idiot to you? Living in Brooklyn and claiming you can't afford a car? Catherine shot him a suspicious look. What do you want for dinner? Lonnie deftly changed the subject. Whatever. But first, I want to check out your place. Catherine sprang up from the couch and began exploring the apartment. Lonnie didn't stop her, instead turning to head into the bathroom, where he locked the door behind him. Are you sure about letting her stay here? Venom's voice echoed in Lonnie's mind, its monstrous face appearing in the mirror in front of him. What else could I do? She's a good friend of mine, after all. Lonnie raised an eyebrow as he responded. I think you've got a crush, Venom suddenly quipped, throwing out the idiom in flawless Mandarin. Whoa, using Chinese idioms now. Impressive, Lonnie remarked, clearly surprised. I'm not as dumb as you, and yet you're living inside me and acting all high and mighty. You're only alive because of me, and you're the one acting high and mighty. Who's the one who turned me into this? You parasite. You. Lonnie, who are you talking to? Catherine's voice suddenly came from outside the door, interrupting their bickering. It's nothing, just practicing pronunciation. Lonnie raised his voice to respond, glaring at Venom in the mirror. Venom's crescent-shaped eyes widened dramatically, as if challenging Lonnie in a silent contest of who could glare harder. What are you staring at, parasite? Lonnie said icily. Back when Venom was initially attached to him, it drained Lonnie's life force to sustain itself, leaving Lonnie extremely weak, with nearly all his organs failing. But as their bond deepened, Venom's energy kept him alive when he otherwise would have died. Lonnie hadn't stepped foot in a hospital in over 10 years, and wouldn't dare to. His organs were in a state of near death. Any normal person with his condition would have long been dead, but he was still alive, functioning normally. If anyone discovered this, it would expose his and Venom's secret. Don't call me a parasite. Black liquid oozed from Lonnie's body, forming a monstrous face that glared at him menacingly. I'll call you whatever I want. What are you going to do about it? Lonnie countered, unfazed, his eyes filled with defiance. He was still angry at Venom for not warning him earlier about the police presence. Do you want me to stop helping you altogether? Venom threatened. Lonnie's aggressive stance immediately softened. If Venom truly refused to cooperate, how would he make money? With his mediocre combat skills, there was no way he could rob those dangerous criminals alone. How about I get you more snacks? Lonnie quickly switched to a conciliatory tone, thinking of his future well-being. I don't want snacks, Venom sneered, baring its sharp teeth. 10 boxes of chocolate balls. No. 20 boxes. No. 30 boxes. I don't care how many boxes. I don't want them. Venom huffed. Lonnie smirked slightly. 100 boxes. Venom paused, its large white eyes narrowing slightly. Make it Ferrero Rocher. Deal. Lonnie agreed readily, though his heart bled at the thought. 100 boxes of Ferrero Rocher? That was going to cost a fortune. All right, now get lost, Venom said smugly, pleased with the agreement, and promptly retreated. Where exactly am I supposed to go? Lonnie muttered as the black liquid merged back into his body. When he opened the door, he found Catherine standing there in the classic pose of someone caught eavesdropping. Their eyes met in an awkward moment. Hi, Catherine greeted him stiffly. Lonnie raised an eyebrow. What are you doing? I needed the bathroom, but you were in there for so long, so I wanted to hear what you were up to, Catherine replied nonchalantly, spinning a clumsy excuse. All right then, go ahead. I'm heading to the supermarket to grab some ingredients for dinner, Lonnie said, not pressing further as he turned to leave. Sure. Catherine watched him go before slipping into the bathroom and closing the door behind her. She looked around, finding nothing unusual at first glance. He was definitely talking to someone just now, but his phone was on the table. There must be another communication device here, she muttered to herself, beginning to search the bathroom, even running her hands along the walls. Such secretive exchanges, could he be a spy? Unbeknownst to her, a small puddle of black liquid lay quietly by the bathroom door, observing her every move. Your little girlfriend watches too many spy thrillers, Venom teased in Lonnie's mind as he descended the stairs. She's been like this since we were kids. Some things never change, Lonnie chuckled, shaking his head. This was one of the special abilities he and Venom had developed, a symbiotic split. By leaving behind a portion of Venom, they could later review everything the split had seen, like watching a movie. And for the record, she's not my girlfriend, Lonnie added, making sure to clarify. And also, she's not my girlfriend. Just a throwaway comment, got it. Venom's voice was laced with mischief. TCH, Lonnie sneered. Say whatever you want. I'm not wasting my breath on you. Hey, your mother. Lonnie cursed silently. Don't hit me, he warned. Why not? Just don't. One box of Ferrero Rocher. Lonnie upped the stakes threateningly. Deal. Venom immediately gave in. What's for dinner tonight? Venom quickly changed the subject. Braised Venom, Lonnie retorted darkly. You'd poison yourself doing that. I'd gladly do it. As the sun set, Lonnie's shadow seemed to merge with Venom's form. Under the golden light of the evening sun, their combined silhouette stretched longer and longer. A week passed quietly. Although Catherine claimed she was just in New York for a vacation, she had been staying at Lonnie's place for a full 7 days now, with no intention of leaving. She was freeloading completely, eating for free, living for free, and thoroughly enjoying herself. Lonnie, however, didn't seem intent on kicking her out. Truth be told, he didn't mind having a gorgeous woman as company at home. Living alone could get lonely, and having someone attractive around did brighten his mornings, even if Catherine never got out of bed before 9. As for Venom, well, Venom wasn't human. When the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window onto the floor, a new day began. In the bathroom, Lonnie was brushing his teeth, his mouth full of foamy toothpaste. Suddenly, droplets of water mixed with toothpaste foam began dripping onto his head. Damn it, I just did my hair. Lonnie shouted indignantly upon seeing what was happening. Venom glanced at the furious Lonnie and continued brushing its massive rows of sharp teeth with an oversized toothbrush. A black tendril extended from its body, forming a hand that picked up a cup from the counter. Gulp, gulp. It rinsed its mouth and swallowed the water directly. Then it grinned wide, revealing a gleaming row of pristine white teeth. It almost looked like they sparkled. Lonnie, wearing an apron, busied himself in the kitchen preparing breakfast for two. Despite living in America for many years, he still preferred Chinese-style breakfasts. The classic American combo of bread, cheese, and milk just wasn't his thing. Luckily, Catherine was easygoing when it came to food. She wasn't picky whether it was Chinese or Western cuisine. As long as it was edible, she'd happily devour it. At the moment, Lonnie was frying up some youtiao, Chinese fried dough sticks. It had been ages since he'd had soy milk in youtiao, and he missed it. Living alone for so long had honed many of his life skills, especially cooking. His culinary skills were top-notch, as preparing his own meals had become an essential part of his life as a self-proclaimed foodie. Someone's moving in next door, Venom suddenly alerted him. Black liquid flowed out from Lonnie's head, forming a tiny, palm-sized Venom with a tail connecting it to Lonnie. The symbiote couldn't completely detach from its host. It had to remain connected to survive in Earth's environment. Moving in? Someone's moving next door? Lonnie asked in surprise. He'd been living here for almost 3 years, and the neighboring apartment had always been vacant. Seems like it. Venom had a radar-like ability, allowing it to sense the position of living beings within a wide range, though it couldn't discern specific details. Buzz. The miniature Venom extended its right hand and flicked it lightly, sending a tiny, fingernail-sized piece of symbiotic matter slithering off. What are you doing? Lonnie glanced at the youtiao frying in the pan and asked. Checking out. Soon, the scene outside was projected into their shared consciousness. A tall white man in a button-up shirt was casually carrying 2 large boxes into the neighboring apartment. Then he came out empty-handed and carried in 2 more. His bulging muscles, clearly visible even through his shirt, exuded an intimidating sense of power. That guy's muscles, terrifying, Lonnie remarked, watching in amazement. Still not as impressive as mine, Venom quipped, extending the claws on its left hand. It seemed to consider picking its teeth, but decided against it when it noticed the sharp gleam of its claws. You're not human, Lonnie retorted, rolling his eyes. Venom's form, when bonded to him, was indeed more monstrous than their new neighbor, but it was far from subtle. Go introduce yourself later. Muscle man, huh? Lonnie chuckled. Knew it. You're gay, Venom teased. Shut up. When Lonnie finished preparing the soy milk and youtiao, the tantalizing aroma lured Catherine out of bed in record time. Lonnie, what's for breakfast? Wearing a thin silk nightgown, Catherine plopped down at the table without a care, her eyes greedily fixed on the food. The first few times Lonnie had seen this sultry sight, he'd admittedly had some physiological reactions. But after seeing it often enough, and considering certain fundamental realities, he now felt nothing but calm, with a tinge of helplessness. Flat as a board. Thumbs down. What's this called? I had it in China once. It was amazing. Catherine exclaimed excitedly as she stared at the soy milk and youtiao on the table. As a self-proclaimed foodie and travel enthusiast, China, the culinary empire, had naturally been one of her top travel destinations. Lonnie smiled faintly, feeling a sense of satisfaction and pride in seeing his country's food appreciated. Soy milk and youtiao. That's it. I remember now. Catherine smacked her thigh. There was even a singer in China who had a song called Soy Milk and Youtiao. What was his name again? She took a bite of the youtiao, trying to recall. J.J. Lin, Lonnie said as he brought 2 pairs of chopsticks to the table. Yes, that's him. I couldn't understand what he was singing, but the melody was so good. Let's eat, Lonnie said, shaking his head with a smile. She didn't brush her teeth. Venom suddenly yelled in Lonnie's mind. Lonnie's hand froze mid-motion, and he rolled his eyes in exasperation. He reached out with his chopsticks. Smack! A faint red mark appeared on Catherine's fair hand. Go brush your teeth, Lonnie ordered. What's wrong with you? Catherine glared at him, annoyed. First, he invited her to eat, and now he was hitting her. She huffed, tossed the half-eaten youtiao back onto the plate, and stomped off to brush her teeth. A teachable moment, Venom commented in perfect classical Chinese pronunciation. Lonnie couldn't even be bothered to roll his eyes anymore. This thing, what a piece of work. Less than 3 minutes later, Catherine returned, casually wiping away some leftover toothpaste foam from her mouth. She picked up the half-eaten youtiao and resumed eating. Did she even touch the water? 3 minutes? Venom screeched in Lonnie's head. Lonnie's hand, holding the chopsticks, tightened. So unhygienic. What a filthy woman. Just like you, filthy. Venom continued to provoke him. The veins on the back of Lonnie's hand bulged. Just eat, and after this, go give me my chocolate balls, he growled internally, gritting his teeth. Taking a deep breath, Lonnie refocused on his breakfast. No distractions, just eat. Are you heading to school later? Catherine asked, sipping her soy milk as she chewed on a piece of youtiao. Yeah, I haven't been to school in 3 days. I should probably check in, Lonnie replied while picking up some of his homemade pickled vegetables. He was, after all, a master of the kitchen. Steaming buns, stir-frying dishes, pickling vegetables. These were all second nature to him, tasks he could accomplish with ease. I'm coming with you. Catherine immediately chimed in. She'd been pestering him to take her to visit NYU, but Lonnie had been busy with errands the last time he went to campus, and later he hadn't gone at all. So the plan had been postponed indefinitely. All right, I'll go change, Catherine said, standing up with a youtiao still hanging from her lips. No rush. I'm only heading there in the afternoon, Lonnie reminded her. The afternoon? Fine, Catherine said, sitting back down. It was only a little past 9 in the morning, plenty of time to kill. Do me a favor and open the windows in my room to air it out. I'm going to drop by the neighbor's place. They just moved in this morning, Lonnie said, picking up a plate of youtiao. A new neighbor? Since when? How come I didn't notice? Catherine asked curiously. This morning. I'm heading over now. Oh, don't forget to open the windows. I know. Bang. Catherine continued eating for a while before patting her slightly rounded belly in satisfaction and leaving the table to go air out Lonnie's room. This guy really knows how to live, she muttered as she walked. Lonnie's master bedroom was spacious, complete with its own balcony and bathroom. From the balcony, you could see a panoramic view of the central business district. The room faced the sun, offering plenty of natural light, a prime location. In comparison, the guest room where Catherine was staying was nice, but paled in comparison. Really knows how to live, Catherine said again, lying down on Lonnie's massive 2.5-meter wide bed. She rolled around on the bed a few times before sprawling out, catching her breath. Strangely, for someone's personal bed, it was completely scentless. No fragrance, no odor, nothing. It was unusual. Bedside table. Catherine noticed the nightstand next to the bed, and her eyes lit up. He says he doesn't have a girlfriend. With a mischievous grin, she reached out and opened the drawer. But instead of finding anything private or embarrassing, she found only a simple white business card. It was utterly plain, listing nothing but a name and contact details. What's this? Catherine murmured, picking up the card. Maria Hill, she read softly. Meanwhile, Lonnie stood outside the neighbor's door, holding the plate of youtiao. He glanced at the nameplate on the door. Rogers. So the guy's last name is Rogers, Lonnie thought to himself before knocking on the door. Who is it? A steady, deep voice came through the intercom a moment later. Hi, Mr. Rogers. I'm Lonnie Scarborough, your neighbor for next door. I saw someone moving in and thought I'd come by to say hello, Lonnie said, smiling at the camera. How do you know my last name? The cautious tone in the man's response made Lonnie's mouth twitch. Was this guy living in 1940s? Did he not know that modern apartment doors often displayed the resident's surname? It's written on your door, Lonnie explained patiently. There was a moment of silence. Click. The door opened, revealing Roger's rugged, handsome face and those absolutely jaw-dropping muscles. Sorry about that. I didn't realize the name was on the door, Rogers said with an apologetic smile. He had initially assumed. No problem, Lonnie replied, shaking his head to indicate it was nothing. He's dangerous. Venom's voice suddenly rang out in Lonnie's mind. Lonnie raised an eyebrow slightly, reassessing Rogers. Sure, the guy's muscular build was intimidating but dangerous. That seemed like a stretch. His danger level surpasses that woman we encountered before. Be careful, Venom warned again. More dangerous than Maria Hill? Lonnie felt a twinge of unease. And you are? Rogers asked, interrupting Lonnie's thoughts. Oh, I'm your neighbor, Lonnie Scarborough. I brought you some breakfast to welcome you to the building, Lonnie said, snapping back to reality. He held out the plate of youtiao. This is youtiao, a Chinese specialty. It's perfect for breakfast. Thank you, Rogers said with a smile, accepting the plate. Please come in and have a seat. He stepped aside to let Lonnie in. Thanks for having me, Lonnie nodded, stepping inside. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Typically, when Americans encountered authentic Chinese food, they would show some level of surprise or curiosity. Authentic Chinese cuisine wasn't something most Americans were familiar with. Roger's calm demeanor struck Lonnie as odd. Perhaps he had some prior exposure to Chinese food? Unbeknownst to Lonnie, Rogers was equally puzzled. What is this stick-like thing? It looks like bread. Youtiao? It does seem fried. Has modern food become this peculiar? Rogers stared at the golden brown youtiao, debating whether or not to try it. He hadn't eaten breakfast yet. Lonnie sat on the not-quite-settled sofa as Rogers brought the plate over. Mr. Rogers, youtiao is best enjoyed while it's hot. Why don't you give it a try? Lonnie suggested, noticing that Rogers seemed inclined to set the plate aside. That wouldn't do. Youtiao had to be eaten fresh and warm. Huh? Oh, all right. Rogers picked up a piece of youtiao, examined it carefully, and took a bite. His eyes lit up immediately. This tastes amazing, Rogers exclaimed in surprise. Lonnie's suspicions deepened. Had this guy really never had youtiao before? Something about this felt off. Clearly hungry, Rogers quickly polished off the 3 pieces of youtiao Lonnie had brought over. Given his size, it wasn't surprising that he needed a substantial amount of food to sustain himself. Sorry about that. The youtiao was just too good, Rogers said after finishing, realizing his behavior might have been impolite. He smiled sheepishly. It's no problem. Mr. Rogers enjoying it is the highest compliment to me as a cook, Lonnie replied with a smile. You made this yourself? Rogers asked, genuinely surprised. Of course. Made from scratch, Lonnie said proudly. Incredible. This is the first time I've tasted something so delicious, Rogers said, his admiration seeming completely genuine. His demeanor and expression didn't hint at any pretense. This kind of sincerity only made Lonnie's suspicions grow stronger. This guy was definitely odd. By the way, I don't think I caught your full name, Lonnie said, standing up and extending his right hand. Rogers quickly wiped his greasy hand with a napkin before shaking Lonnie's hand. Nice to meet you. I'm Steve. Steve Rogers, Lonnie blurted out, his mind reeling. Steve Rogers? Why does that name feel so familiar? Lonnie thought, puzzled. The name tugged at something in his memory. World War II hero, Captain America, Steve Rogers. Idiot, Venom's voice quipped in his mind, dripping with disdain. With Venom's reminder, the memory clicked into place. Back in elementary school history class, Captain America had been a prominent figure in the curriculum. Lonnie had even been confused at the time. How did this universe's history differ so much from his own? Then he thought about all the advanced tech in this universe and eventually let it go. Parallel universes, after all, were bound to have some differences. Your name's the same as Captain America's, Lonnie said with a chuckle. It was just an offhand remark, but he noticed that Steve's expression seemed to grow a little tense. Yeah, I know. It surprised me, too, that my name is the same as Captain America's, Steve replied, his eyes betraying a hint of nervousness. Lonnie narrowed his eyes slightly, studying Steve. Why was he so anxious? Venom, you're seeing this, right? He's definitely nervous, isn't he? Lonnie asked internally. He's very nervous, Venom confirmed. But why? What's there to be nervous about? Lonnie wondered. Sharing the same name as Captain America shouldn't be that big of a deal. Maybe he is Captain America, Venom suggested casually, almost making Lonnie jump out of his skin. No way. Captain America is a figure from 70 years ago. Steve here looks like he's in his 20s. How could that be possible? Lonnie protested, though deep down, a part of him was starting to believe it. Steve didn't know about the convention of having surnames on door nameplates. He seemed unfamiliar with Chinese cuisine, and now he was visibly uncomfortable when Captain America was mentioned. Considering the advanced tech in this world, it wasn't entirely implausible that he could be the real Captain America. So, Steve, what do you do for work these days? Lonnie asked, his voice casual, but his curiosity piqued. I work as a fitness trainer at a gym, Steve quickly answered. He was clearly unsettled by Lonnie's skeptical gaze and was trying to appear at ease. A fitness trainer? Where at? Maybe I could drop by and learn how to get muscles like yours, Lonnie joked, flashing a friendly smile. Of course, Steve said, fumbling in his pockets before pulling out a business card and handing it to Lonnie. Here's my card. It has the address of the gym. You can find me there anytime. Got it. I'll keep this, Lonnie said as he took the card. Well, I'll get out of your hair now. Don't want to overstay my welcome. All right, take care, Steve said, watching Lonnie leave with a polite nod. Lonnie smiled as he bid Steve goodbye and left the apartment. As soon as the door closed, Steve let out a deep sigh of relief. That guy seems suspicious of my identity. Did I slip up somewhere? Steve muttered to himself, scratching his head in frustration. While his ability to blend in wasn't exactly stellar, his sharp observational skills told him that Lonnie was definitely questioning who he really was. Man, Steve shook his head helplessly. But that Yo Chow was really good, he added with a small, appreciative smile. Lonnie returned to his apartment. Should we keep an eye on him? Venom suggested. No need. If he's not Captain America, there's nothing to worry about. And even if he is, what does that have to do with me? He's a World War II hero. What's he going to do, hurt me? Lonnie shrugged. Suit yourself. But don't forget my 100 boxes of Ferrero Rocher. You still haven't bought them, Venom reminded him, its tone accusatory. I haven't forgotten. Where's Catherine? Lonnie asked as he glanced around the apartment. The TV in the living room was still on, the air conditioning was running, but Catherine was nowhere to be seen. Not particularly interested in hunting her down, Lonnie turned and headed to his bedroom. When he saw the state of his bed, his mouth twitched in irritation. The sheets and blankets were in complete disarray. He had asked her to open the windows to air the room out, but instead, she'd apparently decided to roll around on his bed. Seriously, taking a couple of steps closer, Lonnie began tidying up the mess. He had a bit of an obsessive-compulsive streak and couldn't stand seeing his belongings in such a chaotic state. Lonnie, Catherine's voice called from outside the room. What is it? Lonnie shouted back, still focused on fixing the bed. Come here. Wait a minute. Okay. After a few swift adjustments, Lonnie straightened the last corner of the bedding. He stepped back, admired his handiwork, and nodded in satisfaction. Then he headed to the living room. Catherine had somehow reappeared and was now sprawled on the couch, watching TV. You really live the life, Lonnie muttered as he picked up a pillow and lobbed it perfectly at Catherine's forehead. Hey, what was that for? Catherine glared at him, clutching the pillow. What did you need me for? Lonnie asked as he sank into the single armchair next to the couch. Whose business card was that in your nightstand? Is it the number? Catherine waggled her eyebrows suggestively. Rummaging through someone else's drawers is very impolite, Catherine, Lonnie said, exasperated. Well, I don't think of you as an outsider, Catherine replied cheekily. Should I be thanking you for that? You still haven't answered me. Is that business card the number? Catherine asked, her excitement palpable. Asterisk the asterisk number? What are you talking about? Lonnie gave her a puzzled look. You know that. Catherine pressed, her brows furrowed in impatience. What that? Just say it already, Lonnie said, completely at a loss. Words like that ruin my image as a lady, Catherine declared with mock righteousness. A lady? Sure, if you say so. Catherine suddenly had an idea. She clapped her hands together. Clap, clap, clap. Lonnie stared at her gesture, listened to the sound, and pieced together her earlier comments. He got it. His mouth twitched as he looked at Catherine. He felt an overwhelming urge to crack open her skull and take a look at what kind of nonsense was rattling around in there. That's my senior's business card. It's not from some shady escort service, Lonnie said, rolling his eyes in annoyance. Ugh, boring, Catherine said, immediately losing interest. She had genuinely thought it was something related to, well, certain services. After all, business cards for those industries in places like Shinjuku were often minimalistic like that. It wasn't her fault. It was the business card's fault. She was pure and innocent. Still, Catherine's unusual comment jogged Lonnie's memory, bringing back the image of that striking woman at the downtown Science Museum. Maria Hill. I should ask Old Black about the company she works for, Lonnie thought to himself. He was about to enter his final year of college. And much like back home, senior students who didn't plan on pursuing graduate studies typically started job hunting. Lonnie was no exception. Judging by Maria Hill's commanding presence, she was clearly no ordinary person. Her words had been veiled, but Lonnie hadn't doubted their significance. This afternoon, he planned to swing by campus and ask Professor X for more details. Surely, the professor would know something. **3:00 p.m. The sweltering May heat was hard to bear. The moment they stepped outside, a wave of heat engulfed them. And this was only May. July's peak temperatures would surely be unimaginable. Lonnie and Catherine decided to take a cab. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the hottest time of the day, taking the bus would be unbearable. The cab ride from Lonnie's home to NYU wasn't very long. Just as Catherine was about to doze off, they arrived at New York University. New York University, or NYU, is a world-renowned private research university located in New York City, founded in 1831. Comprising 18 schools and institutes, NYU is one of the largest private, nonprofit higher education institutions in the United States and the only prestigious private university situated in the heart of New York City. Ranked among the top 30 universities in the U.S. and listed as one of the 25 new Ivy League schools, NYU is also a member of the Association of American Universities, AAU. NYU has produced an impressive roster of talent, 36 Nobel Prize laureates, ranking 17th globally and 11th in the U.S. in this regard. Additionally, it boasts over 30 Pulitzer Prize winners, 30 Academy Award winners, and numerous recipients of other prestigious honors like the Abel Prize, Emmy Awards, and Tony Awards. The fact that Lonnie was considered a top student at such a prestigious university spoke volumes about his abilities. You go explore on your own first. I need to meet with a professor, Lonnie said to Catherine as they walked through the campus. What for? Catherine asked curiously. It's about my senior, Hill, Lonnie replied, not hiding the details. He had already told Catherine about the encounter at the downtown Science Museum. I'm coming too, Catherine said, excited. All right, Lonnie agreed without hesitation. Let's go. Catherine nodded and followed Lonnie to find Professor X. Outside Professor X's office. Why were people staring at me the whole way here? Catherine asked, perplexed. Throughout their walk, many students had turned to look at her, their gazes lingering for quite a while. It left her puzzled. I'm pretty well known on campus. Plus, I've never had a girlfriend, and now you, a complete stranger and a gorgeous one at that, suddenly show up on my side. They probably think you're my girlfriend, Lonnie said with a smile. As a superstar in the astrophysics department, with accolades like the National Physics Olympiad First Prize and the World Astrophysics Competition Youth Championship, Lonnie was a prominent figure. At NYU, the name Lonnie Scarborough was widely recognized. Adding to his fame was the fact that, in his 3 years at university, he had never had a girlfriend, which only fueled curiosity and attention from others, especially women. So, when a stunning beauty like Catherine appeared by his side, it was no surprise that the NYU students couldn't help but stare. That makes sense, Catherine nodded, understanding. She was well aware of Lonnie's stellar reputation. Some media outlets even compared him to the genius scientist entrepreneur, and notorious playboy Tony Stark. Though Lonnie didn't quite measure up to Stark, the comparison alone was a testament to his achievements. "Let's head in. The professor's inside," Lonnie said, glancing into the office where Professor X was seated at his desk, engrossed in writing. "All right. Knock, knock." Lonnie lightly knocked on the door. Professor X looked up. "Ah, Lonnie, come in," Professor X said with a faint smile. This was one of the students he was most proud of, a sharp mind, quick thinking, and a unique perspective. It was only a matter of time before Lonnie surpassed him in achievements. "Professor," Lonnie greeted with a slight bow. "Good afternoon, Professor X," Catherine followed, stepping in after Lonnie. "And this is your girlfriend?" Professor X asked in surprise, glancing at Catherine. "No, this is Catherine, a close friend of mine. You could say we grew up together," Lonnie said with a smile, pulling over 2 chairs. He sat down and gestured for Catherine to do the same. He was quite familiar with Professor X. "I see," Professor X nodded. "What brings you here?" "It's like this." Lonnie began recounting the events of that day at the downtown Science Museum, detailing his encounter with Hill. Professor X fell silent after listening to the story. Lonnie waited patiently, not pressing him. But judging by the professor's expression, it seemed like the matter wasn't as simple as it appeared. After about half a minute, Professor X finally spoke. "I never would have guessed you'd be able to solve that exhibit. I really underestimated you." "What do you mean?" Lonnie asked, confused. That exhibit was a decoy product intentionally placed in the Science Museum by Hill's company. Its purpose was to identify talents like you, Professor X explained. "Wait, so Hill's appearance wasn't a coincidence?" "No. Hill is a senior executive at her company, so her presence there was purely accidental." Professor X shook his head. "There's no way someone of her rank would be stationed to oversee such a task. The fact that she took an interest in you was entirely coincidental." "Professor, what can you tell me about Hill's company?" Lonnie asked. "Her company is actually where I worked before coming to NYU," Professor X said with a smile. "It's an excellent place, better than anywhere else. If you decide to go there, you won't be disappointed." Hill said something similar. "Can you be more specific?" "Sorry," Professor X said, shaking his head. "The place is highly confidential. Unless you decide to join, I can't share any further details. It would do you more harm than good." Lonnie's eyebrows furrowed slightly. "So mysterious? It's not some government agency, is it?" Catherine interjected. "It doesn't belong to the U.S., Professor X replied with a smile. The Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, SHIELD, was managed by the World Security Council, composed of leaders from various countries. Strictly speaking, it wasn't a U.S. government entity. "It's not," Catherine murmured. "So, Professor, do you think I should go?" Lonnie asked, looking at Professor X. "That depends on what you want. If you're looking to further your academic pursuits, there's no better place. But if your ambitions lie elsewhere, that's another matter entirely. That said, it's still early for you to make such decisions. You've got your senior year ahead. There's no rush." Lonnie nodded in agreement. He wasn't in a hurry. Still, he couldn't help but wonder, what kind of place was this company? It was around 3 p.m., and the sweltering May heat was already unbearable. As soon as Lonnie stepped outside, he could feel the oppressive heat wave surging toward him. It wasn't even July yet. What would it feel like in the peak of summer? Lonnie and Catherine opted for a cab ride. The hottest time of the day wasn't ideal for taking the bus. It would have been a slow, torturous ordeal. The ride from Lonnie's place to NYU was fairly short. Catherine was just drifting off to sleep when the cab pulled up to the university. New York University, or NYU, was a globally renowned private research university, founded in 1831. With 18 schools and institutes, NYU was one of the largest private nonprofit higher education institutions in the U.S., as well as the only prestigious private university located in the heart of New York City. Ranked among the top universities in the country, NYU was part of the 25 new Ivy League schools and a member of the Association of American Universities, AU. NYU had a long history of producing brilliant minds. 36 Nobel laureates, over 30 Pulitzer Prize winners, 30 Academy Award winners, and numerous other recipients of prestigious awards like the Abel Prize, Emmy Awards, and Tony Awards. That Lonnie was considered one of the top students at such a prestigious institution was a testament to his prodigious abilities. "You go explore on your own for a bit. I need to meet with a professor, Lonnie said to Catherine as they made their way to the campus. What for? Catherine asked, ever curious. It's about Hill, my senior, Lonnie replied, not bothering to hide the details. He had already shared the story of his encounter with Hill at the downtown science museum. I'll come with you, Catherine said eagerly. All right, Lonnie agreed with a shrug. Let's go. Catherine nodded excitedly and followed him to Professor X's office. Outside Professor X's office. Why do people keep staring at me? Catherine asked, puzzled. Along the way, countless students had turned to gawk at her, their gazes lingering more than she thought was normal. I'm pretty well known around here, and since I've never had a girlfriend, seeing a stunning stranger like you with me probably made them think you're my girlfriend, Lonnie replied with a grin. As a star student in astrophysics, with accolades like the National Physics Olympiad First Prize and the World Astrophysics Competition Youth Championship under his belt, Lonnie was something of a campus celebrity. At NYU, the name Lonnie Scarborough carried a certain weight. Add to that his lack of a romantic history, and it wasn't hard to see why his sudden appearance with Catherine, a gorgeous, unfamiliar face, would turn heads. That makes sense, Catherine nodded knowingly. She was well aware of Lonnie's accomplishments. Some media outlets had even compared him to Tony Stark, the legendary scientist, entrepreneur, and playboy extraordinaire. Though Lonnie didn't quite match Stark's fame, the comparison alone spoke volumes about his achievements. Let's head in. The professor's inside, Lonnie said, glancing into the office where Professor X was busy writing something at his desk. All right. Knock, knock. Lonnie gently knocked on the door. Professor X looked up and smiled. Ah, Lonnie. Come in, he said warmly. Professor X was immensely proud of Lonnie, sharp, quick thinking, and full of his own ideas. It was only a matter of time before Lonnie surpassed him. Professor, Lonnie greeted with a slight bow. Good afternoon, Professor X, Catherine followed as she stepped in. And this is your girlfriend? Professor X asked, glancing at Catherine in surprise. No, this is Catherine, a close friend of mine. You could say we grew up together, Lonnie replied with a smile as he pulled over 2 chairs. He sat down, motioning for Catherine to take the other seat. He had a very casual rapport with Professor X. I see, Professor X nodded. What brings you here? It's like this. Lonnie began recounting the events of that day, detailing his encounter with Hill at the Science Museum. Professor X listened intently, falling silent when Lonnie finished. Lonnie waited patiently, not rushing the professor. Judging by his expression, this wasn't a simple matter. After about half a minute, Professor X finally spoke. I didn't expect you to solve that exhibit. I really underestimated you. What do you mean? Lonnie asked, puzzled. That exhibit was a decoy, a flawed product intentionally placed in the museum by Hill's company. Its purpose was to identify talents like you, Professor X explained. So, Hill showing up wasn't a coincidence. No, Hill is a senior executive at her company, so her presence there was purely accidental, Professor X said, shaking his head. An operation like that wouldn't require someone of her rank. The fact that she noticed you is purely a coincidence. Professor, what can you tell me about Hill's company? Lonnie pressed. Her company is actually where I worked before coming to NYU, Professor X said with a smile. It's an incredible place, better than anywhere else. If you decide to go, you won't be disappointed. Hill said something similar. Can you be more specific? Sorry, Professor X said, shaking his head. The organization is highly confidential. Unless you decide to join, I can't share any more details. It wouldn't do you any good. Lonnie raised an eyebrow. So mysterious? It's not some government agency, is it? Catherine interjected. It doesn't belong to the U.S., Professor X replied with a knowing smile. The Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, SHIELD, was overseen by a global security council, technically making it an international organization rather than a U.S. agency. It's not, Catherine murmured. So, Professor, do you think I should go? Lonnie asked. That depends on what you want. If you're looking to continue your academic pursuits, there's no better place. But if your ambitions lie elsewhere, that's another matter entirely. That said, you've got your senior year ahead. No need to rush into a decision just yet. Lonnie nodded in agreement. He wasn't in a hurry. Still, he couldn't help but wonder. What kind of place was this organization? How about you? How old are you? Lonnie asked. Me? I think I'm 27. Steve replied hesitantly. Asterisk 27. I think. Asterisk Lonnie raised an eyebrow, his inner monologue firing on all cylinders. What's with the uncertainty? How could someone be unsure of their own age? That's a hard fact, not a guess. Though internally screaming with sarcasm, Lonnie didn't voice his thoughts, and instead gave a polite nod. Meanwhile, Catherine had just polished off 2 palm-sized, high-calorie cakes and a large cup of coffee. She patted her stomach with satisfaction. I'm full. Let's head out now, she declared enthusiastically. Lonnie rolled his eyes. You just finished eating, and now you want to go exercise? Do you want to end up with appendicitis or a hernia? Catherine's excitement flickered and faded as she froze mid-motion. He had a point. It's fine. We can head over now. There's a lounge area at the gym, Steve interjected with a warm smile, easing Catherine's embarrassment. That works. Let's go. Catherine agreed quickly. The 3 of them got up, paid the bill, and headed toward the gym where Steve worked. The Kate Fitness Club was one of the most popular gyms in New York City. Owned by Kate White, whose father was a U.S. senator and whose mother was an executive at a giant fitness equipment corporation, the club was backed by a powerful lineage. On top of its impressive pedigree, the gym boasted top-tier equipment, skilled trainers, luxurious decor, and exceptional service, making it an obvious choice for those who could afford it. The only downside? The membership fees were steep, out of reach for most ordinary families. Its primary clientele consisted of middle and upper-class consumers. Lonnie, with a bank account boasting a few $1,000,000, could comfortably afford it. He owed much of that fortune to the unfortunate criminals who had ended up as guests in Venom's voracious stomach. Without their contributions, his savings wouldn't be nearly as impressive. Luckily, with Steve as the head coach, Lonnie and Catherine were allowed entry without needing a membership. Wow, you're the head coach? That's impressive, Catherine said, visibly surprised. It's nothing, really, Steve replied modestly, offering a gentle smile. Lonnie, on the other hand, wasn't as surprised. Despite Steve's harmless and friendly demeanor, aside from his intimidatingly muscular physique, Lonnie had learned not to underestimate him. After all, Venom had labeled him as dangerous, and so far, there were only 2 people who had earned that distinction, Maria Hill and Steve Rogers. Lonnie knew better than to let his guard down around a man who seemed so unassuming, but clearly wasn't. What do you teach here, Steve? Boxing? Running? Catherine asked as she curiously took in her surroundings, her eyes darting around the gym. I teach mixed martial arts, Steve replied with a smile. Lonnie's eyes lit up, and he immediately jumped in. Is it the formal, military-style mixed martial arts? Steve paused, surprised by the question, then nodded. Yeah, I used to be a soldier, so my training is rooted in military combat techniques. Perfect. Lonnie clapped his hands together, excitement flashing in his eyes. Finally, he had found someone who could teach him something worthwhile. Over the years, Lonnie had spent a lot of money learning various martial arts. He didn't have the time to figure things out on his own, so he had sought out experienced trainers to guide him, innovating and creating a whole new style of martial arts. He'd leave that to legends like Bruce Lee. But here's the problem. The coaches Lonnie had encountered were too weak. They couldn't showcase the true essence of their techniques because Lonnie could easily overpower them. Without real sparring, his training felt like hollow drills, just flashy moves with no substance. Steve, however, was different. If Venom had deemed him dangerous, then Lonnie had no doubt about his strength. And the fact that Steve specialized in military-style combat, that was a cherry on top. Finally, someone who might actually be able to teach him. Lonnie's eyes practically gleamed as he stared at Steve, an intensity in his gaze that made Steve visibly uncomfortable. Steve, how about we have a quick round in the ring? Lonnie suggested, pointing to a nearby sparring area. I'm not sure that's a good idea, Steve replied hesitantly, looking Lonnie up and down. Lonnie smirked and, without a word, pulled off his t-shirt, revealing his physique. While his muscles weren't as massive as Steve's, they exuded raw power and were a testament to his rigorous training. All right, Steve finally agreed. He could tell at a glance that Lonnie's muscles weren't just for show. They weren't the product of mere gym workouts, but of real, functional strength. What's more, Steve could sense a subtle yet unmistakable aura emanating from Lonnie. It was something he recognized from his time on the battlefield, a faint but distinct killing intent. Steve didn't understand how a college student like Lonnie could carry such an aura, but it was enough to convince him that this sparring match wouldn't be a waste of time. Since waking up from his cryogenic stasis, Steve had rarely engaged in real combat. While he valued peace, his love for martial arts and sparring had never waned. Catherine, meanwhile, watched as Lonnie's demeanor shifted. A sense of pressure seemed to radiate from him, making her feel uneasy standing beside him. There was something about the way he carried himself now. Something sharp, almost dangerous. She couldn't quite put her finger on it, but it made her instinctively wary. The truth was, people who had taken lives often carried an unintentional air of menace. Their eyes, their posture, their very presence reflected the experiences they had endured. As Lonnie and Steve stepped onto the ring, their changed demeanor caught the attention of everyone in the gym. The gym-goers, who had been busy with their workouts, immediately gathered around, curious to see what was about to unfold. Though they didn't recognize Lonnie, Steve's reputation as the gym's head coach and his intimidating physique was well known. "Go, Lonnie! You've got this!" Catherine cheered loudly from the sidelines. When not fighting a championship match, Lonnie muttered, exasperated. "I don't care. I do what I want." Catherine shot back, glaring at him. "Lonnie, don't waste this opportunity," Steve said with a knowing smile. Lonnie wasn't dumb. He knew exactly what Steve meant. "Let's do this. Begin." Steve immediately shifted into a combat stance, his focus razor-sharp. Lonnie, too, honed in, his entire body brimming with tension as he studied Steve, who stood just 2 meters away. Whoosh! Lonnie was the first to make a move. His right hand clenched into a fist as he stepped forward, closing the distance in an instant, and threw a powerful punch aimed straight at Steve's face. The sheer speed and ferocity of the attack drew gasps from the onlookers. It was clear to any seasoned fighter in the crowd. This young man wasn't ordinary. Facing Lonnie's fierce punch, Steve's expression remained calm. He crossed his forearms, steadily blocking the strike. Not just a simple block, but a firm lock. Lonnie's right fist was trapped at the juncture of Steve's crossed arms. With a quick motion, Steve clamped down, effectively locking Lonnie's right hand in place. Without hesitation, Steve raised his right leg and delivered a powerful roundhouse kick toward Lonnie's side. Lonnie reacted instantly, raising his left leg to block. Bam! The force of the impact reverberated through Lonnie's left leg, leaving it tingling and slightly numb. Steve's strength was shocking. It far exceeded Lonnie's expectations. Not daring to waste a second, Lonnie balled his left fist and drove it into Steve's abdomen. Even though Steve's core muscles absorbed much of the force, the blow still hit a vulnerable spot, causing him to momentarily loosen the grip on Lonnie's right hand. Seizing the opportunity, Lonnie freed his arm, pivoted on his left foot, and spun halfway around, using the momentum to send a powerful roundhouse kick towards Steve, the air whistling with the force of the strike. Steve's battlefield-honed instincts kicked in. He didn't evade, but instead raised his right leg to counter Lonnie's kick, while simultaneously lifting his left arm to block. Thud! The two collided briefly before breaking apart, each retreating a few steps to reassess the situation. The entire exchange had occurred in the blink of an eye. Lonnie shook out his trembling right arm. Steve's punches and kicks packed an astonishing amount of power, leaving his arm and leg slightly numb. Steve, though calm on the surface, subtly flexed his left arm, which was also trembling slightly. It wasn't as effortless as it seemed. This kid's got strength, Steve thought, genuinely surprised. His own superhuman strength came from the super soldier serum, but Lonnie hadn't undergone such enhancement. For someone to push their body to this level through sheer training was no small feat. The spectators around the gym were electrified. This wasn't some choreographed sparring match or a flashy competition. This was raw, unfiltered combat, a primal display of power and skill. Even in professional boxing matches, fighters wore gloves. Here it was pure hand-to-hand combat, and the crowd could feel the raw intensity in every blow. Deep breaths, clenched fists. Lonnie surged forward again with renewed speed. Steve's eyes narrowed as he raised his guard, meeting Lonnie head-on. Asterisk bam, 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 asterisk. The dull thuds of fists and legs connecting echoed through the gym. Every strike, every movement carried a visceral weight, revealing the brutal beauty of combat. The two fighters moved faster and hit harder with each exchange. The sounds of fists and kicks landing on flesh sent shivers through the crowd, but also stirred a primal excitement. Among the spectators, both men and women, fitness enthusiasts, were captivated by the real, unfiltered combat. This wasn't a show, it was raw, genuine fighting. Well, except for those who came to the gym just to ogle people. Thud! Lonnie and Steve separated again. If someone could swap bodies with Lonnie at that moment, they'd be shocked to feel the sheer pain coursing through him. This was one of the few times Lonnie had engaged in such an intense, high-pressure fight without relying on Venom's assistance. Usually, it was either Venom aiding him during a fight or Venom taking over entirely. A fight solely dependent on his own abilities? This was a first. You need help? Venom's voice finally broke its silence, offering assistance. No, Lonnie replied between ragged breaths, his voice low but resolute. All right, Venom said, not pushing further. After 15 years of cohabitation, Venom knew Lonnie's personality well. Once Lonnie made up his mind, no one could sway him. You want to keep going? Steve asked, clearly noticing that Lonnie was nearing his limit. Steve himself was breathing heavily, but he was far from being as exhausted as Lonnie. With his enhanced physiology, Steve had a clear edge in stamina. Let's go, Lonnie shouted, refusing to surrender. His unyielding determination fueled him as he charged forward once more. Steve sighed quietly and shook his head before bracing himself for another round. The sound of blows landing echoed again, though noticeably weaker than before. That kid's at his limit, an experienced onlooker, a black man, remarked knowingly. Catherine, standing nearby, perked up at his words, listening intently. Still, it's impressive. To last this long against Coach Rogers. Who is this kid? The man's younger companion asked. No idea. But with skills like that, even Coach Allen wouldn't stand a chance against him, the older man said with a chuckle. Of course Allen wouldn't stand a chance. When Rogers came in to apply for the head coach position, he floored Allen in just a few moves. And this guy's been trading blows with Rogers for ages. He's clearly better, the younger man added, impressed. The older man simply smiled and kept watching. Back in the ring, Lonnie launched another punch at Steve's chest. But he was visibly at his limit. His speed and strength had diminished, and his movements were riddled with openings. Thud! Steve capitalized on one such opening, executing a clean, over-the-shoulder throw that slammed Lonnie onto the mat with a resounding crash. The harsh contact between Lonnie's back and the ground left his already exhausted body feeling like it was falling apart. He was completely spent, with no strength left to continue. The fight was over. Lonnie had lost. Inside Lonnie's body, Venom began to circulate rapidly, repairing his injuries. For Venom, patching up minor damage and exhaustion like this was child's play. After all, there had been times when Lonnie's arms were completely shattered in fights against criminals, and Venom had still managed to heal him. The victor was clear. You okay? Steve crouched down, his expression filled with concern as he looked at Lonnie. I'm fine, Lonnie replied, shaking his head. He stayed on the ground, letting Venom do its work. In just a few short breaths, his body had already recovered, his energy replenished. With Venom's support, endurance battles were the least of Lonnie's worries. Kid, you've got a long way to go, Venom scoffed before retreating into silence. Lonnie said nothing, his mind quietly processing the harsh truth. Venom was right. He still had a long way to go. Steve, misinterpreting Lonnie's silence, thought he had hurt the young man's pride and began awkwardly trying to console him. I fought in real wars, received systematic combat training, and while my physical condition is unique, it's normal that you couldn't beat me, Steve said, trying to sound reassuring. Are you comforting me or insulting me? Lonnie thought to himself, though he understood that Steve meant well. I'm fine, Lonnie said aloud as he stood up. You're fine? Steve asked, his eyes widening in surprise. Lonnie, who had looked utterly spent just moments ago, now seemed completely refreshed. What kind of recovery ability was this? I'm fine, Lonnie repeated with a shake of his head. Steve, I want to learn combat technique from you, Lonnie said, his eyes burning with determination. I want to learn combat techniques from you, Lonnie said, his voice steady and resolute. Oh, what? Steve blinked, staring at Lonnie in surprise. Is that not allowed? Lonnie frowned. Did Steve have some sort of code that forbade him from teaching others? Of course it's allowed. I'm just surprised, that's all, Steve quickly clarified. But Steve glanced around the gym, and Lonnie's sharp mind quickly caught on to what he meant. I'll sign up for a membership here, so it's easier for me to train with you, Lonnie said with a faint smile. Thank you, Steve replied, nodding in appreciation. Lonnie waved it off casually. At that moment, Catherine ran over and began poking and prodding at Lonnie, inspecting him from head to toe. Despite his thick skin, Lonnie still found himself a bit embarrassed under her public scrutiny. What are you doing? Lonnie said, pulling away from her hands. Huh? You're not hurt? You looked half dead earlier, and you're telling me there's not a scratch on you, Catherine said, her tone full of disbelief as she studied him like a lab specimen. Do you want me to be hurt? Lonnie asked, annoyed. Of course not. I was just worried about you, you ungrateful jerk. Catherine huffed, glaring at him with her big, expressive eyes. The saying is a dog bites Lu Dongbin. Not knowing a good person's heart, Lonnie muttered under his breath. Same thing. Asterisk it's not, asterisk. While the two bickered like children, Steve and the other gym-goers, who had been watching the fight, exchanged knowing smiles, smiles that carried the warmth of proud, amused onlookers. Their parental expressions were filled with a mix of affection and silent understanding. After saying goodbye to Steve, who had to return to his duties, Lonnie and Catherine were about to head home when Lonnie received a phone call. He glanced at the screen. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello, this is Lonnie Scarborough, he answered. Hello, Lonnie Scarborough. This is Maria Hill. A calm, cool voice came through the receiver, clear enough for both Lonnie and Catherine to hear. The two exchanged a glance, surprise evident in their eyes. Brooklyn, Set Cafe. Lonnie sat across from the brunette woman, Maria Hill. While Catherine had been sent on her way, Hill's presence demanded his full attention. Hill was a stunning woman, though in a way entirely different from Catherine. Catherine's beauty was radiant and youthful, like the sun, warm, lively, and capable of brightening the atmosphere around her. Hill, on the other hand, exuded a cold, refined allure. Her beauty was sharp and untouchable, like a frost-covered plum blossom blooming in the depths of winter. She carried herself with poise and an air of authority, otherworldly and distant. Both women were attractive in their own ways, but Lonnie found himself leaning toward Hill's maturity. For him, maturity was the first and most important criterion when it came to relationships. And Catherine, well, she didn't meet that standard. Neither her personality nor her youthful demeanor fit what Lonnie, a man with a combined experience of 2 lifetimes nearing 40 years, was looking for. By now, superficial beauty was far less important to him than depth and substance. It's nice to see you again, Senior Hill, Lonnie said with a polite smile, breaking the silence. Hello, Hill replied, her tone as calm and detached as ever. What brings you here today? Lonnie asked. He highly doubted Hill had sought him out without a reason. I assume you've already spoken to Professor X, trying to learn more about my organization, Hill said bluntly, cutting straight to the point. Indeed, I asked him not too long ago, but the professor didn't provide much useful information, Lonnie admitted. That's to be expected, Hill said, her tone unwavering. Our organization operates under strict confidentiality protocols. Even those who leave are forbidden from disclosing any sensitive information without explicit authorization. Your organization isn't just a company, is it? I want to know what it truly is, Lonnie said, his voice firm and serious as he interrupted her. Hill's brow furrowed slightly at the interruption, but she didn't seem offended. We are a special authority department, not under the jurisdiction of any nation, organization, or power. We operate directly under the United Nations Security Council, she explained. Lonnie's eye twitched. Holy SH. He had expected something significant, but this was next level. Operating under the direct authority of the UN Security Council, free from the influence of any country or organization. That alone was impressive enough. But the kicker? It was a special authority department. A department with special privileges. The implications hit Lonnie like a freight train. A group like this, untethered, unrestricted, and granted unique rights, was a force to be reckoned with, leagues beyond agencies like the FBI or MI6. Lonnie had never heard of such an entity. Back in his previous life, even as a prospective member of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, no whispers of such an organization had ever reached his ears. It must be, he reasoned, another unique feature of this world. Suddenly, the extreme levels of secrecy made sense. An organization of this scale and influence would inevitably spark global outrage and fear if its existence became widely known. Its very nature meant it had to operate in the shadows, quietly steering the course of the world. A true puppet master. I'm telling you this now because I want you to understand how important you are to us, Hill continued, her piercing gaze fixed on him. More specifically, your talent in astrophysics is of critical importance to our organization. Lonnie wasn't surprised. Aside from Venom, the only thing about him that could possibly attract the attention of such a group was his knowledge and aptitude in astrophysics. My knowledge isn't exactly cutting edge, Lonnie said after a moment of thought. We're not just looking at your current knowledge, we're investing in your potential, Hill explained. With the talent you've already demonstrated, we firmly believe you could become one of the foremost experts in astrophysics in the near future. Think of this as an investment in you. Lonnie nodded. You want to cultivate me? Exactly. Lonnie fell silent, his mind weighing the pros and cons. A special authority department like this was undoubtedly a powerhouse. Joining its ranks could open doors he hadn't even imagined. But he had concerns. Chief among them was Venom. Venom's existence was a closely guarded secret. If the organization discovered it, who's to say they wouldn't try to extract Venom from his body for research? And then there was his body itself. His organs, long since deteriorated, kept functioning only by Venom's symbiotic support. A full medical examination would expose everything. The risks were enormous. Minutes ticked by in silence. Hill glanced at her watch. My time is limited. Since you haven't made up your mind, take some time to think it over, she said as she stood. Lonnie looked up at her. If you decide, contact me, Hill added, leaving no room for further discussion as she turned and walked away, her movements crisp and efficient. There was no hesitation, no lingering. Maria Hill didn't waste time. She really left decisively. Lonnie chuckled bitterly. For someone who claimed he was important, Hill sure had no hesitation when it came to leaving. It was clear talent like his was something a special authority department like hers needed and valued. But it wasn't something they couldn't live without. Never think of yourself as irreplaceable. That was the most straightforward impression Hill had left on Lonnie. You're worried they'll find out about me, aren't you? Venom's voice echoed in his mind. No sh asterisk asterisk. If it weren't for you, I would have said yes already, Lonnie retorted, rolling his eyes. In his previous life, choosing to pursue a career as a prospective academic at the Chinese Academy of Sciences wasn't just about its rich academic atmosphere and high-level research. It also reflected his openness to working for national or global organizations. Lonnie wasn't opposed to working for humanity or contributing to the greater good. He wasn't obsessed with money. In fact, the idea of having a protective umbrella like a national organization appealed to him. It allowed him to focus on his work without unnecessary distractions. Hill's Special Authority Department, while not affiliated with any single nation, was under the jurisdiction of the United Nations Security Council. Lonnie surmised that its mission was likely centered around protecting humanity or something along those lines. If that was their purpose, he had no objection to joining them. But then there was the problem. Venom. Your worries are completely unnecessary, Venom said confidently. Oh, and why is that? Lonnie raised an eyebrow. If you and I are fully bonded, we become a new life form. While your internal structure is completely altered, your external appearance remains entirely human. You have all the functions of a normal human body, and the transformation is undetectable. I call this ability mimicry. Mimicry. Lonnie's expression shifted slightly. If what Venom was saying was true, then perhaps. But doubt lingered. Losing his identity as a human was something he couldn't quite accept. Wait a second. Lonnie's thoughts came to a halt. How do you even know about this mimicry thing? Venom hesitated, falling silent for a moment. I guessed. What? Lonnie felt the veins on his forehead start to bulge. If anyone were watching, they'd say his expression was priceless. You guessed? You're telling me you guessed? You're not getting your Ferrero Rocher, Lonnie said through gritted teeth, taking a deep breath to suppress his growing anger. Venom didn't respond. Even a mention of losing its beloved chocolate balls didn't provoke a reaction. It knew Lonnie well enough to back off when he was genuinely pissed. This was one of those times. Exhaling deeply, Lonnie decided to ignore Venom for the time being. He leaned forward onto the cafe table, closed his eyes, and let his thoughts drift. Spring gave way to autumn, only to circle back again. The seasons turned, and time flowed steadily forward. Before he realized it, a full year had passed. It was once again May. In that time, Lonnie had transitioned from a junior to a senior at NYU, his age ticking up from 21 to 22. The world itself had spun another full cycle. Catherine hadn't left. In fact, she had firmly settled into Lonnie's apartment. Back in December, she had returned home for the holidays. But once Christmas was over, she came back to New York, dragging along a mountain of luggage that made it clear she intended to stay long-term. Lonnie didn't mind. In fact, he welcomed her presence. Over the past year, Lonnie had been training under Steve at the Cape Fitness Club. For this, he had reluctantly shelled out for a full year's diamond membership, and his wallet had cried in protest for weeks. But the results were undeniable. Lonnie's instincts had been spot on. Steve was a phenomenal instructor. Not only did he teach Lonnie practical combat techniques, but he also corrected numerous mistakes in Lonnie's form and approach. These small adjustments led to significant improvements in Lonnie's overall combat effectiveness. With Steve, a literal super soldier, as his sparring partner, Lonnie's real-world fighting skills had become sharper and more refined than ever. As for Hill, she hadn't contacted him again since their meeting a year ago. Lonnie, still unsure how to fully conceal Venom's existence, hadn't reached out to her either. The matter had been left in limbo. One notable development over the past year was Lonnie's growing presence in academic circles. As a senior, he had published multiple papers that had caused a stir in the scientific community. One paper, in particular, was even featured in Nature magazine. As the world's most prestigious scientific journal, being published in Nature was an extraordinary achievement, especially for a 22-year-old. It was a rarity in the journal's history and sent shockwaves through the global academic community. The fact that someone so young could produce work of such caliber left many in awe. Lonnie's talent naturally drew comparisons to another scientific genius, Tony Stark. Of course, Lonnie's personality couldn't have been more different from Stark's. Where Stark was arrogant and brash, Lonnie, shaped by his previous life and a familiarity with Confucian ideals, was humble and grounded. He lacked the hubris of a young prodigy and didn't let his accomplishments inflate his ego. Instead, he remained focused on pushing forward, never complacent. Though he might not have Stark's unparalleled genius, Lonnie was undeniably a rising star in the scientific world, a supernova in the making. As graduation loomed, offers poured in from prestigious universities around the globe. Ivy League institutions and other top-tier schools dangled enticing benefits, all hoping to recruit him. Even universities from his home country in his past life had thrown their hats into the ring, taking a shot in the dark. Lonnie was now the center of attention, a coveted prospect for any institution seeking the next great mind in astrophysics. While his fame was significant within academic circles, it hadn't spilled over into the public domain. To the average person, Lonnie was just another name. He wasn't a celebrity or a household name. He was simply an expert in astrophysics. And that was exactly how Lonnie preferred it. In the past, he had read a book that resonated deeply with him. It contained a perspective he wholeheartedly agreed with. If renowned scholars and scientists ever became as celebrated as movie stars or athletes, it would mean the world had lost its way. Public attention, the book argued, was a kind of sacrifice. Stars and athletes bore the brunt of it so that great minds could work in peace. Lonnie had always subscribed to this view. Scientists needed tranquility, not fame. Over the past year, he had been able to focus on his work, write groundbreaking papers, and make meaningful contributions to his field. If he had been bombarded by the distractions of celebrity life, how could he have done any of that? Just ignore them might sound simple, but in reality, it was nonsense. You can't ignore a world that refuses to leave you alone. *** Brooklyn, Lonnie's apartment. ***. Lonnie sat at his desk, hunched over, pen in hand, deeply engrossed in a complex calculation. The warm morning sunlight streamed through the window, bathing him in a cozy glow. Meanwhile, the cool air from the air conditioning countered the summer heat, creating a perfect balance of comfort. Lately, Lonnie had been working on a particularly intricate formula. Although there were pre-existing solutions available, he preferred to read-arrive it himself. It wasn't just about solving the equation, it was about internalizing it, making the knowledge truly his own. A thin, black tendril extended from Lonnie's neck, stretching across the desk. At the other end was Venom, reduced to a thumb-sized, miniature version of itself. The tiny Venom stood on Lonnie's desk, holding an equally miniature skateboard. It zipped around the desk with glee, the wooden surface becoming its personal skate park. Venom let out an excited cry as it raced across the desk. The little skateboard moved so quickly that the scenery around Venom blurred, a testament to its absurdly high speed. Glancing up from his calculations, Lonnie watched Venom's antics for a moment, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. He couldn't help but feel a bit smug about his decision to buy that 5-cent miniature skateboard for Venom. Definitely worth it. As Venom continued to zip around the desk, losing itself in its own joy, Lonnie nodded in satisfaction. Venom's tongue emerged from its tiny mouth, flapping in the wind created by its rapid movement, leaving a trail of drool behind it. The whole display made it look like a hyperactive black husky. However, Venom's fun was abruptly interrupted when a tantalizing aroma wafted through the door, seeping into its ultra-sensitive nose. Food. Venom froze mid-skate, its tiny body alert. It promptly abandoned the skateboard, melting into a black puddle and streaming out of the room like liquid. Lonnie glanced over, but didn't bother stopping it. Venom might be impulsive, but at least it knew its limits. The black liquid slithered into the kitchen, adhering to the top of the cabinet. Swoosh! 2 crescent-shaped, white eyes appeared on the black puddle, narrowing as they observed Catherine, who was wearing an apron and busy cooking. Not long ago, Catherine had decided, on a whim, to learn how to cook. For Lonnie, having someone else take over kitchen duties was a no-brainer, so he wholeheartedly supported her endeavor. Catherine turned out to have a natural talent for cooking. In just over a month, she had already achieved about 60 to 70% of Lonnie's skill level. Lonnie couldn't help but marvel at the fact that New Oriental Culinary School had missed out on a prodigy. Fueled by her enthusiasm, Catherine had mastered Western cuisine and was now delving into Chinese cooking. Her skills in both cuisines had reached a point where even Lonnie, with his picky palate, could eat her meals with unreserved delight. Is that Tongao sugar cakes? Venom's crescent eyes widened with excitement as it watched Catherine prepare the food. Having absorbed Lonnie's memories, Venom was no stranger to the wonders of Chinese cuisine. Sugar cakes, one of the undisputed champions of Chinese-style breakfasts, was something it was particularly fond of. For a sweet tooth like Venom, sugar cakes were a dream come true. Not bad. I should convince Lonnie to marry Catherine. She could make me sugar cakes every day. Venom mused to itself, its crescent eyes expanding and contracting as it daydreamed. Of course, even Venom knew better than to eat the same thing every day. No matter how delicious, too much of a good thing could lead to burnout. Venom prided itself on being a connoisseur of fine foods and knew to pace itself to keep its favorite special. Still, sugar cakes were an excellent temporary substitute for its beloved Ferrero Rocher chocolates. Lonnie didn't share Venom's love for sweet foods, so sugar cakes were a rarity in the household. It was far easier for Lonnie to placate Venom with store-bought chocolate. Catherine, on the other hand, loved sweets just as much as Venom did. Her favorite breakfast to make, and the one she was best at, was sugar cakes. Venom, ever opportunistic, decided that Catherine was someone worth keeping around. After savoring the sight of the sugar cakes for a moment longer, Venom reluctantly retreated. It returned to Lonnie's room, but didn't resume its skateboarding. Instead, it merged back into Lonnie's body, falling unusually silent. This uncharacteristic behavior caught Lonnie's attention. What's wrong with it? Did it get spooked or something? Lonnie wondered. It was rare for Venom to be this quiet. It almost felt too peaceful. But Lonnie wasn't about to complain. For once, he could enjoy some uninterrupted work. Stretching lazily, he returned to his calculations, fully absorbed in his research. Lonnie, breakfast is ready. Catherine's voice called from outside the room. Got it, Lonnie replied absent-mindedly, still engrossed in his work. 5 minutes later, smack! A pair of chopsticks came down hard on Lonnie's hand, knocking his pen to the floor. Enough. Time to eat. Catherine, still wearing her apron, stood with her hands on her hips, glaring at him. All right, Lonnie said with a wry smile. I've been calling you for 10 minutes already. If the sugar cakes get cold, they won't taste as good. Catherine huffed, clearly displeased. It hasn't been 10 minutes, Lonnie muttered, capping his pen. All right, let's eat. He gently nudged Catherine out of the room, leaving his work behind. Catherine's cooking skills didn't disappoint. The breakfast she had prepared was thoroughly enjoyable for everyone at the table. Lonnie picked up a sugar cake, and when Catherine wasn't looking, he discreetly dropped it under the table. The black liquid attached to Lonnie's leg quickly extended, forming a hand to catch the sugar cake. Venom eagerly devoured it, savoring every bite. By the end of breakfast, Catherine had made 15 sugar cakes, 10 of which had mysteriously disappeared into Venom's bottomless stomach. I remember you used to hate sweet foods when we were kids. How come you're so into them now? You ate 1, 2, 3, 10 sugar cakes. Catherine exclaimed, astonished. People change. Tastes change too, Lonnie said with an awkward laugh. Is that so? Well, I'll make more next time. I love sugar cakes too, Catherine said cheerfully. Sure, Lonnie muttered, nibbling on a dry soybean cake with a resigned expression. By the way, have you decided what you're going to do after graduation? Catherine asked between bites of sugar cake. Not yet, Lonnie replied, standing up. Where's the milk? In the fridge. Thanks, Lonnie said, pouring himself a glass. Have you contacted your senior, Hill? I think her organization sounds promising. Professor X vouched for it. After all, Catherine said. Not yet, Lonnie said, downing the glass of milk in one go. Well, no rush. You still got a few months to decide. Not in a rush. I've still got a few months to decide, Lonnie said calmly, his demeanor completely unbothered. You're way too laid back, Catherine quipped, unable to hold back her frustration. She was a loss for words when faced with Lonnie's perpetually zen-like, go-with-the-flow attitude. What's the point of rushing? It won't change anything, Lonnie replied with a shrug. Catherine found it odd. Lonnie seemed to be subconsciously avoiding the option of joining Hill's organization. Or was it just her imagination? For some reason, she couldn't shake the feeling that Lonnie wanted to join, but was hesitating over something. I need to help him figure this out, Catherine thought to herself. Just then, Lonnie's phone started ringing. He pulled out his pocket and glanced at the caller ID. Caller. Abby? Hey, Abby. Up so early today? Lonnie answered, his tone teasing. Abby was known for his colorful nightlife, which often left him sleeping through the mornings. Typically, Abby's mornings started at noon. Lonnie, are you free tonight? Abby's excited voice came through the line. I'm free. What's up? Just to be clear, if this is another one of your no-holds-barred parties, I'm not going, Lonnie said flatly. No, it's not that. It's my dad's boss's party, Abby exclaimed. Lonnie blinked. Abby's dad's boss. That could only mean Tony Stark, Lonnie asked, unsure. Yep, Stark decided to throw a party on a whim, and my dad's in charge of organizing it. He handed me a bunch of invitations. Want to come? I'm not going, Lonnie said decisively. He despised socializing and had no interest in fame. Fame might seem glamorous, but to Lonnie, it was nothing more than a superficial distraction. As someone who considered himself a semi-pure researcher, he found fame unnecessary and even counterproductive. Lonnie wasn't Tony Stark. While Tony could juggle fame, leisure, and scientific breakthroughs effortlessly, Lonnie couldn't. Trying to emulate Tony would only end in disaster. A real-life asterisk. American Tale of the Prodigal Son. Asterisk. And then there was the media. Some outlets had already been comparing Lonnie and Tony, despite the fact that they'd never even met. If they attended the same event, the headlines would be endless. Not to mention Tony Stark's larger-than-life reputation. Come on, don't be like that, Abby pleaded. Didn't you say you've had some lingering questions about nuclear reactors? This is your chance to ask Stark. Say what you want about the guy, but when it comes to this stuff, no one's better. That gave Lonnie pause. It was true. He had a few unresolved questions about nuclear reactors that had been nagging at him for a while. They weren't related to astrophysics, but rather to the technicalities of reactor design. Professor X wasn't particularly versed in the subject, and NYU didn't have many experts in the field either. As a result, those questions have been shelved indefinitely. Tony Stark, however, was a renowned weapons expert and a genius in physics. If anyone could provide answers, it'd be him. Sensing Lonnie's hesitation, Abby pounced on the opportunity. You know how hard it is to even get a chance to meet Stark, right? If you miss this, who knows when you'll get another shot. Fine. Lonnie finally relented. Compared to his aversion to fame, his curiosity about those questions weighed heavier. Send me the time and location via email. Will do. Oh, and don't forget to bring Catherine, Abby added, almost as an afterthought. Got it. Abby's enthusiasm for Catherine was more than apparent. The first time he met her, his eyes had practically turned neon green with excitement, a sight so blinding it nearly seared Lonnie's retinas. Then Catherine promptly brought him back to earth with an over-the-shoulder throw. Catherine often tagged along when Lonnie trained with Steve at the gym, and she'd picked up a few moves herself. While her skills weren't enough to take on seasoned fighters, they were more than enough to handle someone like Abby, whose extracurricular activities had left him physically suboptimal. Despite being humbled by Catherine, Abby's enthusiasm for her hadn't waned. If anything, it had grown, especially after learning that Lonnie wasn't romantically interested in her. Abby had become even more persistent. Unfortunately for him, Catherine found him just as, if not more, annoying. After hanging up, Lonnie placed his phone back on the table. That playboy again? Catherine asked, her tone dripping with disdain. Yep, he invited us to Stark's party, Lonnie replied. Stark? Which Stark? Catherine asked, confused. A notification dinged. Abby had already emailed the time and address. Tony Stark. What? Nightfall. The sun had disappeared, leaving the moon to cast its gentle glow across the evening sky. Time, 8:15 p.m. Location, Stark Manor. Are you sure that's what you're wearing to a party? Lonnie asked as he and Catherine stepped out of the cab. He couldn't help but voice his concern. What's wrong with it? I think it's fine, Catherine replied, completely unbothered. If you say so. In all his years of life, including his past life, Lonnie had never seen someone attend a party in jeans. Catherine's outfit consisted of a plain white t-shirt, ripped jeans, and white sneakers. The simplicity of her attire somehow made her natural beauty shine even brighter, but this was a formal party. And those jeans weren't just any jeans. They were ripped, distressed, and practically screaming casual rebellion. Why does it matter? You're not wearing a suit either, Catherine countered, raising an eyebrow. It's not the same. Lonnie was wearing a casual, relaxed-fit evening suit, a far cry from the jeans and t-shirt combo Catherine was rocking. Realizing there was no point in arguing, Lonnie gave up. I think it looks great, Venom's voice chimed in unexpectedly. Lonnie flinched. Can you not do that? It's been 15 years, and you still sneak up on me and scare the crap out of me every time. You're so jumpy. Why don't you try being in my shoes? Not interested. Who are you talking to? Catherine's voice snapped Lonnie out of his argument with Venom. She was looking at him quizzically. Nothing. Just talking to myself. Let's go, Lonnie said hastily, brushing off her question as he started walking toward the manor. Catherine stayed rooted in place, her eyes narrowing as she watched him. You said she looks great? Lonnie asked Venom internally. You don't mean me, do you? Of course I meant Catherine. Who else? I'm not handsome. Hey, you're. Trailing behind him, Catherine's brows furrowed slightly. Lonnie's habit of talking to himself wasn't new. It had happened before, enough times to catch her attention. Is he, I don't know, schizophrenic or something? Catherine muttered under her breath. Is this guy schizophrenic? Catherine wondered suspiciously. They say geniuses often come with quirks, and Lonnie certainly fit the genius mold. Could it be that this guy really had some sort of mental illness? What are you doing? Hurry up, Lonnie's voice called out from a distance. Coming. Catherine snapped out of her thoughts and jogged over to catch up. After showing their invitations to the gatekeeper, the two were easily allowed in. As soon as they stepped into the venue, they were both struck by the sheer extravagance of Stark Manor. The house hosting the party was easily 10 times the size of Lonnie's apartment, and there were many other buildings just like it scattered across the estate. This place is incredible, so luxurious and beautiful, Catherine exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she took in the surroundings. The world of the rich, Lonnie muttered, his tone full of disbelief as his gaze wandered over the golden marble decor. The place looked like a castle, resplendent and dazzling. Such a shame, though, Catherine sighed. All this beauty, and the owner's just a glorified playboy. Playboy? Well, she wasn't wrong. All right, enough gawking. Abby's waiting for us inside, Lonnie said, giving Catherine a light pat on the shoulder. All right. Catherine reluctantly tore her gaze away from the surroundings and followed Lonnie into the main hall. You're finally here. I missed you guys so much. Abby greeted them enthusiastically, arms wide open as he walked toward them. Lonnie blinked in confusion. Why was Abby being so unusually warm today? Still, he smiled and opened his arms to return the gesture. But before Lonnie could react, a figure swiftly brushed past him. Oh, Catherine, I missed you so much. Abby beamed, heading straight for her. Catherine rolled her eyes, raised her hands, and bam! The noisy party fell silent. All eyes turned to the scene in stunned disbelief as Abby hit the ground hard, courtesy of Catherine's signature over-the-shoulder throw. Lonnie awkwardly lowered his own outstretched arms and scratched his nose, trying to quell the second-hand embarrassment creeping over him. This idiot, he muttered under his breath. Catherine clapped her hands together as if brushing off imaginary dust. Trying to pull a fast one on me, huh? Before the silence could settle, a playful yet flippant voice broke through from behind. Well, someone has quite the temper. I like it. Lonnie turned to see the speaker, a mature, handsome man with a charming smile that radiated charisma. The commotion had apparently attracted the host of the evening himself. And not just any host, the biggest name at the party. Tony Stark, Lonnie murmured, recognizing him immediately. This was the man hailed as the golden boy of the era, the CEO of Stark Industries, the leader of the global arms industry, and a top-tier scientist with a mind that seemed almost inhuman in its brilliance. For the first time, the legendary Tony Stark stood before him in the flesh. But Stark's attention wasn't on Lonnie. Ignoring him entirely, Tony walked straight up to Catherine. And what's your name, beautiful lady? Tony asked smoothly, flashing his signature, disarming smile. Catherine, she replied, raising an eyebrow. Ah, a lovely name for a lovely lady, Tony said, turning back to his entourage with an exaggerated flourish. His sycophants immediately chimed in with enthusiastic agreements. Would I be fortunate enough to have the honor of sharing dinner with the beautiful Miss Catherine this evening? Tony asked, his tone as suave as ever. No, Catherine replied flatly. She wasn't some naive girl who'd fall for flowery words. Tony's reputation as a notorious playboy was well known across America. Frankly, it grossed her out. Tony's smile faltered ever so slightly. Being rejected so bluntly wasn't something he was used to. Mr. Stark, she's my friend. She just has a straightforward way of speaking, Abby said hurriedly, having climbed back to his feet and trying to smooth things over. And who are you? Tony asked, raising an unimpressed eyebrow. His tone was much less pleasant when addressing men. I'm Abby Rogers, son of Monk Rogers. Abby introduced himself, clearly trying to align himself with his father's reputation. Ah, Mr. Rogers' son, Tony said with a nod of acknowledgement. Abby smiled awkwardly, only for Tony to immediately add, well, this has nothing to do with you. Move along. Abby's smile froze in place. Lonnie's brow furrowed. Stark was even more arrogant and disagreeable than the rumors made him out to be. I want to eat him. Venom growled darkly in Lonnie's mind. I want to punch him, Lonnie muttered under his breath. Should we take him out? Venom's tone brimmed with excitement. It had been a year since it last had any action, and it was practically itching for a fight. Lonnie sneered. Hey, get lost, Lonnie said sharply, cutting Venom off. As always, Venom disappeared as quickly as it came, leaving Lonnie muttering to himself, what a psycho. Lonnie, I want to leave, Catherine said loudly, her frustration evident. Catherine wasn't one to hide her emotions. Her dislike for Tony was written all over her face, and she made no attempt to mask it. Though she wasn't particularly fond of Abby, he was still a friend. Seeing him treated so dismissively only amplified her annoyance. It was at this moment that Tony finally seemed to notice the young man standing quietly behind Catherine. And who are you? Tony asked, tilting his head slightly. Lonnie Scarborough, Lonnie replied calmly, introducing himself. The room erupted into murmurs and whispers. Tony might not have recognized the name immediately, but many of the Stark Industries employees present certainly did. The media had been endlessly comparing Tony and Lonnie as the genius of today versus the genius of tomorrow. Naturally, Stark's people have been keeping tabs on this rising star. Sounds familiar. How'd you get in here? Tony asked, frowning slightly. I brought them, Abby interjected nervously. He knew how much power Tony wielded. Just one word from him, and Abby's father could lose his job. Tony didn't respond to Abby. Instead, he turned his attention back to Lonnie. You don't strike me as someone who enjoys parties, Tony remarked. Lonnie raised an eyebrow, surprised by how quickly Tony had read him. Despite his abrasive personality, the man's insight was sharp. You're not wrong. I'm not a fan of these kinds of events. I only came because I had a few questions about nuclear reactors I wanted to ask you. But, judging by the situation, I think I'll pass, Lonnie said plainly. Tony's reputation as an arms dealer made Lonnie wary of getting too involved with him. Interesting. Now I remember. You're the young genius all those idiotic media outlets keep comparing me to, aren't you? Tony said, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. Lonnie didn't respond, maintaining a calm stare. All right, everyone, clear out, Tony said with a dismissive wave. His employees immediately obeyed, dispersing from the area. Once the crowd had thinned, Tony walked up to Lonnie, his curiosity piqued. So, what are these questions of yours? Let's hear them. Your questions? Let's hear them, Tony said, stepping right up to face Lonnie. I don't feel like asking anymore, Lonnie replied with a shake of his head, his tone calm but firm. Tony raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed. Young man, you may not like me, but with that attitude toward knowledge, I'm not inclined to respect you either. His words carried a dismissive edge, but beneath the flippant demeanor, there was a sharpness, a seriousness about science that couldn't be ignored. Lonnie froze for a moment, staring down at Tony, who was a good half a head shorter than him. For the first time, he saw something beyond the cocky exterior, a genuine dedication to science. After a long pause, Lonnie sighed and began to articulate the questions that had been troubling him for so long. Catherine and Abby stood off to the side, bewildered as the two men launched into an intense discussion filled with technical jargon. They were speaking English, sure, but somehow the words strung together felt completely alien. How was this still English? Abby muttered, scratching his head. I don't know, Catherine replied, equally baffled. I understand each word, but put together? Not a clue. Despite his initial dislike for Tony, Lonnie found himself fully immersed in the conversation. When it came to science, personal feelings took a back seat. Tony's personality might not win him any awards for charm, but his intellect was undeniable. His insights into nuclear reactors were groundbreaking, and even his offhand comments left Lonnie feeling like doors had opened in his mind. Tony had been right earlier. Whatever Lonnie's personal feelings about him, he couldn't afford to let that cloud his pursuit of knowledge. Science required a clear head and an open mind. Looks like they're wrapping up, Abby said about 30 minutes later, perking up as the conversation between Lonnie and Tony seemed to slow. Catherine, who had been idly munching on snacks, also paused and turned her attention toward the two men. So that's it, Lonnie exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as Tony's explanation finally resolved his last lingering question. For the first time that evening, there was a hint of admiration in his gaze as he looked at Tony. For all his flaws, Tony Stark truly lived up to his reputation. His brilliance was no exaggeration. You're pretty good, Tony said, clapping Lonnie on the shoulder with approval. Of course, you've got a long way to go before you're at my level. But compared to most people, you're miles ahead. Lonnie's expression twitched. Is there no end to this guy's ego? I believe your focus is astrophysics, Tony asked, his tone shifting to a more conversational one. That's right, Lonnie nodded. His interest in nuclear reactors had been a side project born out of his broader research interests. Astrophysics remained his primary field. Let's test that, Tony said with a mischievous grin. Despite astrophysics not being his specialty, Tony's expertise spanned so many fields that he could still hold his own in a discussion. And so began a new round of exchanges. Catherine and Abby exchanged a helpless glance. The world of geniuses is beyond us, Abby said with a sigh. Obviously, Catherine replied, crossing her arms. Let's go find something fun to do, Abby suggested, his eyes gleaming as he realized this was the perfect opportunity to score points with Catherine. No, Catherine said flatly, shooting him a disdainful look. Come on, we can't even understand what they're talking about. Aren't you bored just standing here? Abby pressed, refusing to give up. I am bored. But I'd rather be bored here than hang out with you, Catherine replied coolly, her tone dripping with contempt. Abby winced. Asterisk damn, she's sharp. Can't catch a break with her. Asterisk. Reluctantly, he gave up on his plan and resorted to aimless small talk with Catherine instead. Lonnie and Tony's discussion stretched on for nearly an hour. At some point, the two of them had relocated to a nearby seating area, where they sat face to face, fully immersed in conversation. When it came to astrophysics, a field Lonnie had spent over 2 decades studying across 2 lifetimes, he was in his element. His passion and expertise were evident in every word. Tony, while incredibly knowledgeable, began to struggle to keep up the longer the conversation went on. Though he was a genius capable of mastering any subject in record time, astrophysics wasn't a field he devoted significant time to. For most people, Tony's casual understanding of astrophysics would surpass what they could achieve in a lifetime. But Lonnie wasn't most people. In this particular field, Lonnie's years of focused study and innate talent gave him an edge. "You're genuinely impressive," Tony said, his tone carrying an unusual note of sincerity. It was the second time that evening he had praised Lonnie. For someone as notoriously self-assured as Tony Stark, that was no small thing. Tony's respect for Lonnie's expertise was clear, and for a moment, a spark of admiration flickered in his eyes. It'd be a waste to let talent like yours slip through the cracks. "How about joining Stark Industries?" Tony offered, his tone casual but his intent serious. Having spent so long at the top of his field, Tony was growing bored. Innovation had become a game of outdoing himself. There were no real rivals left. While Lonnie wasn't a direct competitor, his brilliance in astrophysics intrigued Tony enough to make him want to recruit him. "No thanks," Lonnie said bluntly, shaking his head. Tony raised an eyebrow, surprised by the quick rejection. "You're not even going to think about it?" "Already have plans," Lonnie replied. The truth was he had zero interest in working for a military-industrial complex like Stark Industries. "Shame," Tony said, though his tone was light. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a business card, handing it to Lonnie. "Here, that's my card. If you ever have questions or change your mind, you know where to find me." Lonnie hesitated for a moment before taking the card. He couldn't help but be a little surprised by Tony's gesture. Rare to meet a scientist worth their salt these days. "Don't let those stuffy old fossils ruin you," Tony said, giving Lonnie a firm pat on the shoulder before turning and walking away. It reminded Lonnie of Maria Hill from a year ago, the same decisive, no-nonsense attitude. "Asterisk if you join me, great. If not, I'll carry on just fine without you. Asterisk." "What an interesting guy," Lonnie muttered, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Despite Tony's abrasive personality and arrogance, he found himself not disliking him as much as he initially had. "You're finally done," Catherine said, walking over with Abby as soon as Tony left. "Let's go home. This party is boring," she added, pouting slightly. "All right, let's head out," Lonnie agreed readily. He wasn't particularly keen on staying any longer either. "I won't be able to see you off," Abby said with a shrug. "My dad's still here, so I have to stick around." "No worries," Lonnie said, waving him off. Abby nodded, then turned to Catherine. "See you around, Catherine." "Oomph." Abby could only laugh awkwardly as Catherine dismissed him with a scoff. He watched the two of them leave before turning and walking off in the opposite direction. As the first rays of morning sunlight spilled across Lonnie's writing desk, a new day quietly announced its arrival. Time had slipped by unnoticed, and June was now just around the corner. Lonnie had officially decided against pursuing graduate studies at NYU. Though the university was one of the world's top institutions, especially in STEM fields, its achievements in astrophysics were modest at best. Beyond Professor X, there wasn't much to boast about in that department. After 4 years of studying under Professor X, Lonnie understood his mentor's capabilities well. Another year at most, and Lonnie would surpass him. Staying at NYU for graduate school would be a waste of time and potential. Lonnie wasn't the type to let personal ties cloud objective judgment. It would be irresponsible to his own growth. Interestingly, Professor X agreed. In fact, he actively discouraged Lonnie from staying at NYU, pointing out that it would limit his development. Lonnie might have been willing to stay, but Professor X wasn't having it. Instead, the professor provided Lonnie with a list of potential avenues for his future. The first option was the Special Authority Department Maria Hill belonged to SHIELD, also known as the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division. Its benefits were countless, and both Lonnie and Professor X were well aware of them. There wasn't much need for discussion. The second tier of options included 5 renowned institutions: the United States National Academy of Sciences, Harvard University, Oxford University, Cambridge University, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT. These 5 were among the world's leading institutions in astrophysics besides SHIELD. If Lonnie chose not to join Hill's organization, these would be his top alternatives. Professor X strongly urged Lonnie to pick one of these 6 options. Lonnie didn't turn him down. After all, these 6 represented the best opportunities for him. But he hadn't made a final decision yet. Still, Professor X had taken the initiative to inform the 4 universities on Lonnie's behalf. They were already prepared and fully expected Lonnie to choose one of them if he decided to pursue graduate studies. Their responses were unsurprising. As long as Lonnie made his decision by September, they would welcome him with open arms. The U.S. National Academy of Sciences, however, hadn't made any declarations. As for SHIELD, Lonnie was certain their doors would always be open for him. Having thought it through, but unable to reach a conclusion, Lonnie chose to let the matter sit for a while. With 3 months left, there was no rush. Life returned to its familiar rhythm of routine and daily obligations. Brooklyn, Lonnie's apartment. "Catherine, I'm heading out," Lonnie called from the doorway as he slipped on his shoes. "Breakfast is on the table. Don't sleep in too long, or it'll get cold." "Got it." Catherine's lively voice rang out from her room. "She's up early today," Lonnie muttered to himself, a hint of surprise in his tone. With that, he opened the door and left, heading toward the city's central library. Click! The sound of the front door locking echoed through the apartment. 3 minutes later, Catherine cracked her bedroom door open, peering out cautiously to make sure Lonnie was gone. Once she confirmed the coast was clear, she sprinted into Lonnie's bedroom. Kneeling in front of his bedside cabinet, she glanced nervously over her shoulder, half expecting Lonnie to materialize out of nowhere. Opening the drawer, she retrieved the business card she had once mistaken for something less reputable. Pulling out her phone, she dialed the number printed on it. City Center Library. Lonnie strolled through the library, a backpack slung over one shoulder and 3 freshly borrowed astrophysics books in hand. Ever since Catherine had once mistakenly called the cops on him, resulting in the loss of his previous backpack and laptop, Lonnie had had to purchase replacements. After a brief search, he found an empty seat at a 2-person table. Across from it, a girl was busy working on a laptop. "Mind if I sit here?" Lonnie asked politely. The girl looked up briefly, her expression indifferent. "Go ahead." "Thanks," Lonnie said with a nod, setting his things down and taking a seat. As he unpacked his laptop and notebooks, he glanced at the girl sitting across from him. "A mixed heritage, maybe?" he wondered. The girl was strikingly beautiful. Her long, wavy brown hair cascaded gently over her shoulders, and her sun-kissed, slightly tanned skin gave her a healthy, vibrant look. Her facial features leaned toward an Eastern aesthetic, which aligned well with traditional Eastern standards of beauty. She was likely of mixed Eastern and Western descent. The thought flitted through Lonnie's mind before he refocused on his work. Placing his notebooks and laptop neatly on the table, he quickly immersed himself in his academic pursuits. Important findings and conclusions were always documented in both handwritten and digital formats, a double layer of security against potential mishaps. Soon, Lonnie was lost in his research, completely oblivious to his surroundings. Across from him, the mixed heritage girl tilted her head, her curious gaze fixed on Lonnie as he scribbled furiously in his notebook. "Lonnie Scarborough, the prodigious physicist," she murmured to herself. As a seasoned hacker and frequent internet dweller, she had naturally come across the recent flood of media coverage about Lonnie. His name and achievements were practically plastered everywhere. And with his unmistakable preference for head-to-toe Adidas attire, identifying him was laughably easy. Her sharp eyes twinkled with mischief as she straightened up and began typing rapidly on her laptop. Within moments, a detailed page of personal information appeared on her screen. It was Lonnie's basic profile. Wow, he's only 22 and has already won so many awards. What a genius, she thought, genuinely impressed as she scrolled through his accolades. BZZZ, BZZZ. Lonnie's phone vibrated suddenly, interrupting his thoughts. Frowning slightly, he glanced at the screen. The call was from an unknown number. After a moment's hesitation, he answered. "This is Lonnie Scarborough." "It's Hill," came the familiar, icy voice on the other end. "Senior Hill," Lonnie said, startled. It had been over a year since their last interaction, and now she was suddenly reaching out to him. "Is there something I can help you with, Senior?" Lonnie asked cautiously. For Hill to contact him after all this time, it had to be something important. Could it be that her organization was more eager for his recruitment than he had initially thought? "The girl sitting across from you is currently hacking into a national database, attempting to access your personal records," Hill said bluntly, wasting no time in getting to the point. "What?" Lonnie's eyes widened in shock. His head snapped up, his gaze locking onto the girl sitting across from him. At the exact same moment, she looked up as well, meeting his eyes. Their gazes collided, and a strange, tense atmosphere settled over the table. It was as if the stillness in the air carried the weight of an unspoken confrontation. The moment her eyes met Lonnie's, the mixed-heritage girl felt something was off. She quickly minimized the page displaying Lonnie's information and shut down her hacking interface, leaving only an ordinary news website on her laptop screen. "You're a hacker?" Lonnie's curious voice reached her just as she finished her cover-up. Looking up, she saw Lonnie staring at her with an intrigued expression. The call from Hill had just ended, and Lonnie casually placed his phone back on the table. "Hacker? Me?" The girl feigned innocence, her expression wide-eyed and confused. "I don't know anything about hacking." Her innocent act was so convincing that Lonnie almost believed her. Almost. "My personal records are encrypted and sealed. Any unauthorized attempt to access them immediately triggers a trace on the intruder's IP address," Lonnie said with a playful smirk, his tone dripping with amusement. If Lonnie had guessed correctly, he must have taken precautions to lock down his personal data long ago. The moment someone attempted to breach it, their location would be flagged and reported. That was likely how Hill had caught on to the girl's actions so quickly. The girl's face stiffened at his words, cursing internally. With her hacking skills, breaking into even the White House's database wouldn't be a problem. If she'd been serious about it, no one would have been able to trace her. But this time, she hadn't taken the task seriously. It had been a spur-of-the-moment curiosity. How was she supposed to know this guy was connected to some big-shot organization? And now she'd been caught red-handed. Realizing there was no point in pretending anymore, the girl decided to own up. "My name's Sky, and yeah, I'm a hacker," she admitted boldly. She made no attempt to run. Considering how quickly Hill had reacted, she figured the area might already be under surveillance. If that were the case, escaping was pointless. She wasn't exactly a fighter. There was no way she could outrun or outmaneuver anyone. If Lonnie knew what she was thinking, he would have chuckled and said, "What an imagination, girl." "Lonnie Scarborough." Lonnie introduced himself with a nod, his tone as casual as if they were meeting under normal circumstances. He didn't seem remotely angry about her snooping into his personal data. Why? Well, because she was pretty. Wasn't that reason enough? "So, why were you digging into my records?" Lonnie asked, his curiosity piqued. As far as he knew, there wasn't anything about him worth hacking into a database for. "Curiosity," Sky replied, leaning back in her chair and folding her arms. She wasn't lying. It really had been a spur-of-the-moment decision. Sitting there bored, she'd suddenly recognized Lonnie, the academic world's rising star, and decided to look him up. And then, well, she'd gotten herself into trouble. Lonnie nodded thoughtfully. It was a reasonable enough explanation. Closing his laptop and gathering his belongings, he began packing up. "What are you doing?" Sky asked, puzzled. "This isn't the place to talk," Lonnie replied, gesturing to the quiet library. Conversations here would disturb others, and Lonnie himself disliked being interrupted while working in such spaces. "Come with me," he said, slinging his bag over his shoulder and walking off. Sky hesitated briefly before deciding to follow him. Library's lounge area. The top floor of the city's central library housed a relaxation area for readers to unwind. "Here," Lonnie said, handing Sky a cup of iced coffee as they stood by the glass windows overlooking the bustling streets of New York. "Thanks," Sky said politely, taking the cup. "So, why did you become a hacker?" Lonnie asked out of the blue. I have my reasons, Sky replied quietly, her gaze fixed on the busy streets below. Her tone carried a hint of something deeper, a story she wasn't ready to share. I see. Lonnie nodded, choosing not to press further. What about you? Sky asked, turning to look at him. Why did you become a researcher? All that science stuff just seems dull and boring to me. Lonnie chuckled softly, leaning back against the railing. Probably because I've always been interested. Even as a kid, I had a knack for physics. With my teachers guiding me in the right direction, I eventually found my path in research, Lonnie explained with a calm smile. Bullshit, a raspy voice suddenly echoed in Lonnie's mind. Sky nodded, seemingly satisfied with his answer. What he'd said matched the information she'd come across in her earlier search. Sounds nice when you say it out loud. Venom's voice sneered in Lonnie's head. But we both know the real story. Didn't you pick STEM just to impress a girl back in the day? Interest? More like lust-starest. Lonnie's expression darkened. This damned symbiote was airing his dirty laundry again. Too bad for you, though. Venom continued mockingly. You chose STEM, but the girl didn't choose you. And now, here you are, single, buried in research, and deeply in love with your equations. Sky noticed Lonnie's face turning sour and tilted her head in confusion. Had she said something wrong? Lonnie quickly composed himself, silently cursing Venom for being a disruptive jerk. So how old are you? Where'd you go to school? Lonnie asked, steering the conversation into safer territory. Meanwhile, Venom continued its relentless mockery in the background. I'm 21, so a year younger than you, Sky replied casually. I didn't go to college, though. I finished high school, and that was it. Lonnie caught a faint note of regret in her voice. Wait, so all your hacking skills are self-taught? Lonnie asked, genuinely surprised. Of course, Sky said, a touch of pride in her tone. I taught myself everything I know about computers. And I bet you this. I could rank in the top 100 hackers worldwide. Lonnie smiled faintly, but didn't respond. He wasn't entirely convinced and chalked it up to her boasting. Sky, however, noticed his skepticism and rolled her eyes. She didn't feel the need to prove anything. Believe it or not, whatever. Venom, meanwhile, was still yammering away in Lonnie's mind, its relentless teasing making him wish he could eject it, even for just a moment. The two continued chatting casually, the conversation meandering without any real direction. Time slipped by unnoticed, and before they realized it, it was almost noon. Glancing at his watch, Lonnie said, "It's getting late. Let me treat you to lunch." After chatting for so long, he figured they'd at least become acquaintances, if not friends. "Are you asking me out?" Sky teased, leaning in slightly with a playful smile. "If you want to think of it that way," Lonnie replied with a cheeky grin. He wasn't some naive kid. He knew how to play along. "Sorry, I've got other plans," Sky said, straightening up. "But let's exchange numbers." "Sure," Lonnie said, not pushing further. They swapped phone numbers and parted ways shortly after. As Lonnie walked away, Venom was still rambling in his head, its snide remarks refusing to let up. "Crazy symbiote," Lonnie muttered under his breath, shaking his head in exasperation. After parting ways with Sky, Lonnie didn't head home. Earlier, when he had called Catherine, she wasn't at home. Who knew where she had wandered off to this time? With Catherine out and no idea when she'd return, Lonnie figured it made more sense to eat out rather than wait to cook something at home later. Hailing a cab, Lonnie made his way to Fifth Avenue. This place was his old stomping ground. Having grown up here, he knew every corner like the back of his hand. He was also intimately familiar with the flavors of every restaurant and food stall in the area. Lonnie walked into a small Chinese restaurant, his backpack slung over one shoulder. The restaurant was run by a Chinese uncle, whose cooking was authentic and flavorful. Rumor had it the owner was from Chongqing, known for its love of spicy, bold flavors, perfect for Lonnie's palate. "Uncle, one beef hot pot, please," Lonnie called out as he entered, his Mandarin crisp and fluent. The restaurant was small, but well kept. Every table and chair was spotless, and the rich aroma of hot pot filled the air. The walls were clean, giving the place a welcoming, homey vibe. Behind the counter, a middle-aged man in his 40s was busy preparing the hot pot base. The owner prided himself on his handcrafted recipes, which were a hit with his customers. The entire cooking process was done in plain view, which only added to the trust and satisfaction of his patrons. The owner looked up when he heard the Mandarin greeting. Seeing Lonnie, he smiled warmly. "Oh, Lonnie, it's you. Take a seat anywhere," the owner replied in Mandarin, waving him in. The man knew Lonnie was of Chinese descent and had grown up in an orphanage. At one point, he had even tried to adopt Lonnie, but being divorced and lacking a wife disqualified him from doing so. The orphanage had denied his request. Even though he couldn't adopt him, the owner frequently visited Lonnie at the orphanage, bringing food and gifts each time. Those acts of kindness had left a lasting impression on Lonnie. Meeting a fellow Chinese in a foreign land always felt special, like finding family when you least expected it. After starting college, Lonnie visited the restaurant less often, and the owner had become busier too, leaving little time to check in on him. Still, whenever Lonnie had the chance, he would drop by to say hello. "All right." Lonnie nodded and picked a random seat. Setting his backpack aside, he leaned his chin on his hand and stared off into space. The restaurant was lively and noisy, not exactly the right environment for deep research. Lonnie wasn't particularly fond of using his phone, either, leaving him with little to do but let his thoughts wander. "Lonnie, look over there," Venom's voice suddenly cut in. "Where?" Lonnie asked, startled, lifting his head in confusion. 3 o'clock, across the street, Venom said. Following Venom's direction, Lonnie turned his gaze. A towering building immediately caught his eye. "That's—" Lonnie's expression shifted to one of surprise as he stared at the structure. "The New York Astronomical Museum. You remember this place, don't you?" Venom's tone was unusually wistful. "Of course I do," Lonnie said with a small smile, his eyes softening as he looked at the museum. A wave of nostalgia washed over him. "This is where we first met." Though it wasn't exactly the most pleasant introduction, Venom said, its voice tinged with an almost human-like emotion. 15 years ago, Lonnie was 6 years old. New York orphanage. A small head peeked over the edge of a 3-meter-high wall. After scanning the area and confirming no one was around, a tiny figure began clumsily climbing to the top. "Man, this is exhausting. Being this young makes physical activity so much harder," a childish voice grumbled, though the tone carried the maturity of an adult. Perched precariously on the wall, 6-year-old Lonnie glanced down at the 3-meter drop below. His small stature, barely 1.4 meters tall, didn't make things any easier. He stood there silently for a while, calculating his next move. Taking a deep breath, he fixed his gaze on a patch of freshly loosened soil not far away. The orphanage had recently dug up that area to plant trees, leaving a soft dirt pit behind. It was the perfect landing spot for his great escape. It had taken him quite a bit of effort to gather this intel. Standing on a narrow wall, Lonnie gritted his teeth and leapt. Thud! Lonnie groaned, lying in the dirt pit and clutching his waist. His face twisted in pain. "That hurt like hell," he muttered in Mandarin, too preoccupied to care about the dirt clinging to his clothes. He decided to lie there for a few minutes to recover. After about 5 minutes, the pain in his waist subsided enough for him to move. Climbing out of the pit, he half-heartedly brushed off the dirt. All this just to visit the Astronomical Museum. What a hassle, Lonnie grumbled, checking his bearings before sprinting off. 5th Avenue, Astronomical Museum. Fortunately, the orphanage was also located on 5th Avenue. While not exactly close to the museum, it was within walking distance. When Lonnie reached the museum, he told the gatekeeper that his parents were inside. Seeing that he was just a kid, the gatekeeper didn't press him for details and let him in. In the U.S., children typically didn't have to pay admission fees to museums. Even for those that required tickets, kids could usually enter for free. This policy worked in Lonnie's favor, as he didn't have a single penny to his name. "Not bad," Lonnie murmured, taking in the exhibits through the eyes of someone who had lived in a more advanced future. For the 1990s, this museum was impressive. Small children were a common sight in a museum, many of them wandering around on their own. However, most of these kids were dressed in school uniforms, part of groups on school field trips. In contrast, Lonnie, wearing casual clothes with dirt stains, stuck out like a sore thumb. As Lonnie roamed the exhibits, a thick, black, viscous liquid clung to the surface of the museum's massive telescope at the top of the building. The liquid seemed to watch the people below, its inky form rippling slightly. Suddenly, its gaze locked onto a small figure, 6-year-old Lonnie. The black liquid quivered, then began flowing down like a stream of water, heading directly toward the unsuspecting boy. Oblivious to the alien presence targeting him, Lonnie continued exploring the museum, his eyes lighting up at the various scientific displays. After 6 years in this new life, he found himself missing the advanced technologies of his past. The orphanage's strict rules meant he couldn't visit places like this until he started school, and official schooling for orphan kids didn't begin until age 7. Despite his obvious talents, the orphanage's director refused to bend the rules, much to Lonnie's frustration. Smack! Suddenly, a blob of black liquid fell from above, landing just a meter in front of Lonnie. "What the heck is that?" Lonnie exclaimed, startled. He leaned in cautiously, studying the strange substance. "It almost looks like a liquid life form," he thought, his curiosity piqued. Before he could analyze further, the black liquid sprang into action. Whoosh! In an instant, it lunged at Lonnie, clinging to his small frame with terrifying speed. The moment the black liquid latched onto Lonnie, his eyes widened in pure terror. He instinctively tried to grab it, clawing at his chest, but his hands swiped through nothing but air. In the blink of an eye, the viscous black substance sank into his body, disappearing beneath his skin without a trace. What is this?" Lonnie whispered, staring down at his chest in horror. He felt nothing. No pain, no pressure, no sensation at all. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed something had entered his body. A liquid life form, able to merge with a human body so seamlessly. Lonnie thought, his mind racing. Nothing in his years of knowledge or experience could explain such an event. His thoughts were cut off by a sudden jolt of pain. "Ugh!" Lonnie gasped as a sharp, unbearable agony radiated from his chest. The pain hit like a freight train, knocking him off balance and sending him crashing to the ground. "Are you all right, little boy?" A concerned woman rushed over, kneeling beside him and trying to help him up. "Go away," Lonnie choked out, his voice strained as he struggled against the searing pain. What did you say?" The woman leaned closer, confusion etched on her face. "I said, go away," Lonnie shouted, panic rising as he felt the black liquid coursing through his body, tearing through his insides like a force of nature. "I can't just leave you here. Tell me what's wrong." "Then don't leave," a low, raspy voice interrupted, gravelly and unnatural. The woman froze, her eyes widening in shock. Had that voice just come from the boy? Lonnie's head snapped up, and the woman recoiled as she met his gaze. His eyes, once normal, were now entirely white, glowing like the moon. Smack! A small hand shot out, gripping the woman's neck with inhuman strength. Despite his diminutive size, Lonnie's grip was so powerful that the woman's face turned red from asphyxiation. Black tendrils began to ripple across Lonnie's body, spreading like a living shadow. His small frame began to swell and expand as the black substance engulfed him entirely. Within moments, the transformation was complete. Standing where Lonnie had been moments ago was a monstrous figure, 2 meters tall, covered in an inky black, sinewy substance. Its massive, jagged mouth opened wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth and a long, serpent-like tongue flicked out, tasting the air. "Food," the creature growled in a guttural, bone-chilling voice. Its massive jaws snapped shut with a clap. Splatter. Blood sprayed into the air like a crimson fountain as the woman's lifeless body fell to the ground. "Ah!" A piercing scream shattered the silence, followed by the sound of chaos erupting around them. The museum descended into pandemonium. People screamed and shoved, trampling over one another in a frantic rush to escape. The black creature laughed maniacally, tossing the woman's headless corpse aside like a piece of trash. With a powerful leap, it launched itself toward the exit, landing with a deafening boom. Grabbing 2 fleeing humans by the neck with its massive hands, the creature grinned wickedly. Its gaping mouth opened wide, snapping down on the helpless victims. Asterisk crunch. Crunch. Asterisk. Run. It's a monster. It's eating people. The panicked cries of the crowd only fueled the creature's depravity. Its crescent-shaped, white eyes gleamed with sadistic glee as it licked the blood from its teeth. "Struggling prey tastes better," it growled. Thwip! Dozens of black tendrils shot out from the creature's body, spreading like a web across the museum. The tendrils slithered and coiled, blocking every possible exit and trapping the terrified crowd inside. Anyone who got too close was immediately snatched up by the writhing tendrils, which pierced through them effortlessly, ripping them apart before dragging the remains toward the creature to be consumed. The scene was pure carnage. Blood splattered across the walls, dismembered limbs littered the floor, and a metallic stench of death filled the air. The museum had become a hellish slaughterhouse. 3 minutes later, the museum's doors collapsed with a thunderous crash. The black creature emerged, towering and grotesque, its monstrous silhouette framed against the carnage it had left behind. Food, so much food, it hissed, its jagged mouth curling into a twisted grin as it eyed the people on the street. Without hesitation, it charged forward. Inside the museum, the devastation was staggering. Rivers of blood flowed freely, pooling around the scattered remains of the victims. The once pristine halls of the museum now resembled a scene from a horror film. Outside, the wail of police sirens echoed through the streets as squad cars converged on the scene. Officers poured out, armed to the teeth, their faces grim as they beheld the monstrosity before them. "Open fire!" the commanding officer shouted. A hail of bullets tore through the air, slamming into the black creature. "Pain!" it screeched, recoiling momentarily. But almost immediately, its body began to shift and morph, black tendrils forming a shield-like barrier in front of it. The bullets ricocheted harmlessly off the makeshift shield as the creature advanced. "Scatter!" the police captain yelled as the creature leaped into the air. Boom! The creature landed on top of the police car, crushing it like a tin can. Struggling prey tastes better, it growled. Its elongated arms shot out, grabbing 2 more officers and smashing their heads together with brutal force. "Damn it! What is this thing?" the captain muttered, his voice shaking as he watched the creature wreak havoc. "Have the military been notified?" "They're on their way, but it'll take time," an officer replied urgently. The captain's heart sank. Time? They didn't have time. At this rate, they'd all be dead before reinforcements arrived. Suddenly, boom! A massive explosion engulfed the creature, sending it sprawling backward. The captain turned, stunned, as a red-haired woman stepped out of a sleek black vehicle, holding up a badge. "We're with the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division," she said calmly, flashing her credentials before walking past him. Her piercing gaze locked onto the recovering black creature. "We'll take it from here." The woman in the sleek black tactical suit, her fiery red hair cascading down her shoulders, stood with an air of confidence, her figure perfectly accentuated by the tight material. Her sharp, alluring features might have turned heads under different circumstances, but the police chief had no time for distractions. Normally, he might have tried his luck asking for her number, but now, not a chance. He glanced at the black tank that had accompanied her arrival. Whatever organization she represented, they clearly meant business. He hadn't heard of this Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division before, but with the firepower they were packing, he wasn't about to argue. "Fall back," he ordered, signaling his officers to retreat. The police scrambled to withdraw, running as fast as they could. None of them wanted to stick around and face the horrific black creature. It was simply beyond anything they were equipped to handle. The red-haired woman, Natasha Romanoff, watched them leave without a word, her piercing gaze fixed on the towering black monstrosity. The creature had noticed her as well, and its crescent-shaped, white eyes gleamed with malicious curiosity. "I'm in position," Natasha said into her earpiece, her voice calm but firm. "Understood." "Be careful, Natasha," came the response from the other end. "I know," she replied, her eyes narrowing as she studied the creature. The black monster tilted its head, a grotesque grin spreading across its jagged mouth. It had sensed that Natasha was different from the others. Dangerous, yes, but not invincible. To the creature, she was still food, just a more interesting kind. "What are you?" Natasha asked, her voice steady despite the tension in the air. The creature didn't bother answering with words. Instead, its elongated arm whipped out like a blackened tendril, lashing at her with terrifying speed. Natasha bent her knees and dodged the attack at the last possible second, the air crackling as the tendril missed her by mere inches. In one fluid motion, she drew her pistols and opened fire, the specialized rounds slamming into the creature's body. The bullets tore through the black substance, and the creature let out a sharp, guttural growl of pain. It retaliated instantly, rushing at Natasha with blinding speed, its movements faster than a sonic boom. Natasha barely had time to react. The creature was upon her, its massive jaws snapping open to reveal rows of razor-sharp teeth. Whoosh! An arrow streaked through the air, piercing straight into the creature's gaping mouth. Boom! The arrow detonated, sending the creature stumbling backward as sparks and smoke erupted from the blast. Natasha didn't waste the opportunity. As the explosion rocked the creature, she ducked low, rolling beneath its legs and emerging behind it. Twin blades slid out from concealed compartments on her wrists, gleaming under the dim light. With a burst of speed, she leapt onto the creature's back and drove the blades downward with all her strength. Clink! Her eyes widened in shock as the blades were stopped cold by small black shields that formed over the creature's body. Without hesitation, she abandoned the attack, flipping backward and landing a safe distance away. Annoying insect! The creature roared, black tendrils exploding from its back like the writhing snakes of Medusa. Asterisk whoosh. 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 Asterisk. 3 arrows shot through the air in a triangular formation, targeting the creature's head. By now, the creature's earlier wounds had already healed, the gaping injury in its mouth completely gone. Its massive hands swatted the arrows away effortlessly. Sparks and electricity crackled across its form, but dissipated within moments. The target's strength is beyond anticipated levels. Requesting immediate backup. Repeat, requesting backup, Natasha said urgently into her comms. The creature's crescent-shaped eyes narrowed as it turned its gaze upward, locking onto a figure perched atop a distant rooftop. Found you, sneaky little bug, it growled. Boom! The ground cracked beneath its feet as the creature launched itself toward the building, its body hurtling through the air like a missile. Natasha's expression darkened. Clint, it's heading your way. Get out of there. On the rooftop, Clint Barton, Hawkeye, didn't need to be told twice. He sprinted to the edge of the roof, pulling an arrow from his quiver and knocking on his bow. With practiced precision, he fired the arrow, which trailed a steel cable as it soared upward. Thud! The arrow anchored itself to the rooftop's edge. Clint grabbed the cord and swung off the building just as the creature smashed through the rooftop behind him. Crash! Glass shattered as Clint swung through a window, landing with a roll to absorb the impact. Without missing a beat, he sprang to his feet and bolted for the stairwell. But the creature wasn't far behind. Asterisk boom. Boom! Asterisk. The black monstrosity tore through the floors above, smashing its way downward in a relentless pursuit. Its crescent eyes glowed as it honed in on Clint's heat signature. Running won't save you, it growled, its jagged grin widening. Hearing the deafening crashes behind him, Clint glanced upward. The creature was closing the distance far too quickly. It was only a matter of time before it caught up. Clint, what floor are you on? Natasha's voice came through his earpiece. 27th, northwest corner, Clint replied, his tone clipped as he continued running. Head south, 5 seconds. Without hesitation, Clint turned and sprinted toward the southern side of the building. He didn't ask questions. Years of working together had taught him to trust Natasha's judgment implicitly. 1 second. The creature smashed through another floor, its massive form shaking the entire building. 2 seconds. It leapt downward again, its movements almost too fast for the eye to follow. 3 seconds. Clint, sensing the creature closing in, pulled 2 arrows from his quiver and fired them into the walls on either side of the hallway. 4 seconds. The arrows released a burst of crackling electricity, creating a temporary barrier. 5 seconds. Die, bug! The creature roared, lunging at Clint with its elongated arm. The electrified arrows detonated, sending a surge of electricity coursing through the creature's body. It howled in pain, its movements faltering for just a moment, long enough for Clint to leap out of shattered window. The whirring of helicopter blades filled the air as Clint reached out and grabbed the edge of the chopper. Natasha leaned out, helping him climb aboard. Thanks, Clint said, catching his breath. Don't thank me yet, Natasha replied, her gaze fixed on the building. Whoosh! A missile-like projectile streaked toward the building, slamming into it with devastating force. Boom! The explosion consumed the entire structure, flames and shockwaves ripping through the air. Smoke billowed into the sky as the building began to collapse, its frame crumbling under the sheer power of the blast. For a moment there was silence. But then, whoosh! A dark figure emerged from the inferno, its body wreathed in flames. The creature's crescent eyes burned with fury as it retreated into the distance, its raspy voice echoing through the chaos. "I'm Venom. I'll be back." The wistful look in Lonnie's eyes faded away like a receding tide. "Surviving that day? I really must have had the luck of the gods," Lonnie muttered with a sigh. Thinking back to that chaotic encounter, it was nothing short of a miracle that both he and Venom had managed to live through such a devastating assault. Even now, as powerful as he had become, a misstep against that level of firepower could easily spell his end. "Absolutely," Venom agreed, its tone unusually reflective. Even the alien symbiote couldn't help but feel a twinge of lingering fear when recalling that moment. But Venom continued, its voice suddenly taking on a smug, gleeful note. "That was the most satisfying meal I've ever had." "Seriously?" Lonnie rolled his eyes in exasperation. Back then, when Venom had taken over his body, Lonnie had remained fully conscious, forced to witness everything as a powerless bystander. He had no way to wrest control back from the symbiote, and even now, Venom could transform at will without his consent if it truly wanted to. During that initial bonding, Venom's power hadn't even been a tenth of what it was now. Yet in one rampage, it had consumed over 100 people, more than it had devoured in the past 5 years combined. Lonnie could practically hear the symbiote reminiscing fondly about its glory days. "Ah, the good old days," Venom mused wistfully. "Humans struggling in my jaws, what a time." Lonnie ignored the alien's macabre nostalgia, and instead asked something that had been bugging him for years. "Why'd you pick me back then?" he asked suddenly. "I mean, I was just a 6-year-old kid. There were so many better options around. Stronger people. Smarter people. Why me?" Venom fell silent for a moment, as if pondering the question. I'm not entirely sure," it admitted after a long pause. "When I saw you, I just had this feeling, like you were meant to be my host. So I acted on it." "A feeling?" Lonnie's eyebrow twitched. As a scientist, he had little patience for vague, unquantifiable concepts like feelings. He believed in evidence, data, and logic, not gut instincts. Before Lonnie could press further, the restaurant owner approached, carrying a steaming, fragrant hot pot with a pair of tongs. "Here's your beef hot pot, Lonnie," the uncle said with a warm smile. "Thanks, uncle," Lonnie replied, nodding politely. "Take your time and enjoy," the owner said before hurrying off to attend to the growing number of customers. With a sigh, Lonnie shook off the lingering thoughts of the past. "All right, enough brooding. Let's eat." He picked up his chopsticks and dug in. "Hey, I'm back," Lonnie called out as he stepped into his apartment, kicking off his shoes at the door. Ever since Catherine had moved in, Lonnie had gotten into the habit of announcing his return, just like in those warm, domestic moments in Japanese anime. It added a sense of home to his otherwise quiet life. But this time, there was no response. Did she fall asleep or something? Lonnie muttered. Walking over to the couch, he immediately found his answer. Catherine was sprawled out on the sofa, sound asleep, the air conditioner humming softly in the background. The TV was still on, and her phone was clutched loosely in one hand. "She's really living her best life," Lonnie said, shaking his head with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Setting his backpack on a coffee table, he leaned down and scooped her up in a princess carry. Don't run. I'm gonna eat you. Don't run." Catherine mumbled in her sleep, a silly smile on her face. Whatever she was dreaming about, it clearly involved food. "Is this what they call a literal daydream?" Lonnie quipped, carrying her into her bedroom. Despite her tough, tomboyish exterior, Catherine's room betrayed the softer, more girlish side of her personality. The once white walls had been covered with sea blue wallpaper, and nearly every inch of the room was adorned with posters of anime characters. A large desk was crammed with figurines, meticulously displayed on every available surface. Lonnie wasn't familiar with the shows or characters these figures came from, but he knew enough to recognize their value. Catherine had once casually mentioned that even the smallest of these figurines, barely the size of a palm, could cost upwards of $50 or even $100. Some of the larger, more intricate pieces, thousands. Lonnie's gaze landed on a particularly massive figurine in a glass display case. A muscular figure wearing a straw hat, a red shirt, and displaying a prominent X-shaped scar across his chest. Its arms were oversized and blackened, and its expression was fierce and menacing. Catherine had boasted that this single piece had cost several $1,000s. Shaking his head, Lonnie gently laid Catherine down on her bed. He didn't understand the appeal of these collectibles. To him, they seemed like an extravagant waste of money. But then again, his youth had been defined by a different kind of obsession, science. For most of his life, he'd had little interest in entertainment, whether it was movies, anime, or novels. Even now, after living in the US for years, those habits hadn't changed much. He hadn't even watched Avengers, Infinity War, when it had been the biggest phenomenon in pop culture. His personal life was, in a word, dull. Pulling a light blanket over Catherine's stomach, Lonnie straightened up and prepared to leave the room. But as he turned, his eyes fell on the clutter scattered across her desk. "As messy as ever," he muttered, shaking his head. Catherine had always been like this, leaving her things in disarray, her desk perpetually chaotic. Sighing, he decided to tidy up for her. Gathering the manga and novels, he stacked them neatly in one pile. The figurines were carefully moved to the side and arranged in a more orderly fashion. That's when something caught his eye, a small bottle of pills tucked under some papers. "What's this?" Lonnie murmured, picking up the bottle. His hand stilled as a memory flashed through his mind. The day they'd first met, Catherine's bag had spilled open, revealing its contents: clothes, toiletries, and medicine bottles. This bottle looked identical. Is Catherine sick? Lonnie wondered, a sense of unease creeping into his chest. Pulling out his phone, he snapped a picture of the label on the bottle. In this age of information, answers were just a few clicks away. Using a search engine, he scanned for information about the medication. Lonnie's eyes scanned the long text of the search results, reading carefully. At first, the technical details didn't seem overly alarming. But as he delved deeper, his expression grew darker. He wasn't a medical expert, but his knowledge of pharmacology was far from basic. By the time he reached the section on the drug's primary use, his suspicions had solidified into a grim certainty. His heart sank as his eyes lingered on the words. Primary function: suppression of malignant tumors. Lonnie put down the phone and the bottle of medication, glancing at the still sleeping Catherine. He turned and walked out, gently closing the door behind him. Lonnie had considered the possibility that the bottle of medicine might not belong to Catherine. However, when they first met, it was clear Catherine was alone. Carrying such medication, it could only belong to her. There was no one else. Though Catherine had never explicitly talked about her family, Lonnie had pieced some details together. Her family was powerful, influential, and extremely wealthy. Even with a background like that, they could do nothing but let her enjoy her remaining days. It was evident this must be a malignant tumor, in other words, cancer. The United States is home to some of the best cancer treatment hospitals in the world. But Catherine hadn't sought treatment, which suggested that even her family was powerless in this situation. Thinking of this, Lonnie's face darkened, his expression so heavy it seemed as if water might drip from it. In his heart, Lonnie had already come to see Catherine as his little sister, his family in this world, one of the most important people in his life. Now that illness was threatening to take her away, how could he possibly remain calm? "I won't let you die. Never," Lonnie whispered firmly, his fists clenched tightly. "Maybe we could try reaching out to that hill. They might have a way to save Catherine," Venom suggested from beside him. But Lonnie frowned. If he sought help from the privileged agency he'll belong to, there was a risk of exposing Venom. "Kid, what are you afraid of? Seems like a cushy life has made you forget. We're not some weaklings who can be pushed around," Venom retorted sharply. Venom's words jolted Lonnie into clarity. When he and Venom first bonded, they had been able to take on forces so formidable that the U.S. had resorted to using tactical missiles against them. Now his strength was 10 times what it had been back then. As long as it wasn't a missile or some other strategic weapon, there wasn't a single modern firearm that could pose a threat to him. "Besides, I know you're worried that exposing me would put me at risk and force you to leave this place." But who's going to waste their time giving you a full-body examination, huh? Venom continued. It did seem to make sense. Of course, if you and I fully merged, none of this would even be an issue, Venom added casually. We'll talk about that later, Lonnie said with a shake of his head. We have to try. He glanced once more toward Catherine's bedroom, a silent resolve forming in his mind. In a small cafe in Brooklyn, Lonnie sat across from Hill. His expression was serious, while Hill's face remained as cool and composed as ever. Have you made your decision? Hill asked. Lonnie had contacted her earlier, saying he'd made up his mind and wanted to meet in person to talk, which prompted her question. Before I answer that, I need to ask you something. Do you know about Catherine's illness? Lonnie asked gravely. Yes, Hill answered without hesitation or concealment. We have records on everyone in your life. Catherine is no exception. Her medical condition is included in those records. When did Catherine develop the tumor? Lonnie asked urgently. When she was 10, Hill replied. Lonnie froze. 10 years old? That meant Catherine left abruptly back then because her condition was discovered. Her family has her undergo a full-body checkup annually. The results of one such checkup revealed a benign tumor. She left to receive treatment, Hill explained. Then why has it now turned into a malignant tumor? Lonnie pressed, frowning deeply. Catherine's case is unusual. The initial hospital made a critical error in treatment, which delayed her condition, Hill said flatly. Lonnie's right fist clenched tightly, his knuckles whitening as a murderous intent surged in his eyes. Incompetent fools. Hill gave Lonnie a curious glance, slightly surprised by the intensity of his aura. The individuals responsible at that hospital have already been dealt with by Senator Ross, Hill added. Lonnie nodded. Catherine's father was a U.S. senator. For a hospital to mishandle the treatment of a senator's daughter, there could be no good outcome for them. Can you cure her? Lonnie suddenly asked, his gaze filled with hope as he looked at Hill. This was his last shred of hope. Hill studied Lonnie, not playing coy. She gave a simple, definitive nod. Yes, we can. With that assurance, Lonnie exhaled deeply, as if a massive weight had been lifted from his chest. So, your decision? Hill asked, her eyes fixed on Lonnie. Lonnie took a deep breath, his expression turning resolute as he looked at Hill. I'm in. A faint, almost imperceptible smile appeared on Hill's face. She extended her right hand. Welcome to the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Lonnie reached out and shook Hill's hand. He felt a sense of relief wash over him. Catherine's condition could be treated. That alone was enough to ease his heart. Tell me about the department. I don't know much about this. Strategic Homeland, whatever you call it, division, Lonnie remarked. It's the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, Hill corrected, repeating the full name. What a mouthful. Have you ever considered shortening it? Lonnie quipped, his spirits lightened. We'll take it under advisement, Hill replied dryly. Now, let me tell you about the history of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. As Hill explained, Lonnie gained a general understanding of the privileged agency he had just joined. The Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, or SHIELD, was founded during the latter part of World War II by Howard Stark, the founder of Stark Industries, along with several other veteran agents. Over the years, it had grown into a preeminent organization, one that stood above all others in terms of authority and power. SHIELD boasted leading-edge advancements in technology and medicine, attracting top talent from various fields. This allowed the agency's technological capabilities to surpass those of mainstream Earth technology by at least 50 years. Malignant tumors that stumped hospitals worldwide were merely tricky cases for SHLD's medical division. Not insurmountable, just challenging. Likewise, their dominance extended into other fields. The 50-year technological gap wasn't something that could be brushed aside. Only by experiencing it firsthand could someone truly grasp its magnitude. So what do you need me for? Lonnie asked. We'll arrange for you to attend the academy within the division to further your education. There's a project that requires a highly skilled leader to oversee it. Your current qualifications don't meet the standard, so additional training is necessary, Hill explained. Lonnie nodded, indicating his understanding. Can you tell me more about the project in advance? Lonnie asked, his curiosity piqued. What kind of project could command the attention of such a massive organization? Hill gave Lonnie a glance. The project is classified. Top secret. Hill glanced at Lonnie. The project's confidentiality level is top secret. All right. Lonnie shrugged and stopped pressing further. She had already said it was top secret. Such things couldn't possibly be disclosed to him before he officially became the project lead. Anything labeled as top secret in an agency like the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division SHIELD must be tied to major national affairs. Documents of this classification within such a privileged department could even influence the trajectory of the world or the future of humanity. As a newcomer, Lonnie was just a small fry, not someone qualified to know these things. Make your preparations. Tomorrow, someone will come to take you to headquarters, Hill said. Do I have to move? Lonnie asked, startled. Yes. It'll make it easier for us to provide protection for you, Hill explained. Lonnie smirked. Protect him? Who could possibly harm him? What about Catherine? Will she come to headquarters too? Lonnie asked. Yes. She's considered your family, so she can come along. But she'll need to sign a confidentiality agreement, Hill replied. Lonnie nodded. SHLD's strict confidentiality measures made sense. Requiring a non-disclosure agreement wasn't unreasonable. Got it. Oh, one more thing. Lonnie's expression shifted slightly. Hill, what's your role in the agency? Are you in the research department or human resources? Every time they communicated, it was Hill who reached out to him. Lonnie assumed this ice-cold beauty had to be from one of those two departments. She likely held a high position too. Otherwise, she wouldn't have access to such top-secret projects. Hill glanced at him. I'm a deputy director. Lonnie's lips twitched slightly. Well, that's impressive. Any other questions? Hill asked. Nope. Then go and prepare, Hill instructed before standing up and leaving without delay. She's really decisive. Lonnie muttered as he paid for the check and left as well. Back at Lonnie's apartment in Brooklyn. We're moving to the Strategic Homeland, whatever division. Catherine asked in surprise as she looked at Lonnie. When did you decide to join them? I just met with Hill earlier and confirmed that I'd joined the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Damn, that name is ridiculously long. Lonnie complained. You've been hesitating about joining for so long. What made you decide all of a sudden? Catherine asked, curious. Because I figured things out, Lonnie replied with a shrug and a smile. He didn't mention Catherine's illness. He didn't want her to feel burdened by guilt. Whatever you say, Catherine didn't seem too bothered. By the way, you'll need to sign a confidentiality agreement, Lonnie said. A confidentiality agreement? Why do I need to sign one? Catherine asked, puzzled. SHIELD has extremely high levels of confidentiality. Normally, you wouldn't even be allowed to know about it. But since I'm joining, and you're considered family, you're allowed to come along. However, you'll need to sign the agreement, Lonnie explained. Who's your family? Catherine muttered under her breath. Lonnie chose to ignore her comment. Go pack your things. Someone will come to pick us up tomorrow. I'll be studying at their academy, and headquarters has arranged living accommodations for me, Lonnie said. Catherine nodded, then turned and went to pack her belongings. As Lonnie watched Catherine's figure disappear into her bedroom, Venom's voice suddenly spoke up. I like her. I like her too, Lonnie replied. For once, he and Venom were in agreement. Then marry her. Problem solved, Venom suggested. No thanks, Lonnie rolled his eyes. When I said I like her, I meant as a sister. I don't have the kind of feelings you're talking about. Why not? By human standards, Catherine isn't unattractive, Venom questioned. Feelings aren't about looks, Lonnie replied. Is it because she's flat? Get lost. Doesn't matter. If she has a good figure, it's all the same. And you have a good figure too. Should I marry you? Are you proposing to yourself? Shut up. Seeing Venom's comments spiraling further out of control, Lonnie hurriedly stopped him. I know what you're thinking. Is this all because she bribed you with some desserts? Lonnie said irritably. After all these years together, how could he not know Venom's thoughts? Well, if you made me more desserts, I wouldn't feel this way. Just do it for me. Settle down with Catherine. Venom persisted. It really didn't want to lose this excellent cook. You can shut up now. Even if I had to choose, I'd go for someone like Hill. Catherine isn't my type, Lonnie retorted. So you're into dominant women? Didn't see that coming. Venom said, surprised. Can you please stop talking? Lonnie felt a headache coming on. Lately, Venom's remarks had grown increasingly absurd, leaving Lonnie exasperated every time. 100 boxes of chocolate balls, Venom declared suddenly. Fine. Just shut up already. Deal. Don't forget the chocolate balls. After waiting a while and realizing that Venom had actually gone silent, Lonnie finally heaved a sigh of relief. It had quieted down at last. Shaking his head, he headed into his bedroom to start packing. The next morning, at 9 a.m., 3 bulletproof cars pulled up in front of Lonnie's apartment building. The sleek black vehicles were parked in a neat row, and 6 men in black suits and sunglasses stood beside them, exuding an imposing presence. Lonnie emerged carrying 2 suitcases, while Catherine followed behind him, munching on a baguette. "Hey, big guys, lend me a hand, will you?" Lonnie called out cheerfully as he recognized the SHIELD logo on the cars. 2 agents stepped forward immediately. "There are still some bags upstairs. Could you help bring them down?" "Thanks," Lonnie said with a smile. "No problem." The lead agent responded with a small smile before signaling to the others. 4 agents quickly headed into the building and returned with the remaining luggage. "Mr. Scarborough, let me take those for you," another agent said as he approached Lonnie. "Much appreciated." Lonnie handed over the suitcases he was carrying. "It's no trouble," the agent replied as he turned and walked away with the bags. "By the way, what should I call you?" Lonnie asked, glancing at the lead agent. "Just call me Agent Ross," the man replied, removing his sunglasses and smiling. "Nice to meet you, Agent Ross." Lonnie shook his hand. "No need for pleasantries. Let's get in the cars and head to headquarters," Ross said. "All right," Lonnie nodded. "Headquarters is sure to impress you," Ross added with a grin. Lonnie chuckled softly, his demeanor calm and composed. "I look forward to it. Asterisk sugoi, asterisk." Lonnie couldn't help but exclaim in a faux Japanese accent as the towering headquarters of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division came into view. Sitting in the passenger seat, Agent Ross chuckled softly. "Calm? Composed? Let's see how long that lasts." For once, Lonnie truly couldn't maintain his composure. His eyes widened as he gazed at the tri-winged skyscraper that seemed to pierce the very heavens. The building's sleek, silver-tinted tempered glass exuded a futuristic vibe, and its sheer, staggering height left an indelible impression. Every now and then, fighter jets took off from the rear of the building, disappearing into the horizon. "Where are we going first?" Catherine asked curiously, her gaze fixed on the incredible structure outside. "Medical department first? Or the academy?" Ross turned to Lonnie with a smile, though the question was aimed at both of them. "Medical department? What for?" Catherine frowned in confusion. "Let's go to the medical department first," Lonnie said after a brief pause. "All right, Lonnie, why are we going to the medical department?" Catherine turned to him, her expression growing serious. "To get you checked," Lonnie said with a smile. Catherine's expression darkened. "You found out?" "Yeah," Lonnie replied with a slight nod, not wanting to delve too deeply into the topic. Catherine opened her mouth as if to say something, but then hesitated, unsure of where to start. After a moment, she fell silent. When the car arrived at the medical department, a team was already waiting for them. As Lonnie and Catherine stepped out of the vehicle, a group of medical personnel approached. "Mr. Scarborough, welcome," the lead doctor greeted him. "Thank you." Lonnie shook the doctor's hand. "Hello, Catherine. We'll do everything we can to ensure your full recovery, so please don't worry," the doctor said kindly, offering her a gentle smile. Catherine nodded quietly, casting a glance at Lonnie. She wasn't foolish. She now understood that one of the main reasons Lonnie had decided to join this agency was because of her illness. "Go on. I'll come visit you later," Lonnie said with a reassuring smile. Catherine nodded again before following the doctors into the building. Lonnie stood in place for a moment, watching her leave before turning to Ross. "Let's go check out the academy," he said. "All right." The SHIELD Academy was located slightly north of the central area of headquarters. It didn't yet have an official name and was simply referred to as the Academy. The instructors here were some of the most authoritative figures in their respective fields from all around the world. Lonnie's mentor from university, Professor Axe, had once been a professor in the astrophysics department of this academy. However, Professor Axe had eventually chosen to leave the academy and SHIELD altogether, moving to teach at New York University instead. Naturally, Lonnie had chosen to specialize in astrophysics. The department was currently home to a sizable number of faculty and students, totaling nearly 1,000. However, according to Hill, there was only one person qualified to serve as Lonnie's mentor. That person was Professor Ifit Scaro, the temporary lead of the top-secret project and the most authoritative figure in the field of astrophysics. Mr. Scarborough, your mentor will be Professor Ifrit. Over the coming months, you'll be working closely with him to deepen your studies, Ross explained as they walked side by side through the academy, which felt oddly similar to New York University. Four black-suited agents followed behind them, drawing the curious stares of students along the way. However, the attention wasn't directed at the agents. After all, as students of a SHIELD Academy, seeing agents was an everyday occurrence. What was unusual was that these agents were following someone into the academy. Many students began speculating about who this newcomer could be. Professor Ifrit? Lonnie's face lit up with surprise. He's here. Ifrit Scarrow, one of the most prominent astrophysicists of the late 20th century, without question. He was the pioneer of the spatial transformation theory and was widely regarded as the leading figure in astrophysics. However, for reasons unknown, he had announced his retirement in the early 21st century and had disappeared from the public eye ever since. At university, Lonnie had specifically studied Ifrit's spatial transformation theory. He never would have imagined that the legendary professor had joined SHIELD. I knew you'd recognize him, Ross said with a smile as he led Lonnie into an elevator. The professor is waiting for you in his office. Let's head there now. The elevator began its ascent. Professor Ifrit's private office. Lonnie and Ross stepped inside together. Professor, Ross called out, rapping lightly on the open door. Ross, a disheveled-looking old man with messy hair, turned around from his desk, where he'd been scribbling calculations. Lonnie raised an eyebrow. It seemed Professor Ifrit wasn't particularly concerned with appearances. Professor, this is Lonnie, Ross introduced, gesturing toward him. This kid's the university student they recruited specially. Ifrit squinted at Lonnie, pushing up a pair of non-existent glasses as he curiously sized him up. Professor, it's an honor to meet you, Lonnie said, bowing slightly out of respect. No need for all the formalities, Ifrit said, waving a hand dismissively as if swatting away a fly. Since the director's already given the green light, I'll teach you. How much you learn depends on you. All right, Ross, you can leave now. Don't interrupt my research. Ross didn't seem to mind, clearly accustomed to the professor's blunt demeanor. Study hard under the professor, Ross said to Lonnie before turning to leave. Lonnie turned his attention to Professor Ifrit, who had already buried himself back in his calculations, and felt a surge of anticipation rise within him. There was so much he could learn here. In Hill's office, Hill was reviewing a comprehensive dossier on Lonnie, containing every detail of his life over the years. The project Lonnie was set to take over was of critical importance, and the agency was taking no chances. Hill had ordered a thorough review of everything about him, no matter how small or trivial. As she flipped through the file, her usually calm expression flickered slightly. June 7, 2003, $30,000 deposited into his account. December 9, 2003, $67,000 deposited into his account. The page was filled with similar transactions. Each deposit was a significant sum, ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of dollars. This much money, and it's all clean. Where did he get it? Hill murmured to herself. Lonnie was just a university student, and there was no mention in his file of him working any part-time jobs. Even if he had, there was no way he could have earned such large sums. Although the money itself was legitimate, its source remained a mystery. The agents tasked with the investigation hadn't been able to uncover where it had come from. It was a glaring anomaly. So much money, and it's all clean. Where on earth did he get it? Hill murmured softly to herself. Lonnie was just a university student, and his records didn't mention any part-time jobs or work experience. Besides, no regular job could bring in that kind of money. The money itself wasn't problematic. It was legitimate. However, its origins were entirely unknown. Even the agents tasked with investigating hadn't been able to trace where the funds came from. This was a glaring mystery. Hill couldn't piece it together, and the files in front of her didn't provide any answers either. Still, while she was curious about Lonnie's unexplained wealth, it wasn't absolutely essential for her to know. Aside from this financial anomaly, Lonnie's background was otherwise spotless. He had passed all screenings and met every requirement to participate in the development of the top-secret project. Basically no issues. We can move his file up, Hill thought, as she closed the folder. She began preparing to upload Lonnie's profile to the list of candidates for the top-secret project. This list was reserved for the most elite, renowned academics, and pioneering scientists in the global physics community. Each name on the list represented an authoritative figure in their field. However, not everyone on the list was a household name. S.H.I.E.L.D. understood the value of untapped potential and had recruited many brilliant minds from obscurity. Lonnie was one such individual. Though Lonnie himself didn't consider the title of scientist fitting. After all, he had no published works, groundbreaking research, or inventions. Others didn't share his modest view. Despite being only 22 years old, Lonnie's knowledge far surpassed that of many established scientists. Even if he hadn't made significant contributions yet, his expertise alone qualified him to be called a scientist. Beep, 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 asterisk, asterisk. The phone on Hill's desk rang, interrupting her thoughts. Yes. She answered coolly after picking up the receiver. The list of personnel selected to protect Lonnie Scarborough is ready. Shall I send it to your office? The voice of her secretary asked. Send it over. Yes, ma'am. A short while later, a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent entered the office and placed a file on Hill's desk before bowing slightly and leaving. The personnel list to protect Lonnie had been carefully screened in advance. Every scientist involved in top-secret projects was assigned a dedicated protection detail. Although Lonnie hadn't officially joined the project yet, his unique circumstances prompted Hill to prepare in advance. Hill opened the file and began reviewing the candidates. The selected agents had already gone through one round of screening, chosen from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s combat personnel. These names would then undergo a second round of scrutiny by Hill herself before being finalized by director Nick Fury. Together, they would form Lonnie's personal protection team. The first-round candidates were almost all Level 4 and Level 5 agents. Level 1 to Level 3 agents were considered general staff. Many of them were temporary members of S.H.I.E.L.D. who worked part-time for the agency on loan from the Department of Defense or other organizations. These agents had access only to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s operational mechanisms and general procedures, but were entirely excluded from classified information, let alone critical missions. Level 4 agents held what was known as public confidential clearance, the minimum required to access classified information. They typically underwent weeks or even months of probation, along with 7 years of background checks, before being eligible to apply for this level. Most research, medical, and administrative personnel fell into this category. This was also the entry-level requirement for combat agents. They could request access to information deemed necessary by their superiors, though specific agent names and detailed content would remain redacted. Most of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s standard researchers operated at this level. Level 5 agents, on the other hand, held standard confidential clearance. Attaining this level required thorough investigation over months to a year, depending on the agent's background. Once approved, they were subject to re-evaluation every 10 years. These agents could participate in sensitive missions and report directly to Deputy Director Hill or Director Nick Fury. They also had access to some classified documents and wielded more authority. Agent Ross, who had accompanied Lonnie earlier, was a Level 5 agent. There are quite a few Chinese and Chinese Americans, Hill noted as she flipped through the files. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s personnel hailed from countries all across the globe. Naturally, China, a populous and ancient civilization steeped in mystery, had a significant presence in the agency. Most Chinese staff worked in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s China branch, but there were also a fair number stationed at headquarters. During the initial screening, the selection team prioritized Chinese or Chinese-American candidates with equivalent qualifications, given Lonnie's heritage. After flipping through the files, Hill began setting aside the ones that met her criteria. Before long, she had finished reviewing the documents and had 5 files placed to the side. 5 people is a bit much, Hill thought, glancing at the files spread out before her. A 5-person team was practically a full strike squad. While Lonnie was important, assigning this many agents solely for his protection seemed excessive. Profile 1 asterisk. Name, Chung Xiaofan. English name, Alexander Chung. Gender, male. Clearance level, Level 5, Standard Confidential. Skill set, Explosive Specialist, capable of rapidly assembling high-yield grenades. Marksmanship is average. Recommended role, demolition expert. Special note: displays an unusual enthusiasm for young girls and often expresses a desire for a 9-year-old bride. Profile 2 asterisk. Name: Luziu. Gender: male. Clearance level: Level 5, standard confidential. Skill set: proficient with various firearms. Exceptional hand-to-hand combat skills. Highly adaptable. Recommended role: assault specialist. Profile 3 asterisk. Name: Clark Kaiser. Gender: male. Clearance level: Level 5, standard confidential. Skill set: skilled in battlefield first aid. Recommended role: medic. After carefully reviewing the 5 profiles, he'll lean back and thought. All right, let's go with these 3, she decided, selecting Cheng Xiaofan, Lu Ziyu, and Clark Kaiser. 2 Chinese agents and 1 American. This will do. He'll retrieve a folder from her desk drawer and place the 3 selected profiles inside. Now, all that remained was for Lonnie to officially join the top-secret project, at which point the team would be activated. Marvel factoid asterisk. SHIELD agent clearance levels are categorized as follows. Levels 1-3 asterisk general staff, civilian levels. Level 4 asterisk public confidential. Level 5 asterisk standard confidential. Levels 6-7 asterisk top secret. Levels 8-9 asterisk black box top secret. Level 10 asterisk black box burn after reading. Time flies, and 1.5 years had passed since Lonnie began his studies at the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, SHIELD Academy. During this time, Lonnie soaked up knowledge from Professor Ifrit like a sponge, relentlessly expanding and enriching his understanding. Lonnie's talent left Professor Ifrit in awe. He had heard of the promising young recruit brought into the agency, but seeing it firsthand, Lonnie was far beyond merely talented. In just 1.5 years, this student of his had nearly drained him of all his accumulated knowledge. 1.5 years ago, Ifrit could confidently say his academic prowess surpassed Lonnie's. Now, however, he wasn't so sure anymore. This kid's ability to learn was terrifying. In that short time, Lonnie's expertise had almost surpassed that of his mentor, leaving Professor Ifrit with a complex mix of pride and frustration. Lonnie's progress didn't go unnoticed by Hill, who had been quietly observing him all along. While she was pleased by his rapid growth, she couldn't help but marvel at his extraordinary potential. For Lonnie, the past 1.5 years had been exhilarating. Immersed in the ocean of knowledge, he found himself unable to pull away. The thrill of intellectual growth brought him immense satisfaction. On top of that, Catherine's condition had been effectively controlled during this period, and she was now undergoing recovery treatment. It was estimated that she would fully recover in another 6 months. This brought Lonnie even more joy. However, a challenge now loomed before him. SHIELD had a strict rule. Every member of the organization, including Director Fury and Deputy Director Hill, was required to undergo a thorough annual medical examination. This was to ensure that any potential health issues were detected early, avoiding irreversible consequences. It was a logical and beneficial measure, one no one would object to, except for Lonnie. His problem wasn't his health, which was impeccable, but the fact that others wouldn't see it that way after the examination. The previous year, he had managed to dodge the exam by claiming he had recently been examined at New York City Central Hospital. But the next round of mandatory exams was approaching, and if he tried to evade it again, given the naturally suspicious nature of everyone here, it would undoubtedly raise red flags. Lonnie never forgot where he was. SHIELD wasn't just a bureaucratic agency. It was a hotbed of spies and operatives. The Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division was, in essence, a den of agents, each more paranoid than the last. At the academy, Lonnie slumped over a desk, his eyes vacant and his demeanor uncharacteristically despondent. His rare display of defeat left those around him astonished. The legendary study god, Lonnie Scarborough, acting like this? At the academy, Lonnie was a beacon of energy and determination, inspiring everyone around him with his boundless drive. His current state was a startling departure from his usual vibrant self. "What do I do?" Lonnie murmured listlessly. "Make a cold salad?" A thin, hairline-like strand of black connected Lonnie's left pinky to a miniature-sized Venom lounging nearby. Barely larger than Lonnie's fingernail, Venom was darting around with a tiny, brightly colored pinwheel, acting like a hyperactive puppy. In its reduced form, Venom was so tiny that even if someone were standing right next to Lonnie, they might not notice it. Not that it mattered. There wasn't anyone within a meter of him anyway. "You're so carefree," Lonnie said, rolling his eyes at Venom's response. "That's called living free and easy," Venom retorted, stopping its frolic to gaze up at Lonnie's enormous eyes. "As the old Chinese saying goes, enjoy life while you can," Venom declared, raising its little pinwheel high and running around again. "Do we really have to fight our way out if they find out?" "Catherine's treatment isn't finished yet," Lonnie muttered, lifting his pinky and giving the black thread a small tug. Thunk! A barely audible sound echoed as Venom, caught off guard, was yanked off balance and face-planted onto the desk. "You jerk!" Venom scrambled up, glaring at Lonnie with wide, teary eyes. Its pinwheel, now crushed under its tiny body, was beyond repair. "Enough playing around. Help me figure out how to dodge this full-body check," Lonnie said, grabbing the thread and dangling Venom in midair. Now, suspended upside down, the tiny Venom flailed helplessly. Reduced in size, its strength was no match for Lonnie's. "Damn it, Lonnie! F*************. Venom shouted angrily, waving its tiny limbs. "Stop yelling and think of a solution." Lonnie shook the thread slightly, sending Venom spinning. "Put me down, you idiot." Lonnie sighed and set Venom down. Back on solid ground, Venom glared at Lonnie with a newfound grudge. "Just kill everyone in the medical department." "Problem solved," Venom suggested darkly. Lonnie responded by pressing Venom down onto the desk with one finger, grinding into the surface. "Oh, damn it!" Lonnie yelped, suddenly pulling his hand back. Venom, furious, had sunk its sharp teeth into his finger. "Let go!" Lonnie barked, glaring at the miniature creature still clamped onto his finger. Venom ignored him, stubbornly holding on. Blood trickled down from the bite, though Lonnie didn't care much about the minor injury. Still, having Venom gnawing on his hand wasn't exactly ideal. "Fine. 5 boxes of Ferrero Rocher," Lonnie offered in exasperation. Venom's eyes lit up. It released its bite, landing neatly back on the desk. Its gaze fixed on Lonnie, it grinned smugly. "Deal. What a chocolate addict. All right, enough nonsense. Help me figure out how to handle this." "I don't want to leave just yet," Lonnie said. Perhaps satisfied with its bargain, Venom finally got serious. Folding its tiny arms, it struck a contemplative pose. "You could fake a medical report and bluff your way through," Venom suggested after a moment. Lonnie's eyes immediately brightened. "That's a great idea." Venom, now in full problem-solving mode, smirked. "Don't get too excited. Do you know how to hack into their systems? Even if you did, could you create a distraction long enough to upload the fake report?" Venom asked, bursting Lonnie's bubble with brutal efficiency. Lonnie froze. That was a good point. He didn't know the first thing about computers. He could barely manage to play a game, let alone pull off a high-level hack. "What am I supposed to do?" Lonnie muttered, scratching his head in frustration. Was exposure inevitable? If so, what would happen to Catherine? "Honestly, you're useless at everything except studying," Venom remarked with a derisive snort. "Why are you insulting me?" Lonnie frowned. "If you can't do it, can't you find someone to help, you idiot?" Venom shot back. Lonnie's eyes lit up again. A particular face suddenly popped into his mind. Sky. The moment Venom mentioned finding someone to help, Lonnie instantly thought of her. The brilliant, sharp-tongued, and undeniably beautiful Chinese-American hacker Sky. Lonnie was a man of action. The moment the idea came to him, he pulled out his phone and dialed her number without hesitation. After a few rings, the call connected. "So, what's the big occasion? The great scientist needs little ol' me for something?" Sky's crisp, teasing voice flowed through the line. "Well, I do need a favor." Lonnie quickly explained the situation, outlining his and Venom's rough plan in a straightforward manner. And that's basically it. It took him about 3 minutes to explain everything. "Got it. Huh. I've never heard of this so-called privileged agency before. Strategic Homeland, what was it again?" "Oh, right, Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division." Sky murmured. "Sky, listen to me. Whatever you do, don't go digging into things you shouldn't. This agency's capabilities are way beyond anything you can imagine. If they catch you snooping, you'll end up in prison. No joke, Lonnie warned, genuinely concerned that her curiosity might lead her to poke around SFLD's classified files. Relax, Sky replied nonchalantly. I've got better things to do than dig into some FBI on steroids spy agency secrets. She truly wasn't interested. While she was confident in her hacking skills, she wasn't arrogant. She knew there were stronger hackers out there, and it was entirely possible that a behemoth like S.H.I.E.L.D. had its own top-tier cybersecurity experts. If she got caught, it would be game over, years behind bars, minimum. She understood the risks perfectly well. As long as you know where to draw the line. Just make sure you delete this call's record afterward. Cutting the power might alert them enough to investigate, Lonnie reminded her. Got it. Good. Lonnie nodded, pulling out a tiny Bluetooth earpiece and connecting it to his phone. Sky, are you ready on your end? He asked about 5 minutes later. All set, Sky replied confidently. All right. Lonnie stood up, leaving the classroom and heading out. The medical department was located on the eastern side of the academy. Full-body exams were conducted there, and Lonnie had delayed his appointment for as long as possible. At least he had the advantage of being able to walk right in without any hassle, one of those small perks of being in his position. Driving the bulletproof car S.H.I.E.L.D. had assigned him, Lonnie quickly arrived at the towering building that housed the medical department. He stepped out, tilting his head to look up at the structure, his eyes narrowing slightly. Sky, have you located the power control room? He asked quietly. Basement level 1. Take the elevator, turn left, third door on the left. Sky's calm voice came through the earpiece. Copy that. Lonnie glanced around before striding into the building. Good morning, Lonnie. Morning. Hey, Lonnie. Morning. Good morning. As he walked through the hallways, several people greeted him warmly. You're quite the popular guy, huh? Sky teased from the other end of the line, her voice muffled slightly as she spoke through a bite of something. Not bad, I guess. What are you eating? You're mumbling, Lonnie asked while observing his surroundings. He slipped into a stairwell unnoticed. Banana. Haven't had breakfast yet, Sky replied casually, tossing her banana peel into the trash can at the end of her bed. You're still in bed? Seriously? Lonnie said, exasperated. You're so lazy. Don't worry. It's not going to mess up your little mission, she retorted, the sound of rustling clothes coming through the earpiece as she finally started getting ready. Lonnie shook his head in resignation, choosing not to press the matter further. He glanced at some workers heading upstairs and silently prepared for his next move. Careful. There's a security camera in the stairwell. But you're in its blind spot right now, Sky informed him, her eyes glued to her laptop screen as she monitored the situation remotely. Got it, Lonnie whispered. His sharp eyes scanned the area, searching for a safe spot to hide. Gripping the doorframe firmly, he leaped upward with the agility of a monkey, landing lightly on the narrow top edge of the door. Then, with a quick twist, he flipped himself onto the ceiling, clinging there like a spider. Behind him, a black, tar-like substance secured him to the wall and ceiling, ensuring he wouldn't fall. Once the workers opened the door and left, Lonnie shifted his position, going from leaning against the ceiling to crawling along it. He carefully maneuvered through the blind spot Sky had pointed out, inching closer to the power control room. Power control room. Which one controls that floor's power? Lonnie asked, staring at the rows of circuit boards, feeling momentarily overwhelmed. What floor is your exam on? Sky asked. 16th. Hold on. Sky's voice was followed by the rapid clatter of her fingers on a keyboard. At that moment, Lonnie couldn't help but feel grateful he'd called Sky. She was proving to be the perfect ally for this mission. Someone's coming. Venom's voice suddenly hissed in warning. Lonnie's heart skipped a beat. Where? What did you say? Sky asked, not catching his low muttering. Nothing. They're almost here, Venom rasped. 3 seconds. Lonnie immediately darted behind a column, hiding himself. Click. The door to the power control room opened, and a worker stepped inside, moving with purpose. Lonnie peeked out cautiously to observe the intruder. There it is, the worker exclaimed, grabbing a photo from a nearby table. With a triumphant grin, he left the room. Lonnie waited until the coast was clear before stepping out from behind a column. Third row, second panel. Sky's voice came through. Third row, second panel. Lonnie repeated to himself, quickly locating the circuit board Sky had mentioned. This controls the 16th floor's power. Disabling it will cut off the entire floor's electricity temporarily, Sky explained. Understood. Without hesitation, Lonnie extended his left hand. A small, thumb-sized blob of black liquid appeared in his palm, a fragment of venom. Pressing the blob against the circuit board, he quickly left the room. What did you just put on the panel? Sky asked, her curiosity piqued as she worked on bypassing some of the unavoidable surveillance feeds in the power control room. In theory, Sky could have disabled all the cameras, letting Lonnie waltz into the room without any trouble. But to avoid drawing too much attention, they decided to tread carefully. You'll see soon enough. Once the power goes out, it'll come back on shortly. During the reboot, you'll need to upload the fake medical report into their system, Lonnie instructed, dodging her question. Got it, Sky replied, sensing he didn't want to elaborate. She didn't press further. Everyone had their secrets, after all. Lonnie appreciated her discretion. Truthfully, he wouldn't have been able to explain it if he tried. The blob he'd left behind was a venom bomb, a small fragment of venom, functioning like a timed explosive. Once triggered, it would destroy the panel without leaving a single trace of residue or contamination. It was far more eco-friendly than any regular explosive. That tiny thumb-sized blob was more than enough to obliterate the 1-meter-wide circuit board. Ronnie returned to the ground. He glanced at the crowd, ensuring no one had noticed him before walking away briskly. He ended the call with Sky and removed his Bluetooth earpiece. It would be troublesome if he were discovered. After drafting a text message and setting a shortcut key, he slipped the phone into his pocket. Direct phone communication wasn't an option, so Ronnie could only update Sky on his progress via text messages. Of course, she could monitor the progress using surveillance systems, but the risk was too high. It wasn't worth it. 16th floor. Mr. Scarborough, a department head from a medical division, had been waiting for Ronnie here for quite some time. This Ronnie Scarborough had quite the reputation in SHIELD, Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. He was the only college student specially recruited into the agency, and it was Deputy Director Hill herself who had brought him in. This connection alone ensured that Ronnie had no trouble fitting into SHIELD. Thanks to Hill, during Ronnie's year and a half at the agency, no one dared to provoke him. Reality isn't like a novel. There aren't that many arrogant fools looking to stir up trouble. Plus, this was an organization of agents. No one here was an idiot. Knowing Ronnie wasn't someone to be trifled with, no one would be foolish enough to mess with him. Most people treated Ronnie with amicability. If they could befriend him, great. If not, they'd at least avoid becoming his enemy. Good morning, Director Tom. Ronnie greeted the middle-aged man, who appeared to be in his 40s, with a smile. Took you long enough, over half a month. The higher-ups have been pressing me about this, Tom said with a grin. The two had a decent relationship. Tom was Catherine's attending physician, and because of this connection, Ronnie welcomed Tom's friendly overtures. This Tom Handy was a level 6 agent, the highest-ranked agent Ronnie had encountered at SHIELD aside from Hill herself. Ronnie recalled, Hill was probably a level 9 agent? Should be. He was certain, though, that Director Nick Fury was a level 10, the only individual in the agency with that level of clearance. Currently, Ronnie held a level 3 rank, a designation Deputy Director Hill had arranged for him when he joined. Ronnie didn't care much about rankings. Soon, he'd formally join a classified project. By then, his rank would automatically rise to level 5 or even higher. It was a research project that held me up. I didn't want to waste any time, Ronnie said, delivering the excuse he had prepared in advance. Mr. Scarborough's dedication to research is as evident as ever, Tom casually complimented, without doubting the truth of Ronnie's words. Since joining SHIELD, Ronnie had spent most of his time learning under Professor Ifrit at the academy or locking himself away in his apartment to conduct research. He rarely went out. The reputation of Ronnie as a research fanatic had already spread throughout SHIELD. Shall we begin? All right, Ronnie nodded. Relax. Ronnie lay on a bed, a massive machine hovering above him. SHLD's examinations differed significantly from routine hospital checkups. The latter were too slow and inefficient. With its advanced technology, SHIELD had far more convenient methods. The machine enveloping Ronnie was one such scientific achievement. It could collect all data on Ronnie's body and organize the information within just 3 minutes. Shall I start? Tom turned his head toward Ronnie. Go ahead. Ronnie nodded. Tom pressed the switch and turned back to observe him. The large machine above Ronnie began rotating, collecting data from every part of his body. "This thing won't suddenly hit me with an MRI, will it?" Venom's voice suddenly emerged. The symbiote's greatest fears were continuous flames and sound waves in the 4,000 to 6,000 hertz range. Coincidentally, MRIs happened to fall within that range. "Director Tom, how much longer?" Ronnie ignored Venom and turned his head to ask. "Almost done." Tom glanced at the progress bar and replied with a smile. Until the data collection was complete, the information couldn't be accessed. "It's time to move," Ronnie thought to himself. Venom. Understood. The moment Venom responded, an enormous explosion erupted from the power control room on the first basement level. Boom. Buzz. Instantly, all the equipment on the 16th floor shut down, and every electrical device came to a halt. Tom froze for a moment, but quickly regained his composure. "Mr. Scarborough, please stay put," Tom instructed before hurrying out. Watching Tom leave, Ronnie sat up, grabbed the phone from the table, and sent out the pre-prepared text message. Back in her New York apartment, Sky had been waiting. As soon as she received Ronnie's message, she immediately got to work. Buzz. As expected, it didn't take long for the power on the 16th floor to be restored. The numerous backup generators in S.H.I.E.L.D. ensured this wasn't a problem. Ronnie's gaze fell on the computer on the table, which was rebooting automatically. Sky's fingers danced across the keyboard. Using data from other profiles and Ronnie's body metrics, she created a forged set of documents and transmitted them. Ding! Looking at the screen, displaying his falsified records, the corners of Ronnie's mouth curved upward. Done! Sky stretched, leaned back in her chair, and yawned. "Honestly, forging documents feels like a covert spy operation," she quipped. "But to think that such a mysterious organization actually exists in the world, it's truly fascinating." Leaning her chin on her hand, Sky pondered for a moment before deciding not to tell anyone in her group about S.H.I.E.L.D. What kept her from being tempted to investigate SHLD's secrets was the scare she'd had at the library back then. Once bitten, twice shy. She had no desire to bring trouble upon herself. But the people in her group were different. Each one was more ambitious than the last. If they ever got curious and tried to dig into SHLD's secrets, it'd be fine if they weren't caught. But if they were, Sky wouldn't have the face to see Ronnie again. She had, after all, promised not to leak anything. Forget it, not worth thinking about. Sky shook her head and decided to grab a bite to eat. Meanwhile, with Sky's invaluable assistance, Ronnie had successfully gotten through the situation undetected. Still, this wasn't a sustainable solution. He needed to come up with a permanent fix. After all, shutting off the power every time he needed an examination wasn't feasible. People weren't fools. And so, Ronnie began another round of strategizing. But just then, a piece of news suddenly reached him. Tony Stark is missing. Ronnie stood frozen in shock. Just moments ago, after finishing his checkup, Ronnie was preparing to leave when he suddenly heard Venom's voice in his mind telling him that the playboy Tony Stark had vanished. "How do you know that?" Ronnie asked, puzzled. "On the way here, someone carrying a stack of documents rushed by. I recognized them as Hill's assistant, so I got curious and took a peek at the contents of the file. That's what it said," Venom explained. Venom had secretly left an almost imperceptible fragment of itself on the document, allowing it to read the file's information. This particular ability, inspired by watching movies, had proven incredibly useful. It even gave Venom a legitimate excuse to sneak out late at night for movie marathons. When did this happen? Ronnie frowned. For America, Tony Stark was practically a national treasure, a symbol of their technological and military dominance. The level of protection around him rivaled that of a senator. And now, someone like him had gone missing? The idea seemed almost unbelievable to Ronnie. 3 days ago, Tony was in Afghanistan showcasing his latest invention when he was attacked by terrorists and disappeared. It seems S.H.I.E.L.D. is taking this very seriously. They'll probably send someone to search for him, Venom replied indifferently. He didn't have a good impression of Tony, given his abrasive personality. Ronnie nodded in understanding. Terrorists kidnapping Tony? It was almost certainly to force him to build weapons for them. Stark Industries' weapons were wildly popular on the market. Many of the weapons in terrorist hands were manufactured by Stark Industries. Not my problem. I'll let be. Time to report in. Ronnie muttered to himself shaking his head as he walked away. Today, aside from his checkup, he also needed to report to Hill. His year and a half of training had finally prepared him to join that classified project. Ronnie couldn't help but feel excited about this top-secret project. Director's office. Nick Fury sat in his chair, his expression grim, lost in thought. In front of him, Hill and Coulson stood waiting for him to speak. No one spoke for what felt like an eternity. Agent Coulson, take a team to Stark Industries and have the tech department pinpoint Tony's location. The sooner, the better, Fury finally ordered. Yes, sir. Coulson nodded, turned, and briskly left the room. The situation was urgent. The longer Tony remained in the hands of terrorists, the greater the danger to his life. Anything else? Fury turned to Hill, who had remained behind. Ronnie has received Professor Ifrit's approval. I've officially assigned him to the Tesseract project, Hill said in her typically cool tone, her face devoid of emotion. Good. If Professor Ifrit vouches for him, it's time he joined the project, Fury nodded. For now, let him continue working under Professor Ifrit. After some time, we'll let him take over the project fully. Though Fury trusted Ifrit's judgment, he wasn't ready to hand over the entire Tesseract project to Ronnie just yet. He wanted to observe him a little longer. Understood. Has the personnel for Ronnie's protection team been finalized? Fury asked, his gaze fixed on Hill. Ronnie was crucial to S.H.I.E.L.D., even more so than Tony Stark. While Tony was important, his contributions didn't directly impact the Tesseract project. The Tesseract project, however, was a top priority, and Ronnie was an indispensable part of it. His safety was paramount. The team has been selected, Hill replied, having already made her decision. Carry on, then, Fury said with a nod. He had full confidence in Hill's capabilities as deputy director. Hill nodded in return and exited the office. Phew. Fury exhaled deeply, his single, piercing eye reflecting a mysterious glint. The Tesseract project. Hill's office. Knock, knock. Come in. Ronnie pushed the door open and immediately spotted Hill seated in her chair. It had been a while since he'd last seen this icy and elegant woman. Once again, her presence left Ronnie momentarily dazzled. As one of the two renowned beauties of S.H.I.E.L.D., Hill's looks were indeed striking. In both of Ronnie's lifetimes, he had never encountered a woman as beautiful and poised as Hill. The other famed beauty, Black Widow Natasha Romanoff, he had yet to meet. But he imagined she must be on par with Hill, their charms equally matched. Deputy Director, Ronnie greeted her as he approached the desk. This is the Tesseract Project's documentation. Take it home and review it, Hill said, sliding a stack of files across the desk toward him. Report to my office at 9 a.m. tomorrow. I'll take you to the project's research site, she added. So this top-secret project was called Tesseract, Ronnie mused silently. Since you're now an official member of the Tesseract project, the agency has assigned a protection team to ensure your safety, Hill continued. She pressed a button on her desk phone. Send them in. Moments later, 3 men entered Hill's office one after another. Deputy Director Hill, they greeted in unison. Introduce yourselves, Hill instructed. Ronnie turned his gaze to the trio. One was Caucasian, while the other two were Asian, and, judging by their appearances, they seemed to be Chinese? I'll go first. The most composed-looking of the 2 Asian men stepped forward. My name is Chung Xiaofan, Chinese-American. My English name is Alexander Chung. I'm a level 5 agent with standard confidential clearance. I specialize in explosives and can quickly assemble high-yield grenades, though my marksmanship is average. Ronnie gave him a curious glance. Was this guy a demolitions expert? Next, the other Asian man stepped forward. My name is Lu Zian. I'm Chinese and also a level 5 agent with standard confidential clearance. I'm skilled with various firearms, decent at hand-to-hand combat, and have good adaptability. Lu Zian grinned at Ronnie as he finished his introduction. Finally, the Caucasian man stepped forward. My name is Clark Caesar. I'm also a level 5 agent with standard confidential clearance. My expertise is battlefield medical aid. Clark offered a warm smile, despite his burly frame. Ronnie raised an eyebrow in surprise. This large, imposing man turned out to be the team's medic. Truly, appearances could be deceiving. From now on, he is your protection target, Hill said, pointing at Ronnie. Remember, you must ensure his safety at all costs. If necessary, protect him with your lives. He will be your protection target from now on. Hill pointed at Ronnie as she spoke. Remember, no matter what, ensure his safety. If necessary, protect him with your lives. Understood. Understood. Ronnie looked at Hill in astonishment. Protect him even at the cost of their lives? His importance to the agency was far greater than he had imagined. All right, if there's nothing else, you're dismissed, Hill said, effectively signaling the end of the meeting. Ronnie didn't linger. He glanced back at the three men, picked up the stack of files, and left. The trio of bodyguards followed suit, silently trailing behind him. The next morning, after finishing breakfast in the apartment provided by the agency, Ronnie prepared to head downstairs to meet Hill. Catherine had left early that morning to undergo a checkup. Half a year ago, after her condition had stabilized, she had moved back to the apartment to live with Ronnie rather than staying in the medical department. Mr. Scarborough. The moment Ronnie stepped outside, Alexander Chung and the other two, who had been waiting for a while, quickly approached him. Let's go. Time to see the deputy director, Ronnie said, giving the three a quick glance. Having had bodyguards in his previous life, he was no stranger to this kind of arrangement. Understood. As the team leader, Chung wasn't about to object to Ronnie's instructions. With the trio escorting him by car, Ronnie soon arrived at the headquarters building. Although this was SHLD's main headquarters, the protection team's duty was to guard him 24/7, no matter the location. Of course, it wasn't close-contact protection. Under normal circumstances, they stayed hidden, ensuring they didn't interfere with Ronnie's activities. Upon arriving, Ronnie met up with Hill. She didn't bother with unnecessary words and directly led him to the headquarters' underground levels. This time, Alexander and the other two did not follow. The research base for the Tesseract project was highly classified. Most people only knew it was somewhere beneath the headquarters, but the exact location and floor were known to only a select few. The security here was incredibly tight, several levels above even that of the White House. If Ronnie faced danger here, having Alexander and the others wouldn't make much of a difference. Headquarters building. Underground facility, C4 section. Ronnie followed closely behind Hill, navigating through a series of winding corridors. The security presence grew increasingly intense, with every guard fully armed. After what felt like an eternity of walking, Hill stopped in front of a futuristic, massive white circular door. This door, Ronnie stared in awe at the kind of structure he'd only ever seen in sci-fi movies. I can't break through it, Venom's disgruntled voice echoed in his mind. Ronnie's surprise deepened. He knew exactly how strong Venom's symbiotic boost made him. Lifting and throwing trucks weighing tens of tons was child's play. And yet, even with that kind of power, this door was impenetrable. Though Venom bombs might be able to blow it open, Venom added hesitantly, clearly uncertain. Venom's fragmented cells could shrink to an atomic scale, allowing it to infiltrate the door's structure. If the density wasn't too extreme, a Venom bomb could theoretically destroy it. But the exact density of the door remained a mystery. This door's density is near atomic level. It incorporates vibranium sourced from Wakanda, Hill said, breaking the silence. Of all known weapons on Earth, nothing short of nuclear arms could forcibly breach it. Hearing this, Ronnie nodded. He had heard about Wakanda and its unique resource, vibranium, from Professor Ifrit. The advanced technology in this world was far more developed than he had initially assumed. Atomic level? Then I can blow it up. Venom's voice suddenly regained its enthusiasm. Ronnie's mouth twitched slightly. This is the scanner, Hill said, standing before a device near the door. I've already had your retinal data uploaded into the system. Ronnie nodded, though a flicker of confusion crossed his mind. How had they obtained his retinal data in the first place? Hill stepped forward, and the scanner performed an iris scan on her eye. Moments later, the massive door split open with a rumbling sound. The walls, shaped like panels, receded upward, revealing a colossal circular passageway. The radius stretched dozens of meters, and the ceiling shimmered with waves of light that seemed to ripple like an ocean above. Below the passageway lay an intricately designed, massive machine. Its complexity and scale were staggering. Countless researchers in white lab coats surrounded the apparatus, busily working on it. At the forefront of the group stood none other than Professor Ifrit, Ronnie's mentor. The Tesseract project's research base was vast beyond belief. As Ronnie took in his surroundings, he realized the scale of the facility far exceeded his expectations. Even Venom chimed in, estimating the space covered tens of thousands of square meters. The sheer size left Ronnie momentarily stunned. Clap, clap, clap. Hill clapped her hands, grabbing the attention of the researchers, who immediately paused their work to look over. The sight nearly startled Ronnie again. He recognized many of the faces, renowned experts and scholars he had seen countless times in books and publications. "This is Dr. Ronnie Scarborough," Hill announced. "From today onward, he will be a member of the Tesseract Project." Contrary to Ronnie's concerns, the researchers didn't react with hostility. Instead, they regarded him with friendly and welcoming expressions. "Did you finish reading the materials I gave you yesterday?" Hill asked, turning to Ronnie. "Yes, I did," Ronnie replied with a nod. "That," Hill said, raising her hand to point at a faint blue glow emanating from the intricate machine, "is the Tesseract." Ronnie stepped forward, approaching the machine. Inside, he saw a small, blue, cube-shaped object about the size of a palm. The Tesseract glowed softly, radiating an otherworldly brilliance as it sat there quietly, exuding an air of mystery. Ronnie stared at the Tesseract. This enigmatic object from the cosmos was the absolute core of the Tesseract Project. It contained powers beyond human comprehension and was one of SHLD's most highly prioritized assets. Calling it their most important possession was no exaggeration. Having stayed up late the previous night, Ronnie had thoroughly reviewed all the materials on the project. The so-called Tesseract Project was essentially about studying, harnessing, and developing technology from the Tesseract's energy to propel humanity's advancement into space. If this thing's energy were to fully unleash, it could instantly wipe Earth from the universe, Professor Ifrit said from the side. Ronnie didn't reply, his gaze fixed on the Tesseract. "Venom," he murmured softly. "That old man's wrong," Venom interjected. "If this thing's energy fully detonates." Venom paused for dramatic effect. "The entire solar system would be toast." "That old man is wrong," Venom suddenly spoke up. "If this thing's energy were to fully detonate." Venom paused for dramatic effect. "The entire solar system would be annihilated." Ronnie froze mid-step. Though he managed to suppress any outward reaction, his eyes were filled with sheer dread. An impact that could engulf the entire solar system. What exactly was this thing? The most powerful weapon known to humanity, the nuclear bomb, was only capable of city-level destruction. And yet, the cube-shaped Tesseract in front of him possessed such terrifying energy. But don't worry, the Tesseract's energy is highly stable. Even intense collisions won't cause it to detonate. So relax, Venom reassured him. Despite Venom's words, Ronnie still felt a lingering fear. This object was like a massively magnified, ticking time bomb. Even if the timer wasn't set, it didn't change the fact that it was still a bomb. "What's wrong?" Professor Ifrit finally noticed Ronnie's odd behavior and asked, "This thing, does its energy really have such a wide reach?" Ronnie asked, his voice low. "Indeed, that's a conservative estimate," Professor Ifrit replied. "The Tesseract's power is immense. With Earth's current computational capabilities, we can only calculate up to that point. Further understanding will require more advanced technology. But you can rest assured, while its energy is vast, its stability is equally extraordinary. We've even tested it by firing missiles at it, and the Tesseract remained completely unharmed," Ifrit said, patting Ronnie on the shoulder. "Focus on your research. There's no need to worry about safety." Hearing this, Ronnie nodded, though he couldn't help but glance at Professor Ifrit with a mix of respect and disbelief. These scientists were truly fearless. To test the stability of the Tesseract by firing missiles at it, without fully understanding its potential consequences, it was pure madness. If something had gone wrong, the entire Earth might have paid the price for their recklessness. "Ronnie," Hill's cool voice broke through his thoughts. Ronnie looked up at her. "You'll stay here for now." "I need to leave," Hill stated. As the deputy director of S.H.I.E.L.D., her schedule was packed. Taking the time to personally escort Ronnie to the base was already a significant gesture. "Got it," Ronnie replied with a nod. Hill gave Professor Ifrit a meaningful glance before turning to leave. Ronnie noticed the look but couldn't decipher its meaning. He turned back to the softly glowing tesseract, his eyes flickering with curiosity and thought. 1 month later, Ronnie's exceptional talent and knowledge had proven to be a tremendous asset. With his involvement, the Tesseract project, which had been stuck at a bottleneck, began making significant progress. The breakthrough invigorated all the scientists on the team. The first phase of the Tesseract project aimed to develop weaponry powered by the cube. Before Ronnie's arrival, considerable advancements had already been made in this area. The first batch of Tesseract-powered weapons had been developed, but they came with a major flaw. They were single-use. The weapons couldn't store the Tesseract's energy efficiently, and after a few uses, the devices would be rendered useless and needed to be rebuilt entirely. Ronnie, however, tackled this problem head-on. Using vibranium-based gun designs created by Professor Ifrit and others, Ronnie refined the weapons to optimize their energy usage. After a month of intense research, he finally solved the issue of the weapon's single-use limitation. Thanks to Ronnie's contributions, the current batch of Tesseract-powered weapons, though limited to a dozen or so units, was now reusable. The technical hurdles had been overcome. What remained was the issue of vibranium. The next phase of weapon development involved finding alternative materials to replace vibranium. Wakandan vibranium was prohibitively expensive and produced in limited quantities each year, making mass production of Tesseract weapons impossible. Despite their scarcity, the power of these weapons was undeniable. Anything struck by them was instantly disintegrated down to the atomic level. To the naked eye, it appeared as if the target simply vanished into thin air. And as a bonus, the process was completely clean and free of pollution. With the weapons development handed back to Professor Ifrit, Ronnie shifted his focus to another major aspect of the Tesseract project, energy development. Deputy Director's Office. Ronnie carried a stack of reports and data on the Tesseract weapons as he headed to Hill's office. The documents were critical, so he decided to deliver them personally. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Ronnie pushed the door open and saw Hill seated at her desk. Standing in front of her was another agent. Both of them turned their attention to Ronnie as he entered. Take a seat, Hill said, gesturing to the sofa. Ronnie nodded and sat down without hesitation. He glanced at the agent standing nearby and quickly noted the badge on his chest. A level 6 agent. Quite a high rank. In the past month, Ronnie's own rank had risen from level 1 to level 5. Once he officially became the head of the Tesseract project, his clearance would increase to level 7, with his files classified as level 10 burn after reading black box secrets. Even now, only level 9 black box clearance agents could access the files of scientists working on the Tesseract project. Deputy Director, with the director absent, please give the order, the agent said, briefly glancing at Ronnie before turning back to Hill. The U.S. military claims this asset belongs to them. Taking action to apprehend them without proper authorization would have significant repercussions, Hill replied, shaking her head. The United States was one of SHELD's largest contributors, providing nearly 30% of its funding. As such, SHIELD often leaned towards supporting U.S. interests. But if that green monster appears again, the casualties will be catastrophic, the agent argued, his tone growing heated. We lost 17 agents in the last encounter. Agent, control your emotions, Hill said, frowning. The agent took a deep breath, visibly trying to calm himself. I know. Your brother was killed by the Hulk. But Ronnie froze as soon as he heard the name. Hulk? Why did that name sound so familiar? Venom, Ronnie whispered under his breath. What? Came Venom's lazy reply. The symbiote, ever the slacker, had been dozing off. Do you know who the Hulk is? Ronnie asked in a low voice, glancing at Hill and the agent to ensure they hadn't noticed his murmuring. Hulk! Hulk! Venom mumbled, seemingly sifting through Ronnie's memories. Oh, I've got it, Venom finally said. Ronnie's face darkened. The symbiote's ability to freely access his memories was something he found deeply unsettling. In your previous life, you heard about the Hulk, Venom continued. The big green guy. Hulk! Green giant? Hulk! What? Ronnie was utterly dumbfounded. Are you sure it's the green giant Hulk? I'm sure. Why? What's the big deal? Venom sounded surprised. Ronnie's reaction seemed overly dramatic. This. Ronnie slumped back into the sofa, his eyes unfocused. If the name Hulk merely struck him as familiar, Then the title Green Giant was like a thunderous bell. Ronnie may not have watched Marvel movies, but he had certainly heard of the most iconic superheroes, Iron Man and the Hulk. These two were legends among superheroes, names Ronnie would never forget. A green-skinned giant named Hulk. Could this place actually be the world of the Hulk? Are you kidding me? I've transmigrated into a movie. Ronnie was not okay. Not okay at all. While he'd never watched the Hulk movies, he'd seen enough clips online during his internet browsing. The thought of that massive green figure tossing cars like baseballs gave Ronnie a deep sense of unease. Even with Venom bonded to him, Ronnie wasn't confident he could take on the Hulk. Ronnie? Ronnie! Hill's voice snapped him out of his daze. Blinking, Ronnie realized the agent from earlier had already left. Only Hill remained, watching him with her usual detached expression. The green giant you're talking about just now? Who is it exactly? Ronnie hesitated, then asked. Your clearance level is 5. You're authorized to know about this, Hill replied calmly. Here's the file. Take a look. She placed a dossier in front of him, then gestured toward the documents Ronnie had brought. Your purpose for coming here. Ronnie glanced at the file before handing Hill the stack of papers he was carrying. This is a report on the breakthroughs in the weapon development aspect of the Tesseract project. Hill, as the leader of the Tesseract project, had full oversight of it. The project was directly under her jurisdiction. Let's hear it, Hill said, opening the file as she began skimming through its contents. We found that using vibranium as a weapon template was feasible by stabilizing the Tesseract's energy and adapting it to vibranium-based weapons. Ronnie pushed his earlier thoughts aside and quickly summarized the results of their research. Hill glanced at Ronnie. Although he presented the findings as a team effort, the accompanying report, written by Professor Ifrit, clearly indicated that the breakthroughs were Ronnie's work alone. Compared to Ronnie's verbal explanation, Hill trusted the written report's details more. That's the extent of our progress, Ronnie concluded, falling silent. Yet his eyes kept darting to the file on Hill's desk. If you want to look at it, just look, Hill said without looking up, her tone indifferent. Caught off guard, Ronnie chuckled awkwardly, but wasted no time picking up the dossier. He quickly skimmed through it. Asterisk Bruce Banner. Codename Hulk. Super Soldier Serum. Super Soldier Program. Asterisk. The information flashed through Ronnie's mind as he rapidly organized and processed it. So this was the story. The U.S. military had restarted Captain America's Super Soldier Program, using leftover notes from the original scientist who had developed the serum. In their new experiments, they incorporated gamma radiation into the serum's development. Dr. Bruce Banner, the lead scientist, unknowingly created the serum without fully understanding its implications. Confident in his work, he decided to test it on himself, and thus, the Hulk was born. Ronnie flipped to the section analyzing the Hulk's data. This data, his mouth twitched. Venom, what are the odds we'd stand a chance against the Hulk? Venom, who had also been reading the data, fell silent for a moment. Based on these numbers, he's really strong. I asked about our chances. If we round up, throw. Ronnie, closing the file, he placed it back on Hill's desk. All right, I understand, Hill said, nodding as she set the file aside. She didn't bother asking what Ronnie thought about the Hulk after reading the data. All right, Ronnie replied, nodding before leaving the office. Back in the underground research lab, Ronnie was still somewhat dazed. He had always assumed he was in a parallel version of Earth. Who would have thought this was the world of the movies? He suddenly regretted not watching more Marvel films in his previous life. If he had, he wouldn't be stumbling around in the dark like this. Dr. Scarborough, you're back. A voice snapped Ronnie out of his thoughts. He looked up to see Irene, his assistant, jogging toward him. She was a capable helper who often resolved issues for him. If there was one downside, well, she wasn't particularly attractive. What's up? These are the data readings from a sudden Tesseract tremor earlier, Irene said, handing him a report. Ronnie took the report and skimmed through it casually. The Tesseract tremored frequently. The first time, it had startled Ronnie, but over time, he had grown used to it. The tremors were akin to a human sneezing, an entirely normal occurrence. Still, Ronnie had instructed Irene to collect data from each tremor, just in case they stumbled upon something significant. Ronnie's eyes caught a particular set of data, and he froze. Doctor, Irene called out tentatively, noticing the young scientist's sudden stillness. Ronnie handed the report back to Irene and quickly strode toward the Tesseract. Irene, grab my laptop from my desk and bring it here. Also, push over the resonance machine, he instructed rapidly. Without waiting for a response, Ronnie approached the Tesseract and asked the nearby researchers to step aside. He began tinkering with the equipment around it. Irene, having worked with Ronnie for a month, had never seen him this excited before. Realizing he must have made an important discovery, she hurried off to fetch his laptop. Why was Ronnie so worked up? It was because the data he had just seen contained something of monumental significance to him. He had never imagined the Tesseract would reveal something like this. A bold and astonishing theory had sprung into his mind, shaking him to his core. The revelation was even more earth-shattering than finding out he was in a movie universe. 3 hours passed unnoticed as Ronnie worked feverishly. Finally, he stepped back from the resonance machine, staring at the Tesseract. His eyes reflected both overwhelming shock and a glimmer of uncontainable joy. "Venom, did you see that?" Ronnie murmured, his gaze fixed on the softly glowing Tesseract. "I saw it," Venom replied, its usually gruff voice unusually steady. "I saw it too. Hope for going home." "Venom, did you see it?" Ronnie stared at the softly glowing Tesseract, his voice trembling, filled with awe and longing. "I saw it," Venom replied, its gravelly tone unusually calm. "I saw it too. Hope. The hope to go home." Ronnie's breathing quickened involuntarily. The experiment just now had confirmed his theory. The Tesseract wasn't just a simple energy source containing immense power. It was a treasure. The data Ronnie had observed could be described in layman's terms as spatial data. Space. Having studied Einstein's theory of relativity and concepts of parallel universes extensively, Ronnie had delved deeply into these subjects after arriving in this world. His major in astrophysics had also focused heavily on such research. But what he found was disheartening. Currently, the only known theoretical method to traverse space was to exceed the speed of light. And even that was merely a possibility. Surpassing the speed of light? With humanity's current level of technology, it was utterly impossible. Even S.H.I.E.L.D., with its technology decades more advanced than the rest of the world, hadn't even come close to achieving it. However, the data he had just seen suggested that by harnessing the Tesseract, it might be possible to open a space portal, a gateway capable of traversing space itself. This was his hope for returning home. "Ronnie, did you discover something?" Professor Ifrit approached, noticing Ronnie's earlier excitement. Ronnie had been so animated just now that it had drawn everyone's attention. Though they hadn't interrupted him, now that he had calmed down, Ifrit naturally wanted to ask. "It's nothing, just a failed hypothesis," Ronnie replied, shaking his head with a polite but apologetic smile. He had no intention of revealing the Tesseract's potential spatial capabilities to anyone. If word got out and reached Fury, that black-coated, one-eyed hawk would undoubtedly place Ronnie under constant surveillance. And if that happened, there'd be no way for him to secretly conduct his research. Yes, secretly. Ronnie planned to study the Tesseract in secret, working to develop a device that could utilize its power to send him back home. He didn't belong here. The Earth of his previous life, that was his true home. All right, Professor Ifrit gave him a curious glance, sensing that Ronnie was hiding something. But he didn't press further. Still, a flicker of intrigue flashed briefly in the professor's eyes before vanishing. 2 months later, on his monthly day off, Ronnie had just returned to his New York apartment when the news broke. Tony Stark, missing for 3 months, had returned. Ronnie sat on his sofa, a bag of snacks in hand, munching while watching the broadcast. Terrorists in Afghanistan. How did this guy escape? Ronnie muttered, puzzled. According to the reports, Tony had disappeared while showcasing his new Jericho missile in Afghanistan. While most of the news coverage was fluff, Ronnie had used his shield clearance to uncover additional details. Tony had been attacked by terrorists. Strangely, neither the U.S. military nor S.H.I.E.L.D. had any intel on where he was being held. He had escaped on his own. The rest of the information was classified beyond Ronnie's clearance level. How on earth did he manage to get away? Ronnie frowned, deep in thought. Tony Stark, as far as he knew, was an average man. His physical condition was even below that of a typical adult male. How could someone like that escape from heavily armed terrorists? Looks like Tony has some secrets of his own, Ronnie mused, rubbing his chin. Ever since discovering that this world had superheroes like the Hulk, Ronnie had been paying closer attention to his surroundings. He hadn't watched many Marvel movies, but he'd heard enough to recognize the names. If both Iron Man and the Hulk existed here, then this wasn't just some random alternate universe. It was the Marvel Universe. If it were just a standalone Hulk movie universe, that would be manageable. But if this was the full Marvel Cinematic Universe, Ronnie felt a chill run down his spine. In his past life, his best friend had once mentioned an ultimate villain, someone named Thanos or something like that. This guy apparently snapped his fingers and wiped out half the universe. Just the thought of it made Ronnie's head ache. A snap of the fingers and half the universe gone. What kind of nightmare scenario was that? How could anyone survive in such a world? Still, Ronnie found some comfort in the fact that, aside from the Hulk, he hadn't encountered any other superheroes yet. It seemed likely that he was still in an early stage of the Marvel timeline, perhaps just the Hulk standalone universe. Yes, Ronnie was quite pleased with this assumption. Ronnie, I'm hungry. Venom's voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. How are you hungry again? Listen, no eating a full meal, Ronnie warned. No way. I want a full meal. Venom protested, black tendrils emerging from Ronnie's body as it formed its head. It's been a year and a half since I've had a proper meal. If you don't let me eat this time, I'm going hunting myself. Ronnie's mouth twitched. Venom's threats weren't empty. If it forcibly took control of his body, things could spiral out of control fast. He had no desire to relive the missile incident from 16 years ago, a memory that still haunted him. Just then, Ronnie's eyes fell on the TV, where the host was passionately discussing current events. An idea sparked in his mind. Maybe we could go abroad? Venom tilted its head, its sexy, tongue flicking across its sharp teeth. Abroad? Where to? New York's crime rates have dropped significantly because of you. It's getting harder to find bad guys for you to feast on. But elsewhere, Ronnie's gaze shifted to the TV screen, which showed footage of Afghanistan. Over there, every terrorist is a walking feast. A sly smile crept across Ronnie's face. You want to go to Afghanistan? Venom tilted its head, its tone curious as it licked its teeth again. Yeah, and while we're at it, maybe I can figure out how Tony Stark managed to escape those terrorists. Fine by me. When do we leave? Venom asked, clearly eager. What's the rush? Ronnie shot a glance. He casually picked up a tiny, thimble-sized popcorn bucket from the table and handed it to Venom. Here, snack on this for now. I'll let you know when it's time to head out. Venom stared at the miniature popcorn bucket, which was barely enough to fill a tooth gap, and its expression darkened. Ronnie glanced at the tiny, pinky-sized Venom, who was lounging comfortably on its equally tiny sofa, munching away blissfully on the mini popcorn bucket. Ah, Venom. Well, clearly, asterisk, it's delicious. Asterisk. Ronnie turned off the TV and pulled out his phone, searching for more information about Tony Stark. Simultaneously, he logged into SHELD's database to check for updates on the terrorist groups in Afghanistan. As a scientist working on the Tesseract project, Ronnie was allotted 3 days off each month, during which he could leave the research facility. However, under normal circumstances, these scientists were restricted to specific cities. For instance, Professor Ifrit, who hailed from Berlin, would always return to Berlin during his breaks. Leaving one's assigned city required filing an application with the agency, and for international travel, approval from Hill herself was mandatory. The process was excessively tedious and required a valid reason. Ronnie, unwilling to deal with all that bureaucracy, had already made up his mind. He was going to sneak out, or as he liked to call it, hitch a ride on a free flight. A headline suddenly caught Ronnie's eye. Shocking. Genius scientist Tony Stark did the unthinkable. Ronnie's brow twitched. UC's clickbait department had apparently evolved into this parallel world as well. Still, curiosity got the better of him, and he clicked on the article. Skimming through the content, he had to admit, he was genuinely shocked. At a press conference today, at 3 p.m., Tony Stark announced the closure of Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing division. Stark Industries was the undisputed leader in the global arms industry, with 90% of its revenue coming from weapons sales. Tony's decision to shut down the weapons division effectively meant that this military-industrial behemoth was relinquishing its dominance in the arms trade. It was indeed a shocking announcement. What exactly did Tony experience in Afghanistan to make him decide to shut down the weapons division? Ronnie murmured, his voice tinged with curiosity. Deep down, though, he admired Tony's decision. Stark Industries had been a major supplier of weapons to battlefields worldwide, many of which were devastatingly destructive. Tony's announcement signaled a shift away from the arms trade, a move that, while seemingly irrational, was undeniably commendable from a humanitarian perspective. Ronnie felt a newfound respect for Tony Stark. After browsing through a few more articles, he realized that most of the coverage was focused on Tony's return and the closure of Stark Industries' weapons division. The rest of the news was largely unremarkable. Satisfied that he'd learned what he could, Ronnie set his phone aside. "Venom," he called out. "What?" Venom replied, without even looking up, engrossed in its phone. Ronnie shot a glance at the microscopic phone in Venom's hands. He had no idea how his colleagues at S.H.I.E.L.D. had managed to make such a thing. A phone so small it was barely visible, yet fully functional with all the features of a regular smartphone. Venom, of course, adored it. The tiny device was its prized possession. At the moment, Venom was lounging on a miniature pillow, absorbed in a mobile game. Ronnie couldn't help but wonder how the other players in that game would react if they knew their teammate, or opponent, was an extraterrestrial symbiote. "Stop playing. It's time to go," Ronnie said, reaching out to retrieve Venom's phone. But, as always, he was reminded of just how tiny the device was, too small for him to even pick up. Venom paused its game and looked up at Ronnie. "Dinner time." Ronnie grinned. "Dinner time. 1:40 p.m., New York International Airport." A flight bound for Afghanistan was preparing for takeoff. In a cabin, Ronnie sat with his hat pulled low, obscuring his face to avoid being recognized by surveillance cameras. He hadn't boarded this flight through legitimate means. If he'd gone through the proper channels, his SHLD assigned protection team, led by Alexander Chung and the others, would have undoubtedly stopped him. Fully aware of this, Ronnie had opted for stealth. At home, with Venom fully bonded to him, he had evaded the watchful eyes of both his protection team and the agency's surveillance systems to board the plane early. New York to Afghanistan is a 12-hour flight. The last flight tomorrow departs at 10:50 p.m. That gives us roughly 20 hours of operational time, Ronnie whispered, glancing at the passengers seated one seat away. 20 hours is plenty, Venom's voice echoed in his mind. Ronnie's leave was only 3 days long. Today was the first day. By 2 a.m. tomorrow, they would land in Kabul, the capital of Afghanistan. As long as they made it onto the last flight back, they would return to New York by 10 a.m. on the third day. Time was tight but manageable. Nodding slightly, Ronnie recalled the S.H.I.E.L.D. intel he'd read. Tony had been kidnapped by terrorists in Kabul and later found in the surrounding desert. This suggested that the terrorist base was likely near Kabul, possibly in the desert. With Venom's extensive sensory abilities, a thorough search wouldn't take long. The plane landed quickly. Ronnie pulled his hat even lower and casually exited the plane before slipping into a restroom. In an instant, black liquid surged out, enveloping Ronnie entirely. Within seconds, the menacing, towering figure of Venom stood in the restroom, its inky black form radiating a predatory aura. "Food. I'm coming." Venom's gravelly voice was laced with unrestrained excitement. Boom! Venom smashed through the wall and leapt into the open. A black silhouette darted across the rooftops of Kabul, moving with astonishing speed. Each leap carried it from one building to the next, its massive arms spreading wide as black tendrils morphed into wing-like structures, allowing it to glide through the air. In less than 10 minutes, Venom had left the city behind, bounding toward the outskirts. Its biological radar expanded to its maximum range, mapping the surroundings in real time. Inside Venom, Ronnie watched the radar display with mild boredom. When Venom was in its deep bonded state, it was usually the symbiote in control of their shared body. Ronnie rarely took over in such situations, and he didn't mind taking the back seat. That being said, if it came down to combat, Ronnie was confident that he was now the stronger of the two. After months of training in martial arts with Steve Rogers, Ronnie's ability to fight while bonded with Venom had far surpassed the symbiote's own raw instincts. Venom, for all its potential, had never bothered to learn combat techniques. While symbiotes were known for their rapid learning abilities, Venom was simply too lazy to bother. So, as far as Ronnie was concerned, he could easily beat Venom in a one-on-one fight, and he found some satisfaction in that realization. The blazing sun hung high in the clear sky, its scorching rays baking the Afghan desert. The heat was so intense, it could nearly cook a raw egg in mere minutes. A pitch-black figure darted rapidly across the endless expanse of yellow sand, small yet strikingly conspicuous against the desolate backdrop. "I've been running for half an hour, and there's not a single soul in sight," Venom grumbled impatiently. It had been navigating the desert for more than 30 minutes, and its biological radar hadn't detected a single human presence. The lack of results was driving the notoriously impatient symbiote to the brink of frustration. This is the desert. Who in their right mind would voluntarily wander into the middle of this? Ronnie retorted, his voice calm from within Venom. He didn't mind. After all, he wasn't the one controlling the body. Relaxing inside Venom was like watching a movie, and he was perfectly content to sit back and enjoy the ride. Venom began, but it suddenly froze mid-sentence, halting in its tracks. "What's wrong? Why'd you stop?" Boom! A thunderous explosion cut Ronnie off, the deafening sound rippling through the air. Ronnie instinctively turned toward the source. "Someone's there!" he exclaimed. If Venom had eyes to roll, it certainly would have done so. Ignoring Ronnie's obvious statement, the symbiote immediately charged toward the direction of the blast. At the source of the explosion, a red, yellow, and silver figure, sleek and futuristic, stood amidst the chaos, fighting off a group of terrorists. The figure, a humanoid robot clad in a high-tech exoskeleton, looked like something out of a science fiction movie. The dazzling armor hugged its form tightly, designed for combat. Most striking of all was the circular arc reactor embedded in its chest, emitting a brilliant glow. It appeared to be some kind of miniature nuclear reactor. The armored figure raised its right hand, the palm glowing as it unleashed a searing beam of energy. Boom! The energy blast sent a terrorist flying, slamming him into a concrete wall several dozen meters away before his lifeless body crumpled to the ground. "Mr. Stark, the radar indicates a fast-approaching life form." A calm, mechanical voice interrupted Tony Stark's focus. It was JRVS, his AI assistant. "A life form? What kind of life form?" Tony asked, dodging a rocket-propelled grenade and locking onto the terrorists in front of him. The shoulder plates of his suit deployed rows of micromissiles. Asterisk whoosh. 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 Asterisk. The missiles launched with deadly precision, striking every target without fail. "Uncertain, but it's approaching rapidly from the east," JRVIS replied. "How long until it gets here?" Tony asked, standing his ground as bullets ricocheted off his armor. "It's already here." "What?" Tony's voice rose in alarm as he turned to look eastward. Boom! A black figure crashed into the ground with incredible force, kicking up a dense cloud of sand and dust that obscured the area. Whoosh! The sound of something slicing through the air broke the silence. A shadow darted out of the smoke like lightning, heading straight for one of the terrorists. "JRVs." Tony called out, his tone sharp. "Understood," JRVS responded, immediately locking the suit's camera systems onto the speeding figure. Moments later, a live feed of the creature appeared on Tony's HUD display. "Oh my God, what the hell is that?" Tony's eyes widened in shock as he took in the monstrous figure. Venom's towering, black form loomed over a terrified terrorist. Its grotesque, fang mouth stretched wide open. The man's scream was cut short as Venom's jaws snapped shut, swallowing him whole. Not a drop of blood spilled. The man was gone in an instant. "Oh shit, that thing eats people." Tony cursed, raising his arm as the energy cannon in his palm flared to life. Asterisk boom. Boom. Asterisk. Venom sensed the incoming energy blast just in time to turn around. Wham! Caught off guard, the symbiote took a direct hit. Its massive body was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the ground with an audible thud. "That hurts!" Venom growled, baring its razor-sharp teeth as it pushed itself up, performing a nimble kip-up. "Why the hell did you attack me?" Its gravelly voice boomed. "You can talk." Tony's muffled voice came through the suit. Without a proper voice modulator installed, he was practically shouting to be heard. "You can." Boom. Tony watched, dumbfounded, as Venom was struck by a rocket-propelled grenade. The ensuing explosion engulfed the symbiote in flames. Whoosh. "Sir, watch out," JRVS warned. Tony quickly activated the repulsors in his hands and feet, propelling himself into the air just as another RPG detonated where he had been standing moments earlier. Hovering midair, Tony locked onto the terrorists below and fired another energy blast, wiping them out. He turned away without a second glance. True to his style, a real man never looks back at explosions. Boom. JRVS, is that thing dead? Tony asked, staring down at the flames still burning on the ground. No, sir. What? Tony's shock deepened as a deafening explosion erupted to his right. Turning his head, he spotted the black figure darting through the ranks of the remaining terrorists. Through JRVS's display, Tony could see Venom's movements clearly. Sharp claws extended from the symbiote's fingers, slicing through everything in their path with terrifying ease. The terrorist bodies were shredded like paper, reduced to bloody chunks in mere seconds. But what truly horrified Tony was what happened next. Black tendrils burst out from Venom's body, impaling the dismembered remains of the terrorists and dragging the pieces into its form, absorbing them. The explosions he heard weren't just from the chaos of battle. They were caused by Venom's claws slicing through barrels of fuel and detonating explosives. What is this thing? First the military makes a green giant, and now this? Tony muttered, his shock growing with each passing moment. Venom's existence shattered everything he thought he knew. Sir, as your AI assistant, I must remind you that there are still civilians in the area, JRVIS interrupted. Tony's expression shifted. Damn it, he had been so focused on the fight, and on Venom, that he'd completely forgotten about the civilians. Cursing under his breath, Tony ignored Venom and dove back down toward the rubble to rescue the trapped civilians. Meanwhile, Venom was in no mood to show mercy. Being interrupted mid-sentence by a rocket launcher had left the symbiote seething with rage. Civilians? Terrorists? They all died. Venom growled viciously, slashing through yet another armed man. Hey, don't kill civilians. Ronnie yelled from within the symbiote, his voice frantic. Stop nagging me. Venom snapped, its tone volatile. Its claws sliced cleanly through another terrorist, and black tendrils immediately absorbed the man's remains. Venom, what did you promise me? Ronnie's voice roared, filled with anger. Venom paused mid-strike, its head snapping around to glare at a group of 3 civilians huddled nearby. The terrified family, a man shielding his wife and daughter, stared back at the monstrous figure, frozen in fear. Venom paused for a few seconds, then turned and lunged at the remaining terrorists, deliberately avoiding the civilians this time. Although Ronnie couldn't forcibly control Venom's actions, his words carried significant weight. Venom valued Ronnie deeply, and the symbiote's decisions were often swayed by its host's input. Slash! Blood sprayed in a crimson arc as Venom's claws tore through the last terrorist. Black tendrils erupted from Venom's body, pulling the mangled remains into itself for absorption. The final terrorist was dead. In this desolate, ruined city, every last one of the dozens of armed terrorists had been wiped out. The blades on Venom's hands shifted and reformed, reverting to its original 10 fingers. Had your fill? Ronnie asked. Venom nodded. This hunt had been particularly satisfying. Then let's go. Boom. Behind Venom, the black liquid that made up its body surged and formed a massive shield, expertly blocking an incoming energy blast. Venom slowly turned around, its crescent-shaped, white eyes narrowing coldly as it locked onto the hovering figure of Tony Stark in his armored suit. JRVS, I think I might have pissed it off, Tony muttered, feeling a chill run up his spine under Venom's icy glare. Quite evident, sir, JRVS replied dryly. I'm going to kill you, Venom's guttural voice roared, dripping with unrestrained malice. First, it had been interrupted mid-sentence by a terrorist's rocket launcher. Then, the same thing happened again, this time courtesy of this tin-can man. Anyone would be enraged under these circumstances, let alone Venom, who had a notoriously short temper and an even shorter fuse. With an explosive burst of strength from its legs, Venom shot into the air like a cannonball, hurtling toward Tony at breakneck speed. Whoosh! The sound of its velocity tore through the air, deafening and swift. Tony's eyes widened as he immediately tried to ascend higher, engaging his suit's thrusters. But it was too late. A terrifying force gripped his armored ankle, halting his upward momentum despite the thrusters firing at full power. Venom's right hand clamped onto Tony's leg, its left hand morphing into razor-sharp claws. With a vicious swipe, the claws raked across the armor. Screech! Deep gashes appeared on the leg plating, exposing the intricate machinery within. Warning! Warning! External damage to right leg armor. 75% compromised. JRVIS announced. I heard you the first time. Tony snapped. Damn it. This is titanium alloy. What the hell are those claws made of? Vibranium? Is this thing from Wakanda? Or something? Even in the face of danger, Tony couldn't suppress his trademark wit. His suit, made from high-grade titanium alloy, one of the hardest known metals on Earth, was nearly destroyed by a single swipe of Venom's claws. The implications were both alarming and baffling. Realizing that trying to escape with the thrusters was futile, Tony raised his arm and fired a point-blank energy blast straight at Venom. Boom! The familiar black shield materialized again, absorbing the blast effortlessly. Tony's lips twitched in frustration. Venom's gaze grew colder, and it raised its left claw for another strike. Venom, stop! Ronnie's voice rang out inside the symbiote, halting its movement. Pull him down! Don't dismantle him! Ronnie ordered firmly. Venom hesitated, but eventually nodded. The claws on its left hand morphed into a massive hammer, which it swung down with brutal force onto the back of Tony's suit. Wham! The impact sent Tony hurtling toward the ground, breaking his aerial stance. With no leverage in the air, Venom also plummeted after him. Boom! Thud! Warning! Warning! External damage to rear armor. 89% compromised. JRVIS reported. JRVS, I swear, you're killing me here, Tony groaned. Even with the suit's shock absorption systems, he felt the aftershocks reverberate through his body. That hammer blow from Venom had nearly knocked the wind and dinner from him. Redirect all energy to the chest reactor, Tony commanded, his voice steady despite the situation. His natural instincts prevented him from panicking, even in the direst of circumstances. Recharging. Forget recharging. Fire it now, Tony yelled as he glanced at the rear camera feed. Venom was raising its hammer again for another strike. Executing. Boom. A surge of raw energy erupted from Tony's chest reactor, propelling him upward with immense force. The blast wave caught Venom off guard, sending the symbiote sprawling onto the ground. What was that? Venom growled, stunned as it watched Tony streak away into the distance, propelled by the reactor's energy. Iron Man, Ronnie muttered. The black liquid on the right side of Venom's body receded, revealing Ronnie's face. Iron Man. Venom cocked its head in confusion, glancing at Ronnie. Read my memories if you're that curious, Ronnie replied, his gaze fixed on the rapidly disappearing figure of Tony Stark. When Ronnie had first seen Tony in his armor, he'd felt a vague sense of familiarity, but hadn't paid it much mind. However, as the fight progressed and Tony's combat style became evident, it triggered a flood of memories. This was none other than the Iron Man, one of the most iconic superheroes in pop culture. Even someone like Ronnie, who hadn't watched the Marvel movies, knew about Iron Man. After all, his best friend had been a die-hard Marvel fan, constantly raving about the franchise. And even for people who didn't follow Marvel, Iron Man was a household name, practically synonymous with American pop culture. Ronnie felt a headache coming on. First the Hulk, and now Iron Man. Was this really the Marvel Universe his friend had obsessed over? If S.H.I.E.L.D. showed up next, Ronnie might just cry. Then another thought struck him. His friend had mentioned that S.H.I.E.L.D. was the organization that brought superheroes together and formed the Avengers. If S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't here yet, could it mean this wasn't the main Marvel Universe? The possibility lifted Ronnie's spirits. As long as this wasn't the primary Marvel Universe, as long as he wasn't here, that guy's Iron Man, huh? Makes sense now. Venom's voice interrupted Ronnie's thoughts. But honestly, he's kinda weak. Weak? Yeah, I thought so too, Ronnie admitted, still puzzled. Iron Man. one of the most famous superheroes, seemed way too easy to defeat. Venom hadn't even used its full strength, yet Tony had been forced to flee. How did this guy end up fighting alongside the Avengers against that Thanos figure his friend had mentioned? The guy who could snap his fingers and erase half the universe. Ronnie and Venom were both left with a series of baffling, unanswered questions, a metaphorical row of confused expressions plastered across their collective mind. Shaking his head, Ronnie decided to stop dwelling on such frustrating matters. What did it matter if Iron Man was weak? And that Thanos guy? Who knew when, or if, he would appear? Besides, wasn't it called the Avengers Alliance? An alliance implied a lot of people, right? Look at League of Legends across the way. They had over 100 champions. Surely they wouldn't need a background character like him to worry about these things. Instead of stressing over hypothetical scenarios, Ronnie figured it would be far better to focus on studying and developing the Tesseract. He needed to figure out how to use it to go home. The black liquid of Venom surged over him once more, enveloping him completely, and Venom's towering form re-emerged. With a powerful leap, Venom propelled itself into the air, disappearing into the horizon. New York. Back in New York, Ronnie resumed his routine, mundane, yet not without its charms. Every day, he worked tirelessly on research at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, tackling 2 projects simultaneously. On the surface, he dedicated himself to the agency's official Tesseract research. But secretly, he continued developing a way to harness the Tesseract's energy to create a device capable of crossing dimensions. When one is deeply engrossed in their work, time always seems to pass in the blink of an eye. Before he realized it, another month had flown by, and Ronnie's next break was right around the corner. Thanks to his outstanding contributions, Hill had officially appointed him as the head of the Tesseract project. Now, Ronnie was the project leader and chief scientist of the Tesseract initiative, overseeing the entire operation. The previous interim leader, Professor Ifrit, had been relegated to a supporting role. At just 22 years old, Ronnie had already become one of the world's top scientists in the field of astrophysics. While it might be premature to call him the absolute number one, he was undoubtedly in the top 3. Late at night, at 3 a.m., the lights in Ronnie's SHLD-provided living quarters were still brightly lit. Catherine had gone to bed early, leaving Ronnie alone in his home lab. Leveraging his new position as project leader, Ronnie had applied for a personal lab at home, and the agency had readily approved. Everyone in S.H.I.E.L.D. knew how dedicated Ronnie was to his research. When he worked, he became completely absorbed, treating it as both a passion and a form of enjoyment. With such a committed chief scientist on their side, the agency naturally spared no expense in supporting him. After all, while S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't exactly a benevolent organization, it was still a righteous one, and it certainly wasn't stingy with its own people. Ronnie was currently standing in front of a swirling, unstable blue energy mass, holding an intricate and highly complex device. The energy mass was erratic, constantly shifting in form like a roiling mist. Its instability posed a significant challenge to Ronnie's research. This energy was extracted from the Tesseract, collected using a device Ronnie had designed and built himself. Since the Tesseract couldn't be removed from the underground research lab, Ronnie had devised this workaround. What he hadn't anticipated, however, was that the energy, which was exceptionally stable within the Tesseract, would become wildly unstable once extracted. While this instability made the research process far more difficult, it wasn't insurmountable. "I need a stabilizer," Ronnie muttered, pausing his work with a frown. "What kind of stabilizer?" Venom asked curiously. Behind Ronnie, a miniature version of Venom lay sprawled on a tiny pink pillow, wearing an equally pink sleeping cap and blanket. It was fiddling with its impossibly small, ultra-miniature smartphone. Hearing Ronnie's murmuring, Venom glanced up and spoke. "The Tesseract's energy becomes extremely unstable once it's removed from the Tesseract itself," Ronnie explained. "If it's just for research, it's manageable, though the calculations are more difficult. But for practical applications? No way. It needs a stabilizer to make it usable. Why bother with a stabilizer? Can't you just keep the energy inside the Tesseract?" Venom asked, scratching its nose lazily. "No, that won't work. If I want to use the Tesseract to return home, I'll inevitably need to extract its energy. But once the energy leaves the Tesseract, it becomes so unstable that it needs a stabilizer to neutralize it, Ronnie explained, shaking his head. All right. So what can you use as a stabilizer? Venom asked, intrigued. I don't know yet. I'll need to run experiments to figure it out, Ronnie said, his gaze fixed on the energy swirling inside the containment bottle. Then why aren't you experimenting now? Venom asked, putting down its phone and staring at Ronnie with its tiny, beady eyes. Because I don't know enough about stabilizers, Ronnie admitted, turning to face Venom. Especially one that could stabilize Tesseract energy. I need help from someone who specializes in this area. And while S.H.I.E.L.D. has scientists who are experts in this field, I can't go to them. That was the real problem. S.H.I.E.L.D. had no shortage of brilliant scientists skilled in stabilizer technology, and a few of them were world-class experts. But if Ronnie approached them for help, what excuse could he use? The Tesseract project didn't officially include any research into spatial energy. In fact, as far as Ronnie knew, no one else in S.H.I.E.L.D. was even aware that the Tesseract contained spatial energy. He was the only one. Involving other scientists would risk exposing his secret. Why not just learn it yourself? Venom suggested nonchalantly. That's a last resort, Ronnie replied. Stabilizers involve a lot of chemistry, which isn't my area of expertise. If I have to start from scratch, it'll take too long. Unless I have no other choice, I'd rather not go down that route. Ronnie wasn't opposed to learning something new, but time was a constraint. At the current pace of the Tesseract project, it was expected to wrap up in about 3 years. But Ronnie doubted he could master all the necessary knowledge to develop a stabilizer for Tesseract energy within that time frame. While he excelled in astrophysics, that didn't mean he'd be equally gifted in chemistry, especially since this was an entirely different field. You're such a pain. Figure it out yourself. Venom grumbled, picking up its phone and resuming its game. Unlike Ronnie, Venom had little interest in returning home. Back on its home planet, it had been a failure, a bottom-tier outcast. There was nothing for it there, nothing it wanted or needed. Here, however, life was comfortable. Why leave? Of course, if Ronnie insisted on going back, Venom wouldn't stop him. After all, Ronnie's home wasn't the same as Venom's. Going to Ronnie's world was something Venom could reluctantly accept. Ignoring Venom, Ronnie turned back to the bottle of swirling energy, staring at it in contemplative silence. The unstable Tesseract energy continued to shift and churn, and for a moment, Ronnie felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. By 9 a.m., Ronnie, under the protection of Alexander, Lou Zien, and Clark, had returned to his Brooklyn residence in New York. But he didn't stay home for more than 10 minutes before heading out again. Boss, why are you going to Tony Stark's place? Alexander asked curiously, keeping his eyes on the road as he drove. In the passenger seat, Lou Zien sat with his arms crossed, his expression cold and aloof. He radiated an air of "I'm too cool for this," remaining silent, as usual. In the back seat, Ronnie glanced at Clark, the medic who was seated beside him. Clark was there to provide immediate medical assistance in case of an emergency. "I have some questions I need to ask Tony," Ronnie replied with a smile. His relationship with the 3 bodyguards was decent. Among them, only Clark acted somewhat normal. The other 2, far from it. Lou Zien, despite being a quiet and reserved man, insisted on projecting an image of being the coolest and most mysterious person in the room. And Alexander? Well, Alexander Chung, aka Pressure Mountain, a play on his English name, Alexander, was a certified oddball. To put it bluntly, he was one of those people, a full-blown lolicon. According to Lou Zien's gossip, Alexander's dream was to marry a 9-year-old girl. The mere thought was enough to send shivers down anyone's spine. As unsettling as Alexander's preferences were, there was no denying his competence. After all, Hill had personally chosen him to lead Ronnie's protection team. "Boss, are you close with Stark?" Clark chimed in, surprised. Their briefing materials hadn't mentioned any connection between the two. "We're somewhat acquainted," Ronnie replied vaguely. Was he close with Tony Stark? Not really. The real reason for this visit? The stabilizer issue. SHELD scientists were off limits, and self-study would take too long. That left Tony Stark, the super genius, as Ronnie's best option. "All right," Clark shrugged, dropping the subject. "I've heard Tony Stark frequently sleeps with fashion magazine cover models," Lou Zien suddenly remarked, his tone as flat as ever. What, jealous? Alexander teased, his fluent Chinese prompting Clark to furrow his brow. Whenever these two switched to Chinese, Clark knew another verbal sparring match was about to begin. Perverted lollicons like you have no right to talk to me, Lu Zian shot back. Huh, says the high and mighty man. Huh, says the creep. Bickering all the way, the group eventually arrived at Stark's seaside residence. Or rather, his seaside mansion. Or maybe it was more accurate to call it a seaside tower. Damn capitalism. Dismissing his bodyguards, Ronnie approached the entrance alone. Welcome, Mr. Scarborough. Jarvis's voice greeted him as he neared the door. Mr. Stark is waiting for you upstairs. Thank you. With a soft click, the door unlocked, and Ronnie stepped inside. He had, of course, contacted Tony in advance. What truly impressed Ronnie about Stark wasn't just his genius. It was his achievements in the field of artificial intelligence. The existence of JRVS was nothing short of groundbreaking. A highly intelligent AI, capable of human-like reasoning, developed entirely by a single person? It was nothing less than astonishing. This man was, without a doubt, a remarkable genius. Oh, Ronnie, long time no see. Tony greeted him with a smile, casually holding a glass of red wine. He wore a relaxed ensemble of a casual shirt and jeans, but what stood out most was the glowing circular device embedded in his chest. Ronnie didn't pay it much mind. Long time no see, Tony, he replied politely. You're looking good. Found yourself a girlfriend yet? Tony raised an eyebrow, his tone playful. Thanks for asking, but I'm not currently entertaining that idea, Ronnie replied with a light chuckle. Ah, young man between men and women. Stop, Ronnie interrupted, cutting off Tony before he could veer the conversation into God knows where. Interrupting someone is very impolite, Mr. Scarborough. Depends on the topic, Ronnie shot back. Tony shrugged, conceding the point. All right, enough small talk. You mentioned something about a stabilizer over the phone. Care to elaborate? Tony asked, taking a sip of his wine. Let's head to your lab. It's easier to explain there, Ronnie suggested. Fair enough. Follow me, Tony said, setting his wine glass on the table and leading Ronnie down to his home laboratory. Compared to the lab Shield had provided Ronnie, Tony's was far more extravagant. Out of the way, dummy, Tony said, giving a light slap to a robotic arm that had been in his way. What's this? Ronnie asked curiously, eyeing the mechanical arm. Was it an intelligent robotic assistant? Just a little gadget. If you want, I'll give it to you, Tony offered nonchalantly. No need, Ronnie replied, shaking his head as he took in the lab surroundings. I heard you shut down Stark Industries' weapons division, tossing aside your biggest revenue stream. How do you plan to move forward? I'm pivoting to clean energy, Tony said, turning around. In his hand was a circular reactor. Ronnie's eyes fell on the device, and he immediately recognized it. A miniature nuclear reactor. With this, he asked, pointing at the reactor. Exactly. The production cost is under $100, and it can power my entire Stark Tower for 3 months, Tony said, casually tossing the reactor to Ronnie. Catching it, Ronnie examined the device closely. The thing in your chest, is it the same as this? He asked, glancing at the glowing circle on Tony's chest. No. Tony lifted his shirt to reveal the device embedded in his chest. This is the deluxe version. What you're holding is the civilian model. Ronnie gave Tony a puzzled look, fiddling with the reactor in his hands. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed a pile of discarded materials nearby. Wait a minute. His pupils contracted as he stared at the familiar-looking scrap. That? Just some failed experiments. Nothing important, Tony said hastily, stepping in to block Ronnie's view. Enough about me. Tell me more about this stabilizer you mentioned. I'm genuinely intrigued. Tony firmly guided Ronnie toward another part of the lab, but Ronnie couldn't help glancing back at the pile of scrap as they walked away. He looked down at the reactor in his hands, then at the glowing device in Tony's chest. An idea, no, a revelation, surfaced in his mind. All right, Ronnie said, pushing down the shock that threatened to overwhelm him. That pile of scrap? He recognized it immediately, especially those 5 deep claw marks. That was Venom's handiwork. The scrap wasn't just any random junk. It was the remains of the suit Tony had worn in Afghanistan, the same suit Venom had torn apart in their fight. And now, there was no doubt in Ronnie's mind. Tony Stark is Iron Man? Although Ronnie was still somewhat shocked by the revelation that Tony Stark was the Iron Man he had pummeled not long ago, he quickly set the matter aside after their scientific discussion began. Compared to the fact that Tony was Iron Man, Ronnie was far more focused on his primary concern, figuring out how to return home. That was the truly pressing matter at hand. While being careful to withhold certain details about the Tesseract, Ronnie and Tony spent hours brainstorming and finally narrowed down a few feasible methods. Based on the information you've shared, these are the best approaches I can suggest, Tony said, placing a hand on his hip. You can give them a try and see how it goes. Ronnie nodded. All right, I'll test these out. If none of them work, I'll come back to you. Happy to help, Tony said with a grin. Their discussion had also sparked some ideas for him, like how to resolve the issue of his Iron Man suit struggling to ascend to high altitudes. After all, progress comes from collaboration. Working in isolation only gets you so far. Someone's coming, Venom's gravelly voice suddenly announced in Ronnie's mind. Ronnie's expression shifted slightly. Moments later, JRVS's voice confirmed Venom's observation. Sir, Mr. Obadiah has arrived. Obey. Got it, Tony said, raising an eyebrow in acknowledgement. I should get going then, Ronnie said, noticing that Tony had a visitor and preparing to excuse himself. No rush. Obadiah is my dad's old friend and the current CEO of Stark Industries. He's practically family. He'll be thrilled to meet a genius scientist like you. Stay for a bit, Tony said, patting Ronnie on the shoulder. After 2 in-depth scientific discussions, Tony and Ronnie had developed a decent rapport. Despite their vastly different personalities, it didn't stop them from getting along. All right, Ronnie agreed after some thought. He figured it wouldn't hurt to build a good relationship with Tony, especially since he might need his help again in the future. And getting to know Obadiah Stane, the CEO of Stark Industries, could only be beneficial. Following Tony upstairs, Ronnie soon found himself face-to-face with a burly, slightly older bald man. Obey, long time no see. I've missed you so much, Tony said in an exaggerated tone as he flopped onto the couch. Unbothered by Tony's antics, Obadiah grabbed a pizza box from the table. I heard you were back, so I rushed over from Washington and brought you a pizza. No cheeseburgers this time. Those things aren't clean, Obadiah said with a chuckle. Hello, I'm Obadiah Stane, CEO of Stark Industries, he said, turning to Ronnie and extending a hand. Hello, I'm Ronnie Scarborough. It's a pleasure to meet you, Ronnie said, shaking his hand. I've heard of you. A genius physicist, hailed alongside Tony as one of the brightest scientific minds of this new era, Obadiah said, offering a polite compliment. His courteous demeanor and respectful words left a favorable impression on Ronnie. That's just media exaggeration, Ronnie replied modestly. Hey, Tony's told me about you. He's impressed with your talent, and you know how rare it is for him to praise anyone. You ever consider joining Stark Industries? Obadiah asked, smiling warmly. No need to ask. I already invited him, and he's not interested, Tony said, his mouth full of pizza. Is that so? What a shame, Obadiah said, still smiling. Though he expressed regret, Ronnie couldn't quite detect any real disappointment in his tone. Sorry about that, Ronnie said with an apologetic smile. Though, truthfully, he didn't feel all that sorry. Why don't you both grab a slice of pizza? Tony interrupted their polite exchange, raising his voice. It's getting cold. I'll take one, Ronnie said, giving Obadiah a quick glance before walking over to join Tony. Help yourself, Tony said casually, gesturing to the pizza as he lounged back on the couch, fully embracing his carefree billionaire vibe. Neither Ronnie nor Tony noticed the fleeting glint of cold malice in Obadiah's eyes as he watched them. Obadiah was, without question, an old-school businessman. His words were polished and persuasive, and he easily won Ronnie's goodwill. Despite having lived for nearly 50 years across 2 lifetimes, Ronnie still felt outclassed when it came to handling interpersonal relationships. Obadiah's experience in navigating high-level corporate and social dynamics was simply on another level. The two of them chatted amiably, and Tony, for his part, was happy to let them get along. Though Obadiah wasn't related to Tony by blood, Tony had long since come to see him as a father figure after losing his own parents at a young age. Of course, Tony's personality made it impossible for him to express such feelings openly, but the sentiment was deeply ingrained in his heart. As time passed, Ronnie finally decided it was time to leave. If he stayed any longer, Catherine might get up to who knows what while he was gone. "It's getting late. I should head out now," Ronnie said, standing up and addressing Tony and Obadiah. "Why not stay for dinner?" Obadiah offered with a smile. Having lived in the U.S. for some time now, Ronnie was well aware that Americans were generally sincere when inviting someone to dinner. It wasn't just polite small talk like in some cultures. "Thanks, but I got some things to take care of at home. Maybe next time," Ronnie replied with a polite smile. "Fair enough," Obadiah said, turning to Tony with a hint of exasperation. "Tony, yeah, bye," Tony said with a lazy wave, barely lifting his head from the couch. Ronnie couldn't help but chuckle, shaking his head as he made his way out. "All right, see you. Take care." As Ronnie left the seaside mansion, he paused briefly at the entrance before spotting Alexander and the others pulling up in the car. They hadn't left the area, waiting nearby for Ronnie to finish his visit. As bodyguards, they couldn't abandon their post. Seeing Ronnie emerge, they quickly drove over. "Boss, you guys sure have a lot to talk about. 3 hours, huh?" Alexander said, rolling down the window and teasing. "You talk too much." "Boss, hop in," Lu Zian said, holding a mechanical toolbox in his lap. Ronnie recognized the box. It contained various components and explosives that Alexander could use to assemble bombs in record time. Since Alexander was driving, the box was left in Lu Zian's care. "All right," Ronnie said with a smile, opening the rear door and getting in. The car started, heading back towards S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Meanwhile, on a hill about a kilometer away, "All units be advised. Target has left Tony Stark's residence and is en route back to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. All units be advised. All units. The target has left Tony Stark's residence and is en route back to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters." Copy that. S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters was located far from the bustling city center, so Ronnie's vehicle hadn't even entered the urban area. The car cruised along a desolate stretch of highway, surrounded by silence. Low hills flanked both sides of the road, their terrain ideal for concealing ambushes. "Wait, Chung, stop the car," Lu Zian suddenly called out. Chung immediately hit the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a halt. "What's wrong?" Chung asked, puzzled. "Something feels off," Lu Zian said, his brows furrowing. His instincts told him something wasn't right. As an operative, Lu Zian had learned to trust his gut. It was often this intangible intuition that saved lives in critical moments. Hearing Lu Zian's words, Ronnie quickly commanded Venom to activate its biological radar. "No." Ronnie's face paled as he saw the radar screen fill with a swarm of red dots. Just as he began to speak, Clark yanked him out of the car. Boom! The four of them had barely jumped clear when a rocket struck their vehicle. The deafening explosion sent flames roaring into the air, and the car flipped onto its side. Fortunately, the vehicle was designed to withstand such attacks. Its anti-explosive and bulletproof capabilities were on par with those of the U.S. President's car. Of course, it didn't quite rival Fury's vehicle, which could probably survive a sustained rocket barrage for 10 minutes straight. "See, Captain America, the Winter Soldier." "Zian," Chung shouted. Lu Zian tossed the mechanical toolbox he was holding to Chung and immediately drew the twin pistols strapped to his waist. "Clark, get the boss out of here." "Zian, find cover," Chung barked, his voice sharp and commanding. Whoosh! Another rocket streaked toward them from one of the nearby hills. Boom! The rocket detonated near Cheng's makeshift cover, and soldiers in black combat uniforms began pouring down the slopes. "Headquarters! Headquarters!" Clark shouted into his communicator as he shielded Ronnie. But the signal was jammed, leaving only static. "Damn it! The signal's blocked." Clark cursed, throwing the useless communicator to the ground and drawing his handgun to defend Ronnie. Ronnie looked nervously at the three of them. He desperately wanted to help, but there were too many enemies, and surveillance cameras were likely capturing everything. The risk of revealing himself was too great, leaving him torn and hesitant. Meanwhile, Chen quickly assembled a head-sized bomb from the parts in the mechanical toolbox. He glanced toward the densest group of enemies and hurled it with all his might. "Grenade! Take cover!" someone shouted in German. The soldiers scattered, retreating from the bomb's landing zone. But instead of exploding, the bomb bounced forward like a basketball. Once, twice, 3 times. The soldiers stared down at the odd device that had rolled to their feet, confusion flickering in their eyes. Boom! The bomb detonated with a ferocious blast, engulfing a radius of more than 10 meters in a fiery inferno. The explosion tore through the soldiers, leaving devastation in its wake. Huh, idiots! Chung laughed, already preparing and tossing more bombs at the advancing black-clad soldiers. On the other side of the battlefield, Lu Zian darted between cover, twin pistols in hand. His precise marksmanship ensured that each shot found its mark, bringing down a soldier with every pull of the trigger. SHIELD operatives earned their reputation for a reason. Meanwhile, back at SHIELD headquarters, chaos had erupted. An organization as massive and well-equipped as SHIELD would never overlook the possibility of signal jamming. The communications team monitored frequencies around the clock, and the moment they detected interference, they immediately flagged it and reported up the chain. The instant the signal was jammed, SHIELD was alerted. Where was the signal last detected? Maria Hill demanded as she strode into the control room, her voice sharp and urgent. Upon receiving the news, she had dropped everything and arrived at the control room in under 2 minutes. Sector XX, coordinates XX, came the quick reply. Deploy the strike team immediately. Hill ordered. Yes, ma'am. Armored vehicles roared to life, speeding out of SHIELD headquarters. A Quinjet even took to the skies, heading toward the target location. As the head of the Tesseract project, Ronnie was far too important to lose. Deploy drones. I want visuals on the situation, Hill said, her tone icy and her expression grim. Her subordinates snapped to attention, swiftly carrying out her orders. Beep, beep, beep. Hill's communicator buzzed at her hip. Straightening up, she stepped aside to take the call. Status update. Nick Fury's steady voice came through. He, too, had been notified the moment Ronnie's situation turned south. The strike team has just deployed, and a Quinjet is en route. ETA, 3 minutes, Hill reported. Ensure the doctor's safety at all costs. Fury's voice was firm, his tone brooking no argument. Ronnie was indispensable to the Tesseract project. Moreover, his extensive knowledge of the Tesseract's capabilities posed a grave risk if it fell into the wrong hands. Understood. Ending the call with Fury, Hill's expression grew even more severe as she returned to the control room. Back at the ambush site, Ronnie gripped the handgun Clark had handed him, his fingers tightening around the weapon. He glanced at his 3 protectors, who were fully engaged in the fight, and at the waves of black-clad soldiers closing in. His face darkened. These people are clearly after you. Venom's voice rumbled in his mind. I know, Ronnie replied through gritted teeth. He fought the urge to let Venom take over, placing his hopes on SHLD's reinforcements arriving in time. It had been less than 2 minutes since the ambush began. Surely the agency was already aware of what was happening. They just needed to hold out a little longer. Rat-tat-tat. Finally retrieving his assault rifle from the car, Lu Zian tossed aside his pistols. Taking cover behind the vehicle, he began mowing down the enemy soldiers with deadly accuracy. As the most skilled marksman in the team, Lu Zian's combat effectiveness skyrocketed once he had his rifle in hand. Zian, Chung shouted, hurling several grenades into a cluster of soldiers. The two had worked together for years, and Lu Zian immediately understood Cheng's intent. He quickly took aim. Asterisk bang, 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 asterisk. The grenades Chung had assembled weren't ordinary explosives. When Lu Zian's shots struck the midair, they split apart, releasing a dozen smaller grenades each. Asterisk boom, 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 asterisk. The battlefield erupted in a series of deafening explosions, the devastating force tearing through the enemy ranks. Asterisk bang, 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 asterisk. The grenades Chung had assembled split apart midair, each fragmenting into a dozen smaller explosives. Though each mini-grenade was only the size of a thumb, the moment they hit the ground, the force they unleashed was no less powerful than that of high-explosive grenades. Boom, boom, boom. A chain of deafening explosions erupted in rapid succession, shaking the battlefield with an ear-splitting cacophony. The relentless blasts tore through the enemy ranks, the sight enough to make anyone's heart race. Huh, beautiful work. Chung laughed, his voice brimming with adrenaline-fueled excitement. Bang! A sharp whistle cut through the air, and a bullet slammed into Chang's abdomen, sending him staggering back. Thud! Chomp! Lu Zian shouted, immediately pinpointing the shooter's location. He turned toward the eastern hillside and unleashed a torrent of bullets in that direction, forcing the attacker into evasive maneuvers. A figure darted across the hill, moving swiftly to avoid Lu Zian's gunfire. Seeing Chung hit, Ronnie's heart sank. He immediately urged Clark to provide aid. Go! He needs help. Ronnie's mind raced as he turned his attention to the figure on the hill. Venom! Who is that? He demanded, his voice low and tense. I don't know, Venom replied grimly. But one of their arms, it's mechanical, not human. Ronnie's eyes narrowed as Venom shared its perspective. The soldier was masked, his right arm gleaming with a silver metallic sheen that was unmistakably artificial. His movements were precise, almost unnervingly so, calm and devoid of any human hesitation. He looked less like a person and more like a puppet. Clark, meanwhile, had reached Chung and quickly opened his medical kit. Chung, are you all right? You shouldn't be here. Protect the boss. Chung growled through gritted teeth, pressing a hand to his wound to stem the bleeding. It was the boss who sent me over. Don't worry about him. He's safe for now. You, on the other hand, need help. Don't talk. Your injury's serious. Clark said firmly as he worked to stop the bleeding and stabilize Chung. Chung collapsed back onto the ground, his strength ebbing away as Clark treated him. Damn it, Lu Zian growled, his frustration mounting as he continued to fire at the mysterious attacker. Despite his precise aim, the figure evaded every shot, moving with a speed and agility that defied logic. Click! Lu Zian's magazine ran dry. He quickly ducked behind the vehicle, grabbing a fresh clip from the trunk and reloading. But in that brief moment, when Lu Zian's focus shifted to his weapon, the mysterious figure seized the opening. Rising from cover, he took aim and squeezed the trigger. Bang! Lu Zian's instinct screamed at him, and he threw himself to the side with all the strength he could muster. Thud! The bullet, which should have pierced his heart, instead tore through his chest, leaving a gaping wound. The force of the shot sent him sprawling to the ground, his vision darkening as he fought to stay conscious. If he didn't receive medical attention soon, he wouldn't survive. Zian! Ronnie's voice rang out in alarm. Ignoring the hail of bullets around him, he sprinted from the safety of his cover to Lu Zian's side. Zian, stay with me, Ronnie said, pressing his hands to the wound in a desperate attempt to stop the bleeding. Using the rudimentary battlefield first aid techniques he'd learned, he tried to stabilize Lu Zian's condition. Boss reinforcements should be here soon, Lu Zian rasped, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His neck and chest were soaked in red. Get to the car. It's safe, go. Don't talk. Ronnie snapped, his hands trembling as he struggled to contain the bleeding. Science and combat he could handle, but saving lives? That was far outside his expertise. Boss, get to the car. It's too dangerous here. Clark! Cheng's shout drew their attention. Ronnie and Lu Zian turned to see Clark collapse in front of Chung, a fresh bullet wound in his chest. On the distant hillside, the mysterious attacker lowered his rifle, his work done. Damn it! Ronnie's fist clenched, his anger boiling over. Black tendrils danced across his skin, writhing like living shadows. The sight stunned Lu Zian, who had no idea what these strange, ominous things were. Venom, too, was taken aback. Ronnie's fury was so intense that he was unconsciously attempting to control the symbiote. Though the attempt was weak and unrefined, it was undeniably there. Still, Venom didn't mind. Its bond with Ronnie was strong, and it had no reason to resist. Boom! The sudden roar of an explosion behind them snapped Ronnie out of his rage. Turning, his eyes widened in relief. Zian, it's SHLD's reinforcements. A Quinjet soared overhead, its mounted guns blazing as it tore through the black-clad soldiers. The tide of the battle began to shift. The mysterious figure on the hill seemed to realize this, abandoning his rifle and charging down the slope. His target was clear, Ronnie. Chung, get the boss out of here, Lu Zian shouted, his voice hoarse but resolute. Chung, now able to move with difficulty, looked into his old comrade's eyes and saw the determination there. Without a word, he handed Lu Zian a small box, then grabbed Ronnie and began dragging him toward the Quinjet. "Let me go." Ronnie protested, his strength surging as he tried to break free. "Boss," Chung yelled, his voice firm. "This is Xian's decision. We have to ensure your safety." Ronnie clenched his fists, the black tendrils on his body writhing with frustration. Venom was ready to take over at any moment, but Ronnie hesitated. In the end, he relented. Human beings, after all, are inherently selfish. The Quinjet was right above them. If he revealed his true nature now, any hope of returning home would be shattered. "I'm sorry, Xian," Ronnie muttered, his voice heavy with guilt. Meanwhile, Lu Xian pulled a cigarette from his pocket and lit it, taking a long, satisfying drag. He placed a box Chung had given him on his lap, his thumb hovering over the bright red button on top. "You bastards," he muttered, staring at the approaching figure. "This time, I'm going out with a bang." He pressed the button. Boom! The explosion erupted with devastating force, engulfing both Lu Xian and the mysterious figure in fire and shrapnel. The shockwave hurled the attacker into a nearby billboard, slamming him to the ground with bone-crushing impact. But to Cheng's disbelief, the man rose to his feet, his body bloodied, but seemingly unfazed. He began advancing toward them once more, while the remaining soldiers closed in from all sides. "Damn it," Chung cursed under his breath. "Boss, go." "No, I'll be fine," Chung insisted, his voice steady and convincing. Ronnie hesitated for a moment before nodding heavily. Turning, he ran toward the waiting Quinjet. Chung watched him go, letting out a small chuckle. "Boss, I lied to you again," he murmured. Sinking to the ground, he pulled out his wallet and opened it to reveal a photo of a young girl, no older than 9. Her bright, sunny smile was beautiful and full of life. 18 years. "I'm finally coming to see you, Roland," Chung said softly, a bittersweet smile on his face. Boom! Asterisk boom! Asterisk. The deafening explosion behind him sent shockwaves through the air. Ronnie stumbled, his body trembling as the black tendrils of Venom surged wildly across his skin. The symbiote was on the verge of taking over, its primal rage feeding off Ronnie's own fury. But before he could react, a powerful force gripped his neck from behind. Ronnie instinctively tensed, ready to retaliate. "Don't move," Venom's gravelly voice echoed in his mind, cutting through his instincts. Ronnie froze. After a brief pause, he allowed his body to go limp, feigning unconsciousness. Through Venom's shared vision, Ronnie saw the figure who had ambushed him. It was the mysterious man. The explosion shockwave had blown off his mask, revealing his face. Ronnie burned the man's features into his memory, his mind seething with the promise of revenge. "I'll kill him," Ronnie swore silently. "You'll have your chance," Venom muttered. "They'll take you to their base. You can deal with him there." Hearing this, Ronnie forced himself to suppress his rage. Venom was right. Now wasn't the time to act impulsively. He allowed the mysterious man to hoist him over his shoulder and carry him away. Dr. Scarborough has been captured. The Quinjet had been locked in aerial combat with the enemy forces. By the time they had cleared the battlefield, Ronnie was already gone. "Secure the area. I'm on my way," Hill barked into her communicator as she strode out of the control room. Meanwhile, Ronnie was loaded onto a plane by the mysterious man. The aircraft quickly took off, heading west. Through Venom, Ronnie discreetly left a trail of markers. The unique symbols were part of a training regimen taught to him by S.H.I.E.L.D. as a contingency for kidnapping scenarios. While many of his fellow scientists had dismissed such training as unnecessary, Ronnie had taken it seriously, a decision that now proved invaluable. Feigning unconsciousness, Ronnie lay slumped in one of the plane's seats. Venom regulated his heart rate and breathing, ensuring his act was convincing. Pretending to be asleep was useless against trained operatives, but true unconsciousness? That was far harder to discern. As he silently observed the situation, Ronnie's mind raced with thoughts. "This group is highly trained," he noted, recalling the precision and coordination of the attack. Especially the man with the silver arm. He's no ordinary soldier. He's an elite among elites. This was clearly premeditated. The more Ronnie thought about it, the more unsettling the situation became. His movements were classified information. Other than Hill, Fury, and the team responsible for his safety, no one should have known where he was. So how had this group tracked him down so precisely? Could there be a traitor in S.H.I.E.L.D.? Ronnie's thoughts darkened. It was the only explanation that made sense. He'd contacted Tony before heading to meet him, leaving no time for anyone outside S.H.I.E.L.D. to organize such a large-scale operation. Tony Stark, for all his flaws, had no motive to betray him. That left only one possibility. Someone within S.H.I.E.L.D. had leaked his location. This organization is more formidable than I thought, Ronnie mused. They've even managed to infiltrate S.H.I.E.L.D. You can wake up now, Venom suddenly said. If you keep pretending, they'll catch on. Without hesitation, Ronnie stirred, letting out a low groan as he regained consciousness. Slowly, he opened his eyes, feigning disorientation. Where am I? Ah, Dr. Scarborough, you're awake. The voice came from a middle-aged man in a tailored suit, seated across from him and smiling politely. Ronnie turned toward him, his expression cold and guarded. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Valen. I'm German. The man extended his hand, his tone cordial. Ronnie ignored the gesture, his gaze icy. You went through a lot of trouble to kidnap me. What do you want? Valen withdrew his hand without offense, his smile unbroken. According to our sources, you're the head of the Tesseract Project, and the only scientist capable of independently advancing its research. We greatly admire your talent, Doctor. Please forgive the unconventional method of inviting you here. You know about the Tesseract Project? Ronnie's eyes narrowed. His suspicions deepened. Whoever the traitor was, they had access to highly classified information. If Valen's words were true, the mole had to be either a scientist involved in the project or someone high up in SHIELD's leadership. We know many things, Doctor, Valen said, crossing one leg over the other as he leaned back. We are everywhere. We know everything. Ronnie let out a derisive laugh. Not even God himself would claim to know everything. Don't flatter yourselves. Valen didn't respond to the jab, maintaining his polite demeanor. Where are you taking me? Ronnie asked. To our base, Valen replied simply. And what do you want from me? We'd like you to restart the Tesseract Project. Impossible, Ronnie said firmly. You should already know that without the Tesseract itself, the project can't proceed. No problem, Valen said with a smile. We've heard that you've developed a device capable of collecting Tesseract energy. We'll use your invention to bring the energy to you. Ronnie's gaze darkened as he stared at Valen. This organization. Back at the battlefield, Hill stepped off a helicopter, her sharp figure cutting a commanding presence in her S.H.I.E.L.D. uniform. Her beauty, cold and dignified, might have drawn admiration under different circumstances. But now, no one had the luxury to notice. Have you found any markers left by the doctor? Hill asked the field commander. She knew Ronnie well enough to believe he wouldn't go without a fight, or without leaving clues. Not yet, the commander replied, his tone heavy. We're still searching. Expand the search radius. You would have left something behind, Hill ordered. Understood. Nodding, Hill walked over to the team, handling the grim task of collecting the bodies and clearing the battlefield. Deputy Director, one of them greeted her hesitantly. Hill waved them off, her gaze falling silently on Clark's lifeless body. Agents Chung and Liu Zian detonated explosives, taking the enemy with them. There's nothing left of their remains, a staff member reported somberly. Though S.H.I.E.L.D. operatives were trained to accept the inevitability of death, the reality of seeing comrades fall always carried a heavy weight. Understood, Hill said softly, nodding. She cast a long, lingering look at Clark's pale, lifeless face before turning away. These 3 agents hadn't died in vain. The blood of SHIELD's operatives demanded justice. Hill would ensure that these enemies paid the price. With blood. ***, somewhere in a desert in Asia. ***. Welcome to our base, Doctor, Valen said, spreading his arms wide in mock hospitality as he stood before the massive gates of the facility. His polite smile didn't reach his eyes. Ronnie cast him a sidelong glance, barely acknowledging him, as he studied the sprawling base before him. Flanked by black-clad soldiers, Ronnie was escorted into a dimly lit, isolated cell. As he was being led inside, he noticed the adjacent cell held 2 other detainees, a man and a woman, both Caucasian. You're the doctor, aren't you? Ronnie was surveying his surroundings when a melodic female voice broke the silence. He turned to see the pair in the neighboring cell. the woman staring at him with open curiosity. For a moment, Ronnie was taken aback. The woman was strikingly beautiful, her features far from ordinary. "Or are you not?" she pressed when Ronnie didn't immediately respond. "If you mean a doctor in astrophysics, then yes, that's me," Ronnie replied with a faint smile. In his year and a half at S.H.I.E.L.D., Ronnie had worked tirelessly. Though an official exam wasn't part of the program, he had earned 3 doctoral degrees during his tenure. Being called doctor wasn't an exaggeration. "So it really is you." The woman's large eyes sparkled with even more curiosity. "You're so young." Ronnie chuckled softly. "I'm Ronnie Scarborough. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Wanda, and this is my brother, Pietro. Maximoff is our last name." The woman introduced herself cheerfully. "Nice to meet you," Pietro said with a warm, polite smile. "Likewise," Ronnie replied with a nod before asking, "So, do you know what kind of organization this is?" "No idea," Wanda admitted, furrowing her brow. "But I keep hearing them shout something like, 'Hail Hydra.'" She turned to Pietro. "Is that how they say it in German?" Pietro nodded. "Hail Hydra, it's German. Translated, it means exactly that. Hail Hydra." "Hydra? Like the 9-headed serpent from Greek mythology," Ronnie murmured, his mind racing. What kind of organization was this? Why had he never heard of them before? "Why were you two captured?" Ronnie asked, his curiosity piqued. "We weren't captured," Wanda began, but Pietro quickly cut her off. "It's nothing. Just an accident," Pietro said smoothly, ignoring the confused look Wanda shot him. Seeing that Pietro didn't want to elaborate, Ronnie didn't press the matter. An awkward silence settled over the cells. "Why did you lie to him?" Wanda whispered to Pietro, her tone laced with suspicion. "We can't just take him at his word," Pietro replied in a low voice. "He says he's a doctor, but how do we know that's true?" "Wanda, don't forget, we're in a terrorist stronghold. We're playing with fire here." "Your Chinese is coming along nicely," Wanda muttered, raising an eyebrow at her brother's fluent use of idioms. Pietro let out a sheepish laugh, the composed facade he'd been maintaining crumbling in an instant. "It's boring being stuck here. Figured I'd learn some Chinese. Who knows? Once we're out of here, it might help me charm some Eastern girls." Wanda rolled her eyes in exasperation. Her usually serious brother only put on his stoic act around strangers. The moment he was with someone familiar, his true color shone through. "Still, this Ronnie guy is awfully young," Pietro mused, his tone serious again. "If he really is the doctor they went to so much trouble to capture, he must be extremely important." "That much is obvious," Wanda agreed. "Think about it. This organization clearly has significant resources. We've seen a glimpse of their capabilities in the time we've been here. And yet, they still went to all this trouble to kidnap him. It speaks volumes about how valuable he must be." "True. I just wonder what his area of expertise is." "I'd be interested to know," Wanda said thoughtfully. "Oh, since when did you care about science?" Pietro teased, looking genuinely surprised. Wanda's face darkened, and she shot him a glare. "I care now. Is that a problem?" Sure. Whatever you say," Pietro replied, smirking. Meanwhile, in the adjacent cell, Ronnie was having his own conversation with Venom. "They're talking about you," Venom said, its voice laced with amusement. Its enhanced hearing easily picked up the Maximoff siblings' hushed conversation. "Let them talk. People talk about me all the time." "I'm used to it," Ronnie replied, unfazed. As a hidden heavyweight in the scientific community, he was no stranger to being the topic of discussion. My, getting a little arrogant, aren't we?" Venom teased. "Shut up," Ronnie muttered. "If I shut up, you'll be stuck in this dump forever," Venom quipped smugly. Ronnie's face stiffened, though he tried to maintain his composure. "S.H.I.E.L.D. will find me." "Are you sure about that?" "They will," Ronnie insisted. "It's not like I'm on the moon." "No, you're not on the moon," Venom admitted. "But you're not exactly close, either." "What do you mean? Where are we?" A sinking feeling began to settle in Ronnie's chest. "By human geographic standards, you're in the Middle East," Venom replied casually. Damn it. Just when he'd thought he was done with Afghanistan, here he was again, back in the lawless, conflict-ridden lands of the Middle East. "Did you leave those markers I told you to?" Ronnie asked, trying to focus on more practical matters. "Relax. I followed your instructions to the letter," Venom said dismissively. "Those markers will last for 7 days." Ronnie nodded. 7 days. If S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't find him within that time, he'd have no choice but to break out. And that silver-armed bastard? He was as good as dead. By the way, where's the guy who killed Chung and the others? Ronnie asked. He hadn't been able to keep track of the man while feigning unconsciousness. He boarded another helicopter and left. He's not in this base, Venom replied. Ronnie frowned. If the culprit wasn't here, his plans for an immediate, violent escape lost much of their appeal. Why risk it when the real target wasn't even at hand? Ultimately, it came down to one thing: his overwhelming desire to return home. Fine. Looks like I'll have to take my time tracking him down, Ronnie muttered. But the murderous glint in his eyes betrayed the storm of emotions roiling beneath his calm exterior. Chung, Lu Zian, and Clark had protected him with their lives. Even in their final moments, they prioritized his safety. If Ronnie hadn't hesitated when it mattered most, they might still be alive. In the end, his selfishness had cost them their lives. That guilt gnawed at him, each thought a dagger to his conscience. But the pull of home, of returning to where he truly belonged, was a temptation he couldn't resist. I'll avenge you, Ronnie murmured. Chung, Zian, Clark, I swear it. For a fleeting moment, guilt flickered in his eyes, but it was quickly swallowed by an unrelenting, burning wave of hatred. At the same time that Ronnie was wholeheartedly plotting to kill someone at the Middle Eastern base, far away in New York, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents led by Hill had finally discovered a secret mark left by Ronnie after searching for over 10 hours. It was found in a forest about 1,000 meters away from the attack site. Hill crouched down, carefully studying the barely discernible mark on a large tree. This forest had already been combed through by other agents, but there were simply too many places where one could leave a mark. It had taken this long to thoroughly search the area. This is the distress signal I taught him. Hill stood up and explained to the alluring red-haired woman beside her. Fury had already returned to headquarters and had immediately dispatched personnel to assist Hill in rescuing Dr. Ronnie. You taught him. The red-haired woman looked at Hill in astonishment, her expression one of surprise. Yes, Hill nodded slightly. To prevent any potential moles within S.H.I.E.L.D., I taught him a distress signal that only he and I would understand. He was taken onto a helicopter. The takeoff point is to the east, not far from here. Search carefully, Hill instructed the agents behind her. Yes, ma'am. You really thought everything through, Hill. The red-haired woman smiled seductively. She wasn't just stunningly beautiful. Her figure was equally captivating, exuding a ripe, peach-like allure from head to toe. It was a sensuality that came from deep within, one that few men could resist. This woman was none other than Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s two most remarkable female agents. A bona fide Level 9 operative, Natasha was a combat specialist not under the jurisdiction of the operations department. Unlike Hill, who worked behind a desk as deputy director, Natasha was on the front lines, assigned to missions almost every day. The tasks given to her were often the most challenging ones. Her abilities were widely recognized. Among all S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, her skills were undoubtedly among the top 3. Even Hill couldn't compare to her. In terms of sheer capability, there was only one other female agent who could rival the Black Widow, Melinda May, known as the Iron Cavalry. Hill glanced at Natasha briefly but didn't respond, instead quickly issuing commands. Natasha didn't mind. Having worked with Hill for many years, she was used to this. This recent attack was peculiar. None of those present were fools, and most of them had already come to a grim realization. There was a mole within S.H.I.E.L.D. As a result, Hill had personally selected the agents for this mission. The goal was to ensure maximum security. Beep, beep, beep. Hill stopped what she was doing and pulled out her communicator. Deputy Director, Professor Ifrit was attacked in Berlin and has gone missing. Hill's icy gaze flickered briefly. Notify all scientists involved in the Tesseract project to return to headquarters immediately. Also, arrange for their protection. Understood. After ending the communication, Natasha spoke up. Another abduction? Yes. The project's deputy lead, Professor Ifrit. Hill confirmed with a nod. If my guess is correct, it's likely the same group behind this, Natasha said, crossing her arms. Her curvaceous figure, highlighted by her tight combat suit, appeared even more seductive. I know, Hill replied, her tone laced with frustration. With Professor Ifrit also kidnapped, she was finding it increasingly difficult to report back to Fury. Their objective seems obvious, the Tesseract Project. But without the Tesseract, what's the point of capturing Dr. Scarlab and Professor Ifrit? Natasha questioned, her confusion evident. She was a Level 9 agent, but the Tesseract Project was classified as Level 10, eyes only, top secret black box information. Though she technically didn't have clearance, she was one of the few who knew about the Tesseract, as she had led the team that retrieved it from the Pacific. She was fully aware of the importance of the Tesseract to the Tesseract Project. However, the Tesseract was currently secured in the underground research facility at headquarters, a place so fortified that even missiles couldn't breach it. It was incredibly safe. Without the Tesseract, what was the point of kidnapping the two scientists? Ronnie invented a container capable of storing the Tesseract's energy. Professor Ifrit took a large amount of that energy with him to Berlin to continue his research at home. Hill explained before suddenly pausing. How much did he take? Natasha, sensing something amiss, immediately asked. Enough to sustain research for 6 months, Hill replied, her expression darkening. At the time, she'd found it odd that Professor Ifrit had taken such a large amount of energy with him. His vacation was only 3 days long. There was no way he'd need that much energy. Maybe it's just a coincidence, Natasha said, unwilling to believe the truth could be as dire as they feared. If their suspicions were correct, the situation would escalate dramatically. Deputy Director, we've located the helicopter's landing site. At that moment, an agent ran over with some good news. Hill's spirits lifted upon hearing this, and she rushed to the scene. After investigating the area around the helicopter, they quickly found another mark left by Ronnie. Hill examined the mark, her brows furrowing. What's wrong? Is a message unclear? Natasha walked over and crouched beside Hill. No, the message is clear. So clear it's puzzling, Hill replied, her frown deepening. What do you mean? This mark indicates the Middle East. But Ronnie had just boarded the helicopter at the time. How could he have known that the destination was the Middle East? I highly doubt those soldiers let it slip by accident. Natasha nodded in agreement. Judging by the soldiers' disciplined demeanor, they were clearly part of a highly trained organization. The likelihood of them accidentally revealing their destination was minimal. So that raised the question, how did Ronnie know the destination was the Middle East? Venom, however, had the answer. The two pilots had mentioned it. With Venom's exceptional hearing, the noise from the helicopter's ascent couldn't drown out the pilot's conversation. Could it be a deliberate attempt to mislead us? Natasha suggested. Impossible, Hill replied firmly, shaking her head. This mark is a code that only Ronnie and I understand. There's no chance of deception. That makes it all the more intriguing, Natasha said, standing up and crossing her arms in thought. Let's not overthink it for now. We'll head to the Middle East first, Hill decided, unable to come up with a better plan. All right. SHELD's aerial division took off, headed for the Middle East. Among the passengers were Natasha and Hill. Somewhere in the Middle East, at a secret base, Ronnie lay on the only piece of furniture in his cell, a bed. He yawned, his vacant gaze fixed on the ceiling above. Half a day had passed. After being served a somewhat decent meal by his captors, no one had shown up again. Alone in this empty, desolate cell, Ronnie was bored out of his mind. So boring. He had just muttered to himself when Venom's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. What are you bored about? Ronnie asked, bewildered. I want to play on the phone, but you left it at home. Venom grumbled. Internet-addicted teenager, Ronnie retorted, speechless. Of all times, Venom was still thinking about playing on a phone. Still, this realization indirectly reflected one thing. This base wasn't particularly dangerous. At least, not in Venom's eyes. If it wanted to leave, it could leave anytime. Otherwise, given Venom's survival instincts, it would never be this relaxed, let alone have the leisure to think about something as trivial as a phone. Turn on thermal imaging for me. I want to check the soldier distribution in this base, Ronnie instructed Venom. Venom didn't respond verbally, but Ronnie's pitch-black eyes suddenly turned faintly white as his vision shifted to display a thermal imaging layout. Ronnie began wandering around the cell, glancing here and there. What's this guy up to? One of the two soldiers in the monitoring room asked, staring at the surveillance footage of Ronnie moving about erratically. Probably looking for an exit, the other soldier replied, nonchalantly. To him, this unarmed scientist wasn't capable of causing much trouble. I don't know. It looks like he's studying the layout, the first soldier said, narrowing his eyes. The more he watched Ronnie's movements, the more suspicious he became. You're overthinking it. How could he study the layout in a tiny room like that? What? Does he have X-ray vision? The second soldier scoffed. Hearing this, the first soldier nodded reluctantly. Maybe he was being overly suspicious. After all, there wasn't much one could analyze in a place like this. Studying the layout? Not quite, but close enough. With the help of Venom's thermal imaging, Ronnie was moving around the cell to observe the distribution of soldiers throughout the base. It was also a way to pass the time. As the seconds ticked by, Ronnie soon had a complete understanding of the base's troop deployment. 123 individuals. 2/3 of them are armed. The majority are concentrated on the second and third underground levels, Ronnie silently calculated. His current location was on the second underground level, which had the highest concentration of soldiers. In addition to the 50 soldiers here, there were also over 10 research personnel. Some of these researchers were armed but posed little threat. Both the elevator and stairway leading to the first underground level were heavily guarded. Breaking through head-on would be nearly impossible. Still, with SHLD's capabilities, these 100-plus soldiers could be overwhelmed with sheer firepower alone. However, what truly surprised Ronnie was the third underground level. It was essentially an armory. At first, he couldn't be certain, but when Venom sent out smaller split-off tendrils to investigate, the truth was confirmed. The third underground level, also heavily guarded, was packed with ammunition and even missiles, the kind capable of catastrophic destruction. The footage transmitted by the split-off tendrils made Ronnie's heart race. The size of those missiles. If one of them exploded, even Venom might not be able to ensure their survival. And there wasn't just one missile down there. Venom, how many split-off tendrils can you create at one time? Ronnie's eyes darted as he asked. As many as you need. Venom's face materialized briefly on the back of Ronnie's hand. Destroy all the missiles, Ronnie instructed in a low voice. Understood. Venom's face vanished as countless nearly invisible tendrils began slithering out from beneath Ronnie's feet. These tiny tendrils were so minuscule that even high-definition cameras wouldn't be able to capture them clearly. At most, they'd appear as fleeting black streaks. Ronnie seriously doubted that the cameras in this mediocre base were more advanced than those of S.H.I.E.L.D. While Ronnie lay back on the bed, pretending to be idle, Venom was hard at work, guiding the tendrils to infiltrate the missiles and sabotage them from within. The missiles weren't state-of-the-art, and with Venom's tendrils capable of shrinking to nearly atomic levels, infiltrating them was a trivial task. Once compromised from the inside, the missiles would be rendered completely inoperable. Ronnie, Venom suddenly called out. What is it? Are you done? Not yet, but I saw something very interesting. I think you'll be surprised, Venom replied, projecting an image directly into Ronnie's mind. The perspective was from ground level. It was clear that one of the tendrils had captured this scene. When Ronnie saw what was in the image, his pupils contracted sharply. Professor, this time, catching Scarlab was all thanks to you. Professor, said a man named Valen, seated in a chair and smiling at the elderly man across from him. We're all Hydra. No need for formalities, the elderly man replied with a wave of his hand. His appearance was unmistakable. It was Professor Ifrit, the deputy lead of the Tesseract project and Ronnie's mentor. I brought enough Tesseract energy to last for 6 months. With my brilliant student's intellect, that's more than enough to develop many useful things, Ifrit said, gesturing toward rows of special containers filled with Tesseract energy. Professor, you've made a great contribution to this mission, Valen said, his gaze lingering on the containers with satisfaction. This mission had been executed flawlessly. Not only had they captured Ronnie, but they'd also secured a significant amount of Tesseract energy. There was no doubt that the higher-ups would lavish him with praise. By the way, before I left, I heard Maria Hill personally took charge of this incident. You should prepare yourselves. She's not to be underestimated, Ifrit added, as if suddenly remembering something. Maria Hill, huh? Her name does precede her. The deputy director of S.H.I.E.L.D., Valen sneered, his tone oozing nonchalance. Don't underestimate her. To rise to the position of deputy director at S.H.I.E.L.D., she must be incredibly capable, Ifrit warned, noticing Valen's dismissive attitude. Thank you for the warning, Professor. Though Valen expressed his gratitude, His indifferent demeanor remained unchanged. If it frowned, but chose not to press the issue. Ronnie's lips curled into a faint smile. If Hill was leading the operation, then by his calculations, she should be arriving in the Middle East right about now. Hydra, you'll pay for this. 5 kilometers outside the base in the Middle Eastern desert, atop a sand dune. Didn't expect it to actually be here, Natasha remarked, lowering her binoculars with a tone of mild surprise. She turned to Hill, who stood beside her. Hill didn't reply, though a glimmer of surprise flickered in her usually composed eyes. They had come here with the faint hope of stumbling upon something, like a blind cat catching a dead rat. Yet, as soon as they arrived in the Middle Eastern desert, satellite imagery revealed the presence of this base. It was subtle, barely noticeable under normal circumstances. If Hill hadn't instructed the team back at headquarters to thoroughly investigate, it might have been entirely overlooked. How long until reinforcements from headquarters arrive? Hill asked one of the agents standing nearby, her tone calm and measured. The agent glanced down at the tablet in his hands for a quick check. Headquarters air reinforcements have already arrived in the Middle East and are en route to us. They're expected to arrive in 15 minutes. Ground reinforcements from a Middle Eastern division will take another 30 minutes. Hill nodded slightly, her expression unreadable. Half an hour. They could afford to wait. This mysterious organization had gone through the trouble of capturing Ronnie. They wouldn't kill him right away. As long as Ronnie didn't do anything reckless, he should be safe until the organization achieved whatever goal they had in mind. Though Hill was deeply concerned for Ronnie's safety, her rational mind reassured her that, for now, he was not in immediate danger. Headquarters reinforcements are surprisingly quick this time, Natasha said with a light chuckle, sitting cross-legged on the sand with an air of nonchalance. She showed no signs of tension despite the looming confrontation. And why would she? The infamous Black Widow had been through countless battles, from small skirmishes to full-scale wars. Even the most anxious recluse would have developed a casual demeanor after experiencing what she had. Of course, this relaxed exterior was just a facade. Once the mission began, she would transform back into the world-renowned super spy, the Black Widow. Thump, thump, thump. Before long, the sound of helicopters descending echoed in the distance. They landed a safe distance away to avoid alerting the enemy. Not long after, a convoy of armored vehicles bearing the shield insignia rolled toward their position. The door of the lead armored vehicle swung open, and out stepped a strikingly imposing Asian woman with a commanding presence. The moment Natasha saw her, her previously casual demeanor shifted. Her gaze sharpened as she stared at the newcomer in surprise. Even Hill, with her usual frosty composure, let a flicker of astonishment cross her face. It seemed she hadn't expected this particular individual to lead the reinforcements. The tall Asian woman strode toward them with long, purposeful strides. "Didn't think Fury would send you," Natasha said as she stood up, her tone tinged with curiosity. "Melinda, how many reinforcements did you bring?" Hill, as direct as ever, ignored the pleasantries and asked about logistics. Though she already knew the numbers, protocol prompted her to confirm. "Enough to take this base down 10 times over," Melinda May replied flatly, casting a brief sideways glance at Natasha. Her tone was devoid of emotion, her expression one of indifference. Unlike Hill's icy demeanor, this woman exuded a cold detachment, a sense of disdain for everything around her. Melinda May, known as the Iron Cavalry, was one of SLD's 3 top-tier agents, renowned for her formidable skills. It was rare for 2 elite agents to be assigned to the same mission. This particular operation wasn't even especially challenging, yet Fury had sent May, a testament to how much he valued Ronnie's rescue. "More than enough," Hill nodded. In truth, the moment she saw May, she felt a sense of reassurance. Honestly, with Natasha and May leading just 10 agents each, they could likely take down this entire base of over 100 people. That wasn't an exaggeration. To rise to the top ranks of S.H.I.E.L.D., an organization filled with elite operatives, the abilities of Natasha and May were unquestionably exceptional. Before long, the ground reinforcements from SHLD's Middle Eastern Division also arrived. Once everyone was in position, Hill began laying out the strategic plan. With everything prepared, they were ready to launch a full-scale assault on the base. Amidst a sea of yellow sand, the sprawling yet low-profile structure of the base loomed. Inside the base, soldiers clad in black combat uniforms patrolled the area, fully armed and on high alert. Their eyes scanned their surroundings vigilantly, ready to respond to any disturbance at a moment's notice. As two soldiers passed by a corridor, a figure suddenly emerged from the shadows behind them. A pair of hands shot out, one covering the mouth of the soldier on the left, the other twisting his neck sharply. Crack! The soldier's eyes went lifeless as his neck was broken. The other soldier, startled, barely had time to process what was happening before another dark figure stepped forward and snapped his neck with practiced precision. After a quick scan of their surroundings, Natasha and May dragged the two bodies into a nearby hiding spot, then slipped deeper into the base with swift, silent movements. "We're inside the base," Natasha whispered into her earpiece. She and May had been assigned as the infiltration team, tasked with locating Ronnie ahead of the main assault. Once Hill's forces attacked, they would use the chaos to extract Ronnie safely. This was the most critical part of the plan. To ensure Ronnie's safety and expedite his rescue, Hill had made the rare decision to pair these two elite agents together. "Find Ronnie's location as quickly as possible," Hill's cold voice came through the comms. "Understood." Natasha exchanged a quick hand signal with May, and the two continued their advance. In the cell on the second underground level, Ronnie sat on the edge of his bed, quietly flipping through the pages of a book. Since locking him up, Valen hadn't shown himself again, which suited Ronnie just fine. He had even asked one of the guards for a scientific text to pass the time, which had been granted without issue. The news of Ronnie's capture had already spread throughout the base, and no one thought much of his request for a book. "Someone's here to rescue you." Venom's voice suddenly rang out in Ronnie's mind as he was engrossed in his reading. At the same time, his vision shifted to display an image transmitted by one of Venom's split-off tendrils. Ronnie had long instructed Venom to distribute its tendrils throughout the base to gather intelligence and provide updates in real time. He paused for a moment, casting a subtle glance at the soldier outside the cell and the pinhole camera embedded in the wall. The camera, though discreetly hidden, had already been detected by Venom long ago. Who are these two women? Ronnie thought as he studied the live feed of Natasha and May moving through the base. He had never met these two legendary S.H.I.E.L.D. agents in person before. He had only heard of them. Seeing them in the flesh was a first. Wait, that woman. Ronnie's eyes narrowed as his gaze lingered on Natasha's striking face and her unmistakable dark red hair. 16 years ago, that woman. His expression darkened. 16 years ago, that woman. Venom's voice suddenly came alive in Ronnie's head, seething with anger. Ronnie's memories abruptly resurfaced. So it was her. Images of that fateful encounter 16 years ago on Fifth Avenue came flooding back when Venom had first bonded with him. Back then, they had fought against a man and a woman, barely escaping with their lives. That memory was burned deep into his mind. So it was S.H.I.E.L.D. that intervened back then, Ronnie muttered under his breath, surprise evident in his tone. Thinking about it, it made sense. One of SHELD's founding missions was to protect Earth from supernatural forces. Venom, with its alien and monstrous appearance, didn't exactly scream normal. Its first impression was more extraterrestrial threat. And extraterrestrial threats fell squarely within SHELD's jurisdiction. That woman, I'm going to eat her alive. Venom snarled with venomous fury. Its pride had been deeply wounded during that first encounter with Natasha and Clint. For a creature as petty as Venom, such grievances were not easily forgotten. Calm down, will you? You were the one who went on a rampage, killing indiscriminately. What did you think S.H.I.E.L.D. was going to do? Just sit around and not launch missiles at you? Ronnie shot back, rolling his eyes. Shut up. I nearly died back then. If I don't get revenge, I'll buy you 10 boxes of chocolate balls. Get lost. Venom's voice was practically screeching now. In Ronnie's mind, he could almost picture a miniature version of Venom bouncing around in frustration, throwing a tantrum. Meanwhile, Natasha and May silently dispatched 3 more soldiers before descending the staircase to the second underground level. Fortunately, their finely honed instincts warned them not to recklessly charge forward. They quickly spotted the cluster of soldiers stationed at the staircase landing of the second underground level. Looks like sneaking through quietly isn't going to work, Natasha muttered with a frown. Then we'll fight our way in, May replied coolly. Notify Hill. It's time to begin the assault. Natasha nodded, pressing a finger to her earpiece. The situation's changed. We're initiating the assault now. There was a brief silence from Hill's end. Understood, came Hill's calm reply. Moments after Hill's response, the ground beneath them trembled violently. Natasha and May quickly steadied themselves, then charged forward without hesitation. Outside the base, boom, a massive cannon roared, unleashing another devastating shell. It struck the base's outer walls, exploding on impact and leaving a gaping crater. A row of tanks advanced methodically, their turrets firing relentlessly. It wasn't just an assault. It was total annihilation. Hill stood behind the tanks, her icy gaze fixed on the crumbling base ahead. Whatever thoughts were running through her mind, she kept them to herself. Behind her, a massive, arrow-shaped object over 10 meters long rested ominously on the ground. Even someone with no knowledge of weaponry would instantly recognize it for what it was. A missile. Shit. Hill, that crazy bitch, she's lost her mind. Valen paced furiously inside the base, his face twisted in rage. He had anticipated Hill coming to rescue Ronnie, but he hadn't expected her to arrive so quickly, or to launch a full frontal assault without hesitation. Commander, the helicopter is ready. Should we? Valen's secretary hurried over, speaking nervously. Do you want me to get blown out of the sky? Valen snapped, glaring at the secretary with cold fury. This idiot, with tanks already in play, did he seriously think Hill wouldn't bring anti-aircraft weaponry? Valen knew all too well the range and precision of SHLD's anti-aircraft systems. Taking off in a helicopter now would be suicide, a death sentence. The secretary, cowed by Valen's menacing glare, stammered and fell silent, too afraid to say another word. Useless, Valen spat before storming off. The secretary scrambled to follow. Second underground level. The attention of the guard station between the first and second underground levels had been drawn away by Hill's assault. Of the 50 soldiers originally stationed there, most had left, leaving only 10 behind. These 10 were no match for Natasha and May. They were swiftly and efficiently neutralized. Faster, May urged, continuing forward without pause. Now that the assault has started, they might try to use the doctor as leverage against us. We'll split up, Natasha suggested with a nod. May agreed and darted down one corridor without looking back. Natasha glanced in the opposite direction and headed down another. Inside the cell, Ronnie sat with one leg casually crossed over the other, an amused expression on his face as he watched Valen ascend from the third underground level. Didn't think Hill valued you so much. She sent an entire army to rescue you, Valen said, his tone dark and his expression grim. In the neighboring cell, the Maximoff twins, Wanda and Pietro, peeked through the bars with curiosity, watching the exchange between Valen and Ronnie. No, you've got it wrong, Ronnie said, closing the book in his hands with a calm demeanor. It's Fury who values me. But I'm curious. You seem to know a lot about S.H.I.E.L.D. Almost as if you're one of them. Valen's expression darkened further. You don't need to know about that, he said coldly. Take him out. 2 soldiers stepped forward, grabbing Ronnie by the arms to haul him out of the cell. Ronnie didn't resist, allowing himself to be dragged along. Thud! The sudden sound of a body hitting the ground startled everyone. Valen and his men instinctively drew their weapons, aiming at the source of the noise. May, after taking down one soldier, she didn't stop for a moment. Her extensive combat experience told her that in the tight confines of this corridor, speed was paramount. Using the wall as leverage, she propelled herself forward, delivering a devastating roundhouse kick that snapped another soldier's neck. Landing lightly on her feet, she pulled out her handgun and fired with precise, lethal accuracy. Valen's soldiers didn't stand a chance. In the blink of an eye, they were all neutralized. Seeing this, Valen lunged toward Ronnie in desperation. Smack! Valen froze, stunned, as Ronnie caught his wrist mid-grab. Crash! With a clean, practiced motion, Ronnie threw Valen to the ground with bone-crushing force. The sheer impact left Valen sprawled and gasping in pain. Crouching down, Ronnie grabbed Valen's head. Ignoring the man's terrified expression, he twisted sharply, snapping Valen's neck. I never said I didn't know how to fight, Ronnie muttered, casually tossing Valen's corpse aside as he stood up. May stared at him, her expression betraying a hint of surprise. She hadn't expected this scientist, whom Fury held in such high regard, to also be a skilled fighter. "Hi, I'm Ronnie," he said, extending a hand toward May with a friendly smile. May hesitated for a moment before shaking his hand. "Melinda May," she replied curtly. With introductions out of the way, May turned to leave, but Ronnie stopped her. "Wait." Turning toward the Maximoff twins, Ronnie asked, "You two coming with us?" Wanda and Pietro exchanged a glance before nodding. "May, is that okay?" Ronnie asked, looking at her. May glanced at the twins briefly, then nodded. "Once we're back at headquarters, every detail about them will be uncovered. Even if they're spies, they won't be able to hide it. Might as well bring them along." And with that, the group prepared to leave. "Wait a moment, you're leaving?" Ronnie turned to Wanda and Pietro, eyeing the siblings thoughtfully. He had already decided to bring them along. Wanda and Pietro exchanged a glance, then nodded in unison. "May, is that all right?" Ronnie asked, looking toward her. May glanced briefly at the two, then nodded. "Once they're at HQ, every detail about them will be dug up, down to their ancestors. Even if they're spies, they won't be able to hide it. Taking them along won't hurt," May replied coolly. After freeing the Maximoff siblings, Ronnie spoke again. "Hold on. What now?" May frowned, clearly annoyed. This scientist was starting to get on her nerves. "We need to head down to the 3rd underground level," Ronnie said. "What?" "I'm going to kill that traitor." Ronnie's eyes burned with rage, a chilling, murderous intent emanating from his voice. "Traitor?" May's eyebrow arched. "You mean if it?" Tasked with being fully briefed on all mission-relevant personnel, May was no stranger to the name. Ronnie nodded firmly. "Fine." Without further questions, Ronnie bent down, grabbing Valen's corpse by the arm and dragging it along as they moved. 3rd underground level. If it sat alone in the safe house, ears straining to catch the sounds of chaos outside. It was a reinforced sanctuary, painstakingly constructed by Valen, who valued his own life greatly. Even missiles would struggle to breach its defenses. Unfortunately, Valen never got the chance to make use of it before meeting his end. If it had stumbled upon the safe house by sheer coincidence. As soon as Hill's assault began, he had hidden himself inside. However, without Valen's fingerprints, he couldn't access any of the safe house's systems. "This is it?" May asked, standing outside the secure door. Ronnie nodded, lifting Valen's corpse and pressing the man's still warm hand against the fingerprint scanner. Click! With a mechanical groan, the safe house door slid open. May's ears twitched at the faintest sound, and in an instant, her left leg shot out, striking the back of Ronnie's knee. The sudden attack caught Ronnie completely off guard. Even Venom, usually hyper-alert, failed to react in time. May's kick landed squarely, forcing Ronnie to drop to his knees. Bang! The moment Ronnie hit the ground, a gunshot rang out. The bullet missed his head by mere millimeters, grazing past with terrifying precision. Without hesitation, May launched herself into the safe house, her lithe body moving like a predator closing in on its prey. In the blink of an eye, she had Ifit, a man in his 60s, pinned to the ground. Ronnie, still reeling, glanced at the bullet that had fallen harmlessly to the floor. A chill ran down his spine. It was only then he realized May's attack on him had been to save his life. That realization didn't stop his simmering fury. Face dark with anger, Ronnie strode over to the subdued Ifit. "Why did you betray us?" Ronnie demanded, his voice heavy with restrained rage. Ifit, his face dirty and disheveled, lifted his head and smirked coldly. Asterisk, asterisk, Heil Hydra. Asterisk, asterisk, he shouted in German, dark blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. Ifit had taken his own life. The moment those words left Ifit's lips, May's normally stoic expression shifted dramatically. Her face hardened as she pressed a hand to her earpiece. "Natasha, did you hear that?" May asked, her tone grave. Loud and clear, Natasha's voice responded. "I didn't think this organization was still alive. Head back out. We'll deal with Hydra when we're back at HQ." Hill's voice cut in, calm but firm. "Understood," May replied, rising from Ifit's lifeless body. Ronnie cast one last cold glance at Ifit's rapidly cooling corpse before turning and walking away. Boom! A raging explosion erupted behind them, the sheer force of its destructive energy swallowing the entire base in an instant. The once formidable structure was obliterated, reduced to nothing but rubble and ash. The explosion's shockwave sent up a massive sandstorm that blanketed the area, shrouding everything in a veil of yellow dust. Standing just outside the temporary camp, Ronnie watched the spectacle unfold, his expression unreadable. After securing anything of value from the base, data, equipment, and other resources, Hill had given the order to destroy the site completely with missiles. The inferno of destruction left nothing behind, erasing all traces of the base and its secrets from existence. "Prepare to depart for HQ," Hill said, stepping up beside Ronnie. Her cold gaze remained fixed on the dissipating cloud of destruction. "What exactly is this organization?" Ronnie turned to her, his voice laced with curiosity and a hint of apprehension. "They call themselves Hydra," Hill replied, her tone uncharacteristically soft, perhaps due to Ronnie's recent ordeal. "They're a global terrorist organization. We thought they'd been eradicated long ago, but clearly remnants still remain," she explained briefly. "I'll explain more once we're back at HQ." Ronnie nodded slowly. "Hydra, the mythical beast from Greek mythology that grows 2 heads for everyone that's cut off," he muttered, his eyes gleaming with determination. "Fine, then I'll just keep cutting until there's nothing left to grow." Hill didn't respond, but she understood his sentiment. The deaths of his colleagues had clearly left a profound impact on him. "Who were the 2 that rescued me?" Ronnie asked after a moment of silence. "The redhead is Natasha Romanoff, codename Black Widow. The one who pulled you out is Melinda May, codename Cavalry," Hill answered plainly. Ronnie's pupils contracted ever so slightly. Black Widow and Cavalry, 2 of SHLD's 3 elite agents. Fury's regard for him far exceeded Ronnie's expectations. No wonder Hydra soldiers had been dispatched so efficiently. With the infamous Cavalry leading the charge, it was no surprise. As for Black Widow, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Ronnie's mouth. "Why the hell are you smiling?" Venom's voice hissed angrily in his mind. The symbiote was practically seething with rage. "That woman almost killed us, and you're sitting here grinning?" Had Venom been capable, it would have exploded on the spot, rocketing into the sky in a spiral of righteous indignation. "What are you smiling about?" Hill asked, her brows furrowing slightly. "Nothing. I just feel honored," Ronnie replied with a teasing smile. "HQ sent their top 2 agents, plus the deputy director herself, to save me. How could I not feel special?" Hill gave him a long, unimpressed look before turning away. She chose to ignore his remark entirely. How had she not noticed before just how much of a smartass this man was? "When do we head back to HQ?" Ronnie asked, smoothly changing the subject. "Now," Ronnie nodded. "All right, let's head back to, what's it called again?" "The Strategic Homeland, whatever Bureau," he quipped with a chuckle. "The name's been changed," Hill replied, still walking. "Too many people complained it was too long. We've just officially rebranded." "Oh," Ronnie raised an eyebrow. "What's it called now?" Hill glanced over her shoulder at him, her voice drifting back as she walked away. "Shield." Ronnie froze. The wind tousled his hair as he stood there, utterly dumbfounded. S.H.I.E.L.D. During the return journey from the Middle East to headquarters, Ronnie was in utter turmoil. His entire demeanor was listless, as if his soul had been sucked out of his body. His disheveled state left Hill and the others thinking he might be experiencing some form of delayed psychological aftershock. But why was Ronnie like this? The reason was simple: one name. A name that drove Ronnie to the brink of madness. S.H.I.E.L.D. Yes, Shield. That accursed name was enough to make Ronnie want to dive headfirst off a cliff. Ronnie never, in his wildest dreams, imagined that the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, the organization he had been working for over a year, was actually the SHIELD. Iron Man, the Hulk, and now SHIELD. This was turning into the infamous snap-of-the-fingers universe. How the hell was he supposed to play this game? If that guy, the one with the gauntlet, snapped his fingers, Ronnie might as well throw himself at the mercy of fate. This was no joke. Ronnie, a man with the worst luck imaginable, couldn't for a second believe he'd miraculously survive something like that. The odds of him enduring that snap were lower than finding a needle in the ocean. And Ronnie knew this in his soul. His terrible luck was a fact proven time and time again. In school, during physical exercise drills, Ronnie only skipped running once from the start of the semester to graduation, and on that one day, the class advisor decided to do a head count, earning Ronnie a perfect attendance deduction. At the cafeteria, when there was a massive tray of meat, more than enough for everyone, the guy in front of Ronnie would always take the last portion, leaving Ronnie with nothing but soup. As an honor student, Ronnie once forgot to do his homework, just once, and that was the one day in 3 years when a teacher did a surprise homework check. After graduation, when working in a research setting, his mentor handed him 3 beakers and asked him to guess the correct substance. The first time he guessed wrong. The second time, wrong again. The third, finally correct, but only after exhausting all the options. These kinds of incidents were a dime a dozen for Ronnie. His bad luck wasn't just a reputation. It was a law of the universe. Now, if that guy snapped his fingers, Ronnie was 99.9999%. Insert an infinite number of nines, sure he'd be dust. And it devastated him. So when Ronnie finally stumbled into his home, he collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep sleep, too overwhelmed to remember anything else. At the Triskelion, Wanda and Pietro followed a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent through the towering, futuristic halls of the headquarters, their eyes wide with curiosity. Coming from a poor background in a developing country, the siblings had never seen anything remotely close to the marvel of technology surrounding them. If someone wasn't a ghost in the system, S.H.I.E.L.D. could investigate their background in mere minutes. However, given that Wanda and Pietro had been brought from a Hydra base, they were still under observation. After a preliminary check, Hill had allowed the two to temporarily stay at S.H.I.E.L.D., but not in the same residence as Ronnie. Ronnie's assigned living quarters had plenty of space, enough to house the siblings and then some, but given their unclear status, Hill wasn't about to risk letting them interact with Ronnie yet. Before long, the agent led them to a residential unit. Compared to the luxurious quarters assigned to scientists like Ronnie, this was a modest space. But to Pietro and Wanda, it was already leagues better than anything they'd ever had. You'll be staying here for the time being. After the observation period, further arrangements will be made, the agent explained kindly. Based on the initial investigation, it seemed highly likely that these two were innocent. They weren't enemies, and not all S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were cold and aloof. "Thank you," Wanda replied politely. In a foreign land, it was important to show respect. The agent nodded and turned to leave. "This place isn't bad," Pietro said, patting the bed with satisfaction. The residence wasn't huge, but at over 80 square meters, it had a kitchen, living room, 2 bedrooms, and a bathroom. It was more than adequate. The place was also fully stocked. Since the siblings were under observation, S.H.I.E.L.D. provided all their food and daily necessities. Of course, the headquarters itself had everything, including a supermarket. Ronnie's apartment complex even had one on the ground floor. SHLD's headquarters wasn't just a base, it was a small city. Everything you could think of was there. "It's very nice," Wanda agreed, giving the apartment a once-over. "After being trapped in that awful Hydra base for so long, this feels like heaven." She flopped onto the couch, letting herself sink into its comfort. "That Dr. Scarlab seems like a decent guy. He even managed to get us out of there," Pietro said with a grin, opening the fridge to find it fully stocked with drinks, fresh vegetables, and fruit. "We should try to join S.H.I.E.L.D., Wanda said, sitting up suddenly. "If we do, we might gain the strength to protect ourselves." "It's too early for that," Pietro replied, taking a drink from the fridge and twisting off the cap. "We're still under observation. The suspicion that we might be spies hasn't been ruled out yet. It's too soon to talk about joining." "True," Wanda admitted, leaning back onto the couch. She raised her right hand, letting the sunlight streaming through the window bathe her face. "It feels like a dream," she murmured. One moment, they had been locked away in that dark, sunless Hydra base, trapped underground with no hope of light. The next, they were here, basking in sunlight and marveling at this futuristic place called S.H.I.E.L.D. "What's there to be sentimental about?" Pietro said, sitting beside her nonchalantly. "This is all fate. Just follow its flow," he added. "I think that Dr. Scarlab has a high standing in S.H.I.E.L.D. We should build a good relationship with him. It'll help us settle in here," Pietro suggested. After their parents passed away, Pietro had taken on the role of protector. Though he wasn't malicious, he was pragmatic. Seeking advantages and avoiding harm was second nature. Ronnie's importance to S.H.I.E.L.D. was clear, given the resources they had poured into rescuing him. And since the siblings had gotten along well enough with him so far, it made sense for Pietro to aim for a friendly relationship. "I don't think he's that easy to fool," Wanda said with a slight pout. "If you approach him with ulterior motives, he might not even give you the time of day." "Then what do you suggest?" "I don't see any other way," Pietro said, shrugging helplessly. He had already predicted that his kind-hearted sister wouldn't agree with his approach. "I think we should just let things happen naturally. If we're honest and treat him like a normal person, it'll be fine," Wanda said, flipping on her stomach. "You're so laid back," Pietro said with a laugh, ruffling her hair affectionately. "Fine, we'll do it your way," he added, his tone warm and indulgent. "Good," Wanda replied with a small, contented smile, her eyes half closed. The sunlight poured over them, casting a gentle glow on the siblings as they sat together. Between them, the bond of family was palpable, lingering in the air like a quiet, enduring melody. The sun, like a dutiful worker finishing its shift, descended beyond the horizon, and the moon gracefully took its place. It's always been a curious thing. Why is the sun referred to as Grandpa's sun, while the moon is called Sister Moon? Could it be because the sun has existed longer, while the moon feels younger in its fleeting presence? Or perhaps it's because the mythological Chang'e, residing in the moon, is a renowned beauty? Whatever the case, none of these musings stop a certain shameless storyteller from padding the word count. About 3 hours after Sister Moon began her shift, Ronnie, who was sleeping like the dead, was rudely awakened. S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters, Ronnie's apartment. "Ronnie. Wake up, Ronnie. Deputy Director Hill wants to see you," Catherine called out, shaking Ronnie with determination. "Ugh," Ronnie groaned, his drowsy eyes barely cracking open to see Catherine leaning over him. "What's going on?" The deputy director called. "She wants you to head to her office. Seems like something important," Catherine said, sitting on the edge of his bed. "Hill." Ronnie blinked, the name snapping him awake. "All right, got it." After splashing some water on his face in the bathroom, Ronnie hopped in his car and drove to the Triskelion to meet Hill. Hill's office. "Deputy Director, you asked for me," Ronnie said, standing in front of Hill's desk. "Take a seat," Hill said, gesturing to the chair across from her. Without hesitation, Ronnie sat down, meeting Hill's gaze evenly. "This is the personnel list for the new protection team we're assigning to you." "Take a look," Hill said, sliding a folder across the desk toward him. Ronnie didn't reach for it. Instead, he said, "I don't need a protection team." Hill paused, her hand still on the folder. After a moment, she placed it back on the desk. Folding her hands neatly, she asked, "Why not?" This recent incident made one thing clear. The enemy operates on a large scale. Even though the protection team may be composed of elites, they're too few in number to make a real difference. They just end up sacrificing themselves. At that point, it's better not to assign anyone at all. "I'll minimize my outings and stay low profile," Ronnie explained. Hill considered his reasoning, then nodded. "All right, thank you," Ronnie said with a small smile. In truth, he didn't need protection at all. With his combat skills, even Natasha and May together weren't his match. A protection team would just be unnecessary cannon fodder. Hill, on the other hand, found his reasoning fairly sound. Given Hydra's tactics, even if the protection team was composed of Black Widow, the cavalry, and Hawkeye, they'd still struggle. The sheer scale of the enemy's manpower made protection missions almost impossible to execute successfully. "One more thing," Ronnie said, organizing his thoughts. "I have a feeling that if it wasn't the only mole in the organization." Hill's expression shifted slightly. "What makes you say that?" "I'm not sure. It's just an instinct, a gut feeling that there are others," Ronnie replied, frowning. "It's hard to explain, but it feels off." Hill nodded thoughtfully, neither agreeing nor disagreeing, keeping her expression neutral. "I see. I'll keep that in mind," she said. Ronnie nodded, choosing not to press further. "I called you here to brief you on Hydra," Hill said, her tone shifting to something more formal. Ronnie's eyes narrowed slightly. "Hydra? Hydra is a massive, global terrorist organization with the goal of world domination. They model themselves after the Hydra of Greek mythology, a creature that grows two heads for every one that's severed. They pride themselves on being everlasting, impossible to eradicate. Hill began, her voice calm and measured. They were founded in Nazi Germany during World War II. Their first leader was Johann Schmidt, also known as the Red Skull. He was one of Hydra's founders and a user of an alternate version of the super soldier serum. The Red Skull, the one Captain America killed, Ronnie interjected. Yes. At the end of World War II, the Red Skull was killed by Captain America. During his time, Hydra was also the first organization to study and attempt to utilize the Tesseract. After the Red Skull's death, the Tesseract fell into the Pacific Ocean, where it was later retrieved by us and secured. Ronnie nodded in understanding. So that's how the Tesseract came into SHLD's possession. After the Red Skull's death, SHLD's founders, Howard Stark and Peggy Carter, spearheaded a massive operation to purge Hydra. The organization was thought to have been wiped out along with the end of World War II. But as we've recently discovered, Hydra still exists, hidden in the shadows instead of operating in the open. Hill continued, her tone growing heavier. The weight of the situation was not lost on her. Hydra wasn't an ordinary terrorist organization. Their capabilities rivaled those of S.H.I.E.L.D. itself. After decades of recuperation and growth in secrecy, who knew how far their influence extended? The fact that they had managed to infiltrate an organization as meticulous as S.H.I.E.L.D. was chilling. Hydra. Ronnie repeated the name, the word rolling off his tongue with a sense of foreboding. Before death, Hydra operatives will often shout, "Hail, Hydra," in German. It's one way to identify them, Hill added. She handed Ronnie an A4 sheet with a logo printed on it. Ronnie took the paper and examined it. The circular emblem featured a menacing skull with 9 tentacle-like appendages extending outward. Just looking at it gave him an unsettling feeling. After hearing all that, I'm even more convinced there's more than one Hydra mole in S.H.I.E.L.D., Ronnie said, placing the paper down and looking at Hill. For an organization as cunning and enduring as Hydra, hiding in the shadows for decades, it seemed improbable that they had only managed to plant one operative like Ifrit within S.H.I.E.L.D. If Ronnie were Hydra's leader, he'd infiltrate as much as possible, filling S.H.I.E.L.D. with his agents to make operations infinitely easier. What Ronnie could think of, Hill, and certainly Fury, could also imagine. Director Fury has already begun taking action. This matter is being handled discreetly, but enough people are aware of it. The director plans to conduct a covert investigation and purge. You must keep this strictly confidential, Hill instructed. Had Ronnie not been directly involved in the recent events, he wouldn't have been privy to such high-level information. Understand, Ronnie said, nodding. After spending so much time at S.H.I.E.L.D., he was well-versed in their protocols. I'm curious, though, how does Fury plan to handle this? Ronnie asked, unable to suppress his curiosity. Hill glanced at him briefly before answering. He's seeking the assistance of the World Security Council. Who's that? The Council's former representative and ex-SHIELD director, Alexander Pierce. Former director? Alexander Pierce. Ronnie was completely baffled. Who? He had never even heard of this person. A former director of S.H.I.E.L.D. It certainly sounded like a big deal. World Security Council member, Hill added briefly, not bothering to elaborate further. Ronnie's clearance had recently been upgraded to level 7, but even at this level, he didn't have access to interact with figures like the council members. All right, you can go now, Hill said, waving him off. Oh, and one more thing. Don't interact with those 2 individuals you brought back from the Hydra base for now. Why? Ronnie asked, confused. He assumed verifying someone's identity was a straightforward task. Their identities have been preliminarily confirmed, but because they were brought back from a Hydra base, they require further observation. They're currently in a probationary period, Hill explained patiently. If it were anyone else, Hill wouldn't have bothered explaining. But since it was Ronnie, she made an exception, offering him some extra consideration. All right, Ronnie nodded. Since the deputy director herself had given the order, he naturally had to comply. In any case, he didn't particularly care about the siblings. Then I'll take my leave. A week passed in the blink of an eye. True to his word, Ronnie didn't seek out Wanda or Pietro during this time. He locked himself away in either the underground research lab or his personal home laboratory, not stepping outside at all. He fully reverted to his research-obsessed mode, ignoring everything around him. Even Venom, no matter how much it tried to provoke him, was met with silence. Venom didn't dare push too far, fearing it would actually anger Ronnie. Despite their frequent bickering, whenever one of them truly got upset, the other would always be the first to admit fault and make amends. It was one of the reasons why Ronnie and Venom had managed to coexist in this love-hate relationship for so long. Ronnie's apartment, laboratory. Ronnie carefully operated a machine, focused on creating a stabilizing agent. After incorporating Tony Stark's advice and subtly consulting with some of SHLD's top scientists, Ronnie had narrowed things down to 3 potential solutions. He was now working on the third and final one. With Tony's assistance, Ronnie didn't have to dive too deeply into related fields of study. With additional help from SHLD's experts, he had only needed to learn the basics of stabilizer creation before diving into the process. The first 2 solutions had already been ruled out during the past week. Now he was working on the third. If this one failed as well, his only option would be to search for the special substance Tony mentioned, iridium, which supposedly came with a meteorite. Meanwhile, Venom lounged lazily on its miniature bed, holding a phone and snapping selfies like a pro. It struck various poses, its normally menacing expressions taking on an oddly endearing charm. Of course, Venom wasn't foolish enough to upload the photos online. It was strictly for its own amusement. Glancing briefly at Ronnie, who was fully engrossed in his work, Venom put the phone down and rolled off the bed with a stretch. Its body suddenly shifted, growing larger until it was about the size of an adult's head. It then scurried over to a box of Ferrero Rocher chocolates. With practiced ease, Venom removed the lid, grabbed 3 chocolates, and tucked them into its arms. A small gesture with its tiny right hand caused a black liquid to separate from its body, morphing into a miniature shopping cart. Tossing the chocolates into the cart, Venom confidently dragged it back to its bed. Its movements were so smooth and practiced. It was clear this wasn't the first time it had done this. Back at its bed, Venom carefully unwrapped the chocolates, absorbing the shopping cart back into its body. Reducing itself to the size of a pinky finger, it retrieved a tiny plate and a knife and fork from beside the bed. With expert precision, it shaved off a few tiny pieces of chocolate and placed them on the plate. Then, it snuggled back into its covers, nibbling on the chocolate while occasionally glancing at its phone. Venom's life of indulgence was nothing short of enviable. Unaware of the symbiote's luxurious lifestyle behind him, Ronnie was meticulously performing the final steps of stabilizer creation. Carefully balancing a test tube on the edge of a beaker, he slowly poured its contents inside. Zzz, a faint sizzling sound came from the beaker. Ronnie's gaze was fixed intently on the reactions inside, his body tense with concentration. The first stabilizer he tested had reacted violently, boiling over and destabilizing. The second? Even worse. It outright exploded, leaving Ronnie with a face full of glass shards and blood. Thankfully, Venom had been able to heal him, sparing him from disfigurement. Now, as the liquid inside the beaker began to stabilize, a faint hum filled the air. Ronnie's lips curved into a slight smile as he picked up the beaker. "Only one step left," he murmured, satisfied with the sky-blue hue of the stabilizer. The stabilizer's chemical structure was stable. Now, all that remained was the final test, to see if it could successfully stabilize Tesseract energy. Feeling optimistic, Ronnie's mood lifted. He retrieved a container of Tesseract energy and placed it on the lab table. After powering up various pieces of equipment and setting everything in place, he carefully poured half of the stabilizer into the designated apparatus. Dusting off his hands, he placed them on the control panel. "The final step," he said, pushing the lever forward to initiate the final and most crucial phase. Venom, still lounging with its chocolate, glanced over at Ronnie. It abandoned its phone entirely, its attention now fully on the experiment. Though it didn't understand the specifics of what Ronnie was doing, the process was fascinating to watch, especially Ronnie's tense expressions, which Venom found oddly amusing. If Venom had to admit it, watching Ronnie work was one of its guilty pleasures. Boom! A sudden explosion rocked the lab. Venom's plate nearly fell to the floor from the shockwave. However, the symbiote remained calm, casually setting its plate and fork down before getting up. With each step toward Ronnie, Venom's body expanded, growing until it stood over a meter tall. This was its limit. It couldn't separate from Ronnie's body entirely, but it could manifest to this extent. Black tendrils surged from Ronnie's body, covering the burns and wounds caused by the explosion. In mere seconds, the injuries were healed, and the tendrils receded like a tide. Left behind was Ronnie's unblemished, pale skin, as if he had never been hurt to begin with. Ronnie stared blankly at the shattered remnants of his equipment and workbench, standing motionless as if his soul had left his body. Venom's form shifted, turning into a liquid mass that enveloped Ronnie, its menacing head hovering directly in front of his face. Failure is the mother of success. Look, you've failed so many times, you shouldn't even care anymore, Venom said in what it thought was an encouraging tone. That's certainly the most unique way of offering comfort I've ever heard, Ronnie said coldly, casting a side-eye at Venom. Of course. Do you even know who I am? Venom's left eye expanded dramatically as it spoke with smug self-assurance. Stop messing around and take this mess to that Stark Eye to figure out what's wrong. You know the saying, 2 heads are better than 1. You're both geniuses. Together, you should be able to solve it, Venom suggested, its tone almost serious. Ronnie frowned and looked at Venom suspiciously. Why are you being so supportive today? What are you up to? Venom was immediately offended by his distrustful gaze. Can I just care about you and give you a compliment? What kind of messed up thought process is that? Don't forget, I'm your dad. Get lost, you mangy mutt. I'm your dad. No, I'm your dad. The two of them inexplicably devolved into a shouting match, glaring at each other as they argued over who was the parental figure in their bizarre relationship. Unfortunately for Ronnie, there was no winning against Venom, who had years of experience trolling on the internet. The most absurd part? Venom didn't just troll in the US. It had climbed over the Great Firewall into Chinese internet spaces. Armed with an arsenal of Chinese memes and clever one-liners, Venom's comebacks were endless. Some of them left Ronnie dumbfounded, only understanding the insult several seconds later. Just admit it. If you keep arguing, I'll show you the full extent of my power. I, Venom, have 100 ways to make you irrelevant in your own lab, Venom declared triumphantly. What are you staring at? Speechless, huh? Just accept your fate and be my obedient son. From now on, call me Venom the Great. You really are something else. That's right. Venom froze mid-sentence, suddenly liquefying and retreating back into Ronnie's body. The sound of footsteps approached, and moments later, Catherine appeared in the doorway. What happened? Another explosion? Catherine asked, punching in the lab's security code before stepping inside. She hurried over to Ronnie, her eyes scanning him with concern. I'm fine. Ronnie waved her off dismissively. Just a small accident. Catherine glanced at the destroyed equipment and the scorched workbench. You're calling this a small accident? She asked, her voice dripping with skepticism as she emphasized the word small. Hey, I wasn't hurt, was I? As a scientist, I've long accepted the possibility of sacrificing myself for the advancement of science, Ronnie declared, clenching his fist with a dramatic flourish. For a moment, it seemed as though a divine light shone down upon him. Catherine rolled her eyes, entirely unmoved by his theatrical display. She knew all too well just how fake and over-the-top he could be. Anyway, she said, choosing to ignore his nonsense, someone came by earlier and asked me to let you know that the observation period for the siblings you brought back is over. You're allowed to interact with them now. Oh, Wanda and Pietro, right? Ronnie said, immediately recalling the striking siblings. Wanda, in particular, had left an impression on him, not just because of her sharp wit, but also because of her, notable figure. He cast a subtle glance at Catherine, whose figure was, well, considerably less pronounced. Silently, he gave Wanda a mental thumbs up. Yeah, I should probably go check on them, Ronnie said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. You're not thinking of chasing after Wanda, are you? Venom's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Of course not. Ronnie rolled his eyes internally. Hill's a stunning beauty, and I haven't gone after her. Catherine's right here, and I'm not interested. Why would I fall for Wanda? There are plenty of fish in the sea. I'm not the type to obsess over one flower, Ronnie muttered under his breath as he walked past Catherine and headed for the door. Catherine glanced at the messy lab, sighed, and started cleaning up. She had long since grown used to Ronnie's habit of muttering to himself. "Oh, I didn't realize you had dreams of building your own harem," Venom teased. "Harem? What's that?" Ronnie asked, genuinely confused. "You uncultured swine. You don't even know what a harem is, and you dare dream of starting one." Venom shot back with undisguised disdain. "Hey, I'm a loyal, single-minded guy, all right? When did I ever say I wanted a harem? Though that is my secret dream," Ronnie silently added in his heart. "Huh, loyal? Sure, buddy. At 18, you liked 18-year-old girls. At 38, you still like 18-year-old girls. At 58, you'll still like 18-year-old girls. You're definitely consistent." Ronnie seriously considered confiscating Venom's phone. Bickering the whole way, Ronnie eventually arrived at the siblings' apartment. He hadn't seen them in the past week, but he still remembered where they were staying. Ding dong. After pressing the doorbell and telling Venom to shut up, Ronnie waited patiently at the door. Click. The door opened, revealing Wanda in casual loungewear. True to her reputation as a bombshell, even the simple white floral outfit couldn't hide her stunning figure. The contrast between her and Catherine was so stark that Ronnie momentarily froze in place. When you've been staring at an A cup for too long, suddenly being confronted with a C cup feels like getting hit by a truck. An A cup? Not for me. Wanda, too, was momentarily stunned upon seeing Ronnie. She and Pietro hadn't been informed that their observation period was over, so they hadn't left the apartment all week. With everything they needed provided, they had spent their time lounging, playing on computers, and eating to their heart's content. Ronnie was the first to recover. After all, he was a man who had seen the world mostly. "Hello, Wanda," he greeted her with a smile. "Oh, Dr. Scarlab, please come in." Wanda snapped out of her daze, quickly stepping aside to let him in. Ronnie nodded politely and entered the apartment. "Where's Pietro?" he asked, glancing around the modest but well-equipped living space. Compared to his own place, this apartment wasn't even the size of his living room, but it had everything one could need. "Still sleeping," Wanda said with a touch of exasperation. It was already past 11, and her brother was still lazing in bed. "Impressive. He must really love his sleep," Ronnie said with a chuckle. Since pursuing a scientific career, it had been ages since he'd last slept in. Though Ronnie was lazy in some aspects of life, he rarely stayed in bed for long. His laziness manifested in other ways. "Please have a seat. I'll get you something to drink." "What would you like?" Wanda asked nervously, standing awkwardly to the side. She was far less at ease here than she had been back in Hydra Base. It made sense. This was Ronnie's territory, so her mindset was naturally different. "No need to trouble yourself. I'm not thirsty. Why don't you sit down too?" Ronnie said, gesturing to the couch. For a moment, it looked like he was the host. Wanda sat down across from Ronnie, her posture slightly stiff with a hint of nervousness. Her loose, shoulder-length hair, dyed a pale blonde, framed her face and cascaded softly down her shoulders. It was a shade Ronnie found appealing, though he couldn't help but think that blonde hair suited wavy hairstyles better. Long, straight black hair, in his opinion, was perfection. "I'll go wake Pietro up," Wanda offered, breaking the silence. "No need. Let him sleep," Ronnie replied, waving off her suggestion. "Your observation period is officially over. From now on, you're free to move around as you like." The moment Ronnie said this, Wanda's eyes lit up with excitement. "However," Ronnie added, "you'll need to sign 2 confidentiality agreements. You're not allowed to disclose any information about S.H.I.E.L.D. to the outside world. Otherwise, you'll be blacklisted by the agency." "I understand," Wanda said, nodding earnestly. "Once the agreements are signed, you'll have full freedom of movement. But I'd recommend staying in New York for now and keeping yourselves available for any summons from the agency," Ronnie said kindly, offering a practical reminder. "Will do," Wanda agreed. "So," Ronnie said after a pause, "I had a look at your files. You're listed as war orphans." "Yes," Wanda replied softly, her mood dampening. "Our parents were killed in the war. It's just been the 2 of us ever since." "War," Ronnie sighed. Being part of S.H.I.E.L.D., even as a scientist rather than a field agent, had given him glimpses into the harsh realities of conflict. He understood, perhaps more than most, the devastating toll it took on people. Have you two thought about what you'll do next? Will you stay with S.H.I.E.L.D. or head to New York? Ronnie asked, steering the conversation to a lighter topic. New York, Wanda said with a small shake of her head. There's no point in us staying here. Wanda and Pietro had already discussed this. Staying with S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't a viable long-term option. No matter what, they were former Hydra captives, and trust from S.H.I.E.L.D. would be hard to come by. Even if they were allowed to join, they'd likely be relegated to the lowest ranks, far from the combat roles they might hope for. Considering the time and effort it would take to rise through the ranks, they decided it was better to leave and try their luck in New York. New York's a good choice, Ronnie said with a nod. When the time comes, I can introduce you to a few people. It'll make settling in easier. New York can be tough if you don't know anyone. Ronnie's wide network of connections, built through a mix of professional collaboration and cultural finesse, made him something of a local insider in New York. While many of his relationships were casual at best, he knew enough influential people to be helpful to the siblings. Thank you, Doctor, Wanda said, her voice tinged with gratitude. She and Pietro were essentially arriving in New York with nothing. Having Ronnie's support would make a world of difference. Don't mention it. After all, we were cellmates, Ronnie joked with a playful smile. Wanda chuckled softly, her initial nervousness fading as the conversation grew more casual. The two continued chatting, their rapport naturally growing more comfortable. Hey, Wanda, is lunch ready yet? Pietro's voice called out groggily. The young man stumbled out of his room, dressed in oversized pajamas, rubbing sleep from his eyes as he shuffled into the living room. Pietro, look who's here, Wanda said, gesturing toward Ronnie. Pietro glanced at Ronnie, his sleepy expression instantly replaced with wide-eyed shock. His drowsiness evaporated in an instant. Dr. Scarlab, hello. Pietro, Ronnie said with a friendly wave and a smile. Good morning, Pietro exclaimed, plopping down on the couch beside Wanda, without even changing out of his pajamas. When did you get here? Wanda, why didn't you wake me up? I haven't been here long, Ronnie said, dismissing the concern. I told Wanda not to wake you. Your sleep habits are impressive, Ronnie teased, glancing at the clock. Do you always sleep until this late? And not really. Pietro scratched his head sheepishly, his awkward laugh giving him away. Yeah, he definitely did. All right, I've said what I came to say, and I've checked in on you both. I'll head out now, Ronnie said, standing up to leave. No, don't go. I just woke up. Pietro protested, quickly getting up to block Ronnie's path. Stay for lunch at least, he added. Yeah, doctor, have lunch with us. Wanda chimed in, eager to keep him around. Ronnie hesitated for a moment, glancing at Wanda. Finally, he relented. All right, I'll stay, he said with a small smile. Wanda beamed with excitement, tying on an apron as she darted into the kitchen to prepare a meal. She seemed eager to impress Ronnie with her cooking skills. Your sister's pretty great, beautiful, and she cooks and does housework, Ronnie remarked, watching Wanda bustle around the kitchen. Of course. Wanda's my sister, Pietro said proudly, his affection for her evident. Are you planning to settle down in New York? Ronnie asked curiously. He had touched on the topic with Wanda earlier and wanted to hear Pietro's thoughts. Well, Pietro hesitated, his expression conflicted. Wanda was tired of the endless pursuit of power and wanted to settle down, live an ordinary life. Pietro, on the other hand, couldn't shake his desire for strength to protect himself, Wanda, and the people he cared about. But he didn't know how to achieve it, leaving him feeling lost and uncertain. Pietro's hesitation was written all over his face. Ronnie, unaware of the deeper reasons behind it, assumed Pietro was simply worried about the challenges of living in New York. I can introduce you to a few people who have some standing in New York, Ronnie offered. Getting you a decent job shouldn't be a problem. Thank you, Pietro said earnestly. He was genuinely grateful to Ronnie. They had only spoken briefly in the Hydra base, yet Ronnie had not only saved them, but was now going out of his way to help them start anew. It's nothing, Ronnie said with a dismissive wave. We're friends now, aren't we? Friends help each other out. To Ronnie, it really was a small favor. Given his current position within S.H.I.E.L.D., his influence was considerable, even if the general public didn't know it. As a Level 7 member and head of a classified project, his credentials held significant weight. If Ronnie wanted, He could leave S.H.I.E.L.D. and potentially run for a seat in the U.S. House of Representatives, though the Senate might be a stretch. Level 7 was a pivotal rank, in S.H.I.E.L.D. members at this level or higher were rare, and their value often exceeded that of elected officials. "Friends," Pietro murmured, repeating the word as a faint smile spread across his face. "It's no trouble at all," Ronnie said warmly. "Then we'll be counting on you, Dr. Pietro replied sincerely. After having lunch at the Maximoff residence, Ronnie left and prepared for his next appointment, one he had arranged with Tony Stark for the evening. This time, Ronnie didn't notify anyone. Not even Catherine knew he was heading out that night. Only Tony was aware of the meeting. Ronnie had to bring the stabilizer to Tony so the two of them could brainstorm a solution together. Despite the potential danger posed by Hydra's resurgence, Ronnie was determined. Returning home had become an obsession, a goal he couldn't abandon, no matter the risks. As night quietly descended, the vibrant lights of New York City illuminated the skyline, and the city truly came alive as the city that never sleeps. Ronnie informed Hill of his departure and drove away from S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, heading toward Tony's seaside mansion. In the passenger seat, a miniaturized Venom sat with a tiny tablet in hand, scrolling through what appeared to be a massive database. "Have you found it yet?" Ronnie asked absent-mindedly, keeping his eyes on the road. "Almost," Venom replied nonchalantly, its focus glued to the screen. The tablet it held was one of SHLD's specialized devices, granting access to an unfathomable amount of data thanks to Ronnie's Level 7 clearance. SHLD's information database was terrifying in its scope. National population records were just the tip of the iceberg. It contained countless other types of data, ranging from mundane to highly classified. "Got it. This is it, right?" Venom tapped the screen, transmitting the information to the car's built-in display. Ronnie glanced at the screen briefly while keeping his hands steady on the wheel. "Yeah, that's it. Iridium, a critical component for stabilizing the formula," Ronnie confirmed with a nod. "Contact the holder. I want to purchase it. This guy isn't exactly strapped for cash," Venom said, scanning the owner's profile. "What's his background?" "The chairman of Dem Group, a top-tier German corporation. His name's Karl Dem," Venom explained, reading from the database. It rattled off additional details about Dem Group from SHLD's archives. Ronnie frowned. Indeed, this wasn't someone who'd be eager to sell. Ronnie's personal funds couldn't compare to Karl Dem's weekly earnings. How could he afford to buy iridium, a rare and precious metal? Contact him anyway and see if he's willing to sell. If not, we'll take it by force. A sharp glint flashed in Ronnie's eyes, his tone turning cold. For the sake of returning home, Ronnie wasn't opposed to using less than honorable methods if necessary. He wasn't exactly a saint. "Got it," Venom replied eagerly. Violence and chaos were right up its alley. Perhaps because of its nature as a symbiote, Venom had a penchant for combat and carnage. Fortunately, its maturity and rationality allowed it to keep these impulses in check. Otherwise, if Venom were fully in control, it would have gone on a bloody rampage long ago, and Ronnie wouldn't have been able to stop it. Seaside Mansion. Ronnie parked his car outside Tony's mansion and walked up to the front door. Pressing the doorbell, he waited patiently for a response. After a long pause, there was still no reply, which made Ronnie frown in confusion. "Jarvis?" he called out. "Good evening, Dr. Scarlab. I believe Mr. Stark is in urgent need of your assistance." Jarvis's voice responded through the intercom. "What's going on?" Ronnie asked, his frown deepening. Click. The front door unlocked with a heavy mechanical sound. "Mr. Stark is in the underground lab. He is in critical condition," Jarvis explained calmly. Ronnie's heart sank as he immediately bolted into the house. Without needing to be prompted, Venom activated its bioradar, transmitting thermal imaging data directly to Ronnie's vision. In the underground lab, Tony Stark was barely conscious, stumbling out of an elevator and crawling toward the center of the room. His life signs were faint, an unmistakable indication that he was close to death. Tony was on the lab floor, struggling to drag himself closer to a small, sleekly packaged arc reactor resting on the central workstation. Inch by inch, he moved toward it, desperation etched across his pale face. "Tony! Tony!" The sudden sound of Ronnie's voice startled Tony, making him pause. Turning his head, he saw Ronnie rushing toward him and kneeling by his side. "Tony, what happened to you?" Ronnie asked, alarmed by Tony's ghastly complexion, which was as pale as death itself. "Get that from—" Tony stammered weakly, pointing a trembling finger toward the arc reactor on the workstation. It was only then that Ronnie noticed something crucial. The arc reactor that should have been in Tony's chest was missing. Ronnie knew all too well that the arc reactor was the only thing keeping Tony alive. Wasting no time, Ronnie rushed to the workstation, smashed the box, and retrieved the arc reactor. "Don't move. Stay still," Ronnie said as he returned to Tony's side. Carefully lifting Tony's shirt, he inserted the arc reactor into his chest. For Tony, it was like a dying man in the desert suddenly finding water. His ashen face flushed with color before gradually returning to normal. "Thank God." Tony exhaled deeply, sitting up with a hand on his chest. "That was way too close." "What happened? Where's your arc reactor?" Ronnie demanded, his expression serious. "It was Obadiah." "Obadiah took it," Tony said, his tone heavy with a mix of anger and disappointment. Ronnie was stunned. "Obadiah? Wasn't he like a father figure to Tony? Why would he do something like this?" "Idiot. It's human greed, plain and simple. People will betray their own fathers for profit. What's so surprising about this?" Venom scoffed disdainfully, its voice echoing in Ronnie's mind. As a symbiote, Venom held little respect for human behavior, often finding it petty and selfish. Ronnie's mind cleared as he pieced together the situation. Tony's decision to shut down Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing division must have hit the company's shareholders where it hurt. Most of them didn't have the power to challenge Tony, but Obadiah was different. As the second-largest shareholder, Obadiah stood to gain the most from Tony's death. Moreover, the arc reactor Tony had developed was groundbreaking, a technological marvel with massive potential. Its market value alone could rival or even surpass that of weapons manufacturing. With these factors in mind, Obadiah's betrayal suddenly made perfect sense. "What are you going to do next?" Ronnie asked. "I'm getting my arc reactor back," Tony said, his expression grim and resolute. "And how do you plan to do that?" Tony didn't answer. Instead, he walked to the side of the room. "Jarvis," he called out. "Where?" Sections of the floor retracted as mechanical arms emerged from hidden compartments in the walls and ceiling. One by one, pieces of sleek, futuristic armor were fitted onto Tony's body. Even though Ronnie already knew Tony was Iron Man and had even fought against him, it was still awe-inspiring to witness Tony donning the suit in person. "Iron Man," Ronnie murmured, his voice barely audible. He couldn't help but feel a pang of envy as he looked at the dazzling, high-tech suit. Then he glanced down at himself and his current situation. There was no comparison. None at all. With a sigh, Ronnie muttered to himself, "No comparison. Just no comparison." "Iron Man," Ronnie murmured softly, watching Tony clad in his dazzlingly advanced suit of armor. The envy in his gaze was palpable, though a hint of self-awareness followed. He glanced at his own reflection in the car window. With no comparison, there'd be no hurt. Shaking his head, Ronnie quickly dismissed the thought. No point in dwelling on it. As flashy as the Iron Man suit was, its combat capabilities were still limited in his eyes. With Venom empowering him, Ronnie could easily crush Tony and his suit in a fight. Sure, it looked cool, but beyond that, not much else to it. Still, it was really cool. "Ronnie, I'm heading out." Tony's voice echoed from the suit, his tone sharp and ready for action. With a burst of energy from the repulsors on his palms and soles, Iron Man shot into the sky, streaking across the horizon like a meteor. "Tony is Iron Man," Ronnie murmured again, as if trying to internalize the fact. "Be careful." Venom's voice suddenly slithered into his thoughts. "This is that guy's turf. And don't forget, Jarvis is still here, watching." The reminder jolted Ronnie. He'd nearly forgotten about Jarvis. "Jarvis, I'm borrowing one of Tony's cars," Ronnie said, eyeing the lineup of luxury vehicles in the garage. Each one was worth a fortune. Even the cheapest here was a multi-million-dollar masterpiece. His fingers twitched with excitement. After all, the holy trinity of male interests, guns, cars, and, powdered milk, was a well-established fact. And for most men, supercars were irresistible. Ronnie was no exception. "Of course, Dr. Scarlab," Jarvis replied without hesitation, granting approval. Grinning like a kid in a candy store, Ronnie hurried to a sleek black Ferrari he couldn't even name. Swinging the door open, he slid into the driver's seat, the leather interior and futuristic dashboard making his heart race. "Jarvis, does this car have any of your subroutines installed?" Ronnie asked while running his hands over the steering wheel. "No, sir." "Good." Satisfied, Ronnie leaned back. "Now, tell me, where's Obadiah?" "I'm heading to Tony." "One moment, sir." Jarvis paused for a few seconds before responding. "Obadiah is currently at Stark Tower. Mr. Stark is on his way there as well." "Got it." Ronnie nodded and slammed his foot on the gas pedal. Vroom! The Ferrari roared to life, its engine unleashing a sound that sent a thrill through Ronnie's veins. Like a bullet from a chamber, the car shot forward, weaving through the city streets with electrifying speed. With Venom's enhancements boosting his reflexes and reaction time, Ronnie maneuvered the supercar effortlessly through the bustling traffic, his nerves steady as steel. As the car surged forward, black tendrils began to emerge from Ronnie's skin, writhing and coiling like living shadows. They spread across his body, the inky substance pulsating with an almost predatory energy. "This will be..." Ronnie's voice grew low and gravelly, an eerie distortion blending with Venom's own voice. "A feast." The overlapping tones of their voices were unsettling, a chilling harmony that carried a sense of foreboding. "Stark Tower, force perimeter." Boom! A volley of micro-missiles erupted from Ironmonger's hulking armor, each projectile locking onto Iron Man as they streaked through the air. Compared to the sleek and compact design of Iron Man's suit, Ironmonger was a towering behemoth, standing nearly 3 meters tall. Its massive frame dwarfed Tony's armor, making it look almost fragile in comparison. Inside the cockpit, Obadiah Stane smirked, his confidence bolstered by the glowing arc reactor embedded in Ironmonger's chest, the very reactor he had stolen from Tony. "I've got to hand it to you, Tony," Obadiah said, his voice laced with mockery. "You've outdone yourself with that arc reactor. Truly remarkable engineering. Too bad it's mine now." Tony soared into the sky, desperately trying to evade the relentless swarm of missiles. He veered toward a nearby forest, hoping the dense trees would provide some cover. The missiles followed, weaving through the forest until they began colliding with the trees, triggering a chain of earth-shaking explosions. Boom! 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 Asterisk asterisk. "Is running all you know how to do, Tony?" Obadiah growled as Ironmonger landed with a thunderous crash, the sheer weight of the armor shaking the ground. From a distance, Tony hovered mid-air, the faceplate of his helmet sliding open to reveal his conflicted expression. "Why, Stane? Why are you doing this?" Tony asked, his voice strained with equal parts frustration and sorrow. "You should have just stayed the carefree playboy, Tony. Why did you have to come back and take over the company? And even then, why shut down the weapons division? You've destroyed the company's profits." Obadiah spat, his tone icy and accusatory. "Profits? That's all this is to you? Profits are worth becoming this." Tony's voice cracked slightly, a hint of genuine heartbreak seeping through. He had considered Obadiah a father figure, someone he trusted implicitly. "Enough talk, genius," Obadiah sneered, raising Ironmonger's massive arm. A powerful energy cannon charged in its palm before firing in a blinding blast. Tony barely had time to react. His faceplate snapped shut as he crossed his arms defensively in front of his chest. Boom! The impact sent Iron Man tumbling through the air, spinning wildly before he managed to regain control. But before he could fully stabilize himself, a deafening whoosh signaled the approach of Ironmonger's enormous fist. Wham! The punch connected with brutal force, slamming into Tony's helmet and sending him hurtling toward the ground. Crash! Tony's suit tore through the forest, snapping trees like twigs before finally skidding to a halt in a crater. A cough. Tony groaned, his head spinning and his back screaming in pain. Though the suit had absorbed 90% of the impact, the remaining force was still more than his average human body could handle. Obadiah descended from the sky, Ironmonger's thrusters hissing as they powered down. "You shouldn't have come, Tony," Obadiah said, towering over him. "Say hello to your father for me." Ironmonger's left palm began glowing ominously as energy gathered for a point-blank shot. At such close range, there was no doubt. If the blast connected, Tony would be obliterated. "Jarvis!" Tony shouted, desperation in his voice. "Charging complete, sir." A brilliant red energy beam erupted from Tony's chest, catching Ironmonger completely off guard. The powerful blast launched the massive armor into the sky, hurling it far into the distance. Boom, 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 asterisk asterisk. The beam sustained its intensity for over a minute, only ceasing when Tony's arc reactor finally ran out of energy. As the light faded, Tony's helmet slid open, revealing his sweat-soaked face. He panted heavily, his chest rising and falling as he processed how close he had come to death. If he hadn't prepared that final desperate counterattack, he would have been a corpse by now, a corpse with no remains to bury. But his victory came at a cost. The arc reactor in his chest now contained only enough power to keep him alive for half a day. The Iron Man suit was also out of commission, unable to move. For now, though, the immediate threat of Ironmonger had been neutralized. "Sir," Jarvis's voice interrupted, "I have some bad news." Tony froze mid-breath, his gaze snapping toward a distant shadow. "I think I know what the bad news is," Tony said with a grim smile. "Yeah, this is going to suck. It seems I underestimated you." "Tony." Obadiah's voice rumbled from within the damaged Ironmonger as its colossal frame emerged from the smoke and rubble. The once mighty armor now looked anything but invincible. Its chest was scorched black, and its body bore countless signs of damage, cracks, dents, and exposed wiring. In terms of material, the Ironmonger was leagues behind Tony's Mark series of suits, which were crafted from top-grade titanium alloy. The only reason Obadiah had been able to overpower Tony was the sheer size and brute force of the Ironmonger. If they were evenly matched in size, Tony's Iron Man suit would have torn Obadiah apart with ease. But that was all hypothetical. "Unfortunately for you, this is where your story ends," Obadiah sneered, raising Ironmonger's left arm. The energy in its palm began to charge, glowing brighter and hotter by the second. This time, Tony had no energy left for a desperate counterattack. Lying motionless on the ground, his gaze fixed on the intensifying glow of the energy weapon, Tony felt an eerie sense of calm wash over him. There was no fear, no panic, only tranquility. A single image filled his mind, the warm, smiling face of Pepper Potts. So this was it. In the end, it wasn't the company or the fame that mattered. It was her. A faint smile tugged at his lips as Tony slowly closed his eyes, accepting what was to come. The excruciating pain he had been bracing for never came. Instead, a sharp, metallic noise pierced his ears. That sound, it was familiar. Where had he heard it before? Tony's eyes snapped open as realization dawned on him. Standing between him and the Ironmonger was a shadowy figure, its towering, muscular frame outlined by stark white patterns that gleamed against its inky black skin. A blade, easily 5 or 6 meters long, extended from its right arm, glinting ominously in the dim light. Even from a distance, the blade exuded an aura of deadly sharpness. Tony recognized the figure instantly. It was the same creature he had encountered in Afghanistan. His eyes widened in shock as he stared at Venom. Venom casually flicked its blade-like arm, sending droplets of blood splattering onto the ground. Obadiah, still seated inside the Ironmonger, was frozen in disbelief. He stared at where the left arm of his armor used to be, now severed cleanly and lying a few meters away. The pain hit him a second later, a wave of agony crashing into his nervous system as he let out a blood-curdling scream. My arm." "Shut up," Venom growled, its voice low, guttural, and dripping with menace. Its left arm morphed into a dense black tendril, which shot out like a whip, slamming into the Ironmonger with enough force to send the massive mech flying. Boom! The Ironmonger crashed into the ground with a thunderous impact, its frame groaning under the strain. Venom's right arm shifted, the blade retracting and reshaping into 5 elongated, razor-sharp claws. Its left arm followed suit, both hands now resembling the talons of a monstrous predator. Crack! Venom crouched low before launching itself forward with blinding speed. The resulting sonic boom was so powerful that it nearly ruptured Tony's eardrums. By the time Tony registered the sound, Venom was already on top of the Ironmonger. Screech! Screech! Asterisk asterisk. The piercing sound of metal being torn apart filled the air as Venom's claws ripped through the Ironmonger's armor like paper. The once imposing mech was reduced to a pile of shredded debris in a matter of seconds. Venom reached into the wreckage and yanked Obadiah out of the cockpit, holding him up like a rag doll. Who are you?" Obadiah stammered, his voice trembling despite his attempt to appear composed. Venom sneered, baring its jagged, razor-sharp teeth. It loathed people who try to act tough, especially when they were moments away from death. Its massive jaws opened impossibly wide, revealing rows of menacing teeth and a grotesquely long tongue. Droplets of saliva dripped from its mouth, and a faint, oddly pleasant scent wafted through the air. Was that toothpaste? Obadiah's mind was a whirlwind of terror, yet somehow, part of him noticed the scent. "You old fool," Venom snarled, snapping its jaws shut and grinning wickedly. "How would you like to die? We can talk about this." Obadiah stammered, trying to regain control of the situation. "Whatever Tony's giving you, I can give you more." Venom scoffed, its tone dripping with disdain. "You don't have what I want. Tell me what you want. I'll get it for you." Obadiah pleaded, clinging to the sliver of hope that he might still survive. Venom cast him a derisive glance. What it wanted was Tony's genius mind, something a pathetic man like Obadiah could never offer. "Goodbye." Before Obadiah could respond, Venom's jaws opened wide once more. In a single, horrifying motion, it swallowed him whole. Mediocre," Venom remarked, licking its teeth as if critiquing a subpar meal. You ate stain?" Tony's voice was filled with disbelief and horror. He stared at Venom, his mind struggling to process what he had just witnessed. This creature had just eaten a man. "Whole. Clean up your mess for you." "What? No thanks," Venom quipped, its massive, terrifying face suddenly inches from Tony's. Its jagged grin and glowing white eyes were enough to make Tony's heart race uncontrollably. For a moment, Tony genuinely thought his heart might stop. "Geez, you're easy to scare," Venom said, straightening up. Its tone was casual, even mocking, but there was an undercurrent of amusement. Scaring people was one of Venom's favorite pastimes. Unfortunately, Ronnie had grown immune to its antics, leaving Venom bored most of the time. Seeing the fear in Tony's eyes was a rare treat. What are you?" Tony asked, his voice shaking as he forced himself to meet Venom's gaze. "Are you some kind of alien? Or a lab experiment gone wrong? What do you think?" Venom replied, cryptically, crouching down and sitting cross-legged in front of Tony. Ronnie had instructed Venom to stay put until S.H.I.E.L.D. arrived. After all, this was no longer just Tony's problem. S.H.I.E.L.D. had been involved ever since Tony's disappearance in Afghanistan. The agent leading this mission was none other than Phil Coulson, one of SHELD's most seasoned operatives. Although Coulson wasn't the highest-ranking agent, he was a strong candidate for deputy director if Fury ever stepped down. Given that Howard Stark, Tony's father, was one of SHLD's founders, it was no surprise that the organization had taken a keen interest in Tony's activities. Tony rolled his eyes at Venom's evasive response. It was clear the creature wasn't going to hurt him, but that didn't mean he could relax. And knowing Tony, if there was no immediate threat to his life, staying calm and quiet was simply out of the question. Ronnie idly chatted with Tony, passing the time as minutes ticked by. About 5 minutes later, Venom suddenly stood up. "What are you doing?" Tony asked, leaning against a tree. His confusion was evident as he looked up at Venom. "We were in the middle of a conversation. What's going on?" "Someone's coming to rescue you," Venom said, glancing at Tony before turning its gaze to the eastern sky. "I need to leave. Someone's coming." Tony's brows furrowed as he remembered the mysterious organization that had approached him earlier, S.H.I.E.L.D. "I can't let them see me." "I'm out," Venom said, striding across the ground before leaping into the air. With a few powerful bounds, it disappeared into the forest shadows. Tony watched the retreating figure vanish into the distance. I forgot to ask its name." "Whir." The sound of helicopter rotors broke through the night, drawing Tony's attention skyward. Emerging from the aircraft was none other than Phil Coulson, his shiny bald head gleaming even in the dim light. About a week had passed since the battle at Stark Tower. Ronnie was still reeling from Tony's bold declaration at the press conference the next day. "I'm the Iron Man." It was such a Tony Stark move, arrogant, showy, and completely in character. He publicly revealed his superhero identity without a second thought, flaunting it for all to see. The world's news headlines were dominated by Tony Stark and Iron Man, plastered across every screen and paper. For the first time in 70 years, a new superhero had captured the world's imagination. Since the days of Captain America during World War II, the world had been without a superhero to rally behind. With the captain long presumed dead, Tony Stark stepped into the public spotlight, filling that void. Tony Stark, Iron Man. Of course, none of this had much to do with Ronnie. After rescuing Tony twice that night, Ronnie had simply returned to his usual routine. As the old adage goes, calm follows chaos. Though, to be fair, the battle that night was hardly a battle. It barely qualified as a warm-up. The Ironmonger was simply too weak. Venom had dismantled it as effortlessly as an adult flicking away a child. Meanwhile, Ronnie had followed through on his promise to help settle Wanda and Pietro in New York. This time, instead of relying on others, Ronnie sought Tony's help directly. While Tony might be full of himself, his influence in New York City was undeniable. Pietro ended up choosing a job as a journalist from the list of options Tony provided. Despite being a complete amateur, someone who couldn't even hold a camera steady, he was hired at a newspaper company under Stark Industries' umbrella. Thanks to Tony's backing, Pietro's poorly taken photos still managed to get published, even though they were utter garbage. Being handpicked by the ultimate boss comes with perks, after all. As for Wanda, she was just in her early 20s and wanted to experience life on campus again after everything she'd been through. Tony pulled some strings to get her a spot at Ronnie's alma mater, New York University. Though NYU is a private institution and Stark Industries doesn't have direct ownership, no one in their right mind would deny Tony Stark such a favor. With Stark Industries poised to transition into the clean energy market, a sector with immense potential, few would risk offending such a powerful entity. And so, Wanda smoothly enrolled at NYU, becoming a proud freshman. Ronnie even reached out to Professor X to ask him to keep an eye on Wanda, ensuring she had some extra support as she adjusted to her new life. Within a week, Wanda had fully integrated into the prestigious Ivy League campus. It didn't take long for her to become a campus sensation. Beauty is universally appreciated, and Wanda's striking looks and stunning figure quickly made her the center of attention. She dethroned the previous campus goddess, becoming the new object of admiration for NYU's male students. However, not many dared to pursue her outright. On Wanda's third day at school, one brave soul attempted to ask her out. Unfortunately for him, Pietro found out and gave the poor guy a thorough beating. After that incident, there were no more admirers, only secret admirers. Despite his average height and build, Pietro's rough upbringing had honed his fighting skills far beyond those of the typical college student. Coupled with his connection to Stark Industries, a corporate behemoth, no one dared to mess with him. 10 days after helping Wanda and Pietro settle in New York, Ronnie decided to take advantage of his monthly vacation and visit NYU. As a graduate of NYU, Ronnie had always been a standout figure. With his above-average looks, at least by scientist standards, and his meteoric rise to become a genius scientist within a year of graduation, his reputation on campus remained untouchable. While NYU has produced many accomplished alumni, few achieved Ronnie's level of success at such a young age. And, well, he was handsome, though to be fair, that was only in comparison to other scientists. Next to actual handsome guys, Ronnie's looks were better left unmentioned. Still, none of that mattered to the students. Ronnie was a living legend, an idol on campus. When Ronnie arrived, driving on a campus in his car, students immediately recognized him. Fortunately, Ronnie wasn't a celebrity. The students merely cast curious and admiring glances his way, refraining from any intrusive behavior. Unlike celebrities, scientists weren't at the mercy of public opinion. If anyone dared interfere with Ronnie's life, they might find themselves under investigation or slapped with a hefty legal charge. Ignoring the stares, Ronnie followed his memory and headed toward the fine arts department, where Wanda was enrolled. Yes, Wanda had chosen a major in fine arts. Having loved drawing since childhood, it made sense for her to pursue her passion at university. Other majors? They all required extensive foundational knowledge, something Wanda, who hadn't even graduated high school, lacked. Marvel trivia asterisk in the comics, Tony Stark did not reveal his identity as Iron Man, whereas in the films, he openly admitted it. This change not only altered Iron Man's subsequent storylines, but also marked a distinct departure from the comics, paving the way for the Marvel Cinematic Universe's unique narrative. Personally, I think the open reveal fits Tony Stark's character better. With his pompous and flamboyant personality, it's hard to imagine him keeping such a secret. Robert Downey Jr.'s portrayal in the films captured this perfectly. Tony's public declaration of his identity was entirely in line with his character. Fine Arts Department. NYU ***. The Fine Arts Department was nestled within the broader art school, a place Ronnie had only visited once during his 4 years at NYU. Still, that single visit had left a lasting impression. The atmosphere here was rich with artistic energy, not the carefree, wild vibe of street art, but a solemn, focused environment that demanded respect. Students here didn't joke around or chat idly while creating. Their demeanor reflected the gravity of their craft. The music department, for instance, had an even more distinct divide. The classical music section carried a sense of austere tradition that could make even the most talkative person fall silent. Meanwhile, the contemporary music section was livelier, its energy more relaxed and inviting. The Fine Arts Department, in contrast, radiated a warmth akin to sunlight, a gentle, soothing ambience that filled the halls. "Excuse me," Ronnie said, stopping a student carrying a large drawing board on his back. The boy turned to him, then froze, his eyes widening. "Wait, are you Scarlet Senpai?" Ronnie smiled politely. "That's me. Can you tell me where I can find Wanda Maximoff?" The boy blinked in surprise before quickly pointing down the hall. "Maximoff? She's in that classroom. First one at the end of the hallway." "Thank you," Ronnie said with a nod, offering a warm smile before heading off. The student, still standing there, muttered to himself, "Wow, Scarlet Senpai seems pretty nice." Shrugging, he turned and went on his way. At the back door of the classroom, Ronnie found the door slightly ajar. He slipped inside quietly, careful not to disturb the ongoing lesson. The class was in full swing. On the podium stood a female professor Ronnie didn't recognize, though her face seemed vaguely familiar. She appeared to be in her 30s, with a polished, professional style that exuded confidence and charm. It was no wonder the students adored her. The lecture hall was packed to capacity. Ronnie's quiet entry didn't go unnoticed. The professor glanced at him briefly, assuming he was just a late-arriving student, and continued her lecture. Meanwhile, murmurs began to ripple through the back rows. "Was that Scarlet Senpai?" one male student whispered, squinting to get a better look. "Wait, I have a picture of him. Professor May made us draw his portrait for an assignment," another student said, pulling out his phone to scroll through saved images. A few moments later, he exclaimed, "It is Scarlet Senpai." A low ripple of excitement spread through the classroom. The whispers grew louder, traveling from the back rows toward the center like a wave. The professor, finally unable to ignore the commotion, turned her gaze back to Ronnie. After a second look, recognition lit her face. Not too long ago, she had assigned her students to draw portraits of Ronnie. His features were still fresh in her memory. "Welcome, Dr. Scarlab," Professor May said, clapping her hands lightly to draw the class's attention. She gestured for Ronnie to come forward. All at once, every pair of eyes in the room turned toward Ronnie. Curiosity, admiration, and awe filled their gazes. Among them, Wanda's wide, surprised eyes met Ronnie's. For a fleeting moment, the world seemed to pause. Ronnie's heart skipped a beat. In that instant, his attention was drawn solely to the girl in the light yellow floral dress. The sunlight filtering through the windows seemed to frame her, highlighting her gentle features and warm presence. "Dr. Scarlab," Professor May's voice snapped him out of his daze. Ronnie blinked, breaking eye contact with Wanda before stepping forward to the podium. "Hello, everyone," Ronnie greeted with a calm, friendly smile. "I'm Ronnie Scarlab. Sorry for interrupting your class." The students were buzzing. "Whoa, it's really Scarlab. He graduated just a year ago and already earned his PhD. An actual genius. I heard people compared him to Tony Stark back when he was a student here. Where do you think he's working now? Someone like him must be a treasure no matter where he goes." Unbelievable. Ronnie could hear every word of their chatter, but his expression remained neutral. He had been praised like this so many times in his previous life, and this one, that it no longer fazed him. When you're at the top, it feels like the whole world is singing your praises. But when you fall, the same world will tear you down without hesitation. Human nature was predictable that way. Asterisk humans, asterisk. Venom's voice slithered into Ronnie's mind, dripping with disdain. The comment snapped Ronnie out of his thoughts. He said nothing, though, keeping his focus on the moment. Scarlett Senpai, may I ask you a question? A tall girl in the front row raised her hand, her voice clear and confident. Ronnie turned to her, momentarily surprised by her height. Even seated, her legs stretched far out from under the desk, easily over 175 centimeters long. Go ahead, he said, nodding. The girl shot up from her seat, standing tall and proud. Ronnie's lips twitched slightly. Standing on the podium, he was about 180 centimeters tall, yet she was nearly his height. If they were on even ground, she'd probably be taller. Do you have a girlfriend? She asked boldly, her tone completely casual. The room erupted. Oh, Lena's going for it. The tall queen strikes first. Lena, however, remained unfazed. Her expression didn't change in the slightest as she waited for Ronnie's answer. Ronnie paused, glancing briefly at Wanda. For some reason, when Lena asked the question, Wanda's face had popped into his mind unbidden. Not at the moment, Ronnie replied truthfully. In 2 lifetimes, nearly 50 years combined, he had yet to experience a first love. First love, still waiting, still waiting. The thought stabbed at his heart. Watching people his age, or younger, show off their relationships made Ronnie want to crawl into a hole. Once, he'd almost lost control and let Venom devour a particularly obnoxious couple. Thank you, Lena said simply, sitting back down without hesitation. But before Ronnie could breathe a sigh of relief, Lena's seatmate stood up. Another tall girl, though not taller than him, thankfully. Do you have someone you like, Senpai? She asked with genuine curiosity. The room fell silent, every pair of eyes locking onto Ronnie. Even Professor May seemed intrigued, her gaze fixed on him. Ronnie sighed inwardly. His personal life was apparently a topic of great interest. His supposed romantic connection to Catherine had already been debunked. She was a close friend, not a girlfriend. But this only fueled speculation about his love life, or lack thereof. Now, standing on this podium, he could practically feel the unspoken question hanging in the air. Is he gay? No. Lonnie answered truthfully as ever. However, he was well aware of some rumors about him circulating around the campus. He had previously been too lazy to address them, but now it seemed necessary to clear things up. Although I don't have someone I like, I'm very certain my gender is male, and my preference is for women. Not gay. Lonnie enunciated each word carefully, especially when he said gay, with a bit of a gritted teeth tone. After all, being inexplicably labeled as gay, who wouldn't feel a bit annoyed? The students' faces revealed varying degrees of awkwardness. They had indeed suspected Lonnie of being gay. But honestly, how could they not? A man who hadn't dated anyone through 4 years of college might raise eyebrows. Not only that, but not a single girl had ever been seen around him. It wasn't as though no girls had shown interest. Some, even campus goddesses, had confessed to him, but he rejected them all. Surrounding him were always only guys, and attractive ones at that. It was hard not to let imaginations run wild. So why had Lonnie, the eternal single guy, turned down all those girls? The reason was simple. Even though he had never been in a relationship in either of his 2 lives, he had principles. If he didn't feel anything for someone, he would never force himself to be with them. And so, he remained single for over 20 years. Pride comes at a price. A painful truth. After chatting a bit more, Lonnie took Wanda out of the classroom. As they left, the strange looks from the students made Wanda's hair stand on end. Lonnie, however, was unfazed. After all, when he had brought Catherine here before, the stares back then had been far more intense. Doctor, how do you have time to visit today? Wanda asked curiously. The two strolled along the campus path, heading toward the parking lot. I'm here to check in on you and Peter, Lonnie said with a smile. Peter's out of town on a filming assignment, so I didn't get to see him. I came to the school to find you instead, and I also want to ask for a little favor. What kind of favor? If I can help, I'll definitely do it, Wanda said eagerly. Well, it's like this. Lonnie's expression turned a little unnatural, even a bit awkward. I left the orphanage when I was 18, and it's been years since I went back. I want to take this opportunity to visit home. The thing is, the director keeps urging me to find a girlfriend and is even trying to set me up on blind dates. At this point, Wanda caught on. You want me to pretend to be your girlfriend to stop the director from setting you up on dates? Wanda said, slightly surprised. Lonnie nodded, his face full of embarrassment. It wasn't exactly the easiest thing to ask someone for, you know? And as for why he didn't ask Catherine for help, well, the director was Catherine's aunt, and the two were extremely close. Whether it was a real relationship or just an act, the director would see through it in seconds. Lonnie really didn't want to endure any more blind dates. No problem, Wanda readily agreed. After all, it wasn't like she had to actually be his girlfriend. It didn't matter to her. Really, Lonnie looked at Wanda in surprise. Thank you so much. The director's relentless matchmaking had always been a headache for him. He had thought blind dating was a uniquely Chinese thing, but to his surprise, it existed in America too. In his past life, his biological mother had been constantly arranging blind dates for him. Every time he went home for the holidays, he'd barely warm the couch before being pushed out the door to meet someone. He'd gone on countless blind dates over the years, spent a fair bit of money, and still ended up single. What could he do? There was no spark. Now reborn in America, with no parents this time, he thought he'd be free of the blind date ordeal. But reality had other plans. The orphanage director was like a mother figure to him. It's nothing, Wanda said with a smile and a shake of her head. It was a simple favor, really. All right then, let's go. I want to bring some things for the kids and elders at the orphanage, Lonnie said excitedly. It had been a long time since he'd last visited the orphanage, and he missed it dearly. Spending 18 years there, even a dog would develop feelings. Let alone Lonnie, who valued familial bonds deeply. In Lonnie's heart, his home on Earth was his first family, and the orphanage was his second. There was no comparison, no ranking. They were both home, both warm harbors. Sure, Wanda nodded. The two walked side by side, got into the car, and drove off. Wanda had even taken half a day off from her classes. The news that campus celebrity Dr. Scarborough had returned, and that he'd left with the art department's campus beauty Wanda, quickly reached her class advisor. In this age of information overload, the story spread across NYU in just half an hour. After a wild shopping spree at the department store, Lonnie, who had spent over a year at S.H.I.E.L.D., had fully embraced the role of a big spender. As the head of the Cube project, all of Lonnie's living expenses at S.H.I.E.L.D. were covered by the agency. On top of that, he earned an annual salary in the millions of dollars. Life couldn't get better. Even seasoned agents like Carlson didn't enjoy such perks. Of course, S.H.I.E.L.D. wasn't a charity. If Lonnie hadn't been the head of the Cube project, $1 million salary? Forget it. 70 or 80 grand would have been generous. That said, a significant portion of SHELD's funding came from contributions by various nations. Since it wasn't his own money, Lonnie spent it without a second thought. Moreover, S.H.I.E.L.D. had its own businesses, and the profits they generated went back to S.H.I.E.L.D., a rather clever setup. After buying who knows how many items and stuffing his Maybach to the brim, Lonnie reluctantly left the department store. As for some of the massage equipment he bought for the elderly at the orphanage, Lonnie arranged for the seller to deliver it directly to the orphanage. There was no way it would fit in his car. With everything taken care of, they drove to the orphanage. Lonnie had informed the director ahead of time. As soon as they arrived, they saw the director and the staff waiting at the entrance. "Director," Lonnie called out as he got out of the car and walked up to give her a hug. The director, a woman in her late 40s nearing 50, couldn't hide the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. Despite her age, traces of her youthful beauty, which could rival Catherine's, were still evident. "You silly boy, why'd you bring so much stuff?" The director scolded lightly, noticing the heap of items in the car and feeling a bit of heartache at Lonnie's spending. Though she knew Lonnie wasn't short on money. "I have some money now, so of course I want to bring something for everyone at the orphanage. One must never forget where they come from," Lonnie said with a smile. "You've always been like this, understanding everything," the director said, her gaze full of affection as she looked at Lonnie, who had grown into a capable young man. Of all the children she had cared for, Lonnie had always been the most worry-free. Not only did he never cause trouble, but he also helped her with whatever he could. The director genuinely adored this child. Having no children of her own, she had long regarded Lonnie as her own son. "Hello, Annie." Wanda stepped forward and greeted the director warmly. "And you are?" The director glanced at the graceful young woman standing there, then turned to Lonnie with a questioning look. "She's Wanda, girlfriend." Lonnie paused briefly before declaring. Wanda took a step closer and linked her arm with Lonnie's. "Hello, Annie. I'm Wanda, girlfriend." The director's face lit up with surprise and delight as she looked Wanda up and down, her expression completely that of a mother-in-law sizing up her future daughter-in-law. Wanda smiled at the director, her posture and expressions perfectly poised. "Not bad, not bad. What a beautiful girl. Lonnie, you're a lucky one," the director exclaimed, clearly pleased with Wanda, or at least her appearance. In the director's mind, Wanda's looks were a perfect match for her dear Lonnie. Ahem. Let's face it, parents tend to find their kids impossibly handsome, and the director was no exception. While Lonnie's looks were decent, pairing him with Wanda, well, they weren't exactly on the same level. Lonnie rubbed his nose awkwardly, unsure of what to say. From the moment Wanda had linked her arm with his, nerves had crept in, leaving him at a loss for words or actions. Come inside, come inside. Everyone, give me a hand and help bring in all the things this child brought," the director called out, and the staff began unloading the car. The vehicle was packed with toys, snacks, children's books. Basically, Lonnie and Wanda had practically emptied the children's section of the department store. Even so, the two still felt slightly unsatisfied. There was something intoxicating about the thrill of shopping and spending freely. Lonnie, despite being a man, was no exception. And Wanda? Shopping was practically a second nature for women, a built-in skill maxed out for birth. Before long, the delivery truck from the store arrived, carrying larger items like massage chairs and treadmills, which workers began unloading one by one. The director scolded Lonnie once more for his lavish spending, though it didn't really have any effect. The visit to the orphanage took up the entire day. "Thank you, Wanda," Lonnie said as he drove the car, glancing at Wanda, who was seated in the back. After having dinner at the orphanage, Lonnie and Wanda had decided to head back. After all, Lonnie felt bad for taking up so much of Wanda's time. "It's no trouble," Wanda said softly, shaking her head. "The orphanage is lovely. The kids are so well-behaved and adorable, and the elders are very kind." Yes, mentioning the orphanage brought a genuine smile to Lonnie's face. "I'm very fortunate. After being abandoned by my parents, I was able to come to the orphanage and become part of this big family." Wanda looked at Lonnie's beaming face through the rearview mirror, feeling a wave of emotion. After the director had decided she was the daughter-in-law, she had shared many stories about Lonnie. For example, how Lonnie had always been the leader among the kids, beloved by both the staff and the elders. How he was so sensible that no one ever had to worry about him. And then there were the harsher truths. How Lonnie had been abandoned as an infant, left in a garbage bin. Or how, at 6 years old, he had run away from the orphanage and didn't return until late at night, earning himself a stern lecture from the director. These anecdotes painted a fuller, more complex portrait of Lonnie, the youngest scientist in NYU's history. This man was both lonely and not lonely. He was lonely because, from a young age, he rarely played with the other children. Most of the time, he would sit alone in a corner with a book. At 10, when the director's niece, Catherine, came to visit, Lonnie had finally found a new friend, only for Catherine to leave shortly after, leaving him alone once more. Yet he wasn't lonely. He had the orphanage's big family. To Lonnie, the orphanage was his home, and he deeply loved everyone there. This man was a contradiction, an enigma that was difficult to unravel. Lost in thought, Wanda barely noticed as the car pulled up to the modest home she shared with Peter in Queens. It wasn't luxurious, but it was decent enough for the area. "Wanda, goodbye." Lonnie rolled down the window and waved at her with a smile. "Goodbye, drive safely." Yeah. Lonnie didn't drive off until he saw Wanda enter the house. After dropping Wanda off at her home in New York, Lonnie turned the car toward his place in Brooklyn. The day had been exhausting. Running between NYU, the department store, and the orphanage had left him dizzy with fatigue. Lonnie stopped the car. Venom's voice suddenly rang out, startling him. Lonnie slammed on the brakes, pulling over to the side of the road. "What's wrong?" Lonnie asked, puzzled. Venom didn't answer immediately. Instead, Lonnie's vision shifted. His surroundings turned into a red and green overlay. Dots of red moved across his field of vision, but there was one dot as large as a fist that stood out starkly amidst the smaller, fingernail-sized ones. This is... Lonnie's eyes widened in alarm. It's a monster, and it's right here, in our vicinity, Venom replied in a low, serious tone. The vision shifted back to normal. Where is it? Lonnie frowned. A creature with such an overwhelming energy signature lurking in New York City was definitely bad news. To the west. It's moving quickly. Without hesitation, Lonnie stepped on the gas and sped toward the direction Venom had indicated. Letting such a massive threat roam freely in the city was bound to lead to disaster. Someone had to check it out. Lonnie wasn't a hero, not in the traditional sense, but he was willing to do what was within his power. He firmly believed in the principle. With great power comes great responsibility. 1,000 people might interpret that phrase differently, but for Lonnie, it meant just this. For more than 3 minutes, Lonnie followed the red dot on his display. Oddly enough, its path seemed to lead out of the city. Is it leaving town? Lonnie murmured to himself. Careful. It stopped moving. Venom's voice suddenly rose in alarm, and Lonnie instinctively slammed on the brakes. It's noticed us. It's coming this way. Venom shouted. I see it. Lonnie yelled, stomping on the gas pedal and swerving sharply as a massive black shadow descended from the sky toward him. Boom! A huge crater appeared where the shadow landed, sending dust and debris into the air, obscuring the figure within the cloud. Lonnie stared into the dust, his eyes filled with uncertainty and wariness. The silhouette within the haze seemed enormous. Be cautious. This thing, it's not to be trifled with, Venom warned gravely. Its instincts told it that this opponent might not be one they could handle. Thud, thud, thud. A hulking figure, over 3 meters tall, emerged from the dust cloud. Lonnie's pupils contracted sharply. The creature was green-skinned, its towering frame rippling with grotesquely bulging muscles. Its upper body was bare, and its tattered jeans clung to its lower half. This striking appearance was unmistakable. Lonnie recognized the monster at once. Jackpot! Lonnie muttered with a bitter laugh. It was the Hulk. Jackpot! Lonnie chuckled bitterly. The Hulk. Just my luck. Lonnie's smile twisted into one of helplessness. Of all the things he could have run into, it just had to be the one opponent he absolutely couldn't beat, and the one he least wanted to encounter. Venom had already warned him they were no match for this guy. While Venom often exaggerated, its instincts were usually reliable. If Venom said they couldn't win, then even if Lonnie took control of the fight, the odds of victory were slim to none. Lonnie gripped the steering wheel tightly, slammed the gas pedal, and ran. Roar! The Hulk bellowed in rage as he saw the car that had been tailing him suddenly make a U-turn and flee. Without hesitation, he charged after it. A massive shadow loomed overhead, and Lonnie quickly turned the wheel to swerve. The car veered sharply, narrowly avoiding the Hulk's descending form. Boom! The ground trembled violently as a massive crater formed where the car had been just moments ago. The sight was terrifying. The Hulk didn't pause for even a second after landing. He leaped again, his new target still the speeding car Lonnie was driving. In the dense forest, Lonnie pushed the car to over 120 miles per hour. Even so, he kept his foot pressed firmly on the gas, trying to squeeze out every ounce of speed. Years of Venom-enhanced conditioning had sharpened Lonnie's reflexes to an almost superhuman level. It wouldn't be a stretch to call it the peak of human capability. But no matter how fast a car was, acceleration had its limits. The Hulk, on the other hand, had no such restrictions. Lonnie's face was calm, his eyes laser-focused on the road ahead. The years he had spent honing his driving skills were finally paying off. Venom, contact shield. Now! Lonnie barked, his words rapid and clipped. Twisting the wheel again, Lonnie narrowly dodged another of the Hulk's earth-shattering landings. The sheer force of the impact nearly flipped his car. If that happened, the consequences would be unimaginable. Venom, understanding the urgency in Lonnie's voice, extended itself from Lonnie's body and activated the communications device on the passenger seat. The moment Venom hit the button, the piercing sound of alarms erupted throughout the security department of SHELD's Triskelion headquarters. Asterisk BZZZ. BZZZ. BZZZ asterisk. The blaring alarms echoed across the entire floor, shaking everyone to attention. The head of SHIELD security turned pale. This specific alarm was reserved for emergencies involving high-priority personnel. Something serious had happened. He hurried over to the nearest agent. What's going on? Dr. Scarborough just activated his emergency communicator. The agent responded swiftly. What? The security chief's expression darkened. Dr. Scarborough? Could it be Hydra again? At his clearance level, he was privy to such classified matters. What about the agents assigned to protect him? He demanded. After Dr. Scarborough entered the forest, his car accelerated too quickly, and they lost track of him. Useless fools, the chief cursed. Deploy a team to the communicator's signal location immediately. Move it, he ordered in a low, urgent tone. Yes, sir. The agent's hands flew across the keyboard, pulling up a map. The chief quickly logged into his account to authorize the deployment. Ding! The elevator doors slid open, and Maria Hill stepped out, flanked by a group of agents. The security chief stiffened, his nerves already frayed. Everyone in SHIELD knew that Deputy Director Hill held Dr. Scarborough in high regard. During the last rescue mission, she had personally led the operation. And now, another incident? If anything happened to Lonnie, the chief knew the blame would land squarely on his shoulders. What's the situation? Hill asked, her tone calm but commanding. She didn't waste time assigning blame, focusing instead on gathering information. We're not entirely sure yet, but we can confirm that the doctor is not currently in mortal danger, the security chief quickly replied. The moment Lonnie had activated the emergency signal, the forest had been locked down. The agents assigned to protect him were well equipped, and Lonnie's vital signs hadn't changed, indicating he was still alive. Hill nodded, her expression remaining stoic. Her cool demeanor only made her aura more imposing. The security chief was sweating bullets. Hill hadn't reprimanded him, nor had she voiced any dissatisfaction, but the weight of her silence was suffocating. Meanwhile, Hill was wrestling with her own frustration. Asterisk, didn't we just rescue him a few days ago? And now this? Asterisk. She was seriously considering restricting Lonnie's movements for his own safety. Back in the forest, Lonnie had no idea what Hill was thinking. His focus was entirely on surviving. The Hulk's reputation preceded him. Whether it was from snippets of conversations in his past life or the data he'd studied in this one, the Hulk was undeniably a boss-level monster. Lonnie liked to think he was strong, but compared to the Hulk, he was still a few leagues short. He didn't need to fight to know the outcome, and he didn't want to find out the hard way. Boom! Another close call. Lonnie narrowly avoided the Hulk's ground-smashing leap yet again. Sweat dripped down his forehead, soaking his brow. The intense focus required to maneuver a car at 150 miles per hour through a dense forest while dodging the Hulk's attacks was taking its toll. While Venom could replenish his physical stamina and heal his injuries, it couldn't restore his mental energy. Mental exhaustion wasn't something science, or Venom, could fix. Damn it, Lonnie cursed as he swerved to dodge another attack. This guy's getting faster. Whether it was his imagination or not, the Hulk's movements seemed to be accelerating. At first, Lonnie had ample time to react, but now he could sense his reaction time lagging behind the Hulk's increasing speed. Lonnie, bad news. Venom's voice interrupted his thoughts. It had been silent up until now, clearly trying not to distract him. But if it was speaking up now, it had to be important. What is it? Lonnie snapped, already bracing for the worst. The car's almost out of gas. What? Lonnie glanced at the fuel gauge. Sure enough, the needle was hovering dangerously close to empty. Damn it. Lonnie slammed his fist against the steering wheel in frustration. Boom. The momentary distraction proved costly. The Hulk landed directly on the car, flipping it into the air. The vehicle spun several times before crashing heavily to the ground. Dazed and disoriented, Lonnie felt Venom working rapidly to heal his injuries. He recovered quickly, thanks to the symbiote, and crawled out of the wreckage. Standing upright, he locked eyes with the Hulk, who was glaring at him from not far away. Even a clay figure has its temper. Lonnie had been holding back his frustration throughout the entire chase. If he couldn't run then, he'd fight. Lonnie and the Hulk stood face to face, the tension between them almost palpable. The Hulk, over 3 meters tall, loomed like a walking tank, his massive form glaring down at the comparatively diminutive Lonnie. Lonnie's face was emotionless, but the fire in his eyes was impossible to conceal. His fists clenched tightly, veins bulging. Suddenly, black tendrils began to emerge from his skin, writhing like liquid shadows across his body. They slithered and surged, spreading rapidly until his entire frame was enveloped in the pulsating black mass. In moments, Venom's towering form stood revealed, its monstrous physique a match for the Hulk's oppressive presence. "Me? Or you?" Venom's deep, guttural voice rumbled. "I'll do it," Lonnie replied without hesitation. "Fine." An intoxicating surge of power coursed through Lonnie, flooding his mind and body with raw strength as Venom melded with him completely. It was a feeling that could make anyone drunk with exhilaration. While Venom wielding the body was formidable, Lonnie, trained in martial arts and combat techniques, was even more dangerous. Boom! Venom took a powerful step forward, the ground beneath its feet cracking under the force. With a burst of speed, the symbiotic giant shot toward the Hulk like a missile, its massive frame hurtling forward with devastating intent. The Hulk, despite his immense strength and durability, was not known for his reflexes. Yet even he couldn't ignore the incoming threat. As Venom closed the distance, the Hulk roared in fury, swinging his massive fist straight at the charging figure. In response, the black tendrils on Venom's right arm rippled and coalesced, forming a colossal warhammer. The weapon was massive and imposing, reminiscent of something out of a fantasy novel, a hammer that radiated sheer, crushing weight. Venom's warhammer form. Boom! Fist met hammer in a cataclysmic collision, the raw power behind the impact sending shockwaves rippling outward. The air itself seemed to explode, and the ground beneath them fractured, leaving two enormous craters where the combatants stood. The force of the clash bent the surrounding trees and sent debris flying in every direction. Venom wasted no time. Its left hand morphed into razor-sharp claws, glinting menacingly in the dim light as they slashed toward the Hulk. The claws, capable of shredding through titanium alloy, sliced through the air with a shrill, deadly whistle. The proximity left the Hulk with no time to evade. Schlick! As expected, the claws tore into the Hulk's chest, leaving deep, savage gashes across his green skin. Bright green blood gushed from the wounds in torrents, splattering the ground below. Roar! The Hulk bellowed in pain, but Venom wasn't about to let up. The warhammer on Venom's right arm shifted, transforming into another set of claws identical to those on its left. Black tendrils shot out from Venom's back, anchoring themselves onto the Hulk's shoulders. With a burst of strength, Venom launched itself into the air, flipping over the Hulk and landing behind him. Both clawed hands plunged forward, stabbing deep into the Hulk's back. Asterisk schlick, schlick, asterisk, arg. The Hulk's roar of agony shook the forest. The intense pain only served to fuel his rage, causing his body to swell further. Before Lonnie's astonished eyes, the Hulk's already massive frame grew even larger, approaching 4 meters in height. But then, danger alarms blared in Lonnie's mind. Wham! The Hulk spun around with astonishing speed, delivering a devastating slap to Venom's head. The sheer force of the blow sent Venom flying like a ragdoll, crashing through several thick trees before slamming into the ground. Boom! Dazed, Lonnie and Venom both struggled to process what had just happened. The Hulk's raw power had left them reeling, their shared minds stunned as if they'd been hit by a freight train. Lonnie groaned, his head throbbing as though he'd pulled 3 consecutive all-nighters back in a lab. Worse, the crushing weight of fatigue made it hard for him to move. Venom managed to shake it off first, struggling to rise from the dirt. But before they could fully recover, a massive shadow loomed over them. Boom! The Hulk's foot came crashing down on Venom's back, driving them deep into the ground. Ugh! Despite Venom's protective layer, Lonnie couldn't hold back a cry as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Even with the symbiote cushioning the impact, the Hulk's stomp had nearly killed him outright. Oh, that hurt! Venom howled in Lonnie's mind, its pain evident. Unlike Lonnie, who was shielded by Venom, the symbiote had taken the brunt of the attack. Shut up, Lonnie rasped, coughing as he forced himself to focus. Black tendrils erupted from Venom's body, shooting toward the Hulk and binding his limbs. Yuck! The Hulk roared in fury, thrashing wildly to free himself from the constricting tendrils. Venom seized the opportunity to push itself off the ground, flinging the Hulk backward in the process. But the black tendrils snapped under the Hulk's raw strength as Venom staggered back to its feet. Lonnie's right arm morphed into a gleaming blade, and with a sharp pivot, Venom slashed at the oncoming Hulk. Clang! What? Lonnie and Venom gasped in unison. The blade struck the Hulk's raised arm, but failed to leave so much as a scratch on his skin. The Hulk's defenses had grown even stronger. His enlarged body wasn't just for show. His durability had increased to terrifying levels. Get lost! The Hulk roared, swinging a massive fist at Venom. Still in shock, Venom failed to react in time. The Hulk's punch landed squarely, sending Venom hurtling through the air once more. Boom! Another crater formed as Venom crashed into the ground. After a brief moment of initial dominance, Venom was now completely outmatched. The Hulk's overwhelming attributes, his strength, speed, endurance, and near-impenetrable defense, completely overshadowed Venom. Even Venom's vaunted regeneration couldn't keep up with the Hulk, who seemed to heal almost instantaneously. The gashes Venom had inflicted earlier? Gone, as if they had never existed. This wasn't a fight. It was a one-sided beatdown. Venom dusted itself off and crawled out of the crater, its movements slower now, wearied by the relentless assault. This guy's body is insane, Lonnie muttered, frowning. My combat skills are useless against him. His skin's too tough. None of our attacks can hurt him. If we're going to win, we have to aim for his weak spots, Venom growled, its usual playful tone replaced by grim seriousness. Weak spots. Lonnie's eyes narrowed as his gaze fixed on the Hulk's exposed eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. These were undoubtedly his most vulnerable areas. But reaching them would be nearly impossible. Venom could barely get close. How could they hope to land a precise strike? We'll have to gamble, Lonnie said, exhaling deeply as his eyes sharpened with determination. Boom! Lonnie pushed Venom's speed to its absolute limit. The resulting sonic boom echoed through the forest, shaking the trees as Venom rocketed toward the Hulk at blinding speed. The Hulk roared in response, raising his fist to meet the incoming assault. The battle continued, raw power against strategic precision, chaos against control. Venom's body suddenly erupted with countless tendrils, shooting out toward the Hulk and latching onto his massive frame. With a sudden, violent pull, the black threads yanked Venom forward. At the same time, Venom's left arm morphed into a colossal war hammer, and with a powerful swing, it met the Hulk's rushing fist head-on. Boom! Fist collided with hammer, and the familiar, terrifying shockwave exploded outward once again. The air rippled violently, shaking the very ground beneath them. But Venom had no intention of trading blows endlessly. The clash was merely a feint to disrupt the Hulk's momentum. The moment their attacks connected, Venom accelerated once more, closing the distance in a heartbeat. Lonnie, in full control, maneuvered Venom like a seasoned fighter, expertly positioning their massive frame. With a sudden burst of strength, Venom latched onto the Hulk's enormous body, a particular move from the Chinese martial arts technique Steve Rogers had once taught him flashing in his mind. Iron Mountain Lean. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. The ferocious impact drove into the Hulk's chest like a battering ram, slamming him into the ground and carving out a massive crater beneath him. Without missing a beat, Venom capitalized on the Hulk's momentary stiffness. Its right arm morphed into razor-sharp claws, crackling with deadly intent as they slashed toward the Hulk's unprotected eyes. If the claws connected, not even the Hulk's nigh-impenetrable skin could save him. The eyes, after all, were the universal weak point of every living creature. But before the strike could land, boom! The earth trembled violently, a sudden explosion of flames erupting from above the crater. The intense vibrations threw off Venom's aim, causing the lethal claws to miss their mark and instead rake across the Hulk's face. Clang! Bastard! The Hulk roared in fury. In the darkness of the pit, his body began to swell once again. His already massive frame expanded further, surpassing 4 meters in height. His sheer size now cast an overwhelming shadow over Venom. Before Venom could react, the Hulk's colossal foot lashed out, catching Venom square in the chest and sending him flying through the air. Target located. Target located. Came the pilot's voice from one of the Quinjet hovercrafts circling above the battlefield. Unbeknownst to Lonnie, the forest canopy had long since been cleared, leaving the combat zone exposed to the sky. Above, numerous shield Quinjet hovercrafts hovered ominously, their turrets trained on the fight below. Shit! Lonnie cursed under his breath. He realized too late that the missile strike which had disrupted his attack had come from SHLD's reinforcements. If not for their intervention, he might have already won his gamble to blind the Hulk. Rat-a-tat-tat-ta. The Quinjet's mounted Gatling guns roared to life, unleashing streams of bullets toward Venom. The deadly projectiles streaked through the air like blazing tongues of fire, their aim relentless. Venom reacted instantly, morphing its body to create a massive black umbrella-like shield that enveloped Lonnie completely. But these weren't ordinary bullets. The Gatling guns mounted on Quinjets were designed for piercing through advanced armor, and their penetrating power was leagues beyond conventional firearms. Lonnie, we need to get out of here, Venom growled urgently. Understood, Lonnie replied, relinquishing control. Venom instantly took over. Boom! With a sudden burst of strength, Venom's legs propelled them into a sprint, darting toward the edge of the battlefield. The sheer speed left the pilots struggling to keep up. By the time the Quinjets adjusted their aim, Venom had already disappeared into the dense forest. Pursue! Boom! The commanding officer's order was cut short as the ground below erupted violently. Emerging from the chaos was an even larger, nearly 5-meter-tall green figure. The Hulk had clawed his way out of the crater, his towering form now fully exposed to the Quinjets above. Target 2 sighted. Target 2 sighted. Abort pursuit of Target 1. Engage Target 2. Repeat. Engage Target 2. Rat-a-tat-tat-ta. The Gatling guns shifted their fire onto the Hulk. Though the bullets were far less destructive than Venom's claws, their sheer volume tore into the Hulk's skin, causing him visible pain. Yup! The Hulk bellowed, his rage reaching a fever pitch. He reached down, ripping a massive tree from the ground as if it were a mere twig, and leaped into the air. 3. Evasive maneuvers. Evasive maneuvers. Mid-flight, the Hulk swung the massive tree with both hands, slamming it into one of the Quinjets. Crash! The aircraft spiraled out of control, crashing into the ground with a deafening explosion. Boom! The Hulk landed with a resounding thud, gripping 2 more trees, one in each hand. His furious gaze turned skyward, locked onto the remaining Quinjets. Kill you all. Meanwhile, Venom had retreated to a secluded corner far from the battlefield. The black liquid receded from Lonnie's body like a tide, revealing his human form. Though he had coughed up blood earlier from the Hulk's attacks, Lonnie's body had since healed. He now appeared almost completely normal. Venom, however, wasn't in as good a shape. The battle had taken a heavy toll on the symbiote. Lonnie, I need to go into a dormant state to recover, Venom said, its voice weaker than Lonnie had ever heard it. During this time, you'll still have access to some of my abilities, but the power will be severely limited. You also won't be able to morph into any combat forms. Are you going to be okay? Lonnie asked, concern etched across his face as he sat on the ground to catch his breath. I'll be fine. I just need rest. This time, I'll probably need about a month. Be careful while I'm out. Got it. With that, Venom's voice faded, and Lonnie could sense it slipping into a deep slumber. He lifted his right hand, watching as the black liquid emerged and swirled around his arm. It still moved in response to his thoughts, but the energy felt noticeably weaker. The Hulk, Lonnie muttered, his brows furrowed. The battle replayed in his mind. At first, the Hulk had been manageable, overwhelming but not impossible. However, once the Hulk's size had inexplicably increased, the tide of battle had turned completely. When he gets angrier, he gets stronger. Lonnie pieced together the pattern, recalling how the Hulk's strength and size had grown exponentially throughout the fight. Starting at 3 meters tall and ending at nearly 5, each surge of rage had amplified his power by orders of magnitude. What a broken ability. Is there any limit to his growth? Lonnie sighed in frustration. If there were no cap to the Hulk's strength, he truly was a living, breathing bug in the system, a force of nature with no equal. Then again, Lonnie's mind wandered to a certain someone who had wiped out half the universe with a mere snap of his fingers. No matter how strong the Hulk became, it was unlikely he could ever achieve something on that scale. Is that guy God? Lonnie thought grimly. A single snap to annihilate half of all life. That's not just strength. That's a manipulation of universal laws. Lonnie had seen his share of supernatural stories in his past life. Movies, anime, fiction. But no matter how strong those characters were, none of them had ever wielded such terrifyingly absolute power. If the snap wasn't divine, then what was it? I don't know how much time is left before he arrives, Lonnie muttered, a sense of urgency welling up inside him. The Tesseract project needs to move faster. This world was far too dangerous. He clenched his fists, determination flooding his thoughts. I need to go home. Lonnie lowered his hand as the black liquid tendrils retracted back into his body. Though Venom had entered a dormant state, certain auxiliary abilities remained accessible to Lonnie, abilities like the biological radar. Someone's coming, Lonnie thought silently, turning his gaze northward. Sure enough, 3 figures were approaching. It's the doctor. We found Dr. Scarborough. 3 fully armed S.H.I.E.L.D. agents spotted Lonnie from a distance and immediately reported back to Hill. Bring the doctor back. Yes, ma'am. Half a month later, at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, the fallout from Lonnie's last incident had led to a lengthy argument with Maria Hill. After much back and forth, Lonnie had barely managed to convince her to drop the idea of confining him to headquarters indefinitely. Luckily, Hill, despite her icy demeanor, seemed to have a soft spot for him. It was only because of their decent relationship that Lonnie had dared to argue. Just as he thought he could relax, though, he showed up, the infamous bald, one-eyed Fury. Facing Fury always made Lonnie a little uneasy. The man had an aura of absolute authority, and his presence was enough to make even the boldest agents second-guess themselves. Fury's ultimatum was clear. Even if Lonnie stayed within New York, he would require round-the-clock protection. And if he ever left the city, it would first need approval from higher-ups. Lonnie understood it was for his own safety, so he reluctantly agreed. He would never admit it was because he was intimidated. Never. Meanwhile, the Tesseract project was nearing its final, critical stages. Despite the challenges that had stumped the previous team under Ifrit's leadership, Lonnie's involvement had significantly streamlined the process. The primary goal of the project was to develop Tesseract-powered weapons. Now, Lonnie had solved most of the problems. All that remained was obtaining the necessary materials to conduct the final experiment. The material in question? Vibranium. Vibranium was exceedingly rare. There was little of it in the world. Wakanda held the largest reserves, but even they didn't export enough to meet the project's needs. Lonnie had once seen Captain America's shield during his time as S.H.I.E.L.D., and thanks to Venom's abilities, he instantly recognized it as vibranium. Naturally, he made a request to Hill to borrow the shield. Why not ask Fury directly? Lonnie wasn't that bold. Hill, however, refused. To make matters worse, Coulson, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s famously friendly and easygoing agent, started giving Lonnie death stares after the request. The intensity of Coulson's hostility left Lonnie completely baffled. No idea why Coulson looked like he wanted to eat me alive, Lonnie muttered to himself. He's supposed to be the nicest guy in the agency, right? What did I do to him? With no access to vibranium, Lonnie had to test alternative materials. Unfortunately, every single attempt ended in failure. It became clear that Tesseract-powered weapons could only function with vibranium as their base material. No known metal on Earth could serve as a substitute. Thus, the Tesseract project hit a deadlock. And without progress on the weapons, Lonnie's other personal project, his homecoming experiment, was also stuck. On the bright side, Lonnie had managed to secure iridium for his experiment. Iridium, while rare, was essential for the experiment's stability. Initially, Lonnie had tried buying it from a German owner, but the man refused to sell, no matter the offer. The man's dismissive attitude had infuriated Lonnie to the point where he'd almost flown to Berlin to deal with him personally. Eventually, Lonnie approached the problem from another angle. Using the pretense of needing it for research, he managed to requisition a significant amount of iridium through S.H.I.E.L.D. resources, without spending a dime of his own. The perks of working under a big tree. Lonnie thought smugly. With the iridium in hand, Lonnie successfully built the necessary equipment. The metal's unparalleled stability allowed it to safely convert Tesseract energy into spatial energy. Now, only one step remained, obtaining the Tesseract itself. However, this was easier said than done. SHELD's security measures surrounding the Tesseract were beyond intense. Even at full strength, Lonnie doubted he could simply storm in and take it by force. For now, he had to bide his time. Meanwhile, a batch of one-time use Tesseract weapons had already been manufactured. Though disposable, these weapons were immensely powerful. Lonnie estimated that even in Venom's peak condition, taking a single hit from one would leave him on the brink of death. 2 hits? He'd be obliterated entirely, no remains left to speak of. With both the Tesseract project and his personal experiment stalled, Lonnie suddenly found himself with an unusual amount of free time. For a while, life slowed down. Until Maria Hill's office. What? You want me to go to China? Lonnie stared at Hill, incredulous. What's this about? Yes, Hill replied, unfazed by his reaction. There's been an issue at the China division. A shipment of Tesseract weapons malfunctioned, creating a strange but stable spatial portal. While nothing has come through the portal, the situation requires investigation. She handed Lonnie a report. The China division was one of SHELD's most important branches, located in Beijing. Naturally, they had received a share of the Tesseract weapons. Lonnie quickly skimmed through the report. The anomaly had occurred shortly after the weapons arrived in Beijing. Despite the local scientists' attempts to stabilize the malfunction, they inadvertently created a palm-sized spatial portal. Anything that entered the portal never returned. Based on the chilling winds emanating from the other side, it was speculated to lead to a high-altitude, low-temperature environment. SHLD's China division had attempted further investigation, but was unable to locate the portal again. The situation was bizarre, to say the least. With no other options, they had requested assistance from headquarters. This doesn't make sense, Lonnie said, closing the report. The weapons were meticulously inspected before shipment. There's no way they could malfunction like this. Either someone's lying, or the local magnetic field is seriously out of whack. I'll authorize you to take one Tesseract weapon with you, Hill added. Fine, Lonnie nodded. Fury's already there. You'll head over with Clint Barton. He'll be responsible for your safety throughout the mission. Clint. Lonnie blinked in surprise. You mean Hawkeye? Hill nodded. Lonnie's surprise deepened. Hawkeye was one of SHLD's top 3 agents, a true ace. With him protecting Lonnie, it meant Lonnie had now been safeguarded by all 3 of SHLD's top operatives. Man, the perks of being me, Lonnie muttered under his breath, shaking his head in disbelief. When do we leave? He asked, glancing at the report again. Now, we're. The Quinjet's engines roared as it sliced through the air, speeding toward its destination. At NYU School of Art, Wanda sat quietly in the classroom, bathed in soft sunlight as she worked on a painting. The golden rays cascading over her gave her an air of elegance, serene yet radiant. Wanda, have you signed up yet? A black-haired girl dashed into the room, her voice lively as she called out to Wanda. The girl was a rare sight in the U.S. Her long, straight black hair immediately stood out. In Western countries, a girl with such hair was as uncommon as a panda. Unfortunately, her appearance didn't quite match the idealized beauty of black-haired, straight-haired characters from anime. But even so, she was still considered one of the campus beauties. No, not yet, Wanda replied, pausing her brushwork and turning to face the girl. She shook her head gently. I'm not planning to go this time. The dean of the arts department had organized an international exchange program. Although NYU wasn't renowned for its arts programs, its Ivy League status made it globally prestigious. Even in the arts, NYU could secure partnerships with top-tier institutions. This time, the partner institution was none other than the Academy of Arts Design, Tsinghua University, in China, a gem among art schools in the East. What? Why not? You're the best student in our class. How can you not go? This is such a great opportunity. It's Tsinghua University, the black-haired girl exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Though the Tsinghua Academy of Arts Design wasn't a dominant name in global art rankings, it far outclassed NYU in this field. Tsinghua was China's premier art academy, while NYU's art program didn't even rank in the top 10 within New York City alone. Comparing the two was laughable. For NYU's art students, this exchange was a rare and valuable opportunity. After all, even specialized art academies in the U.S. rarely bothered with exchanges with NYU. It simply wasn't on the same level. "I'm just not that interested in going," Wanda said casually. In truth, it wasn't that she didn't want to go. The issue was that leaving the country required approval from S.H.E.L.D., and that process could be a hassle. She didn't want to trouble Lonnie with it. "Why not? It's such a great chance. Come on, go with me." The black-haired girl clung to Wanda's arm, pouting and pleading. Wanda's expression softened, and a flicker of hesitation crossed her face. She was tempted, but she continued to deliberate. Should she apply to S.H.I.E.L.D. for permission or not? Beijing, China. S.H.I.E.L.D. China Division. Lonnie walked through the corridors of the division, a white lab coat draped over his shoulders. Following closely behind him was a sizable group of researchers, all similarly dressed in white coats. To Lonnie's left, and half a step behind him, was Clint Barton, a.k.a. Hawkeye. Clint's expression was calm, his sharp, eagle-like eyes darting around constantly, scanning every corner for any potential threats. Clint understood perfectly well just how important Lonnie was to S.H.I.E.L.D. Protecting him wasn't just a task. It was a mission that demanded absolute vigilance. For his part, Lonnie instantly recognized Clint when they first met. After all, this was the same agent who, 16 years ago, had teamed up with Natasha Romanoff, Black Widow, and nearly killed him. If Venom were awake right now, it would undoubtedly start shouting in his mind, complaining about the past. It had been over half a month since Venom went into dormancy, and Lonnie found himself missing the symbiote's incessant chatter. The sudden silence in his head felt unsettling, like an empty void he couldn't quite get used to. "That's all the information we've gathered so far," an elderly scientist explained, snapping Lonnie out of his thoughts. The old man glanced at Lonnie's youthful face, his heart filled with a mix of admiration and disbelief. Here was a young man in his 20s, solving problems that had stumped scientists decades his senior. The gap in talent was staggering. True genius, the old man thought with a sigh. Science really is a field where talent reigns supreme. "I've got some preliminary ideas, but I'll need to see the site in person to confirm anything," Lonnie said, nodding thoughtfully. Most of the scientists trailing behind Lonnie were Chinese nationals. After all, this was the China division of S.H.I.E.L.D. It wouldn't make sense for the staff to be dominated by Westerners. "We're here," the elder said, stopping in front of a heavily fortified area. Lonnie looked ahead to see concentric rings of armed soldiers guarding the site. A temporary fortress had been established around the anomaly to ensure its security. Director Lee, the commander of the armed unit, saluted the elder respectfully. Lonnie's gaze flickered toward the elder standing beside him. A military officer, he thought silently. Noticing Lonnie's curiosity, Clint stepped forward slightly and leaned in to speak quietly. China's S.H.I.E.L.D. division operates a bit differently. The government has significant influence here. They don't allow fully independent organizations like S.H.I.E.L.D. to operate freely on their soil. Fury had to compromise and agree to collaborate with their military in order to establish this division. Lonnie nodded slightly, understanding the situation. China's political structure and ideology were fundamentally different from those of Western countries. For a highly independent organization like S.H.I.E.L.D. to gain a foothold in China, compromises were inevitable. Fury, unwilling to lose access to one of the UN's 5 permanent Security Council members, had made concessions to ensure the division's success. "This is Dr. Scarborough from headquarters," Director Lee introduced Lonnie in Mandarin, addressing the military commander. "Doctor, it's an honor," the commander said, saluting Lonnie. Though he technically served in the People's Liberation Army, his current position made him part of the China division of S.H.I.E.L.D. Showing respect to a high-ranking expert like Lonnie was part of the job. "Your English is pretty good," Lonnie said with a small smile. The commander blinked, momentarily caught off guard. Lonnie had spoken in flawless, accent-free Mandarin. If someone had only heard his voice, they would have never guessed he wasn't a native speaker. "Doctor, your Mandarin is excellent as well," Director Lee said, chuckling. Lonnie gave a polite laugh, but switched back to English, considering Clint might not understand Mandarin. "Let's take a look at the portal." Though, in truth, Lonnie was overthinking it. Clint not understanding Mandarin? That was laughable. As one of SHLD's top agents, being multilingual was basic protocol. Natasha spoke 8 languages fluently. Clint, though not quite at her level, was proficient in several. As the second most spoken language globally, Mandarin was a must for agents like him. Under the commander's guidance, Lonnie and the group soon arrived at the portal site. Suspended in midair was a glowing blue ring, about the size of a human head. It shimmered with a mesmerizing, otherworldly light. "We conducted tests," Director Lee explained. "We threw a tracking device into the portal, but it lost all signal. This device is designed to work anywhere on Earth, but we couldn't trace it. From the cold winds emanating from the portal, we suspect it leads to a high-altitude, low-temperature location." Lonnie said nothing, his eyes fixed on the dazzling, vibrant portal. "Bring the equipment over." "This isn't complicated to resolve," Lonnie said after a few moments, his tone calm. Director Lee and his team were ecstatic, immediately directing their assistants to bring in the necessary tools. The reason Lonnie was so eager to resolve the spatial portal issue was to prevent S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters from collecting too much information about this phenomenon. Although this was a coincidence, it also provided evidence of another function of the Tesseract. *** spatial transportation, ***. Lonnie suspected that headquarters had already begun archiving data about this functionality. If his intuition was correct, the next phase of the Tesseract project would focus on developing spatial capabilities. While this wasn't an immediate concern for Lonnie, it did make getting his hands on the Tesseract even more difficult. S.H.I.E.L.D. would likely tighten its security measures, reducing his chances to steal it. What Lonnie needed now was patience. Patience to wait for the perfect opportunity to take the Tesseract. As a genius, Lonnie already had an intimate understanding of the Tesseract's energy structure, and by extension, spatial energy itself. After all, he'd built a device capable of creating a portal. Under Lonnie's precise adjustments, the small spatial portal was stabilized and resolved in less than half an hour. Subsequent checks of the Tesseract weapon and the surrounding magnetic field showed no abnormalities. It seemed that the malfunction causing the portal was genuinely an accident, an anomaly unlikely to repeat. After politely declining Director Lee's offer to treat him to a meal, Lonnie decided to explore Beijing, the city he hadn't seen for over 20 years. Clint Barton, of course, followed closely behind. "Clint, could you not stick so close to me? Let me walk around on my own," Lonnie asked, turning to glance at the ever-present shadow of the agent behind him. Having someone tailing him everywhere was making him uncomfortable. "No, my mission is to ensure your safety," Clint replied curtly, shaking his head. Lonnie almost wanted to retort, "You can't even beat me in a fight, so how are you going to protect me?" But the words got stuck in his throat. He sighed internally and swallowed his frustration. "Fine, then can you at least back off a little?" Clint hesitated for a moment before taking a single step back. Lonnie stared at him in exasperation. Clint had gone from half a step behind to 1.5 steps behind. All right, Clint sighed, finally relenting under Lonnie's withering gaze. "I'll keep my distance, but I'll still be watching you." This was Beijing, after all. For reasons unknown, Hydra rarely operated in this part of the world. In theory, Lonnie was safer here than in New York. And Clint? He was Hawkeye. His real strength lay in his sharpshooting. As long as Lonnie stayed within 100 meters of him, Clint was confident he could keep the scientist safe. Of course, that confidence assumed no overwhelming numbers or human wave tactics. "Deal," Lonnie said, his mood instantly brightening. He turned and walked off without another word. Clint shook his head, watching him go. Pulling up his hood, he scanned the surroundings before slipping into the crowd, disappearing from view. With Clint finally off his back, Lonnie felt a rare sense of freedom. Though he could still faintly sense a pair of eyes watching him from afar, it was bearable. "This place hasn't changed much," Lonnie muttered as he wandered through the bustling streets. His gaze swept over familiar sights, his tone tinged with nostalgia. It was a strange feeling, familiar yet foreign. Walking leisurely with a stick of candied hawthorn in hand, Lonnie meandered aimlessly. He had no destination, no plans. He simply let his feet carry him wherever they wanted to go. Nearby, a group of Western-looking university students had gathered, their appearance standing out against the backdrop of the crowded Chinese streets. "Hey, that guy looks familiar," the black-haired girl said, tugging on Wanda's arm and pointing toward Lonnie. Wanda turned her head to look. Is that the doctor? Wanda's eyes widened slightly, her heart skipping a beat. She wasn't entirely sure. It had been unexpected to see him here of all places. That's him. The Scarborough guy who came looking for you last time. The black-haired girl, Ellie exclaimed excitedly. Without waiting for Wanda's response, she grabbed her arm and started pulling her toward Lonnie. Ellie, what are you doing? Wanda protested, caught off guard as Ellie dragged her forward. On the other side of the street, Lonnie was entirely focused on devouring a mo, a Chinese-style meat sandwich. This authentic delicacy was something he couldn't find in the States, and after years of eating burgers and steaks, he was thoroughly enjoying the change. Dr. Scarborough, Lonnie froze mid-bite, his cheeks puffed out with food. He looked up, startled, to see Wanda being dragged toward him. Wanda, Lonnie mumbled, his eyes widening in surprise. Of all the people he could have run into here, she was the last he'd expected. Dr. Scarborough, what a coincidence. Are you here in Beijing for fun, too? Ellie asked enthusiastically as they approached. And you are? Lonnie asked, his gaze shifting to the rare sight of Ellie's long, straight black hair. She was strikingly beautiful, though her appearance didn't quite match the anime-like perfection he'd imagined for someone with her hairstyle. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. Hi, I'm Ellie, Wanda's good friend. Nice to meet you, Ellie said cheerfully, extending her hand. Nice to meet you, Lonnie replied politely, shaking her hand briefly before letting go. What brings you two to Beijing? I thought school wasn't on break right now, Lonnie asked, turning his attention to Wanda. It's an exchange program, Wanda explained. Our school is collaborating with Tsinghua University's Art Academy. Ah, that makes sense, Lonnie nodded in understanding. He vaguely recalled his own experiences as a student representative during an academic exchange with MIT. That particular exchange had been a turning point for Lonnie. What was supposed to be a casual academic discussion between students had turned into something far more intense. Lonnie's expertise had been so advanced that he'd stumped every MIT student present. In the end, even the professors had gotten involved, turning the discussion into a full-blown debate. It was after that event that Lonnie's reputation at NYU skyrocketed. Finished already? Lonnie asked. No, we just arrived today. We're resting for the day before starting the program. The dean said this exchange is as much about learning as it is about sightseeing, Ellie chimed in with a grin. Lonnie nodded thoughtfully. As an NYU alumnus, he was well aware of his alma mater standing. While its reputation as an Ivy League institution was impressive, its art department couldn't hold a candle to Tsinghua's Art Academy. To be honest, the exchange was likely more about NYU students learning from Tsinghua than the other way around. If it weren't for NYU's global prestige, Tsinghua probably wouldn't have bothered with such a collaboration. It would have been a waste of their time. Still, by extending this gesture, Tsinghua would gain goodwill from NYU, which could be leveraged for future exchanges in other disciplines. In China, where the concept of guanxi, relationships and connections, was deeply ingrained in the culture, such gestures were a clever way to strengthen ties. Senior, why are you in Beijing? Work. Ellie, having answered Lonnie's question, turned the conversation back to him with a curious expression. Yeah, there's some work I needed to take care of here, Lonnie replied with a polite smile. Wow, that's amazing, Ellie exclaimed, her eyes practically sparkling with admiration as she looked at Lonnie. Wanda rolled her eyes at her friend's enthusiasm. Ever since Ellie had seen Lonnie in their class last time, she had treated him like an idol. While Lonnie wasn't drop-dead gorgeous, his looks were certainly above average. Combined with his status as a rising star in the scientific world, it was no surprise he left an impression. Despite being out of the spotlight for over a year, his triple PhD in astrophysics remained a legendary achievement in NYU's history, etched into its annals as a legacy. The moment Ellie learned about Lonnie's accomplishments, she had been utterly captivated. Wanda found it a little ridiculous. Huh, women, Wanda thought, shaking her head. So where are you all headed? Lonnie asked Ellie casually, though his gaze subtly shifted to Wanda. We're going to the summer palace, Ellie said excitedly, motioning toward the group of exchange students gathered nearby. Lonnie glanced over and noticed the sizable group. There were indeed quite a few of them. The summer palace, huh? Lonnie murmured, a wave of nostalgia washing over him. As a kid, he had visited the summer palace so frequently that he'd practically memorized every stone and tree. His school organized trips there every year, his parents took him regularly, and even his childhood friends dragged him along on weekends. By the time he was 10, he had grown utterly sick of the place. But now, more than 2 decades later, he found himself curious. The thought of revisiting stirred something in him. Time, it seemed, had a way of softening memories. "Doctor, would you like to join us?" Wanda asked, her voice soft and inviting. Looking at Wanda's face, Lonnie felt a strange sense of calm and comfort. Against his better judgment, he found himself nodding. "Sure, I'll go." He wasn't sure why, but something about Wanda's presence always lifted his spirits. And just like that, Lonnie joined the group of NYU exchange students. The group, now with Lonnie in tow, made their way toward the summer palace. Along the way, the students showered Lonnie with respect, calling him senior with enthusiasm. Lonnie couldn't help but feel a bit smug. As one of NYU's most accomplished graduates in recent years, Lonnie might not have been the wealthiest alumnus, but he was undoubtedly one of the most well-known. In a university that celebrated academic excellence, a super scholar like Lonnie was nothing short of a celebrity. Walking with a group of 20 or so foreign students, Lonnie's entourage naturally attracted attention. Ordinarily, groups of foreigners of this size were assumed to be part of a tour group. But these students, dressed stylishly and clearly youthful, lacked a tour guide. It was obvious they weren't tourists. Lonnie marveled at their bravery. A group of American students, none of whom spoke Chinese, daring to navigate from university town to the summer palace on their own. Gutsy, he thought. It was a good thing they had Lonnie with them, a fake American, as he liked to joke to himself, given his Asian appearance in this life. Guided by memories etched deep into his mind, Lonnie skillfully led the group to the ticket counter. While he only carried US dollars, the students had local currency and were able to buy tickets without issue. However, Clint Barton, who had been following from a distance, was having a minor crisis. Unlike Lonnie, Clint didn't have anyone to buy tickets for him. He had exactly one $100 bill in his pocket, and this was China. He doubted the summer palace ticket counter would accept foreign currency. Removing his hood, Clint rubbed his face, then forced a smile he hoped was friendly. Spotting a young woman passing by, he decided to ask for help. "Excuse me, miss," Clint said politely in Chinese, his fluency a testament to his training as an elite SHIELD agent. The woman stopped, turned to look at Clint, and began sizing him up with a scrutinizing gaze. Something about her expression didn't sit right with Clint. Years of experience told him her look wasn't one of friendliness. It was suspicion. "Did I say something wrong?" Clint asked, genuinely confused. "Who are you calling, miss?" "You're the miss. Your whole family's a bunch of misses," the woman snapped before storming off. Ah. Clint stood rooted to the spot, utterly baffled. Asterisk, excuse me? Asterisk. Asterisk, who am I? Where am I? What am I even doing? Asterisk. It took Clint a full minute to process what had just happened. By the time he snapped out of his daze, Lonnie and the group were already inside the summer palace gates. Panicking, Clint flagged down a middle-aged man who looked more approachable. "Hello, sir," Clint greeted him in perfect Mandarin. The man stopped and looked Clint up and down, his expression curious but not unfriendly. "Is there something I can help you with?" the man asked calmly. "Yes, actually," Clint said, holding up his $100 bill. "I forgot to exchange my currency. I want to visit the summer palace, but I need RMB for the ticket. Could you exchange this for me?" The man's eyes narrowed slightly, and he studied Clint more closely. That morning, the man had read an article circulating on social media about foreigners using counterfeit dollars to scam locals into exchanging money. Now, here was a foreigner asking to exchange money. Suspicious. Very suspicious. The man's gaze lingered on Clint's outfit, a vest, tight pants, and a strange long case slung over his back. Clint's rugged handsomeness and undeniable charm were undeniable, but to the man, he looked shady. "Sorry, I don't have enough cash on me," the man said cautiously, trying to test Clint. "That's fine. As long as I can buy a ticket, any amount will do," Clint said quickly, his focus entirely on catching up to Lonnie. Protecting him was his mission, after all. Watching Clint grow increasingly anxious, the man grew more certain of his suspicions. This guy's definitely one of those scammers. The man made up his mind. As a proud graduate of China's 9-year compulsory education system and a self-proclaimed defender of justice, he He felt it was his duty to report this criminal. "All right, I'll exchange it for you. My car's just over there. I'll go grab the money," the man said with a forced smile. "Great," Clint replied, relieved. The man turned and jogged off, leaving Clint behind. Something about his hurried departure felt off. But Clint, in his rush to catch up to Lonnie, didn't dwell on it. 5 minutes later, Clint found himself surrounded by a group of uniformed officers. He wasn't blind. He recognized them as Chinese police. What's going on here?" Clint asked, his lips twitching as he forced a smile. "Sir, we suspect you may be involved in a counterfeit money scheme. Please come with us for questioning," one of the officers said firmly. Clint's mind went blank for a moment. What the hell just happened? With a nostalgic heart, Lonnie followed Wanda, Ellie, and the group of exchange students into the summer palace. And then, he regretted it. The moment he stepped into the summer palace, long-buried memories came flooding back like a tidal wave. Every visit from his childhood, dozens upon dozens of trips, rushed into his mind, overwhelming him. After wandering aimlessly with the group for a while, Lonnie quickly lost interest. At first, there was a faint sense of sentimental appreciation, but as time went on, that faded, leaving only exasperation. To make matters worse, this group was made up of art students. The Summer Palace, one of China's most beautiful man-made landscapes, was practically a treasure trove of artistic and architectural wonders. For these budding artists, it was nothing short of sacred site. But for Lonnie, a complete amateur in art, the first visit was awe-inspiring. The second, tolerable. The third, absolute drudgery. And now, having been dragged back here after dozens of childhood visits, he couldn't bring himself to care. The intricate carvings, the vibrant murals, the meticulously designed gardens, none of it held his interest anymore. Frankly, he found it all exhausting. Still, there was one thing that made the experience bearable. Wanda and Ellie, two beautiful women, were sticking close to him. With their company, his mood wasn't entirely sour. Wanda was quiet and focused, taking her time at each spot to sketch quick drawings on her artboard or snap photos with her camera. She didn't say much, but carried herself with a calm elegance that Lonnie found soothing. Ellie, on the other hand, was the complete opposite. She had an endless stream of chatter, latching on to Lonnie at every turn. She didn't even bother sketching like the others, opting instead to snap a few quick photos before resuming her monologue. Her constant talking left Lonnie a bit dazed, but he didn't mind too much. After all, when a beautiful woman prattles on next to you, it's not the worst thing in the world. And yes, Lonnie was shallow enough to admit that. When you're a two-lifetime, 40-something-year-old man who's never had a girlfriend, you might find yourself appreciating pretty faces a bit more than usual. At least he wasn't desperate enough to find dinosaurs attractive. That was something, right? At noon, after a light meal, the group decided to leave the summer palace and head to an amusement park. Yes, an amusement park. Lonnie couldn't help but marvel at the boundless energy of Western youth. In the morning, they were meticulously studying and admiring the works of ancient masters. By afternoon, they were off to scream their lungs out on roller coasters. Truly impressive. Not that Lonnie complained. In fact, the idea of visiting an amusement park intrigued him. As far as he could remember, his childhood had been devoid of such experiences. He couldn't recall a single memory of riding carousels or playing carnival games. What did I do with my youth? Lonnie thought to himself, questioning his entire existence. Somewhere in a Beijing amusement park. As Lonnie followed the group into the park, he couldn't shake the nagging feeling that he was forgetting something important. But no matter how hard he thought, it wouldn't come to him. Outside the park gates, Clint Barton stood silently, watching Lonnie's figure disappear into the entryway. In his hand was an empty milk teacup, now crushed into a mangled mess from the sheer force of his grip. Reaching into his pocket, Clint pulled out the last remaining 100 RMB bill he had. He glanced at it, then at the ticket counter. Will this even be enough? Inside the amusement park, the group decided to split up into smaller groups of 3, agreeing to regroup at the entrance at 6 p.m. Naturally, Lonnie ended up with Wanda and Ellie. "Senior, how about we ride that?" Ellie asked eagerly, tugging on Lonnie's sleeve. She pointed at a massive roller coaster in the distance, its loops and drops accompanied by piercing screams from its riders. "No," Lonnie said firmly, shaking his head without hesitation. "Are you afraid of heights?" Ellie asked, her curiosity piqued. No, I just don't feel like it, Lonnie replied. He wasn't scared of heights or roller coasters. He simply didn't want to bother with it. All right then, what about you, Wanda? Ellie turned to her friend. I'm a little scared of roller coasters. I'll pass, Wanda said with a small shake of her head. Fine, I'll go by myself then. You two wait here for me, Ellie said, clearly disappointed but not willing to miss out on the ride. Sure. Oh, before I go, why don't you rent a bike? You can ride around the park instead of walking. This place looks pretty big, Ellie suggested, pointing at a row of four-seater bicycles passing by. Lonnie stared at the bicycles, speechless. Those are meant for two people to pedal. If it's just me, I'll die of exhaustion. Then ride with Wanda, Ellie said with a shrug. I'm off now, senior. Don't forget to rent the bike. Without waiting for a response, Ellie turned and jogged off to join the long line for the roller coaster. What's with people's obsession with roller coasters? Lonnie muttered, watching the endless queue of thrill-seekers. It's the excitement, I suppose, Wanda replied with a soft smile. Hard to understand, Lonnie said with a shake of his head. All right, let's go find the bike rental. Okay, Wanda said, nodding as she walked alongside him. After spending a small fortune, several dozen RMB, on renting a bike for an hour, Lonnie climbed into the right seat. He glanced back at Wanda, who had quietly taken a seat on the rear bench. His lips twitched. So I'm pedaling alone. Huh? To be honest, he'd been hoping Wanda would join him up front. Riding together with a beautiful woman? Now that would have been a romantic little scene. With a sigh, Lonnie started pedaling. As the bike rolled forward, he cast a few glances over his shoulder at Wanda, his expression practically screaming, "Help me out here." Eventually, Wanda let out a soft laugh, setting her sketchpad aside. All right, I'll pedal with you. Lonnie's spirits lifted immediately. His hands moved to the brakes, and he stopped the bike in record time. Wanda moved from the back seat to the left side of the front bench, sitting beside Lonnie. Let's go, she said with a small smile. Feeling reinvigorated, Lonnie pedaled with newfound enthusiasm. As they made their way through the park, Lonnie struck up a conversation, chatting about this and that. Wanda's occasional laughter rang out like soft chimes, drawing smiles from those who passed by. To onlookers, the two seemed every bit a couple. Unfortunately, appearances could be deceiving. Meanwhile, Clint Barton had somehow made his way onto a grassy hill overlooking the amusement park. With a hamburger in one hand and a pair of binoculars in the other, he kept a watchful eye on Lonnie. The hill provided him with a clear view of the entire park, a perfect vantage point for his mission. The only downside was the blazing sun beating down on him. According to his profile, the doctor's never had a girlfriend, Clint muttered to himself, his gaze fixed on Lonnie and Wanda. This Maximoff girl, could he be interested in her? It wasn't an impossible thought. First, Wanda was undeniably beautiful, with a kind and approachable personality. Perfect girlfriend material. Second, Lonnie seemed unusually comfortable around her. It was rare to see him speak so freely with anyone, let alone hold such lively conversations. Finally, Lonnie's psychologist had once mentioned that his emotional development was stunted. Put bluntly, the man needed a woman in his life. All things considered, it didn't seem entirely out of the question. Interesting, Clint thought, taking another bite of his burger. The bicycle wasn't particularly fast. Compared to a mountain bike, it was practically crawling. But Lonnie didn't mind this pace. You guys are so slow. I've been waiting forever, Ellie pouted, arms crossed as she stood by the path, clearly unimpressed. This bike's too slow, Lonnie replied with a sheepish laugh, trying to explain. He was a little guilty. He had purposely slowed down the pace. Ellie glanced at Lonnie, then at Wanda, who smiled quietly without saying a word. She muttered under her breath before hopping onto the back seat. As compensation for making me wait 10 minutes, you're my chauffeur now. Let's go, driver. Lonnie and Wanda exchanged a quick look, their shared smile unspoken. Lonnie pedaled slowly, the bike starting to move again. With Ellie on board, Lonnie had no chance to get a word in edgewise. She dominated the conversation, her words like a rapid-fire chain gun, leaving no room for anyone else to speak. Senior, where are you working these days? I asked Professor X, and even he didn't know. Ellie suddenly pivoted the conversation to Lonnie. Wanda cast a glance at Lonnie. She, of course, knew exactly where he worked, and it wasn't the kind of job one could casually explain. I'm working for the UN, classified work. It makes sense the professor wouldn't know, Lonnie replied smoothly with a practiced smile. This was the official cover story Shield had drilled into him countless times. The highest level of lying was to convince even yourself it was true. Lonnie hadn't reached that level, but he could deliver this line without so much as blinking. Wow, the UN, Ellie said, her voice filled with awe. She didn't doubt him for a second. After all, the United Nations headquarters was in New York, and Lonnie had no reason to lie to her. Oh, right. How did you and Wanda meet, Senior? Ellie asked, her curiosity shifting gears again. I already told you. It was a chance encounter, Wanda interjected, her calm tone carrying a hint of exasperation. You never tell me the details, so I have to ask him. Ellie pouted, clearly not satisfied with Wanda's vague answers. Lonnie shot a pleading look at Wanda. He had a pre-prepared story ready to explain how they met, but Wanda's casual chance encounter threw him off entirely. How was he supposed to build off that? If you want to know so badly, just ask me. Why are you asking the Senior? Wanda said, giving Lonnie an apologetic glance. Well, is that an ice park? Lonnie interrupted, pointing to a large sign in the distance. Huh? Oh, is an ice park. I didn't know they had one here. Let's go, let's go. Ellie's attention immediately shifted, her earlier question forgotten as she excitedly urged them forward. Lonnie and Wanda both let out a quiet sigh of relief. Inside the ice park, Lonnie couldn't help but feel nostalgic for his past life's convenience. The thought of simply scanning a QR code with a smartphone to pay for tickets felt like a dream compared to this. This is daylight robbery. They're charging 20 renminbi per person. Ellie complained loudly, clearly unimpressed as she held 3 tickets in her hand. That's normal. Chinese amusement parks have always been like this, Lonnie said with a chuckle. Having spent years in his homeland, he was all too familiar with the price gouging at such places. Let's go, Wanda said, tugging on Ellie's arm and pulling her away before she could complain further. Lonnie followed behind them, stepping into the park. The moment they entered, a refreshing chill greeted them, a stark contrast to the summer heat outside. The ground was littered with military-style coats provided for visitors to wear. Put one on, or you'll freeze, Lonnie said, picking up one of the coats and shrugging it on. Wanda and Ellie followed his example, each selecting a coat. This smells awful, Ellie grimaced, holding her coat at arm's length with a look of disgust. Just grab another one, Wanda said, picking up a different coat, giving a quick sniff, and handing it to Ellie. This one doesn't smell. Ellie reluctantly took the coat and put it on, still looking dissatisfied. Let's go, Lonnie said, taking the lead as he walked deeper into the ice park. Wanda and Ellie followed, arm in arm, a slightly odd sight, given their oversized military coats. Wow, this is so beautiful. The interior of the park was dazzling. Deep blue ice blocks and intricately carved ice sculptures filled the space, their crystalline surfaces glowing under the soft lighting. There were plenty of visitors inside, all bundled up in military coats, snapping photos and marveling at the sights. The contrast between the icy environment and the summer heat outside made the frosty air and visible breaths all the more fascinating. Ellie and Wanda were immediately captivated by the intricate ice sculptures. They ran ahead, taking photos and admiring the craftsmanship. Lonnie trailed behind them with nothing to do. Beautiful scenery simply couldn't compete with beautiful women in his eyes. Though he appeared to be observing the ice sculptures, his gaze frequently drifted toward Wanda. It was clear, Lonnie had a thing for Wanda. Of course, Wanda was blissfully unaware of the hungry gaze following her. She and Ellie were too busy exploring and posing for photos, their laughter echoing through the icy halls. Wanda, look! An ice slide, Ellie exclaimed, pointing at a nearby slide carved entirely from ice. That looks fun, Wanda said, her face lighting up with interest. Visitors were seated on small plastic boards, sliding down the icy slope at high speed. The screams and laughter that followed made it seem thrilling. I'll grab the boards. Senior, do you want to join us? Ellie asked, turning back to Lonnie. Whatever, Lonnie replied nonchalantly. All right. Ellie dashed off, returning moments later with 3 plastic boards. She handed one to Wanda and one to Lonnie before running toward the slide. Wait for me, Wanda called, hurrying after her. Be careful, 2 people at a time, A staff member, bundled in heavy winter gear, said lazily from his post next to the slide. Ellie was practically bouncing with excitement as she waited in line, craning her neck to watch the riders ahead. Lonnie and Wanda stood toward the back of the line. Hearing the staff member's reminder about two-person rides, Lonnie's mind began to race. "I'll go first," Ellie said as her turn came up. Without waiting for a reply, she plopped on her board and pushed off. Whoosh! Woo! Ellie's delighted voice faded into the distance as she slid down the icy slope. "That girl," Wanda chuckled, shaking her head. "It looks like it's just us now, Doctor." "Guess so," Lonnie said, a small smile tugging at his lips. Asterisk bless you, Ellie. May you live a long and happy life. Asterisk Lonnie thought to himself. Before long, it was their turn. "Be careful. 2 people at a time," the staff member repeated. He gave Wanda an extra glance, clearly admiring her beauty. Lonnie didn't appreciate the look. He shot the man a glare as he and Wanda sat down on the board. "Hold on tight," Lonnie said, glancing at Wanda. "Okay," Wanda replied, her voice tinged with nervousness as she eyed the steep slope ahead. It looked a bit too steep for comfort. Annoyed by Lonnie's earlier glare, the staff member gave their board an extra hard shove as they set off. Whoosh! "Ah!" Wanda gasped, her eyes widening as the board rocketed down the nearly 50-degree slope. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around Lonnie's waist, clinging to him tightly as they sped downward. Lonnie's eyes widened in surprise, his mind briefly going blank as he felt Wanda's arms around him. Oh no, this feeling. Asterisk, is this love? Asterisk. Happy times always seem to pass quickly. Though the military coat dulled the chill of the ice park, the sensation of Wanda's arms wrapped around his waist was something Lonnie felt acutely, a warmth that made his heart race uncontrollably. Oh no, this is it, Lonnie thought, his pulse pounding in his chest. This is what they call heart-throbbing love. The moment Wanda let go and stood up, a wave of disappointment hit Lonnie like a missed jackpot. It felt like watching $5 million slip through his fingers. Quickly, Lonnie scrambled to his feet, following Wanda's lead. "That was so much fun. I want to go again," Wanda said, smiling brightly as she turned to Ellie, who was already walking over. Lonnie's eyes lit up, and he opened his mouth to agree, only to be cut off by Ellie. "Sure, let's go together," Ellie chirped enthusiastically. "Okay," Wanda nodded, and the 2 women headed back toward the slide. Lonnie silently lowered his raised hand, watching their retreating figures with a mixed expression. "I take back what I said earlier," he thought. Asterisk Ellie, you're not good. Asterisk. When the 2 women finally finished their second slide, the 3 of them moved on to explore the rest of the ice park. Lonnie walked behind Wanda and Ellie, his gaze constantly drifting toward Wanda. He found himself observing her every movement, every little gesture and expression. It was true. Lonnie had never been in a relationship, but he wasn't clueless about his own feelings. He liked Wanda. He was sure of it. But should he pursue her? Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Lonnie pondered the question. Rationally, he knew that if he ever managed to return to his own universe, he wouldn't be able to stay here. Starting a relationship with Wanda under those circumstances would be irresponsible. It wasn't fair to her. Yet despite his logic, the thought of not being with Wanda left him feeling conflicted and restless. It was hard to ignore the emotions bubbling up inside him. Asterisk, to chase or not to chase? That is the question, asterisk, Lonnie mused. Of course, Lonnie was conveniently ignoring one crucial detail. Even if he decided to pursue her, there was no guarantee he'd succeed. The ice park itself was fairly straightforward. Its main attraction was the intricate ice sculptures and the novelty of being surrounded by ice in the middle of summer. After wandering around for another half hour and taking plenty of photos, the group decided to leave. As they stepped out of the park, a wave of summer heat hit them head-on, a stark contrast to the icy chill they had just left behind. The sudden shift in temperature felt like stepping into a furnace after being in a freezer. Lonnie rubbed his hands together, trying to warm them after the cold had left them numb. The rising heat quickly thawed his fingers, bringing a comforting warmth back to his body. Where to next? Lonnie asked, turning to the 2 women. Ellie. Wanda glanced at her friend, who had taken a photo of the amusement park map earlier. Let me check. Ellie pulled out her phone and scrolled through her photos. How about this place? It looks nice, and it's pretty close to here. She handed her phone to Lonnie, who took a look. Rose garden? He murmured. Then, glancing at Wanda, he asked, what do you think? I'm fine with that, Wanda replied without hesitation. With no objections, the three of them headed toward the so-called rose garden. Wow, so many roses, Ellie exclaimed, her eyes lighting up as she clung to Wanda's arm and looked around in awe. The garden was a sight to behold. Rows upon rows of roses in every color imaginable. Red, white, pink, yellow lined the paths. The air was filled with their sweet, intoxicating fragrance, creating an atmosphere that was both romantic and serene. Wanda was equally captivated. It had been a long time since she'd seen something so beautiful, and she couldn't help but marvel at the vibrant blooms. Lonnie, on the other hand, was far less impressed. He gave the flowers a cursory glance before losing interest entirely. To him, beautiful scenery was little more than colorful shapes, visually striking perhaps, but ultimately unremarkable. Then something caught his eye. Lonnie tilted his head, noticing a faint mist rising from a pool of water in the distance. His curiosity piqued. He steered the bike in that direction. Is that a hot spring? Lonnie murmured, squinting at the steam rising from the water. Even in the sweltering summer heat, the pool radiated a dreamlike quality, shrouded in a soft, ethereal mist. It looked like something out of fairy tale. But then he noticed the crowd. Why does it look like a pot of boiling dumplings? Lonnie thought, his lips twitching slightly. The sheer number of people packed into the pool was almost comical. Ellie and Wanda, noticing the same scene, quickly caught up. Is that a hot spring? Wanda asked uncertainly. It looks like it, but there are so many people, Ellie said, her tone tinged with disbelief as she stared at the crowded pool. How are we supposed to get in there? You get used to it, Lonnie said, not even bothering to turn around. In China, especially during holidays, it's normal for popular tourist spots to be packed like this. People shoulder to shoulder, wall to wall. It's just how it is. That's a lot of people, Ellie muttered, stunned. In the U.S., such scenes were rare, if not unheard of. With China's massive population and rising living standards, domestic tourism had exploded in recent years, making crowded attractions a common sight. Let's just admire it from a distance. No need to dive into that mess, Lonnie said, shaking his head. Even if he tried to clear a path, there was no way he'd manage to carve out enough space for all three of them. All right, let's stop up ahead, Wanda suggested. Got it. Lonnie parked the bike near the edge of a man-made beach, and the three of them disembarked. Sitting down on the silvery white sand, Lonnie rested his chin on his hand, his gaze once again settling on Wanda. Wanda and Ellie handed him their backpacks and art supplies before venturing closer to the hot spring for photos. Lonnie watched Wanda's every move, his thoughts entirely consumed by her. Love-struck men and women are alike in one regard. They never seem to tire of staring at the object of their affection. To outsiders, Lonnie might have seemed like he was zoning out. But to him, watching Wanda was endlessly fascinating. He could have stayed there forever just looking at her, even if it was one-sided. Asterisk beep, 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 asterisk. The sudden ringing of his phone snapped Lonnie out of his trance. Pulling the device from his pocket, he glanced at the screen. His expression immediately shifted, a flicker of seriousness crossing his face. Looking over at Wanda and Ellie, who were still snapping photos, Lonnie moved a few steps away to answer the call. Hello, Hill, Lonnie said into the receiver. The voice on the other end belonged to none other than Maria Hill. Lonnie, the project has a new directive. You need to return immediately. There's a meeting tomorrow morning, and your flight is this afternoon. Hill's cool, no-nonsense tone came through clearly. Lonnie's pupils shrank slightly. It's happening. The new phase of the Tesseract project. Given SHLD's capabilities, it was no surprise that the incident at the China division had caught their attention. The launch of a new directive was within his expectations. What's the meeting about? Lonnie asked cautiously, trying to gauge how much progress S.H.I.E.L.D. had made. It seemed unlikely they'd discovered the true nature of the Tesseract in such a short time, given the capabilities of the scientists involved. While they were undoubtedly skilled, they weren't on the level to crack such mysteries so quickly. Weaponization, Hill replied curtly. Weapons. Lonnie let out a small sigh of relief. It seemed that S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters hadn't yet decoded the true potential of the Tesseract. The longer he could delay this, the better. When it came to weapons, Lonnie already had some guesses. From the sound of it, vibranium had finally arrived. That's all for now. Hurry back, Hill said before hanging up without further ado. Lonnie slowly lowered his phone, his mind already racing. It was time to put his long-considered plan into action. This was an opportunity too good to pass up. The Tesseract itself was nearly impossible to obtain, no matter how many schemes Lonnie devised. But he had finally settled on an alternative plan, one with a high probability of success, harnessing massive amounts of Tesseract energy to create a substitute. Lonnie had never stopped working on the containment technology for Tesseract energy. Over time, he had managed to design storage units with capacities that could hold staggering amounts of energy. If this plan worked, he wouldn't need to take the enormous risk of stealing the Tesseract itself. S.H.I.E.L.D. was a terrifying organization. Even with his extraordinary abilities, Lonnie knew it was nearly impossible for one man to go head-to-head with such a behemoth. He glanced at Wanda and Ellie, who were still busy taking photos by the hot spring. Sliding his phone back into his pocket, Lonnie walked over to join them. Lonnie and Clint, naturally, weren't going to take a commercial flight back to the States. First, it would have been too slow. Second, their identities didn't exactly align with the general public. And third, SHLD's resources were vast. They had no shortage of private jets. Their ride was a Quinjet. For S.H.I.E.L.D., time was of the essence, and helicopters simply wouldn't cut it. The Quinjet would cut the travel time from China to America significantly. S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters, Triskelion, top floor conference room. The large conference room was packed. Leaders of various departments, the two directors, and all the scientists involved in the Tesseract project were present. At the head of the table sat Nick Fury, flanked by Maria Hill on his left. On his right, directly across from Hill, sat Lonnie. Despite his youth, Lonnie had already become the lead scientist for the Tesseract project, a position that marked him as a rising star with immense potential within S.H.I.E.L.D. His seating position alone spoke volumes about his importance. Of course, that didn't mean Lonnie was suddenly the third most important figure in S.H.I.E.L.D. Heck, he wasn't even in the top 30. This meeting is primarily to discuss the next phase of the Tesseract project, Fury said calmly, his fingers interlocked on the table as he addressed the room. The room fell silent. All eyes were on Fury. Hill, you'll continue overseeing the Tesseract project. It remains under your jurisdiction, Fury continued. Hill nodded in acknowledgement. Dr. Scarborough, Fury said, turning his one-eyed gaze to Lonnie. The vibranium shipment has arrived. When can we begin mass production of Tesseract weapons? Anytime, Lonnie replied smoothly. However, I'll need to know the specifics of the next phase of the plan and the exact quantity of vibranium available in order to allocate resources and determine the research focus. I'll provide you with the vibranium details after the meeting, Fury said. As for the next phase, he paused, scanning the room. Our goal is to research and develop large-scale strategic weapons. Tentatively, we're looking at Tesseract tanks and Tesseract armored vehicles. A collective groan rippled through the scientists in the room. They had barely finished analyzing and understanding the Tesseract weapons Lonnie had developed, and now they were being tasked with creating large-scale weaponry. It felt like they were being squeezed dry. Director, with all due respect, Lonnie began, frowning slightly. Isn't it a bit too early to start developing large-scale weapons? We've just completed the research on Tesseract firearms, and they haven't even entered mass production yet. Pushing forward like this feels rushed. Lonnie's approach to research was deeply influenced by the Chinese philosophy of steady, meticulous craftsmanship. No matter how urgent the situation, he believed in taking measured steps to ensure quality. Jumping straight to large-scale equipment development, despite the prototypes of Tesseract rifles barely being finished, felt like too big of a leap. I'm not concerned with whether it feels rushed, Fury replied, cutting Lonnie off. His tone was firm as he stared directly at Lonnie. I only care about whether you can do it. Lonnie furrowed his brow, mulling over his response for a long moment. Finally, he said, Yes, I can. Then there's no issue, Fury said with a nod. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Once the Tesseract weapons are ready for mass production, we'll move on to developing the large-scale equipment. Lonnie shook his head in resignation. This Fury guy, but there was nothing he could do. Fury was the boss, after all. Damn one-eyed egghead. I have another request, Lonnie said, breaking the silence again. All eyes turned to him, but Lonnie remained calm, his gaze fixed on Fury. Go on, Fury prompted. I'd like to apply for access to use vibranium, Lonnie said. I may need it for experiments at home, and I'd like approval to request vibranium for personal research purposes. Vibranium was a rare and highly valuable material, and for someone like Lonnie, a world-class physicist, it held countless possibilities. On his own, he'd never be able to acquire even a gram of it in his lifetime. But with SHLD's vast resources, they could procure vibranium despite its scarcity. This was the advantage of being part of a powerful organization. Lonnie's plan was simple. If he could get vibranium into his home lab, he could covertly siphon small amounts for personal use, keeping some in reserve for future projects. The underground labs at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters were out of the question. Every inch was monitored with ultra-high-definition audio-visual surveillance. Even the bathrooms weren't exempt. Stealing vibranium from there was a pipe dream. But if he could bring it home, that was a different story entirely. Fury didn't respond immediately. Instead, he lowered his head slightly, appearing to mull over the request. Is he considering it? Lonnie thought, a glimmer of hope sparking in his mind. He didn't push, letting Fury take his time. After what felt like an eternity, Fury finally lifted his head. I can grant you access to vibranium, Fury said. Lonnie's heart leapt with excitement. But before he could celebrate, Fury continued. However, I'll require detailed reports on where the vibranium is used, how much is used each time, and for what purpose. Lonnie's expression froze for a moment. Asterisk, of course. I was too naive. Asterisk, he thought bitterly. It seemed the so-called king of spies wasn't going to be so easily fooled. Fury was, as always, a step ahead. After the meeting concluded, the group of scientists involved in the Cube project returned to the underground research facility to continue their work. As for Lonnie, he followed Fury to the vibranium storage area to get a sense of the exact quantity of vibranium available. As expected, even S.H.I.E.L.D. had managed to obtain only a small amount of vibranium. It wasn't a matter of money. No matter how much money you had, it was useless if the material wasn't available. Fury advised Lonnie to use it sparingly, as this was all the vibranium currently accessible on a global scale. However, Lonnie speculated that Wakanda likely had more vibranium, probably in significant quantities. For something so valuable, even a tiny bit of it wouldn't be casually leaked to the outside world. What Lonnie could think of, Fury undoubtedly had considered as well. The problem was, Wakanda was far too mysterious. This ancient and long-standing nation, despite being a member of the United Nations, had never had its exact location pinpointed. It was known to be in Africa, but no one outside of Wakanda had ever set foot in its territory. S.H.I.E.L.D. had made efforts to locate it in the past, but all attempts had come up empty-handed. Given the limited supply of vibranium, Lonnie needed to carefully plan how to use it. In fact, creating weapons based on the cube didn't require the entire gun to be made of vibranium. It was only necessary to incorporate some vibranium in areas involving energy storage and transfer to ensure stable operation. Otherwise, if the whole gun were made of vibranium, how many could they realistically produce? Although vibranium was scarce, with strict control and precision down to the milligram, they could still manufacture a significant number of cube-based weapons. What truly troubled Lonnie, however, was the production of larger-scale weaponry. The research itself wasn't the issue. At the current pace, they could resolve the technical challenges within a few months. But by then, the amount of vibranium required would undoubtedly be enormous. Lonnie even doubted whether this small stash of vibranium could produce a single cube-powered tank. After returning from the vibranium storage area to the underground lab, Lonnie decided not to dwell on these logistical concerns. Such matters were better left for Fury to worry about. His sole focus should be on the research. For now, however, there was another matter pressing for his immediate attention. 5:00 p.m. Lonnie stood still, his hands buried in the wide sleeves of his lab coat, quietly observing a machine extracting cube energy and storing it in a container about the size of a badminton shuttle tube. Beside him were 4 identical containers, each filled with a brilliant cobalt blue energy substance that flowed gently within, like a serene stream. Beautiful. Mesmerizing. Doctor, why are you extracting so much energy? Lonnie's assistant blinked curiously, walking over to ask. To continue my research. I plan to start preliminary work on the barrel design for the cube-powered tank, which will require a lot of cube energy, Lonnie replied, his eyes fixed intently on the machine as it extracted the energy. Though the container looked small, the amount of cube energy stored within it was immense. Lonnie had used spatial folding technology to greatly expand the container's storage capacity. These 5 small containers of cube energy could theoretically produce hundreds of single-use cube weapons. One could only imagine how much energy was contained within. Ding! Lonnie stepped forward to switch off the machine, halting the energy extraction process. Let's go. Packing the 5 containers, Lonnie casually waved to his assistant. Goodbye, doctor, the assistant replied. Back at Lonnie's home, in his personal lab, Lonnie brought out a stack of pre-prepared instruments and began reassembling them. The equipment was large and conspicuous, leaving no space to hide it. As long as it was in the lab, it would be impossible to avoid notice. For those unfamiliar with its purpose, it might not raise any suspicion. However, other scientists involved in the project occasionally visited Lonnie's home, and they would inevitably want to tour his lab. There was no way to keep this from such sharp minds. As for building a secret chamber, well, that was just wishful thinking. While it was true that S.H.I.E.L.D. hadn't installed surveillance devices in this lab, that didn't mean they wouldn't inspect the premises. Every time Lonnie took leave, someone would come to clean and check the lab. Who could guarantee that setting up a secret chamber wouldn't be discovered by S.H.I.E.L.D.'s eagle-eyed agents? To be safe, Lonnie dismantled the instrument into various components and reassembled them into what appeared to be an ordinary research device using a mix of other parts. It looked perfectly normal, but in reality, it concealed a great secret. After debugging the machine and confirming everything was in order, Lonnie finally activated the cube energy connection. He placed the 5 containers into the machine, opened his computer, and began typing rapidly on the keyboard, controlling the device that carried his hopes of returning home. The precision-engineered circular instrument began to operate, drawing cube energy from the 5 containers. The cobalt blue energy flowed like water, circling the ring repeatedly, surging toward a central circular opening. Lonnie paused his typing, his gaze filled with anticipation as he stared at the device. Success or failure hinged on this moment. The cobalt blue energy shimmered continuously as the machine quivered slightly. Everything happened swiftly. Only 3 seconds had passed since the activation. The cobalt blue cube energy finally reached the circular opening. Hum! A low, reverberating hum of energy collision erupted. A glowing blue light curtain appeared at the center of the circular opening, as cube energy poured in, converging, expanding, and solidifying. Lonnie watched intently, his entire focus locked on the circular opening of the device. What Lonnie did not notice, however, was that the energy in the 5 containers had already been depleted. The flowing cobalt blue energy began to diminish, with the glowing rings gradually dimming and fading away. Boom! A dazzling burst of light suddenly erupted as a blue energy beam, thick as an arm, surged from the circular opening. It tore through the air, creating ripples in its wake. At a spot 3 meters from the machine, the beam poured continuously into a growing blue mist that materialized out of nowhere. Thankfully, Lonnie had prepared in advance, clearing the area of all items to leave an open space. Otherwise, the flow of energy might have been disrupted, and the consequences would have been disastrous. At the very moment the cube energy erupted from the circular opening, far away in the east, in a place called Kamartaj in Kathmandu, a bald woman with a serene demeanor and a gaze brimming with wisdom turned her attention in Lonnie's direction. The energy of an infinity stone, she murmured. Meanwhile, in Asgard, the first realm among the 9 realms, within the golden halls of the palace, a white-haired, white-bearded man in golden armor, clutching a strange spear, suddenly opened his solitary, closed eye. The vast expanse of the cosmos glimmered within his gaze, deep and boundless, as though encompassing the entire universe. His gaze shifted, focusing on a particular direction, as though piercing through the boundless void to observe Lonnie on Earth. A brilliant Midgardian, surprising me yet again, he murmured softly, his voice resonating like the low hum of the cosmos, echoing throughout the empty hall, lingering for a long time. Lonnie had no idea that two towering, godlike figures had just taken notice of him. At this moment, he was still staring intently at the machine's operation, his face tense with anticipation. The blue mist gradually expanded, reaching a height and width of 2 meters before it stopped growing. Slowly, the mist began to dissipate, revealing a rippling portal of deep, cobalt blue beneath it. Lonnie's spirits lifted as his eyes lit up with excitement. The portal looked almost identical to the space gateway he had seen at SHLD's China branch. It worked. The device was functional. But just then, the last trace of cube energy drained away. The cobalt blue energy beam faltered, and the misty portal, which had only just begun dissipating, vanished in an instant. Lonnie froze on the spot, stunned. It took him a moment to recover before he glanced at the now empty containers and let out a wry smile. His calculations had been off. He had thought the energy would be enough, but it turned out he was still short. Even so, it wasn't a complete loss. At least it proved the device worked. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Lonnie muttered to himself, "I took a lot of cube energy already. I can't take more in the short term." It wasn't that he hadn't considered simply grabbing a huge batch of cube energy and bringing it back. But if he did that, he would undoubtedly intercept him halfway and demand an explanation. Ever since the Ifrit incident, Hill had issued strict orders. No one was allowed to transport large amounts of cube energy out of the lab. Even within S.H.I.E.L.D., carrying too much energy was prohibited. He had already taken a generous amount today, so he couldn't possibly take more anytime soon. After all, he had used the excuse of researching the cube-powered tank. Under normal circumstances, it would take several days to use up this much energy. He needed to bide his time. It was all Ifrit's fault. However, this first attempt had given Lonnie some valuable information. For example, at least 7 containers worth of energy would be required to fully open the spatial portal. To be safe, Lonnie decided he would prepare 10 containers worth next time, just in case. Fortunately, the containers he had designed could store cube energy for years without any issues, so he could take his time accumulating it. As for that snap from the Mad Titan, there should still be plenty of time. Why? Well, the Avengers hadn't even been formed yet, and that snap didn't happen until Avengers: Infinity War. Lonnie speculated that the first Avengers movie would likely mark the formation of the team and their inaugural battle. He wasn't sure what Avengers 2 would bring, but there would probably be a considerable gap in time. By then, the Avengers would likely gather again to face some major villain. Only after that would that snap come into play. He still had a long time to prepare and stockpile cube energy. Failed, huh? A sudden voice interrupted Lonnie's train of thought. "Venom," Lonnie asked uncertainly. "Who else would be talking in your head? Some kind of cultivator with spiritual senses." The smug tone was unmistakable. None other than Venom. Lonnie couldn't help but smile. "You've been sneaking off to read Chinese web novels again." "Of course. Even though Chinese characters give me a headache, those novels are really entertaining. It's just a shame there aren't any in English." 0 stars for that. Venom grumbled with a hint of dissatisfaction. Lonnie shook his head helplessly. Venom had developed a peculiar habit of browsing the Chinese internet. Not to play games, but to devour web novels. Fantasy, cultivation, wuxia, you name it, Venom was hooked. It had even brushed up on its Chinese just to read them more fluently. "How's your injury?" Lonnie asked in a calm tone, though the concern in his words was unmistakable. "Almost healed. That green brute really hits hard. Next time we see him, let's just run," Venom replied, a trace of lingering fear in its voice. Clearly, the Hulk had left quite an impression. It made sense. The fight with Natasha and Clint back then had been different. Venom had only just bonded with Lonnie and couldn't unleash its full power, making that loss feel particularly frustrating. But the Hulk was another story. Even with their full combined strength, they had still been thoroughly beaten. Sure, without SHLD's interference, they might have won, but that had been a rare stroke of luck. Next time, they couldn't count on such favorable circumstances. Having been thoroughly overpowered, Venom was adamant. It wanted no part of that overpowered green juggernaut again. Lonnie shook his head with a sigh and began dismantling the now overheated device, all the while keeping up the banter. You're such a coward. Coward? I call it being cautious. Lonnie paused, momentarily confused, before the realization hit him. Cautious. In Chinese, the phrase sounded phonetically like coward. This Venom, it had really picked up some clever tricks. And you have the nerve to call me a coward? Who was it that took one look at the Hulk and turned tail? Venom's retort left Lonnie slightly embarrassed. It was true. The instant he saw the Hulk, Lonnie had instinctively acted cautiously and made a swift U-turn. Facing someone like the Hulk was utterly daunting. The raw numbers on the Hulk's power levels were terrifying. Lonnie wasn't reckless enough to take that on. I was being cautious too, Lonnie said, feigning seriousness as he shamelessly justified his actions. Whatever you say, Venom replied dismissively. So, did anything interesting happen while I was out? Not much, really. By the way, when did you wake up? Lonnie asked curiously. When you activated the device, Venom replied. Why didn't you say anything? I was feeling groggy. Didn't feel like talking. A dark line seemed to form on Lonnie's forehead. You were asleep? And you were groggy? Really? As they talked, Lonnie finished dismantling the device. He carefully set aside the components that couldn't be repurposed for other machines and began assembling a different piece of equipment. This is such a hassle, Venom remarked as it watched Lonnie work. Well, if you got a better idea, I'm all ears, Lonnie shot back, not stopping his work. Only Lonnie knew how tedious this process was. Not only did it require meticulous assembly, but some parts also needed to be connected in very specific ways, making the whole process incredibly time-consuming. I'm not wasting my energy thinking about that. Do whatever you want. It's not like I'm the one doing all the work, Venom replied lazily. Lonnie rolled his eyes in exasperation. You're as annoying as ever, Venom. It almost makes me want to curse you out. Venom was about to fire back when Lonnie spoke again. But, all things considered, Lonnie's hands didn't stop moving, but the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Sensing something, a streak of black liquid began to ripple and flow from Lonnie's arm. Soon, Venom's familiar head emerged in front of him once more. Looking at Venom's grotesque yet oddly endearing face, Lonnie couldn't help but smile. Welcome back. The day after Venom awakened, Lonnie received a call from Tony Stark. Lonnie was quite surprised to hear from Tony. Since Fury, on behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D., had approached Tony to discuss forming the Avengers and was subsequently turned down, Tony had been keeping a low profile, staying at home and focusing on developing his armor. During that time, Lonnie hadn't reached out to Tony either. First of all, he had his own projects to deal with. Secondly, he hadn't encountered any problems that required Tony's expertise. With Lonnie's current knowledge, while he couldn't compare to Tony in certain fields, he far surpassed him in his own specialized area. So when Tony suddenly called after all this time, Lonnie was naturally caught off guard. What was even more unexpected was that Tony was inviting him over to check out his latest creation. When it came to Iron Man's newest armor, there was no way Lonnie would say no. 2:00 p.m., Tony Stark's seaside villa. Underground laboratory. Looks like the superhero life has been treating you well, Lonnie remarked with a smile, noticing how energetic and refreshed Tony seemed. Of course, being a superhero is intoxicating, Tony replied, a smug grin tugging at the corners of his mouth. The adoration of millions was a feeling far beyond mere fame. By the way, I didn't expect you to be with S.H.I.E.L.D., Tony said suddenly. What about it? Lonnie wasn't surprised that Tony knew his affiliation. He was almost certain Tony had hacked into SHLD's database. If someone like Sky, a top-tier hacker, could break into national databases, then an AI like JRVS, which was leagues beyond Sky in capability, would have no trouble infiltrating SHLD systems. And Lonnie was right. After Fury approached Tony about the Avengers initiative and got rejected, Tony had JRVS hack into SHLD's database out of curiosity. At this stage, while SHLD's technology was decades ahead of its time, their security protocols weren't as airtight as they would later become. For JRVS, hacking their database had been a breeze. Within the database, Tony had stumbled across a file on Lonnie. Lonnie Scarabo. File. Classified. Asterisk asterisk. That was the only information Tony managed to extract. It was also the only detail the database contained about Lonnie. Anything related to Lonnie's involvement in the Cube project wasn't stored in digital format. It was all in hard copy, securely stored in an extremely well-guarded location. Online, The only thing anyone could learn was that Lonnie was a S.H.I.E.L.D. operative. Beyond that, it was a dead end. It's nothing. I just didn't expect you to join S.H.I.E.L.D. But then again, S.H.I.E.L.D. is probably a good fit for you. You can conduct your research in peace there with all the resources you could ever need, Tony said, shaking his head. Yeah, right? Lonnie rolled his eyes. Resources? He still wanted more vibranium. But it was just a joke. Vibranium was scarce worldwide. What was S.H.I.E.L.D. supposed to do about that? Aside from vibranium, though, resources truly weren't an issue. S.H.I.E.L.D. has been pretty good to me, Lonnie admitted with a shrug. No kidding, Tony replied with a hint of disdain. Even I'm impressed by your talent. Of course S.H.I.E.L.D. would want to snatch you up. Speaking of which, what are you working on? Some classified project. Since SHELD's database had no detailed records on Lonnie's work or position, Tony figured he must be involved in something top secret. Yeah, Lonnie said simply. There wasn't much point in hiding it. It was obvious to anyone paying attention that he was working on a classified mission. You must have pretty high clearance over there, Tony commented, as Dummy handed him a cup of coffee, which he passed to Lonnie. Thanks, Lonnie said, accepting the cup. Coffee culture ran deep in America, where it was a staple of daily life. Over the 20-plus years Lonnie had spent in this world, he had gradually grown accustomed to drinking coffee. He still remembered the first time he tried it. Back at the orphanage, Catherine had handed him a cup and told him to give it a taste. Lonnie took one sip and nearly spat it out. It was black coffee, bitter as hell. Eventually, though, he came to love the drink, with its unique bitterness and rich aroma. It's not bad, Lonnie replied casually. A level 7 clearance was definitely high, but it wasn't the top. Not bad, he says, Tony muttered, rolling his eyes. Enough about me. You call me here to check out your latest armor. Where is it? Lonnie asked, steering the conversation back on track. Oh, right. I almost forgot, Tony said, slapping his forehead. Come with me. Lonnie followed Tony to the area where Tony usually suited up. You work for S.H.I.E.L.D., so you've probably heard of Venom, right? Tony suddenly asked. Lonnie's expression subtly shifted, though he kept his face neutral. Did Tony suspect something? Had his identity been exposed? But how? Where had he slipped up? Yeah, I've heard of it. What? Lonnie asked, keeping his tone calm. Huh, not gonna lie, I've encountered that thing twice, Tony said with a grin. Oh, both times, we were evenly matched. But I figured it wouldn't hurt to be prepared for the next time we meet, Tony said, his tone serious. His convincing delivery almost made Lonnie believe him. Evenly matched? Seriously? Excuse me. Venom's annoyed voice echoed in Lonnie's mind. Lonnie was speechless too, staring at Tony in disbelief. He knew the truth better than anyone. The first time, Tony had been thoroughly trounced by Venom. The second time, after being beaten down by Ironmonger, it was Venom who had saved him. 2 evenly matched battles, sure, Tony. Whatever you say. So, what are you trying to say? Lonnie asked. JRVS. Yes, sir. The sleek, silver-white floor in front of them split open, and a jet-black suit of armor rose from the platform below. Lonnie's eye twitched as he took in the massive, 3-meter-tall figure. Aside from the face, wasn't this basically just Venom in armor form? This is my anti-Venom armor. What do you think? Tony said proudly, his tone almost smug. Looks impressive. What's it capable of? Lonnie asked. Venom's abilities are bizarre. Not only does it consume people, but it can also morph its body at will. Its claws are incredibly sharp, sharp enough to slice through even the toughest titanium alloy. So, I designed this suit specifically to counter those traits, Tony explained seriously. First off, the armor's durability. Ideally, I'd use vibranium, but for some reason, S.H.I.E.L.D. has been stockpiling all the vibranium on the market, so I couldn't get any. Instead, I developed a biomembrane that coats the interior of the armor, enhancing its toughness. Lonnie felt a pang of guilt. SHELD's aggressive vibranium acquisitions? Yeah, that was because of him. It was for the Q project, sure, but still it made him feel a little sheepish. After adding this biomembrane layer, I ran some tests and found that its defensive capability has improved several levels. While it still can't withstand prolonged attacks, it won't be destroyed at first contact with Venom either, Tony explained as he walked over to stand beside the anti-Venom armor. JRVS, activate the power source. Yes, sir. The chest of the anti-Venom armor suddenly lit up, a blue-white glow spreading across the entire suit. Under JRVS's control, The armor unfolded, revealing a thin, blue-white membrane inside. So this is that biomembrane? You're saying this flimsy little thing can block my claws? Venom's disdainful voice echoed in Lonnie's mind, full of mockery. Lonnie, too, was skeptical. He knew some biomembranes could be exceptionally tough, but he also knew just how sharp Venom's claws were. It was hard to believe this thin layer could resist them. Tony, noticing Lonnie's doubt, added, "JRVS, run the biomembrane durability test." "Understood, sir." A panel on the floor slid open, and a sheet of the biomembrane rose up, accompanied by a titanium alloy longsword. This longsword is crafted from titanium alloy. While it's not quite as sharp as Venom's claws, it's sufficient for the experiment, Tony explained. Lonnie nodded, watching closely. Under JRVS's control, the titanium alloy sword spun rapidly and surged toward the biomembrane with incredible speed. Lonnie quickly performed calculations in his head, factoring in inertia, the sharpness of the titanium alloy blade, and the potential destructive force upon impact with the biomembrane. Pop! To Lonnie and Venom's astonishment, the titanium alloy sword penetrated no more than half a centimeter before coming to a halt. "Holy SH! This thing's actually that strong?" Venom burst out, utterly shocked. The visual impact of the scene was absurd. A material resembling plastic wrap had withstood the force of a rapidly spinning, razor-sharp titanium alloy blade and barely taken any damage. Who would believe this? "That level of force is nearly equivalent to your attacks," Lonnie said, somewhat stunned. He had double-checked his math in his head and couldn't deny the results. The calculation wasn't particularly complex, and Lonnie was confident he hadn't made a mistake. "So if I fight this guy, I can't just tear through his tin can with one swipe anymore." Venom grumbled, clearly displeased. "Not necessarily, but it definitely won't be as easy as it used to be," Lonnie replied softly. "F*** that. Next time I see him, I'm bringing a hammer." Venom snapped indignantly. Tony, as if reading Venom's mind, continued, "And because Venom can also take on a hammer-like form, I've reinforced the suit's shock absorption capabilities. Beneath the biomembrane, I've added another layer specifically for shock absorption. That way, if we meet again, I won't be rattled by a single hit." As he spoke, the titanium alloy sword was retracted, and a massive, human-sized conical hammer rose from the floor. Lonnie. Venom. Boom. The results of the test left Lonnie speechless and Venom nearly in tears. Tony, however, looked thoroughly satisfied and instructed JRVS to put everything away. "With these 2 layers of biomembranes, Venom's current attack methods are no longer lethal against me. But my anti-venom armor isn't just for defense." "Excuse me, there's more?" "Venom's defense is impressive. Even a rocket-propelled grenade couldn't scratch it. My attacks were completely ineffective. That's a far cry from SHLD's reports from 16 years ago. It seems to have grown stronger." Tony then added, "During my second encounter with Venom, we had a brief conversation. It has its own consciousness. It's a creature as intelligent as any human. You're the creature. Your whole family are creatures." Venom snarled in Lonnie's mind, baring its teeth at Tony. "Now, let me show you my latest upgrades," Tony said with a sly grin as he stepped into the anti-venom armor. The suit automatically assembled around him. "Look," Tony raised both of his black and gold arms. Shing! 2 gleaming titanium alloy blades extended from the backs of his hands. "These are my melee weapons. But there's more." Tony manipulated the armor, bringing his hands together. The mechanical lines shifted and locked, fusing his 2 arms into a massive hammer-like weapon. Lonnie stared blankly at the hammer. A meteor hammer? This hammer can easily smash a freight truck. I doubt even Venom could withstand it, Tony said confidently. With a click, his arms separated once more. "Of course, I'm not much for close combat. This is just a backup. The real upgrades are in my ranged weapons." The armor opened, and Tony stepped out. "There's no way to demonstrate here, so I'll just explain," he said, leading Lonnie out of the lab and upstairs. He popped open a bottle of champagne, seemingly to celebrate the debut of the anti-venom armor. But why did Lonnie feel like crying? After hearing Tony's explanation of the armor's ranged weaponry, both Lonnie and Venom felt utterly defeated. Compared to its defensive upgrades, the enhancements to its offensive capabilities were even more alarming. Previously, Tony's micro-missiles and laser cannons, while destructive, were little more than an annoyance to Venom. They couldn't even cause a mild sting, let alone real harm. But the upgraded versions were a different story. Tony had somehow amplified the laser cannon's output, significantly raising its temperature. Purely by chance, this adjustment had hit upon Venom's weakness, fire. The enhanced laser cannon's temperature was comparable to fire, and a direct hit would cause Venom immense damage. While Venom could survive brief exposure to flames due to the delay in heat penetration, much like how a human can briefly touch a lit match without getting burned, the laser cannon's heat was immediate and overwhelming. Venom wouldn't stand chance. And that wasn't even the worst part. Deciding that physical weapons were too slow to upgrade, Tony had shifted his focus to another type of weapon, sonic weaponry. The moment Tony mentioned this, Lonnie felt an urge to curse out loud. Sonic attacks in the 4,000 to 6,000 Hz range were Venom's greatest weakness, far more lethal than fire. If it were just the superheated laser cannon, it might have been manageable. But sonic weapons? That was a nightmare. This was too terrifying. After leaving Tony's house, Lonnie felt like he'd lost his soul. Tony's demonstration of the anti-Venom armor had truly shaken him. If Venom were to encounter Iron Man again without knowing about these upgrades and blindly charge into a fight, there was a very high chance Venom wouldn't come out unscathed. This wasn't a joke. Weapons designed specifically to exploit weaknesses often produced devastating results. Even though Lonnie now had prior knowledge of the armor's capabilities, he still couldn't think of a reliable way to counter it. The root problem was simple. They weren't strong enough. I think I finally understand why Iron Man, despite being relatively weak, managed to hold his own all the way until you-know-who showed up, Lonnie muttered as he drove. His intellect is frightening, Venom admitted with a rare tone of respect. He keeps improving and upgrading his suits. After just 2 encounters with us, he was able to create armor specifically designed to counter us. Tony Stark is truly remarkable. There was no denying it. Tony was a genuine genius, someone whose intellect outstripped Lonnie's by miles. Lonnie couldn't help but wonder what kind of brain Tony had to allow him to think and create on such a level. We need to figure out how to get stronger. Otherwise, I feel like we won't be able to survive in this world for much longer, Lonnie said, shaking his head in disbelief. He'd once thought that as long as he avoided provoking S.H.I.E.L.D. or other major powers, he could live a relatively peaceful and comfortable life in this universe. Looking back now, that thought seemed laughably naive. The Hulk? He couldn't beat him. Iron Man? He used to stand a chance, but now? Not anymore. S.H.I.E.L.D.? Forget about it. 3 major powers, and he couldn't take on any of them. What was the point of even trying? By comparison, his current strength seemed pitifully inadequate. And how exactly do you plan to get stronger? You're the one who refuses to fully merge with me, Venom said, its tone dripping with sarcasm. A clear path to power was right in front of them, but Lonnie wouldn't take it. Who was to blame for that? I can strengthen myself. If I grow stronger, our combined power will naturally increase as well, Lonnie said, deliberately ignoring Venom's comment as he focused on his own thoughts. Fine, suit yourself, Venom grumbled, clearly sulking. Don't forget, you have plans tomorrow. Lonnie raised an eyebrow. Oh, right. He'd almost forgotten. Lonnie had been inviting Wanda out for weeks, but she had always politely declined. Yesterday, however, she had finally agreed to his invitation. After seeing Tony's anti-Venom armor, Lonnie had nearly forgotten about it. Scratching his head, he decided to set aside thoughts of getting stronger for now. After all, no one knew about his connection to Venom. As long as he stayed out of trouble, he wouldn't be in any immediate danger. I better get ready, he muttered to himself, driving off into the distance. The next day, Lonnie arrived early, parking his car just outside the gates of New York University, waiting for Wanda to finish her class. Around noon, Wanda emerged from the campus, wearing a floral dress that swayed gently as she walked. The car Lonnie was driving was a supercar he had purchased himself. While it wasn't particularly eye-catching amidst the sea of luxury vehicles at NYU, Lonnie standing outside the car made it easy for Wanda to spot him. Doctor! Wanda greeted him with a warm smile as she walked up to him. Just call me Lonnie. Doctor sounds so formal, he said with a friendly grin. All right, Wanda said with a nod. The two had grown close in recent weeks, their relationship progressing faster than either of them had expected. They were already good friends. Hop in. I made a reservation at train, Lonnie said, gesturing to the car. Wanda nodded again and slid into the passenger seat. Train was a Michelin 3-star restaurant located along the waterfront. Known for its rotating rooftop design, exceptional cuisine, and top-notch service, it was a premier dining destination. Naturally, such luxury came at a price. A meal at Train could easily cost tens of thousands of dollars, far beyond what an average family could afford. For Lonnie, however, it was nothing. He was practically swimming in money, with S.H.I.E.L.D., the wealthiest organization in the world, backing him. To him, money was just a number. Train restaurant, rooftop private dining room. The two sat across from each other at a 5-meter-long rectangular table. The table was laden with exquisitely crafted dishes, their vibrant colors and enticing aromas rotating gently on an automated surface. "Isn't this a bit too expensive?" Wanda asked hesitantly, glancing at the closed door of the private room. Her voice was soft, almost as if she felt guilty for being there. "It's fine. I'm not exactly short on money," Lonnie replied with a smile. "And don't worry, this room is soundproof. You could sing at the top of your lungs in here, and the staff outside wouldn't hear a thing." Wanda nodded, but didn't say much more. Though she didn't argue further, her naturally frugal personality made her uncomfortable in such an extravagant setting. It was too lavish, too excessive. A single meal here cost more than she'd spend on food in months. "So, how do you like studying at NYU?" Lonnie asked, folding his hands and resting them on the table as he looked at her. "It's been amazing. Being at school helps me forget the memories of that organization. Studying and having fun with my classmates, working hard together. It's made me truly happy and fulfilled," Wanda said, her smile growing wider as she spoke. Her genuine, heartfelt smile gave her an almost ethereal charm, making her even more captivating. Lonnie's heart skipped a beat as he felt himself drawn to her even more deeply. In that moment, his mind was entirely filled with Wanda's image, her voice, her presence. "Just confess already, kid," Venom's voice suddenly piped up. "Your nervous system is practically screaming it. In human terms, you're in love with her. So just say it, confess to Wanda, Lonnie." Lonnie stared at Wanda in silence. Had he really fallen for her so easily? "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Wanda asked, tilting her head in confusion when she noticed Lonnie staring at her. "It's nothing," Lonnie said with a smile, shaking his head. "I was just thinking, it's incredible how quickly we've become close. It almost feels unreal." Wanda blinked, momentarily caught off guard by his response. Her intuition told her there was more to his words than he was letting on. And the way he'd been looking at her just now, it reminded her of the way some of her male classmates looked at her when they had intentions. Would confessing right now be too abrupt? Lonnie muttered under his breath. He hesitated, unsure of himself. To be honest, he was scared. He'd never confessed to a girl before. Being asked to do so face-to-face, out of the blue, was overwhelming. So he chickened out. "I'll never understand you humans," Venom said with a mix of frustration and mockery. "If you like someone, just say it. Why hide it? Why make them guess? You're too scared to even confess. Honestly, you're hopeless." Lonnie felt a flicker of irritation at Venom's taunts, but it didn't change the fact that he was too nervous to confess. He was afraid of rejection, afraid of ruining their friendship. So, for now, he stayed silent. "Whatever. I can't be bothered with you, you coward," Venom muttered in disappointment before falling silent. And just like that, Lonnie continued to chicken out. Unbeknownst to him, lunchtime had progressed to the halfway mark. "So, where are you planning to go after lunch?" Lonnie asked, shoving a piece of steak into his mouth and speaking as he chewed. "I'm not sure. Do you have anything in mind?" Wanda paused her twirling of spaghetti and looked up, curious. "How about we go see a movie?" Lonnie suggested, a sudden idea sparking in his mind. After all, in the dimly lit atmosphere of a movie theater, there were plenty of opportunities. Wanda thought for a moment. "Sure. Yes." Lonnie clenched his fist under the table, his excitement barely contained. This was monumental, a historic leap forward, a moment worthy of celebration, worthy of being recorded in the annals of his personal history. In the theater, following the cliches of romantic dramas and movies, It seemed like the emotions between the male and female leads always experienced a significant surge in intimacy. Lonnie figured, surely, his situation wouldn't be any different. With that thought, he felt a surge of energy course through him, like he'd just eaten 10 Snickers bars. Yes, he was ready. As much as I hate to ruin your little daydream, I think you need to hear this. Venom's voice suddenly broke in. What is it? Lonnie froze, his instincts telling him that Venom's tone wasn't good news. After all these years together, he knew Venom too well. That tone always meant trouble. 3 kilometers offshore, there's a submarine. I just picked up a magnetic pulse signal coming from it. It was brief and cut off almost immediately, but I caught it. Lonnie frowned deeply. Wanda, sitting across from him, noticed the sudden change in his expression. Just moments ago, he had been so cheerful. Why the sudden shift? That signal was an emergency distress call from the U.S. military. Top priority, Venom explained further. Lonnie let out a small sigh. It seemed the movie plan was about to fall through. For a submarine weighing hundreds of tons to issue a top priority distress signal, it had to be facing an extreme threat. Lonnie couldn't just ignore it. Venom, simulate a phone call for me. Got it. Beep, beep, beep. Lonnie pulled out his phone, not bothering to hide it from Wanda. He let it ring for a few seconds before pretending to pick up the call. After a brief fake conversation, he hung up and slipped the phone back into his pocket. Wanda, I'm really sorry, but something urgent came up at work. I have to go, Lonnie said with an apologetic look. It's okay. Go handle your business, Wanda replied, understanding immediately. She knew Lonnie worked for S.H.I.E.L.D. and that his responsibilities were often serious and unpredictable. Here are my car keys. You can use it to get home. Someone's coming to pick me up, Lonnie said as he handed her the keys. All right. Wanda agreed without hesitation. After all, getting a cab in this area was nearly impossible. Besides, anyone dining at a place like Train was likely to have their own car. Who would be crazy enough to take a cab to such a high-end restaurant? Next time's on me, Lonnie said quickly before turning and walking away at a brisk pace. Watching his retreating figure, Wanda glanced down at the car keys in her hand, her expression thoughtful. After paying the bill in the lobby, Lonnie left the restaurant and broke into a sprint. Finding a secluded spot free of people and cameras, he allowed the black, liquid-like substance to envelop his entire body. In an instant, Venom emerged in full form. Are we still in time? Lonnie asked, his voice slightly muffled under Venom's symbiotic layers. Plenty of time. In water, I'm just as fast as I am on land, Venom replied confidently. With that, Venom leapt into the water. Whoosh! Underwater, Venom unleashed terrifying speed. Fish scattered as the black figure shot past them, leaving them far behind in mere moments. Thanks to the symbiote's ability to breathe underwater, Venom could operate at full power in both ocean and land environments. Flight was the only thing it couldn't do. And now, in the ocean, Venom's speed was no less impressive than on land. Moving faster than a supercar at top speed, Venom surged forward, leaving powerful ripples in its wake as it raced toward the source of the signal. In the blink of an eye, the 3-kilometer distance was covered, and a submarine, about 20 meters long, came into view. Venom stopped just short of the submarine's exterior, sending out a unique magnetic pulse that disrupted the sub's radar, rendering it unable to detect Venom's presence. How do we get inside? Forcing our way in will let seawater flood in, and there are still people inside, Lonnie asked, frowning. What's the weight of this submarine? Venom suddenly asked. Judging by its size, probably 100 or 200 tons. Wait, you're not thinking, Lonnie trailed off, stunned. I've never tested the limits of my strength before, Venom said with a wicked grin before launching itself toward the submarine like a streak of black lightning. Inside the submarine control room, a group of heavily armed soldiers in black combat gear had taken over the control room, their presence ominous. The original submarine crew lay lifeless, their bodies scattered haphazardly across the floor. Among them stood a man in white combat gear, clearly of higher rank, speaking to his second-in-command in front of the control room's main screen. Suddenly, boom! A violent tremor rocked the submarine, sending everyone tumbling to the floor in an instant. What's going on? The man in white shouted as he quickly scrambled to his feet. Something just hit us, one of the soldiers at the controls reported, his voice filled with tension. What hit us? I'm not sure. The radar didn't. Boom! Another massive jolt shook the submarine, even harder than the first. This time, even those who had braced themselves were thrown off balance, collapsing to the floor once more. Outside the submarine, Venom's hands morphed into massive suction cups, which he firmly attached to the submarine's underside. From his back, countless tendrils spread out, anchoring themselves to various points on the sub's exterior. With a terrifying burst of strength, Venom began to lift the submarine from the depths, dragging it upward with sheer force. The 100-ton submarine surged upward from hundreds of meters below the surface, propelled by Venom's monstrous strength. Water churned and roiled as the submarine rose rapidly, breaking through the waves as it climbed toward the surface. From a distance, the sight was astonishing. A jet-black figure carrying a submarine dozens of times its size, pushing it toward the surface. The sheer visual impact was indescribable. Splash! The submarine burst through the water's surface. Its bow rose high into the air, suspended for several seconds before crashing back down, now floating atop the ocean. Thud! A shadow shot out of the water, landing heavily atop the submarine's deck. It was Venom, his black form standing ominously against the backdrop of the open sea. The submarine floated silently on the water, the violent shaking inside finally coming to a stop. "What the hell is that thing?" the man in the white combat suit exclaimed, his voice tinged with shock. Something, or someone, had just hauled this 100-ton submarine out of the deep sea with brute force alone. "No idea. The radar still can't pick it up," one of the soldiers replied, his tone betraying a hint of panic. Their organization was no stranger to danger, but this was beyond anything they'd ever encountered. "Team A, secure the hatch. Everyone else, prepare to provide backup," the leader barked. Two soldiers, gripping their semi-automatic rifles tightly, cautiously approached the submarine's hatch. "Fui hood, fui." The sound of heavy footsteps echoed from above. Whatever it was right on top of them. Bang! With a thunderous crash, the iron hatch was violently kicked open, the heavy metal door slamming down with terrifying speed. The two soldiers didn't even have time to react before the falling hatch struck them directly. Clang! The solid iron smashed into their helmets with such force that it crushed their skulls instantly, killing them both on the spot. Hearing the commotion, the other soldiers quickly regrouped, rushing toward the hatch with their weapons raised. Thump! A massive, jet-black figure dropped through the opening, its silhouette towering as it slowly straightened to its full height. Venom bared its monstrous, toothy grin. "Let the feast begin. Open fire." Rat-tat-tat. Bullets sprayed from the soldiers' rifles, streaking toward Venom like fiery tongues. Hum! The black, viscous substance covering Venom's body morphed instantly, forming a shield shaped like an umbrella in front of him. The hail of bullets struck the shield, but it was as if they had vanished into thin air. There wasn't even a ripple of impact. Shing! Venom's right arm morphed into a 2-meter-long blade, its edge gleaming with a cold, deadly light. Boom! Venom stepped forward, his figure blurring as he surged toward the soldiers. In the blink of an eye, he was among them. The blade slashed, slicing through their combat uniforms, skin, and flesh as if it were cutting through butter. The soldiers fell like wheat before a scythe, their bodies severed at the waist. Splurt! Blood sprayed from the soldiers' wounds in crimson arcs, painting the walls of the narrow corridor. In mere moments, the entire squad of heavily armed soldiers had been wiped out. Thwip! Countless black tendrils erupted from Venom's body, piercing through the fallen soldiers' corpses and pulling them into his form. Ah, refreshing. Venom let out a low moan of satisfaction, his crescent-shaped white eyes narrowing in delight. He looked utterly euphoric. Inside Venom, Lonnie rolled his eyes in exasperation. Boom! A sudden explosion rocked Venom's chest, the sheer force sending his massive body hurtling backward. He crashed hard against the wall. Thud! Venom's body slumped to the floor. Smoke rose from his chest where the explosive had struck, and the sound of sizzling could be heard as the corrosive heat met the floor beneath him. The man in the white combat suit lowered the handheld rocket launcher in his hands, a smirk playing on his lips. "Monster or not, you still go down with a single shot," he sneered. Insect! The deep, gravelly voice made the man's smirk freeze in place. Venom's massive form rose from the ground, standing tall once more. His crescent-shaped, white eyes glowed coldly, radiating murderous intent as they locked onto the man in white. The area on his chest where the rocket had struck was completely undamaged. It was as if the attack had never happened. Not a scratch. "You hurt me," Venom growled, his voice low and menacing. The man in white's eyes widened in shock. He frantically began reloading his launcher, his hands trembling. Hardly anyone could withstand a direct hit from a rocket-propelled explosive, let alone walk away without so much as a mark. Venom's gaze remained icy as he stepped forward. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance between himself and the man in white, moving faster than the eye could follow. "Shunk!" The man in white gasped, his eyes bulging in terror as he looked down at the claw that had pierced through his chest. It was too fast. He hadn't even had time to react. "Die," Venom whispered, his voice like the devil's murmur. Black tendrils erupted from Venom's body, engulfing the man in white completely. In an instant, he was gone, absorbed into Venom's form, as if he had never existed. "Leave one alive. We need answers." Lonnie's voice echoed from within Venom, cutting through the symbiote's bloodlust. He was worried that Venom, in his rage, would kill everyone and leave them with no information. "I know," Venom replied coldly, his crescent eyes narrowing as he turned toward the remaining soldiers. The slaughter was swift and brutal. Venom now sat on the captain's chair, one leg crossed over the other, radiating a casual, almost lazy dominance. Before him knelt the last remaining survivor, a soldier in a black combat uniform. This soldier had tried to commit suicide by biting down on a poison capsule hidden in his mouth, but Venom had stopped him, forcefully extracting the capsule before he could use it. "What organization are you with?" Venom's deep, gravelly voice rumbled, his grotesque, grinning face leaning closer to the soldier. The scene was straight out of a horror movie. The soldier trembled visibly, his fear evident, but he gritted his teeth and remained silent. "Not talking, huh?" Venom muttered. "I already know. You're Hydra." The soldier's body twitched ever so slightly. It was a small, almost imperceptible movement. Even the most experienced agents might have missed it. But Venom wasn't just any observer. He was a symbiote with senses sharper than the most advanced technology. "So, it is Hydra," Venom mused to himself. He had only been bluffing, but the soldier's reaction had given him away. "Ask him why Hydra attacked this submarine and what they're after," Lonnie instructed from within. Venom repeated the question aloud. The soldier remained silent, his lips pressed into a thin line. "You're really not going to cooperate, huh?" Venom said, his tone darkening. "You Hydra guys reek. I could smell your stench from miles away." "Fine, if you won't talk. Don't blame me for what happens next." Venom rose from the chair, his massive frame towering over the soldier, radiating an oppressive aura that was almost suffocating. "I won't talk," the soldier finally said, his voice defiant. Hydra was a terrifying organization, but it was also one built on absolute loyalty. Even the lowest-ranking soldiers held a fanatical devotion to the cause. It was a testament to the power of Hydra's ideology, a cult-like force that bound its members together. "Looks like I'll have to read your memories," Venom said with a resigned shake of his head. "I didn't want to turn you into a vegetable, but you leave me no choice." As he spoke, black tendrils began to writhe and ripple across his body, moving toward the soldier. The soldier's eyes widened in panic. Asterisk memory reading. Asterisk. He recalled hearing rumors within Hydra about extraordinary individuals capable of extracting memories, even from comatose victims. Could this monster do the same? He wasn't afraid of death, but the idea of becoming a mindless husk, that terrified him. "Wait!" The soldier in the black combat uniform shouted hastily as Venom made a show of preparing to read his memories. Inside Venom, Lonnie smirked. The bait had worked. Memory reading? Not a chance. Venom had no such ability. This was all just a bluff, a scare tactic to see if the soldier would crack. "I'll talk." The soldiers spilled everything, recounting their mission in full detail to Venom. They were members of a Hydra base located 3,000 meters beneath the sea, a sprawling underwater research facility. The purpose of their mission had been to retrieve certain data stored on the submarine. However, the soldier admitted he didn't know the specifics of the data. The man in the white combat suit was the operation leader. With the base's location and other key information in hand, the soldier was no longer of use. Shunk! Black tendrils enveloped the soldier, pulling him into Venom's form and erasing him from existence. The black liquid receded like a tide, revealing Lonnie's figure once more. "Looks like it's time to pay this Hydra base a visit," Lonnie said, a flicker of hatred flashing in his eyes. The deaths of Chung and the others were like a thorn lodged in his heart, a constant, unrelenting pain. Hydra, the organization responsible, was a target of his deepest animosity. If he could, he wiped them off the face of the earth. Now, with one of their bases practically served to him on a silver platter, there was no way he could remain calm. "I'm curious about what they're researching down there," Venom's voice echoed in his mind. "We'll find out soon enough. All right, what about this submarine? The surveillance systems might have caught us on camera." "Blow it up," Lonnie said, glancing at the torpedoes beneath the submarine. "Got it." Once again, the black liquid enveloped Lonnie, transforming him into Venom. From Venom's body, several smaller, symbiote-like tendrils split off, slipping into the torpedo compartment. Leaving the submarine, Venom pressed it back into the depths of the ocean. The proximity to New York was too risky. If the submarine exploded on the surface, it would undoubtedly draw the attention of New York's defense forces or, worse, S.H.I.E.L.D. By detonating it underwater, such concerns were eliminated. Boom! A muffled explosion echoed through the depths. Venom, now a streak of black lightning, sped toward the coordinates of the Hydra base. Hydra underwater base. Venom halted some distance away, observing the sprawling facility from afar. The base was massive, with multiple submarines patrolling its perimeter. Standing boldly in the open, Venom didn't bother hiding. The submarines relied primarily on radar and visual monitoring to survey their surroundings. Venom's magnetic field disrupted the radar, rendering him invisible to detection. As for visual monitoring, well, the murky darkness of the deep sea meant that only objects illuminated by searchlights could be seen. And no, the cameras didn't come with built-in flashlights. "Should we storm in directly or sneak in and see what they're up to first?" Venom asked. "Let's infiltrate first. I want to know what they're researching here," Lonnie replied, his curiosity piqued by the secrecy of the underwater base. "Got it." Venom shot forward like black lightning, heading straight for the Hydra base. Having spent so much time in S.H.I.E.L.D., Venom had learned a great deal about infiltration tactics, how to evade patrols, bypass security systems, and avoid detection. While Lonnie wasn't particularly interested in this sort of thing, Venom had dedicated a lot of time to studying it. Now, those skills came in handy. Combined with Venom's natural abilities, breaking into the base was a breeze. Inside the base, the water gave way to dry air, thanks to specialized technology that kept the ocean at bay. Naturally, the Hydra operatives wouldn't be able to breathe underwater, so the base was designed to be habitable. Venom moved silently through the base, completely ignoring the surveillance cameras. Monitoring room. On the large screens, Venom's imposing figure was clearly visible, but the monitoring room was eerily empty. Bloodstains were scattered across the floor, painting a grim and chilling scene. As Venom traversed the base, he avoided patrols whenever possible. If a confrontation was unavoidable, he made quick work of the soldiers, leaving no trace behind. Venom consumed his victims entirely, erasing any evidence of their existence. However, Lonnie insisted that Venom clean up any blood left behind, which irritated the symbiote to no end. Eating was one thing, but being forced to lick the plate clean, that was just too much. "This area has the heaviest security. The research lab must be here," Lonnie observed as they approached a fortified section of the base. "Let's check it out," Venom replied without hesitation. Hydra Research Lab. Inside the lab, a group of scientists in lab coats busily worked on various tasks. Rows of test tubes were haphazardly arranged on the tables. At the far end of the lab, a locked, reinforced cabinet stood out. Inside were 3 vials containing a luminous cobalt blue liquid. The vibrant color was mesmerizing, almost otherworldly. Even a fool could tell that these vials were no ordinary substances. Click! The lab door suddenly opened. The scientists, engrossed in their work, didn't bother to look up. Visitors were a common occurrence, often checking on their progress. They had grown used to it. Some of the scientists appeared weary, their faces drawn. Many of them were here against their will, forced to work for Hydra. "Looks like they didn't notice me," Venom's low, gravelly voice rumbled, filling the small lab. The scientists froze mid-action. The voice was unfamiliar. It didn't sound like any of the soldiers who typically came to monitor them. When they finally looked up, they were met with a horrifying sight. A massive black creature with a grotesque, snarling face. Several female scientists screamed in terror, their combined shrieks piercing the air. "Shunk!" In an instant, black tendrils shot out, impaling the screaming women. Their eyes glazed over as life drained from their bodies, blood pooling beneath them. "Annoying women," Venom muttered coldly. The tendrils dragged the lifeless bodies back, absorbing them into his form. Venom's crescent-shaped white eyes scanned the remaining scientists, his gaze icy and menacing. Behind him, the blood on the floor pooled into small rivers, painting a macabre scene. "Anyone else screams, and they die," Venom warned, his tone laced with malice. The gruesome display left no room for doubt. The threat was very real. The scientists, terrified, dared not make a sound. Satisfied, Venom nodded. "What's the purpose of your research here? Answer me." The scientists hesitated, torn between their fear of Hydra's retribution and the immediate threat of the monster before them. Venom grinned, his left arm morphing into a razor-sharp blade that extended toward the near scientist. "Shunk!" The blade pierced the scientist's chest effortlessly. The scientists stared in abject horror at their colleague, the one who had just been impaled by Venom. It was only then that they realized this creature was no merciful negotiator. This was a monster, one that would kill without hesitation. Venom had never claimed to be a hero. Now then, who's next? Venom's voice was cold and taunting as black tendrils wrapped around the impaled scientist, swallowing him whole. His crescent-shaped, white eyes scanned the remaining scientists, his tone dripping with mockery. "I'll speak." An elderly voice broke the silence. All eyes turned to an older man, likely in his late 50s or early 60s. His demeanor exuded leadership and authority, even in the face of such terror. "You may speak," Venom said with a casual wave. Another scientist, who had just raised a pistol to aim at the elderly man, was effortlessly skewered by Venom's black tendrils before he could pull the trigger. The elderly man glanced briefly at the now lifeless body of his colleague, then began to speak. He spent the next 10 minutes explaining everything while Venom stood motionless, listening. Any patrolling Hydra soldiers who happened upon the lab were swiftly consumed, their screams muffled before alarms could be raised. By the time the elder finished recounting the information, Venom had gorged himself to satisfaction. Inside Venom, Lonnie's eyes gleamed with a predatory light as he looked toward the locked cabinet containing the 3 cobalt blue vials. This base, as it turned out, was dedicated to the development of the super soldier serum, the same serum that had created Captain America during World War II. It wasn't just S.H.I.E.L.D. or the U.S. military that coveted the serum. Even Hydra couldn't resist its allure. The power it promised was unparalleled. The mere thought of gaining a body like Captain America's, a human brought to the peak of physical potential, made Lonnie's heart race with excitement. He had been searching for a way to grow stronger, and now the answer had practically fallen into his lap. Could this be destiny? Was he the protagonist of his own story? But the elder scientist's tone shifted, his voice growing grim. "The super soldier serum is exceedingly difficult to perfect. Despite our research, we've only managed to produce these 3 semi-finished versions. The mortality rate is extremely high. To date, no one has survived its effects. But in theory, it could work." Inside Venom, Lonnie's elation faltered. Of course, it couldn't be that simple. "It doesn't matter. With me here, you won't die." Venom's gravelly voice rumbled in his mind, carrying an unexpected reassurance. To Lonnie, it sounded like the most comforting melody. "Are there any other vials besides these 3? Venom asked. "No, these are all we've produced," the elder scientist replied with a shake of his head. His expression suggested he had already resigned himself to the inevitable. Venom slowly nodded. "Then I'll send you all on your way." He grinned, his maw splitting wide to reveal razor-sharp teeth. "Shunk!" Countless black tendrils erupted from Venom's body, piercing through every scientist in the room as easily as if their bodies were made of paper. Blood sprayed through the air like a grotesque fountain, painting the lab in crimson. Inside Venom, Lonnie winced but didn't intervene. He understood. These people had to die. If even one of them were allowed to live, the risk of exposing his and Venom's existence would skyrocket. Should Hydra or S.H.I.E.L.D. discover their connection, they would face relentless pursuit from two of the most powerful organizations in the world, not to mention the U.S. military. These scientists were a loose end, and loose ends needed to be tied off. Still, it was hard not to feel some measure of guilt. The black liquid receded slightly, revealing half of Lonnie's body. "If you can't stomach it, I'll bear the burden," Venom said, his tone firm yet understanding. Lonnie remained silent, his eyes fixed on the ground. "The slaughter and the sins will carry them together." Venom's deep voice echoed in his ears. The black liquid surged forward once more, enveloping Lonnie entirely as Venom resumed his monstrous form. Lonnie stared blankly from within as Venom moved to the reinforced cabinet. Entering the code he had extracted earlier, Venom unlocked the case and retrieved the 3 vials of cobalt blue serum. The luminous liquid sparkled like a dream, its beauty hiding the deadly risks it carried. Satisfied, Venom nodded and stored the vials in a small safe. A cavity opened in his chest, and the safe was carefully absorbed into his body. This was another of Venom's abilities, a limited but useful storage space. While it wasn't large, it was just enough to carry the safe. Now then, Venom's crimson tongue licked his sharp fangs, his crescent eyes glowing with a hunger for destruction. Boom! The Hydra base erupted in a series of explosions, the force shaking the surrounding waters. Venom stood at a distance, watching the base collapse in on itself. With a final glance, he dove into the deep, disappearing into the ocean like a streak of black lightning. Brooklyn. Back in Lonnie's home, the 3 vials of super soldier serum sat inside an open safe, their cobalt blue glow illuminating the dim room. "Are you sure this will work?" Lonnie asked, his desire to inject the serum clashing with his fear of its risks. His fingers hovered over the vials, trembling slightly. "As sure as I can be. With me here, even if your heart explodes, you'll still survive," Venom replied confidently. "But this stuff works on a cellular level," Lonnie argued, still hesitant. Venom's healing abilities had only ever repaired physical injuries, like a shattered leg, not deep cellular damage. "I've already told you, I've got this. Take it or leave it." "I'm not explaining myself again," Venom said, irritation creeping into his voice. Lonnie let out a bitter laugh, shaking his head. His gaze returned to the vials. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and made his decision. He grabbed one of the vials and filled a syringe with its contents. The cobalt blue liquid swirled hypnotically, casting mesmerizing patterns inside the glass. Taking a deep breath, Lonnie exposed the artery on his left arm. With a steady hand, he plunged the needle into his skin and injected the serum into his bloodstream. At the same time, Venom extended 2 black tendrils, each holding a syringe filled with the other 2 vials of serum. They, too, were injected into Lonnie's body, combining all 3 doses at once. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. "Lonnie." "Venom. What's happening? Why don't I feel anything?" Lonnie asked, glancing at his hands in confusion. It was as if nothing had changed. Could it be fake? Venom emerged partially from Lonnie's body, his large white eyes blinking in puzzlement. Thump! Lonnie's eyes widened in shock. His pale skin flushed red, turning a deep crimson, like a lobster steaming in a pot. His mouth opened in a silent scream as his body convulsed. Every inch of his skin burned with a fiery intensity, veins bulging grotesquely as if they were about to burst. His muscles writhed and pulsed unnaturally, as though something alive was crawling beneath his skin. White steam began to rise from his body, giving him the appearance of a man undergoing some kind of unholy transformation. His frame began to swell, his muscles growing larger and more defined with each passing second. The room filled with the sound of his labored breathing as his body continued its terrifying metamorphosis. In the blink of an eye, Lonnie's body had transformed into a towering figure over 2 meters tall, and his size was still increasing. His muscles had swollen to proportions nearly equivalent to when Venom was fully bonded with him. His skin was an alarming shade of red, veins bulging and wrapping around his body like a network of thick ropes, giving the unsettling impression that he was on the verge of exploding. White steam rose from every inch of his skin, creating an almost surreal and terrifying spectacle. "This stuff packs a punch, huh?" Venom muttered, clearly impressed, though his actions were anything but idle. In an instant, the black liquid surged forward, enveloping Lonnie completely. The red flesh was replaced by Venom's inky black surface, and the rising steam vanished the moment it was sealed within. Moments later, Lonnie was encased in what looked like a massive black cocoon. The cocoon pulsed rhythmically, expanding and contracting like a living organ, breathing in and out. No one knew how long it lasted, but eventually the cocoon began to shrink, its shape gradually taking on human proportions. Lonnie's towering 3-meter frame compressed back down to a height of 185 centimeters. The black symbiote receded, revealing Lonnie's body. He was drenched in sweat, his clothes clinging to him as if he'd just emerged from a swimming pool. Though his height had only increased by 5 centimeters, the transformation had left his physique utterly transformed. His once lean, athletic build had morphed into a Herculean figure of explosive muscle mass, reminiscent of Steve Rogers after his transformation into Captain America. Standing there, Lonnie looked like a living embodiment of raw power. Every inch of his newly enhanced body radiated strength and vitality. Lonnie clenched his fist, marveling at the surge of power coursing through him. An uncontainable grin spread across his face as he realized just how much his physical capabilities had increased. "Well, what did I tell you? Didn't believe me, did you?" Venom said smugly, its signature menacing face materializing in front of Lonnie. In Lonnie's eyes, that terrifying visage now seemed almost endearing. Venom was right. Its presence had rendered the super soldier serum's dangers irrelevant. For Lonnie, the serum had been transformed from a death sentence into a miraculous boon. A normal person would have been killed by even a single vial of the serum, let alone 3 at once. Without Venom, Lonnie would already be meeting his maker. Whether that was Jehovah or Jesus, he wasn't quite sure. But hey, same difference, right? If there had been more than 3 vials, Lonnie might have been tempted to inject those too. "Venom, how much stronger am I now?" Lonnie asked, his excitement barely contained as he continued to test his newfound strength. Venom, after all, had a far better understanding of his physical state than he did. "Your physical capabilities have increased by a factor of 7.8, Venom replied, its tone smug. "You're now just shy of reaching the absolute peak of human strength. And since our combat abilities scale with your physical condition, our combined power has grown exponentially. If that green brute shows up again, heck, even if he grows to 10 meters tall, this time we'll crush him." Lonnie couldn't help but grin as he flexed his fingers, marveling at the sheer power radiating through him. He chose to ignore Venom's boast about taking down a 10-meter Hulk. After all, they'd barely been able to scratch the 5-meter version last time. The Hulk's strength grew exponentially with his size, and even with their new enhancements, taking down a 10-meter Hulk seemed optimistic to say the least. Still, with his transformed body and newfound strength, Lonnie was confident they could easily defeat the version of the Hulk they'd faced before. To test his strength, Lonnie casually walked over to a solid wooden table weighing several hundred pounds. With minimal effort, he lifted it as though it were made of foam. There wasn't even the slightest strain. "I wonder if I'm stronger than Captain America now," Lonnie thought to himself, setting the table back down with a satisfied nod. He clapped his hands together, feeling entirely pleased with the results. Despite the dramatic increase in his strength, he hadn't experienced any difficulties controlling it. Having already mastered the immense power Venom provided when bonded, Lonnie was well acquainted with handling superhuman strength. As long as his new power didn't surpass what he had experienced while fully bonded with Venom, there was no need for an adjustment period. Of course, if his strength ever exceeded that threshold, some time to adapt would be necessary. With his newfound power, Lonnie felt an immense sense of security. It was true. There was nothing quite like raw strength to make a person feel safe. Wait, Lonnie suddenly realized something crucial. I'm heading back to headquarters tomorrow. How am I supposed to explain all these muscles? Venom fell silent for a moment. That was a problem. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents weren't easy to fool. Lonnie had only been on leave for a short time. Returning with a body that had gone from lean to explosively muscular would definitely raise eyebrows. It didn't make sense, no matter how you looked at it. Maybe say it's because of the Tesseract, Venom suggested. Tesseract energy doesn't enhance the human body, Lonnie countered, immediately dismissing the idea. The scientists working on the Cube project might not be as knowledgeable as him in some areas, but they weren't idiots. They'd immediately see through such a flimsy excuse. Claiming that the Tesseract had enhanced his physique would be an insult to their intelligence. And his own. Ugh, this is giving me a headache, Lonnie groaned, rubbing his temples. How on earth was he supposed to explain this? Venom said nothing, leaving Lonnie to stew in his frustration. Slumping onto the couch, Lonnie mulled over the problem, trying to come up with a plausible explanation. After what felt like an eternity, he still hadn't found a solution. Forget it. I'll just take some time off, Lonnie sighed, resigned to his fate. Using his silver tongue, Lonnie managed to persuade Maria Hill to grant him 2 weeks of leave. The way he figured it, if anyone asked, he could claim that his newfound physique was the result of an intense workout regimen. Given enough time, such rapid muscle growth was theoretically possible, though highly unusual. As it turned out, his plan worked. When Lonnie returned to S.H.I.E.L.D. 2 weeks later, Hill and the others were mildly surprised by his transformation, but didn't think too much of it. Lonnie had always been known for his obsessive dedication to fitness, frequently working out at the S.H.I.E.L.D. gym or at private clubs during his downtime. His newfound muscles, while impressive, weren't entirely out of character. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were naturally skeptical by nature, but even they didn't question everything. After all, constantly suspecting everyone and everything would be exhausting. Of course, this only worked because Lonnie kept his shirt on at all times. If anyone saw him shirtless, they'd notice right away that his muscles weren't just impressive, they were downright superhuman. And then the questions would really start. 1 month after returning to S.H.I.E.L.D., Lonnie had settled into a routine. Every day, he discreetly took small amounts of cube energy from the underground lab. The quantities were so minimal that no one found it suspicious. After all, Lonnie had always taken about the same amount of cube energy for his experiments in the past. People were used to it. There was no reason to question it. Moreover, Lonnie's research on the cube-powered tank had made remarkable progress over the past month. His advancements were so significant that no one had any reason to doubt him. As for vibranium, Lonnie had only needed 3 days to perfect the permanent cube-based weapons. Once that was done, the matter was handed over to others, freeing him to focus entirely on the cube-powered tank. The cube tank, despite being a cube weapon, was on an entirely different level of complexity compared to cube firearms. Even with the world's most advanced research team at his disposal, it had taken a full month to barely complete the first stage of development. Still, Fury and Hill were satisfied. The first step was always the hardest. Once the initial groundwork was laid, the rest of the project would likely proceed much more smoothly. Of course, that was assuming no unexpected complications arose. By the end of the month, Lonnie had successfully stockpiled enough cube energy to fill 9 containers. While this fell short of his goal of 10, it should still be sufficient for his experiment. On a new day, Lonnie returned to his home in New York, carrying several large bags. After sending Catherine off to visit her parents, he found himself alone in the house. Without wasting time, he reassembled the space portal device. After carefully debugging the machine and confirming everything was in order, Lonnie activated the cube energy connection. He placed all 9 containers into the designated slots on the device. Fortunately, Lonnie had planned ahead and created a storage rack capable of holding multiple containers at once. The 9 containers fit perfectly with room to spare. Opening his laptop, Lonnie's fingers danced rapidly over the keyboard as he operated the device that held all his hopes of returning home. This was his second attempt, and he was filled with cautious optimism. The circular device began its operation, drawing cube energy from the 9 containers. Streams of luminous cobalt blue energy flowed through the circular mechanism like water, looping again and again before converging on the central aperture. Lonnie's fingers stilled on the keyboard as he silently watched the machine work. On his shoulder, A miniature version of Venom had appeared, its large white eyes fixed intently on the device. The success or failure of this second attempt will be decided here and now. Just like before, the cobalt blue energy flickered and shimmered, and the machine trembled slightly. Everything happened rapidly. Barely 3 seconds had passed since activation. Finally, the cobalt blue energy reached the circular aperture. Hum! The sound of energy colliding reverberated loudly as a glowing blue curtain of light appeared in the aperture. The cube energy poured in steadily, condensing and expanding with increasing intensity. Lonnie held his breath, his entire focus locked on the aperture. Despite having gone through this process once before, he couldn't help but feel a surge of tension. Boom! A dazzling burst of light erupted as a thick beam of cobalt blue energy shot out from the aperture. This time, the beam was as wide as a grown man's waist, far larger than the arm-thick beam from the previous attempt. The energy roiled in the air, creating ripples that spread outward. 3 meters away, the beam coalesced into a swirling blue mist, which began to take shape in the void. The mist gradually expanded, reaching a height and width of 3 meters before stabilizing. Then, it began to dissipate, revealing a shimmering, deep blue, rippling portal beneath. Lonnie's heart raced with excitement, but his expression remained tense. He hadn't forgotten that his last attempt had failed at this exact stage. Glancing back at the cube energy reserves still available, Lonnie allowed himself a small sigh of relief before turning his attention back to the portal. Lonnie tapped a few keys, increasing the device's output power. As the power surged, the cobalt blue energy beam grew even larger. The mist around the portal began to dissipate more rapidly, revealing more of the deep, mysterious gateway. Meanwhile, in Asgard, in the grand hall of the palace, Odin, the All-Father, sat upon his throne. Suddenly, his head snapped toward Midgard, his golden eye narrowing with a mix of surprise and concern. That Midgardian? He's opened a space portal again? Once more, he successfully harnessed the power of the cube. Odin's brow furrowed deeply. The Tesseract had been intentionally left on Midgard by him, though his reasons for doing so remained unknown. He had assumed that Midgard's primitive technology would never allow its inhabitants to unlock the cube's full potential. But now, it seemed he had underestimated this seemingly insignificant realm, the lowest ranked of the 9 realms. Odin's gaze turned toward the portal Lonnie had opened, his divine power attempting to discern where it led. Even with his unmatched abilities, pinpointing the exact destination of a Tesseract-powered portal was no easy feat, however. Determining a general location was within his capabilities. As the All-Father, the strongest god in history, Odin possessed such strength. Then his golden eye widened, and for the first time in eons, his expression faltered. "It's Earth, Kathmandu Kamartaj." The Ancient One, clad in her flowing white monk's robe, furrowed her brow as she gazed at an arcane projection. The magical image displayed Lonnie in his New York home, activating his space portal device. He's triggered the seal Odin left behind, a seal containing her, the Ancient One murmured with a hint of exasperation. The last time Lonnie had attempted to open a space portal, it had already caught her attention. Since then, she had been observing him from the shadows. For a boy bonded with an alien symbiote, the Ancient One had shown remarkable tolerance. She had refrained from interfering in his actions, allowing him to chart his own path. Yet now this restless child had once again opened a space portal, and this time it had worked. Still, the Ancient One mused softly, her wise and tranquil gaze reflecting a sense of control. Perhaps meeting her won't be such a bad thing for him. This was Earth, the center of the universe, and she was the Ancient One, the Sorcerer Supreme of the multiverse and the Guardian of Earth. As long as she stood watch, no one, no matter their power, could run rampant on Earth. No one. A resonant vibration hummed through the air as the mist surrounding the cobalt blue portal finally dissipated. The deep, mesmerizing gateway stood fully revealed before Lonnie, radiating an aura of both beauty and unease. The beam of cube energy feeding the portal began to diminish in intensity, but it continued to flow, stabilizing the gateway. Lonnie glanced at the remaining energy reserves, 3 containers worth, and felt a slight sense of relief. Without a second thought, Venom reseated into his body, and Lonnie stepped forward. Standing before the shimmering, deep blue portal, Lonnie took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on the enigmatic doorway. It was beautiful, yet chilling, carrying an otherworldly allure that made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. Exhaling slowly, he stepped inside. The scene shifted instantly. Lonnie found himself standing in a dimly lit, bluish corridor that stretched endlessly in both directions. The air was heavy, and the faint glow of the space around him seemed to pulse, as if the corridor itself was alive. His brows furrowed as he glanced around in confusion. This wasn't what he had imagined. It wasn't the destination he'd anticipated. "What is this place?" Lonnie murmured, his voice echoing faintly in the eerie expanse. "How intriguing!" A sultry, feminine voice rang out, carrying with it an irresistible allure. "The first living being to step here in millennia, and you're quite the curious one." Lonnie and Venom tensed immediately. "Who's there?" Lonnie demanded, his voice sharp. "Come forward, Midgardian," the voice purred again. Its tone carried a strange, magical compulsion, a force that gripped Lonnie's body and compelled him to move forward. Lonnie's consciousness was pushed to the side, his actions no longer his own. He could see and feel everything, but it was as if he were a passenger in his own body. Venom's voice shouted in his mind, trying to rouse him. "Damn it, what is this?" The symbiote surged out, attempting to envelop Lonnie and halt his movement. But the moment it emerged, an overwhelming force slammed it back into Lonnie's body. What is this place?" Venom muttered in disbelief, its confidence shaken. This was the first time it had ever failed to bond with its host. Lonnie's body continued to walk forward, unbidden and unstoppable. He didn't know how long he walked, but eventually he arrived in a vast and pitch-black hall. As soon as he stepped into the space, the invisible grip on his body released, and his consciousness snapped back into control. Panting slightly, Lonnie glanced around the hall in fear. His hands trembled as he tried to process what had just happened. He hadn't lost consciousness. He had been fully aware of the entire ordeal, watching his own body move under someone else's control. The sensation was horrifying in its unfamiliarity. The unknown, he realized, was the most terrifying thing of all. Whoosh! Suddenly, emerald green flames erupted around the hall. The ghostly fire ignited in a perfect ring, illuminating the space with an eerie glow. The light revealed the full scope of the hall, and Lonnie's breath hitched. Seated high on a throne was a woman clad in emerald green, form-fitting attire. Her long, jet-black hair cascaded over her shoulders, framing a face so stunningly beautiful it seemed otherworldly. Her presence exuded an air of deadly allure, a beauty so perfect that it felt unnatural. No one Lonnie had ever met, not Wanda, not Hill, not Sky, could compare. This woman's beauty was in a league of its own, but there was something about her that felt inherently wrong. She wasn't human. Lonnie was certain of it. "Who is this woman?" Venom began, but its voice trailed off, leaving Lonnie even more unsettled. "Conversations are best had face-to-face," the woman said with a soft chuckle. She extended her hand and made a small gesture. To Lonnie's shock, the black symbiote coating his body began to peel away. "What?" Venom exclaimed, its voice filled with disbelief. The black liquid was forcibly pulled out of Lonnie's body by an unseen force, gathering into a separate form beside him. In moments, Venom stood fully formed next to Lonnie, an independent entity. This can't be," Venom stammered, staring at itself. The symbiote's greatest limitation, its inability to survive without a host, had just been casually overridden by this woman. "Who are you?" Lonnie demanded, his voice laced with both fear and defiance. "Who am I?" the woman repeated, her lips curling into a mischievous smile. "Knowing my identity would only bring you unnecessary trouble. After all, if a certain old one were to learn my name, they'd surely come looking for you." "Old one?" Lonnie and Venom both frowned in unison. "Your understanding is far too limited to grasp such matters," the woman said, shaking her head lightly. "But if it makes you feel better, you may call me what your kind on Midgard would a god." "A god?" Lonnie echoed, his skepticism evident. Don't believe me? The woman's smile didn't falter. She extended her hand, and a ball of green energy materialized, glowing with an ethereal light. This is what you Midgardians would call divine power. Whether you believe it or not, I am a goddess. She's dangerous, Venom said in a low, serious tone. Its crescent-shaped eyes narrowed as it stared at the green energy in the woman's hand. For the first time, even Venom seemed genuinely rattled. Lonnie's heart sank. If Venom, who hadn't even flinched before the Hulk, was this wary, then this woman was far beyond anything they'd ever faced. How interesting, the woman mused, her tone playful as she studied Lonnie and Venom. A symbiotic pair, bound together in such a strange and fragile way. Neither of you can survive without the other. She stepped closer, her movements slow and deliberate, like a predator approaching its prey. Even I can only use divine power to briefly separate you while preserving your life force. Without it, you'd both wither away. If you're a god, what are you doing here? Venom asked, its tone cautious. Good question, the woman replied, her eyes gleaming with amusement. I was placed here, sealed in this place by another god. I've been trapped here for millennia, she continued, a hint of bitterness seeping into her voice. You're the first living beings I've seen in all that time. You've been sealed here. Lonnie's mind raced. The power this woman displayed was far beyond anything he could comprehend. If someone had sealed her away, how strong must they be? As if sensing his thoughts, the woman explained, gods are not all equal, just as you Midgardians vary greatly in strength. My abilities are among the most formidable, even among the gods. Few could best me, let alone seal me. She paused, her gaze distant. But alas, the one who did still lives. And so, I cannot claim to be the strongest. Her voice carried no anger, only a quiet regret. Why were you sealed? Venom asked, its curiosity overriding its fear. The woman turned her gaze to Venom, her lips curling into a wicked smile. Because I killed too many. The woman tilted her head slightly, her lips curling into a wicked, captivating smile. I killed too many, she said, her voice calm, as if she were stating the weather. Lonnie and Venom exchanged a glance, their expressions tense. Killed too many. Just how many lives did it take to force a god to seal her away for thousands of years? To be honest, the woman continued, her piercing gaze fixed on the pair, I'm more curious about how you two even got here. That old man's seal is absolute. It's impenetrable, even for me. I can't leave, nor can anyone enter. Yet here you are, walking through a pathway you opened. Even with the portal you've created, I still can't escape. The seal's power holds strong. Her voice was tinged with curiosity, though the calm, predatory air about her never waned. I came through using the Tesseract, Lonnie admitted, his tone cautious but honest. The woman froze for a moment, her expression briefly flickering with surprise. The Tesseract? How'd it end up in your hands? The Tesseract, a treasure of Asgard, abandoned to Midgard, and now, somehow, in the possession of this weakling? Yes, weakling. In the woman's eyes, Lonnie and Venom were nothing more than harmless insects. Even with her powers reduced to a fraction of their original strength by the seal, she could obliterate them with ease. Their supposed strength, which might awe others on Midgard, was utterly insignificant to her. You know about the Tesseract? Lonnie asked, startled. This woman clearly wasn't from Earth, and yet she not only recognized the Tesseract, but seemed to know its history. The Tesseract existed long before your little Midgard was even a concept, she replied with a dismissive smile. Of course I know of it. Before I was sealed, it was one of Asgard's greatest treasures. I don't know how it ended up in your hands, but I'd bet my life that old man has been watching it all along. Asgard? Midgard, Lonnie repeated, his confusion deepening. The woman made no effort to explain further. I don't know why the Tesseract ended up on Earth, Lonnie admitted. I used some equipment to harness its energy and create a space portal. That's how I got here. You built the device yourself. Yes. At his response, the woman's demeanor shifted subtly. Her once dismissive gaze now carried a flicker of genuine interest. To harness the Tesseract's energy? In all of Asgard, apart from Odin himself, no one was capable of such a feat yet here. A Midgardian, a weakling, had managed to do it with tools he had designed and built himself. This was no ordinary human. A faint smile graced her lips, one that carried intrigue rather than disdain. "Why are you using the Tesseract's power?" Lonnie hesitated. He didn't want to reveal too much, but the thought of her reason for being sealed, asterisk killing too many asterisk, kept him cautious. This woman wasn't someone he dared provoke. "I've been researching theories about parallel universes," he replied, half-truthfully. "I wanted to use the Tesseract's power to explore other parallel worlds." The woman raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. "Ambitious, aren't you?" she remarked, her tone laced with faint amusement. "Even that old man has never ventured into parallel universes, and yet you dare to dream such dreams. Do parallel universes even exist?" Venom interjected, his deep voice cutting through the conversation. The woman glanced at Venom, her expression unbothered by his monstrous appearance. In her eyes, Venom was little more than a peculiar, oversized Hello Kitty. A black one, perhaps, but still harmless. "They do," she said simply. "That old man may not have explored them or spoken of them, but during my time sealed here on Midgard, I've sensed their presence. Parallel universes exist, without question. I felt the ripples of one not long ago. Perhaps a few centuries, though I've lost track of time." Lonnie's eyes lit up with excitement, his voice urgent. "Are you saying that someone on Earth has traveled to a parallel universe?" "Yes," she replied, nodding. "I didn't see it myself, but the spatial disturbance caused by their journey was far too significant to ignore. I felt it clearly. It happened in the East." "The East?" Lonnie murmured, filing the information away. He resolved to investigate this further when he returned to S.H.I.E.L.D. If someone on Earth had indeed crossed into a parallel universe, there had to be traces, supernatural phenomena, historical anomalies, something. He just hoped it hadn't happened in China. SHLD's influence there was limited, and if the event had taken place within Chinese borders, there might not be any records to follow. The vast cosmos is composed of countless parallel universes, forming an immense multiverse, the woman explained, her tone almost casual. In each universe, there are a select few capable of breaking through the barriers between worlds. That old man might be able to do it, or maybe he can't. But I'm certain someone on your Midgard has done it. She recalled the immense spatial disturbance she had felt centuries ago, a power so overwhelming that it had left a lasting impression even on her. To ordinary humans, it would have been imperceptible, but to her, it had been a force of unparalleled magnitude. Lonnie and Venom exchanged a glance. "Do we really have someone that powerful here?" Lonnie whispered, raising an eyebrow at Venom. "I've never heard of anyone like that." "Damn, crossing parallel universes, even this so-called goddess felt rattled by it," Venom replied, his crescent-shaped eyes widening. "Maybe Earth is more impressive than we thought. You think that old man she mentioned could take them on? Who knows? I still don't even know who she and this old man are supposed to be. Could it be Jesus? Or the Virgin Mary?" Lonnie snorted. "Yeah, right. Your Virgin Mary killed so many people she got sealed away. And Jesus got nailed by Satan. Maybe she's Medusa, and the old man's Zeus. You know, that actually makes sense, now that you mention it." Lonnie and Venom stared at each other, their expressions filled with a mix of astonishment and smug satisfaction. It had to be true. This woman must be Medusa, the deadly beauty from Greek mythology, famed for her unparalleled allure and her penchant for slaughter. And the old man she spoke of? Surely Zeus, the father of the Greek gods, the infamous womanizer. A shared look of mutual understanding passed between Lonnie and Venom. It was settled. They were geniuses. The two nodded in agreement, their pride unmistakable. As for the fact that Medusa was supposed to have a head full of snakes, well, that detail had been conveniently omitted from their deductions. The woman sat on her throne, visibly baffled as she watched Lonnie and Venom exchange exaggerated, almost cartoonish glances with each other. Their silent communication, full of exaggerated expressions and gestures, was utterly incomprehensible to her. A human with eyes flaring with emotion she could barely interpret was one thing, but the symbiote, its crescent-shaped, white eyes growing large and shrinking almost rhythmically like some kind of exaggerated fish belly. It was absurd. "You two seem to be thinking inappropriate things," the woman finally interrupted, her voice laced with suspicion. For some reason, she couldn't shake the feeling that the way they were looking at her had grown strange. Nothing at all, Lonnie replied hastily, shaking his head. Venom nodded as well, mimicking Lonnie's movements with uncanny synchronization. The woman gave them a long, skeptical look, but decided not to pursue the matter further. You said earlier that you can't leave through the space portal we opened. Lonnie quickly shifted the topic, sensing that lingering on their odd exchange might not end well. The woman nodded, her expression calm but unreadable. That's correct. The old man's seal is tied directly to his divine power. As long as his power sustains the seal, even if you've opened a portal, I cannot leave. Lonnie and Venom couldn't help but marvel inwardly. That's pretty absurd. In other words, Venom began, pausing as if unsure how to phrase it respectfully. This, God who sealed you, you may call him the God King. The woman interjected smoothly, saving Venom from his awkward stumble. Lonnie and Venom exchanged a glance. Asterisk the God King. Zeus. Asterisk had to be him. The infamous king of the gods, the ultimate philanderer. This could only be the work of Zeus. So, as long as the God King remains alive, you can't escape? Venom asked. That's exactly right, the woman replied, reclining back in her throne. And killing that old man is no simple task. No kidding. The God King, ruler of the gods, would undoubtedly be incomprehensibly powerful. It wasn't surprising that his demise wouldn't come easily. Are gods immortal? Lonnie suddenly asked, his tone tinged with an almost childlike curiosity. His eyes reflected a glimmer of longing. Having grown up steeped in the rich culture of Chinese mythology and tales of immortality, the idea of eternal life was a dream deeply rooted in his heart. The allure of immortality was something no one could truly resist. They are not, the woman said with a faint shake of her head. Gods are merely powerful beings, nothing more. Immortality? There is no such thing as a truly eternal life in the multiverse. I see. Lonnie's voice trailed off, disappointment evident in his tone. The lifespan of God spans thousands of years, the woman continued, her voice cold but matter-of-fact. That old man has lived for over 5,000 years. I don't know how much longer he'll last, but he will not live forever. Even the God King is not immune to the erosion of time. She let out a soft, mocking laugh. Lonnie fell silent, his heart sinking. Time, it seemed, was indeed the most terrifying force in existence. Lonnie, we need to leave, Venom suddenly said, its voice low and urgent. It had sensed the distant tremors in the corridor, the telltale sign that the energy reserves powering the portal were running low. Lonnie turned to the woman, his expression cautious. As powerful as she was, if she decided to prevent them from leaving, there would be nothing they could do to stop her. Resistance, after all, required even the faintest glimmer of hope. Judging by what they'd already seen, their chances of winning against her were an absolute zero. Go, the woman said, her tone indifferent. She rested her head lazily on her hand, one leg crossed over the other. I have no interest in lingering with Midgardians. Lonnie and Venom both exhaled in relief. As long as she was willing to let them leave, they'd be safe. But the woman's lips curled into a sly, almost mischievous smile. Before you go, I'll give you a parting gift. Consider it payment for alleviating my centuries of boredom. Without a sound, without the slightest warning, the woman suddenly appeared directly in front of Lonnie. Before Lonnie could even react, her delicate hand waved through the air, and Venom's body disintegrated into a stream of black liquid, which was forcibly drawn back into Lonnie's body. Simultaneously, a small, dark green gemstone, no larger than an eyeball, materialized in the woman's hand. It shimmered faintly with a soft, eerie glow. This is, Lonnie began, but before he could finish, the woman pressed her hand firmly against his forehead. The gemstone sank into Lonnie's brow, vanishing without a trace. An indescribable energy surged through Lonnie's body. It was as if something ancient and overwhelming had awakened within him, spreading rapidly through every fiber of his being, saturating every cell. Off you go, the woman said, her tone light and playful. She lightly tapped Lonnie's chest with her left hand. A burst of green energy enveloped Lonnie, and his body was flung backward like a cannonball, hurtling toward the space portal. Pop! In the blink of an eye, Lonnie disappeared into the shimmering blue gateway. The woman's smile deepened, her expression one of both amusement and intrigue. "The seed has been planted," she murmured to herself. "Whether it will sprout or perish, we shall see." At that exact moment, in Asgard, Odin suddenly stood up from his throne, his single golden eye widening in shock. Dark golden light flickered within his gaze, his expression filled with uncertainty. "This presence divine essence," Odin muttered, as if speaking to himself. A surge of divine power erupted from him, conjuring a shimmering mirror before him. In the mirror's reflection, the image of Lonnie appeared, his body still glowing faintly with the remnants of green energy. Odin exhaled deeply, his expression grim. "A divine seed? She intends to make this Midgardian her thrall, doesn't she?" The act of bestowing a divine seed was not something any god would take lightly. It came at a cost, diminishing the god's own divinity. For someone like her, to bestow such a thing was no trivial matter. Once the seed sprouted, especially one from a dark and malevolent god like her, Lonnie would be utterly bound to her will. Should she die, he would perish as well. Sighing, Odin resolved to journey to Midgard himself. He couldn't allow such a remarkable talent. Lonnie clearly had potential to fall under the control of such a dangerous deity. But just as he moved to act, something caught his attention. Odin's expression shifted as the image in the mirror changed. A woman clad in white monk's robes appeared in the reflection. The moment her image appeared, the woman in the mirror lifted her gaze, as if aware of Odin's scrutiny. Their eyes met across the vast expanse of space and time. "I didn't expect you to involve yourself," Odin said softly, his tone tinged with both surprise and resignation. The image faded, and the mirror dissolved into nothingness. Odin sat back down on his throne, his expression calm. "There's no need now. With her there, nothing will spiral out of control." On Earth at Kamartaj, the Ancient One withdrew her gaze from the magical mirror before her, her expression serene. "The Reaper's gift, perhaps it is not a curse," she murmured softly, her voice carrying a nuanced wisdom. The divine seed bestowed upon Lonnie was a double-edged sword. Like the sword of Damocles, it carried both potential and peril. The seed itself was neither good nor evil. It was a tool. What mattered was how the one who wielded it chose to use it. "This child still needs guidance," the Ancient One said to herself. With a gentle motion, a fiery orange portal materialized before her. She stepped through, disappearing into the swirling ring of light. After being thrown out of the portal by the goddess, likely Hela, Lonnie lay sprawled on the floor, his body radiating a faint dark green glow. The aura shimmered and pulsed, as if he were undergoing some kind of baptism. Inside Lonnie's body, Venom was also experiencing changes. While not as visibly dramatic, it too was undergoing some degree of enhancement. Nearby, the Tesseract power device hummed softly as its energy reserves drained down to nothing. The cobalt blue portal flickered and vanished, leaving the room in silence. The machine automatically powered down, its purpose fulfilled. All that remained was Lonnie, lying on the ground, his body glowing faintly in the dim light. It was unclear how much time had passed when Lonnie's eyes suddenly snapped open. His pupils, now as dark as ink, briefly flashed with a faint black light. "Venom," Lonnie called out hesitantly, testing his voice. "You've changed," Venom replied from within. "Every cell in your body has been strengthened and enhanced. Right now, you've reached the very peak of human potential." Lonnie nodded slightly. He could feel it, the overwhelming surge of power coursing through his veins, as if his body were brimming with an endless reservoir of energy. "And what about you? Did you get stronger too?" Lonnie asked. "I don't feel much different," Venom admitted, its tone thoughtful. "But I know something has changed. I just haven't figured out what yet." "You have a passenger within you," an unfamiliar voice suddenly interjected, sending a chill down Lonnie's spine. He shot upright, his muscles tense and his senses heightened as he whipped around to face the source of the voice. Standing behind him was a woman, calm, composed, and entirely out of place. "When did she get here?" Venom's voice was alarmed, practically shouting in Lonnie's mind. It hadn't sensed her presence at all. "Who are you?" Lonnie demanded, his body coiled like a spring, ready to react at any moment. "Relax, child," the woman said, her voice smooth and reassuring. A faint, knowing smile played on her lips. "I am the Ancient One, a sorcerer." Sorcerer? Like a magician? Lonnie's brow furrowed deeply. Was magic actually real? As a level 7 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., I imagine you have the clearance to access information about Kumar Taj, she said with a polite smile, gesturing toward his nearby computer. Lonnie narrowed his eyes at her before quickly pulling the laptop closer, logging into SHLD's database. Using his level 7 clearance, he searched for Kumar Taj. Sure enough, the files were there. Supreme Sorcerer, Guardian of Earth's spiritual plane, lineage of mystic practitioners. A rapid stream of information flashed across the screen, and the more Lonnie read, the harder it was to contain his shock. What in the world was going on? First, there was the prevalence of advanced technology and black ops projects. Then came the sudden revelation of gods and divine beings. And now, sorcerers? Magic? Was the universe a realm of scientific progress? Or was it a realm of mysticism and gods? Or perhaps both? Lonnie's mind felt like it was spinning. He sat there, momentarily frozen, trying to process the sheer complexity of what was unfolding around him. The Ancient One didn't interrupt. She simply stood there, patiently waiting for him to digest the information that would undoubtedly shatter the worldview of most people. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Lonnie spoke. "When you said earlier that my guest life level had been elevated, what did you mean?" His tone was steady, but his eyes betrayed his lingering unease. "The symbiote you call Venom is a life form that cannot survive independently in Earth's environment. It relies on consuming your life force to maintain its existence," the Ancient One explained calmly. "But the divine seed Hela gave you has resolved that issue." "The divine seed?" Lonnie frowned. "It altered the symbiote's genetic structure," she continued. "While it still requires symbiosis with you to survive on Earth, it no longer needs to drain your life force. It can now exist without harming you." That at least was good news. "But, Hela, you mean that woman I met earlier?" Lonnie asked cautiously. "Yes, she is Hela, the Asgardian goddess of death," the Ancient One confirmed with a nod. "Not Medusa, then?" Lonnie thought to himself. He blinked, trying to adjust to this new revelation. Wait a minute. The goddess of death? Hela? Lonnie's mind raced as pieces of the puzzle came together. He swallowed hard and asked, when Hela mentioned the old man she was referring to, Odin, wasn't she? The God King. If you mean the one who sealed her away, then yes, the Ancient One replied. Lonnie, Venom, Odin, the All-Father, king of the Norse gods, the wielder of the eternal spear Gungnir, and the rider of the eight-legged horse Sleipnir. Odin, a god whose power was said to be unrivaled in his prime. Lonnie couldn't help but shudder at the thought. Compared to Odin's legendary might, the Greek god Zeus, who Lonnie had considered the strongest until now, might not even stand a chance. Whether it was the inescapable Gungnir, the unparalleled Sleipnir, or Odin's own overwhelming strength, the mere idea of such a being existing was enough to make anyone tremble. And now, he was being told that this mythical figure was not only real, but it played a direct role in Hela's story. Lonnie suddenly felt absurdly small. Just a couple of years ago, he had thought that with Venom, he could carve out a comfortable, untouchable niche in the universe. How laughable that seemed now. Forget comfort. There were enough beings out there who could obliterate him without a second thought. Still, after encountering both Hela and the Ancient One in a single day, Lonnie felt like his worldview had already been shattered and pieced back together multiple times. At this point, he was almost numb to the shock. What exactly does this divine seed do? Lonnie asked, his voice steady but tinged with wariness. The divine seed is a gift of power bestowed by a higher deity. By nurturing it, you gain access to a portion of that deity's strength. But, she added, there is a cost. Of course there is, Lonnie muttered, his expression sour. By cultivating the divine seed and drawing strength from it, the recipient eventually becomes the most loyal servant of the deity who bestowed it. Hela must have seen potential in you, which is why she sought to make you her thrall. I knew it, Lonnie groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose. He had wondered why someone as dangerous as Hela would give him anything without an ulterior motive. Now he had his answer. Still, Lonnie didn't doubt the Ancient One's words. The files he had read on Klyntar had detailed her character extensively, describing her as a true paragon of virtue and wisdom. If anyone could be trusted, it was her. So, is there a way to deal with it? Lonnie asked, his eyes locking onto hers. The Ancient One nodded, her expression calm and reassuring. There are two options, she said. First, I can extract the divine seed from you. Everything will return to how it was before, as if nothing happened. And the second option? Lonnie didn't answer immediately. Despite the risks, he couldn't ignore the sense of security that this newfound power provided. The Ancient One seemed to have anticipated his hesitation. The second option, she said, her tone measured, is for me to remove the death aspect of Hela's divine essence from the seed. You would then need to come to Klyntar every evening to learn how to suppress the seed's darker nature and cultivate a divine essence of your own. To cultivate your divinity, Ronnie looked at the Ancient One with confusion. Your body has already been transformed by the divine seed, granting you the potential to become a divine being. Moreover, the very existence of the divine seed gives you the potential to ascend to true godhood. What you lack now is simply guidance. A true god? Ronnie's heart trembled. God, such an unattainable word. Born human, yearning to become divine. No matter what others might think, Ronnie deeply desired to become one of the legendary deities. And now, such an opportunity was laid before him, causing his entire being to shiver with excitement. The divine seed, gifted to you by Hela, contains the divinity of death. After I remove it, you will no longer be able to draw power from the divine seed. Instead, it will lie dormant within you, waiting for you to awaken your own divinity. My own divinity? Ronnie looked at the Ancient One with confusion, not understanding the meaning behind those words. A divine seed without the divinity of a higher god is a primordial divine seed. It allows individuals with the potential for godhood to awaken either divinity or malevolence, becoming gods or dark gods. I will guide you to awaken your divinity and suppress the malevolence, to ensure you won't become a dark god like Hela. Is it impossible to eliminate the malevolence? Ronnie frowned as he asked. No, it cannot be removed. Divinity and malevolence are two sides of the same coin. When Hela first awakened, it was her divinity that emerged. But due to certain circumstances, her malevolence eventually overshadowed her divinity, turning her into an evil deity, the goddess of death, the Ancient One explained. I see. Ronnie nodded, realizing that even gods are not immune to the distinction between good and evil. Good and evil often lie in a single thought. Hold fast to the faith in your heart, adhere to your own principles, and protect what you wish to protect. By doing so, you need not fear the corruption of malevolence. Ronnie nodded again. Although he didn't fully grasp the meaning, nodding seemed like the right thing to do. Each night, I will come to guide you. Keep this matter as confidential as possible. Hela's situation is of great significance, and I believe you wouldn't want to see conflict arise between Earth and Asgard. I understand. Ronnie was well aware that if he reported this to the agency, S.H.I.E.L.D. would undoubtedly take a series of measures against the sealed dark deity on Earth. Even the gods of Asgard would not remain indifferent. Though Ronnie doubted that humanity's ultimate strategic weapons, nuclear weapons, could even scratch Odin. Farewell. The Ancient One offered a faint smile, then turned and stepped into a fiery portal, vanishing without a trace. Watching the Ancient One's enigmatic departure, Ronnie furrowed his brows. Magic. Night descended. Under the veil of darkness, Klyntar exuded an aura of serene tranquility. Everything was calm and still, the place radiating a gentle peace. Bring out Venom. You both receive the divine seed together and share the death divinity within you from Hela. The Ancient One and Ronnie stood in a secluded area of Klyntar, far from the hustle and bustle. It was an ideal place for Ronnie's training. All right, Ronnie nodded. Black liquid surged across his body, and in an instant, he was completely enveloped and transformed. You called for me. A low, hoarse voice emerged from Venom. Greatly empowered by the divine seed, Venom had now reached an extraordinarily powerful state. While it was no match for a true powerhouse like Hela, on Earth, it was a formidable force. The 5-meter-tall Hulk it had encountered before, now Venom could utterly dominate it, effortlessly in fact. Relax. Otherwise, I won't be able to help you expel the death divinity, the Ancient One said with a smile, her sharp perception immediately noticing Venom's tense demeanor. Relax, Venom, Ronnie said from within Venom. Venom went silent for a moment before loosening its body. The Ancient One smiled faintly, her hands intertwining as she began forming intricate, arcane hand seals. Perhaps due to the divine seed within them, both Venom and Ronnie could sense faint ripples of mysterious energy emanating from the hand seals, though they couldn't see anything tangible. Relinquish control of your body, the Ancient One instructed, pushing her hands forward. A golden circular pattern appeared behind Venom, its design intricate and radiant. A slender, golden line pierced through the circle's center, spinning continuously within the pattern to form a 6-pointed star. As the 6-pointed star behind Venom took shape, identical patterns appeared above, below, to the left, and to the right of it, surrounding Venom completely. The smile on the Ancient One's face faded, replaced by a calm and focused expression. Her hands moved rapidly, forming even more complex seals. The 6-pointed stars lit up simultaneously, emitting an immense, horrifying suction force. Strangely, this force had no effect on Venom or Ronnie. It seemed to target only something specific. Moments later, faint crimson streaks began to surface on Venom's pitch-black body. The scarlet hue, like fresh blood, quickly spread, covering Venom entirely in just a few breaths. Between Venom's large eyes, a dark green gem surfaced, and within it, Hela's visage appeared faintly, her form illusionary yet unmistakable. She was calm, showing no surprise at the death divinity being expelled. Her gaze fell upon the Ancient One, who was in the middle of casting her spell. "So, you must be the famed master of Midgard." Her eerie voice resonated directly in the Ancient One's mind. Neither Ronnie nor Venom could hear Hela's words. "Death God Hela, you have overstepped your bounds," the Ancient One replied, glancing at Hela while continuing her spell to purge the death divinity. Who would have thought the lineage of the Sorcerer Supreme would grow this powerful? Hela chuckled softly. The Ancient One did not respond, but instead increased the output of her magical energy. The dark green hues within the gem were gradually driven out, revealing its original milky white brilliance. "Consider this divine seed a gift for you, intriguing mortal of Midgard." Hela cast a glance at Venom, chuckling softly before her illusory figure dissipated completely. At the exact moment Hela vanished, the dark green within the gem atop Venom's head was completely eradicated, leaving behind a pristine, milky white gemstone. The 6-pointed star formations gradually dissipated, and the milky white gemstone re-entered Venom's body, merging into the center of Ronnie's brow. "The death divinity within this divine seed has been purged," the Ancient One said, withdrawing her hands. "It has now transformed into a primordial divine seed. What you must do next is nurture it into your own unique divine core." Her expression remained composed, as though the act of expelling the death divinity had hardly affected her. This gave both Ronnie and Venom a deeper appreciation of her immense power. This woman was not a god, yet she was no less formidable than one. The Sorcerer Supreme, her reputation was well-deserved. Venom glanced at the Ancient One, but remained silent, quietly reverting into black liquid and retreating into Ronnie's body. "How do I turn the divine seed into a divine core?" Ronnie asked. "That depends entirely on you. Every individual and every god is different. I don't know what your specific divinity is, so I cannot tell you how to nurture the divine seed," the Ancient One replied with a shake of her head. "However, since you possess the potential for godhood, your divinity is already embedded deep in your genetic makeup. The answer lies within you. It's something you must discover for yourself." Ronnie frowned. Discovering it himself? How was he supposed to do that? "For now, go home and rest. Starting tomorrow night, I will begin teaching you how to fight." Ronnie stared at the Ancient One in bewilderment. Teaching him to fight? What was this about? Wasn't she supposed to guide him toward becoming a benevolent deity? What did fighting have to do with that? And besides, how was a sorcerer supposed to teach a warrior how to fight? One relies on keeping distance and casting spells, while the other charges headfirst in a battle. How would that even work? The Ancient One, however, paid no mind to Ronnie's internal complaints. With a wave of her hand, a fiery red, circular portal appeared. Another wave, and the portal enveloped Ronnie, whisking him away. The portal deposited Ronnie back at his residence before dissolving into tiny sparks and fading into the air. Training a god. That could be an intriguing endeavor, the Ancient One murmured, a small smile flickering across her otherwise serene face. She had lived for nearly 4 centuries, exploring the vast multiverse. She had encountered countless beings, powerful, bizarre, unknown, and familiar. Gods, of course, were no exception. She had even crossed blades with them on occasion. But this was her first time personally guiding and nurturing a future deity. It felt entirely different from training monks or sorcerers. There was a sense of accomplishment in it. Back in his home, Ronnie was still trying to process everything. Teaching him to fight. Wasn't the goal to guide him into becoming a kind and virtuous god? Stop overthinking it. That woman is incredibly powerful. Under her guidance, we're bound to grow immensely stronger, Venom's voice echoed in his mind. Ronnie nodded. Sure, the idea of a sorcerer teaching a warrior seemed a bit absurd. But ultimately, all paths converged. The Ancient One was essentially a max-level mage teaching a newly initiated warrior like him. It couldn't be that bad, right? A god, Ronnie muttered, raising his right hand. He stared at the pale, flawless skin that had been transformed by the divine seed. He clenched his fist abruptly, the sheer force of it causing the air to compress violently, producing a sharp sonic boom. Even without Venom, Ronnie's body, now enhanced to its physical limits, was already extraordinarily powerful. With Venom augmenting him exponentially, their combined combat abilities had become downright terrifying, reaching unfathomable heights. I suddenly really want to run into Hulk again, Ronnie said out of nowhere. Funny, I was just thinking the same thing, Venom replied. The last time they faced Hulk, they had been utterly humiliated. Both Ronnie and Venom had been holding on to that frustration ever since. Now, with their newfound strength, the thought of reclaiming their pride was irresistible. With Ronnie and Venom's current abilities, even a 3-meter-tall Hulk might struggle to best them, let alone Venom in symbiosis. Sure, Hulk could grow stronger with rage, but if he was taken down before reaching his peak, problem solved. Ronnie had already researched Hulk extensively in SHLD's database after their previous encounter. He discovered that while Hulk's strength could theoretically increase without limit as his rage grew, each time Bruce Banner reverted to human form, Hulk would return to his original 3-meter size upon re-emerging. In other words, Hulk's rage amplification had its constraints. It was limited to one continuous transformation. The next transformation would start from scratch. As long as they could deal with him before he reached his peak, there wouldn't be any issues. Bruce Banner, Ronnie softly murmured the real name of the Hulk. The U.S. military might think they had kept his identity well hidden, but in the face of SHLD's extensive reach, their attempts at information security were laughable. S.H.I.E.L.D. knew full well that Bruce Banner, the lead scientist researching gamma radiation and the military's super soldier serum program, was the Hulk. The reason they hadn't acted was twofold. First, out of concern for the military and a lack of justification. Second, because the Hulk was immensely powerful and uncontrollable. Any action taken against him would result in significant collateral damage, making it not worth the risk. Because of this, S.H.I.E.L.D. pretended to know nothing, leaving the military to deal with their own mess. I'm going to beat him until he calls me daddy, Venom growled, seething with anger. The humiliation of being thrashed by Hulk had been a first for Venom since its debut. Just thinking about it made the symbiote furious. That said, it had no intention of killing Hulk. Bruce Banner was still a living, breathing human being. Though Ronnie had taken many lives, he could confidently say that every person he had killed deserved it. Bruce Banner, however, was different. When he transformed into the Hulk, he lost control of his actions. Hulk's deeds were not Banner's fault. Ronnie had no intention of ending his life. But a thorough beating? That was definitely on the table. You can go first. Once you're done, it's my turn, Ronnie said in agreement. He, too, was brimming with resentment. He had no shortage of grievances against the big green brute. Previously, he had no choice but to swallow his anger. Now, with his increased strength, he could finally fight back. Oh, how the tables had turned. Deal. Next time we run into that green beast, I'll go first, and then it's your turn, Venom said eagerly, as if afraid Ronnie might change his mind. The last time they encountered Hulk, they had been desperate to flee as fast as possible. Now, they couldn't wait to face him head-on. It was funny how humans and symbiotes were such contradictory beings. All right, enough of this. Time to sleep. I've got work tomorrow, Ronnie said, glancing at the clock. It was already nearing 1 a.m. He had to report to the underground research facility by 9 a.m., and if he stayed up any later, he wouldn't be able to get up in time. I don't need to wake up early, Venom retorted. But I do. With that, Ronnie got up and headed upstairs. Shower. Sleep. And so, this day, filled with mysteries and wonders, quietly came to an end. The next day, as night fell, Kathmandu, Kamartaj. Through the glowing portal, Ronnie once again arrived at Kamartaj. The Ancient One was already there, waiting in the same spot as the day before. Master Ancient One, Ronnie greeted upon seeing her. The Ancient One nodded slightly. Every deity has their own unique divine core and weapon. You may now choose a weapon, and I will teach you how to fight. She gestured behind Ronnie. Turning around, Ronnie saw a row of weapons laid out before him. Swords, blades, spears, halberds, every kind of cold weapon imaginable. The collection seemed to encompass the entirety of the world's historical armaments. Weapons, Ronnie muttered as he scanned the array. Master, do you have a manhwaji? Ronnie had always dreamed of wielding a battle halberd. Unlike most people who preferred the elegance of a sword, Ronnie was drawn to the raw, brutal power of the manhwaji, a weapon that embodied pure dominance and aggression. As a child, he had watched Romance of the Three Kingdoms and had been captivated by the scene where Lu Bu, with his manhwaji, fought against three legendary warriors simultaneously, standing unrivaled. Back then, Ronnie dreamed of holding a manhwaji, sweeping across battlefields and conquering the world. Later, reality hit. The manhwaji was far too heavy for his scrawny childhood frame, and with modern technology rendering cold weapons obsolete, his childhood fantasy faded away with time. After all, no matter how skilled you were in martial arts, a bullet would end it all. But now, with the Ancient One standing before him and giving him the chance to choose a weapon for specialized training, his long-buried yearning for the manhwaji was reignited. *manhwaji*. The Ancient One raised an eyebrow, momentarily surprised, but quickly recollected herself. Her knowledge was vast, spanning the cultures of countless nations. Among the ancient civilizations, China was a particularly well-studied subject of hers. Naturally, she was well aware of the manhwaji, a weapon renowned for its domineering presence. The manhwaji isn't suitable for you, the Ancient One remarked, studying Ronnie closely. But you said I could choose for myself, Ronnie countered, puzzled. The manhwaji is heavy and overly aggressive. It is ill-suited to serve as a divine weapon, the Ancient One explained. But Odin uses the eternal spear, Gungnir, Ronnie muttered under his breath. The Ancient One smiled faintly and shook her head, without needing to say the obvious. You're no Odin. Fine. I'll take this one then, Ronnie huffed, reaching for a silver-white trident resting on the rack. It wasn't the manhwaji he had hoped for, but at least it was still a polearm. A flicker of something inscrutable flashed through the Ancient One's eyes. A trident. In her travels through the multiverse, she had encountered numerous gods who wielded tridents. Yet, curiously, this universe had none. Is this fate at play? Very well. Since you've chosen your weapon, we'll begin today. I will teach you how to fight and how to cultivate divine power. Divine power cultivation? Ronnie asked, surprised, gripping the trident tightly. Divine power stems from a deity's divine core, the Ancient One explained. A divine core can take many forms. It may be an object, a living being, or even an abstract concept. Aside from the deity themselves, very few know the true nature of their divine core. Although you don't have a divine core yet, the divine seed within you can act as a temporary substitute. Through it, you can start to extract divine power. Ronnie's eyes lit up. How do I extract divine power? He asked eagerly. Divine power originates from the divine core, and the divine core is nurtured by the soul. Each deity's path to cultivating divine power is unique. I don't know how you'll cultivate yours, nor would even Odin. The method lies within your heart. It is something only you can discover. Ronnie blinked, his excitement deflated. How is that any different from saying nothing at all? However, the Ancient One continued, cultivating divine power requires a body strong enough to withstand it. Without a proper divine vessel, even if you manage to extract divine power, your body will be destroyed by its overwhelming force. Therefore, while you seek your own path to divine power, I will focus on strengthening your body. How exactly will you do that? Ronnie asked, tilting his head. Was she going to teach him how to use the trident in combat? Through combat training, Buzz. The Ancient One spread her hands, and in an instant, 2 fiery red magical fans materialized in her grasp, glowing with mystical energy. Grip your weapon and prepare for battle, she said, stepping forward with the fans raised. Ronnie jumped, startled, and hastily raised the trident in his hands. Clang! A powerful force slammed into the trident, sending shocks rippling up Ronnie's arms and leaving his hands trembling. Before he could recover, the Ancient One closed the distance once more. This time, Ronnie reacted in time. With a fierce motion, he swung the trident, its sharp prongs aimed directly at the Ancient One. Clang! The left fan blocked the incoming strike, while the right one slipped from her hand, spinning through the air with a sharp whistle, cutting toward Ronnie. Ronnie's eyes narrowed. His knees bent sharply, lowering his body just in time for the fan to graze over his head, slicing off a few strands of hair. With a shake of his arms, Ronnie forced the Ancient One's remaining fan aside. He swung the trident in front of him, sweeping the air with a ferocious gust of wind as its force surged menacingly toward the Ancient One. Boom! A fiery red magic circle appeared in front of her, absorbing the brunt of the attack and stopping it dead in its tracks. Not bad, she said, releasing her hands. The magic circle vanished instantly. Seeing this, Ronnie loosened his grip on the trident, taking a moment to relax. He was entirely unfamiliar with how to wield a trident, and using it in battle only further hindered his combat abilities. He was already struggling to keep up, and with the trident, his chances of winning were practically non-existent. This thing is so unwieldy, Ronnie muttered, shaking the trident in annoyance. He was used to fighting barehanded or with firearms. Suddenly having to use a trident was throwing him off completely. It's just a matter of familiarity. Still, your natural instincts with the trident surprised me. Have you trained with one before? The Ancient One asked curiously. No, Ronnie replied, frowning. It's strange, when I hold the trident, it feels familiar somehow. I instinctively used certain attack patterns as if I'd wielded one before. The Ancient One nodded thoughtfully, but said nothing more. Let's continue. This time, both you and Venom will fight together, she said, assuming a combat stance once more. All right. Ronnie steadied himself, holding the trident in front of him. Black liquid surged from his body, and Venom's towering form materialized beside him. At the same time, the black substance wrapped itself around the trident, transforming it into a sleek, pitch-black weapon. The trident's sharp tips gleamed with an icy, menacing light, radiating an almost chilling aura. Who's going first? You or me? Venom's low, gravelly voice rumbled. Ronnie was just about to respond when the Ancient One cut in. You need to learn to synchronize. You must learn to synchronize, the Ancient One said calmly. Synchronize? Venom turned to the Ancient One, clearly puzzled by the term. You are a symbiotic entity, a unique life form. When your minds are able to resonate in perfect harmony, when you achieve mental synchronization, the power you can unleash will far exceed what either of you could achieve alone. 1 + 1 will be greater than 2. So, you're saying that Ronnie and I need to fight simultaneously as one? Venom asked. Precisely. The Ancient One nodded. This requires a level of synergy that is almost incomprehensible. While your teamwork is already impressive, it is not yet at the level of true synchronization. That is the gap you must close. Venom nodded, somewhat understanding, but still grappling with the full implications. Let's begin. And so, Ronnie's days fell into a routine. During the day, he worked on scientific research at S.H.I.E.L.D.'s underground lab. At night, he traveled to Taj through the portal to train under the Ancient One's instruction. Perhaps it was due to his earlier days in the rigorous education system back in China, but Ronnie had grown accustomed to a grueling schedule. Sleeping at 3 a.m. and waking at 8 a.m., with only 5 hours of sleep, wasn't particularly difficult for him. Asterisk, though I, the author, feel compelled to rant about my absurd school schedule. Arriving at school at 5:50 a.m. and staying until 10:40 p.m., it felt like punishment for stealing someone's lunch money. Asterisk, time flowed steadily. Progress on the Tesseract-powered tank advanced little by little, and Ronnie's mastery of the trident improved rapidly under the Ancient One's intense, practical instruction. The Ancient One showed no mercy in their combat training. Every strike she delivered was meant to be lethal, forcing Ronnie to stay on constant high alert. A single mistake would result in injury, even with Venom's symbiotic protection. By now, Ronnie had grown desensitized to pain after enduring countless strikes. But the results spoke for themselves. While his physical body hadn't undergone significant changes, Ronnie's combat effectiveness had increased dramatically. His skill with the trident, in particular, had improved by leaps and bounds. After 3 months of rigorous training, the Ancient One decided it was time for Ronnie to move on. "You don't need to come anymore," the Ancient One said simply. "I've taught you everything I can. The rest is up to you." S.H.I.E.L.D. Headquarters. After finishing his work in the underground lab, Ronnie greeted his colleagues briefly and left. Changing out of his research uniform and into his casual clothes, he exited the Triskelion. Stretching lazily, he let the golden rays of the setting sun fall on him. "Not having to go to Taj feels strange," Ronnie murmured. He bought a cup of milk tea and plopped himself down on the edge of a flower bed near S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, enjoying the rare moment of peace. Finally, no more beatings, Venom's voice chimed in, carrying a tone of immense relief. The Ancient One had been far too powerful. In the 3 months of training with her, neither Venom nor Ronnie had managed to land a single blow. They were utterly dominated, completely at her mercy. It was a frustrating experience for both of them. It wasn't like when Hulk had beaten them before. Back then, at least they had the chance to fight back, even if they were ultimately overwhelmed. Against the Ancient One, it had been a one-sided massacre from start to finish, leaving no room for retaliation. Ronnie and Venom weren't angry about it, but they couldn't shake the bitter feeling of helplessness. When the gap between two individuals is so vast that one can only look up in awe, there's no room for jealousy, only admiration for the stronger party. That was exactly how Ronnie and Venom felt about the Ancient One. Her overwhelming presence and power were simply beyond comprehension. It wasn't even a fight. It was a demonstration of an entirely different level of existence. "Let's go out and explore the city," Ronnie suggested, standing up and stretching. "We need to relax after 3 months of relentless training." "Sounds good to me," Venom replied eagerly. "And my chocolate stash is running low. Let's see if there are any new flavors at the department store. First stop, the mall." "No problem." Taking advantage of the rare break, Ronnie drove to downtown New York. It had been 3 months since he last visited the city. Between his work at S.H.I.E.L.D. and his intense training with the Ancient One, he hadn't had the chance to leave headquarters. Returning to New York after such a long time felt both familiar and unfamiliar at once. That feeling quickly faded, however, as Ronnie reached the department store. In 3 months, little had changed in the bustling city. Pushing a shopping cart, Ronnie leisurely strolled through the supermarket section of the store. He picked up anything he needed and simply wandered the aisles when he didn't. With no training to rush off to, he had plenty of time to waste. "Ronnie, look over there," Venom's voice suddenly echoed in his mind, accompanied by a black arrow appearing in his field of vision. Following the arrow's direction, Ronnie spotted a tall, blonde woman with striking features and a curvaceous figure. She was pushing a shopping cart filled with everyday items. "That woman, she looks familiar," Ronnie muttered, narrowing his eyes in contemplation. "Her name's Betty," Venom said. A flash of realization struck Ronnie like lightning. "Ah, so it's her. What a small world," he said, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Betty Ross, daughter of General Ross, girlfriend of Bruce Banner, and the very person who had helped Banner escape during the military's last operation to capture him. Didn't expect them to still be in New York, Venom remarked with a touch of surprise. Doesn't matter. Since I've run into her, it's time to settle the score from last time, Ronnie said, his tone dripping with menace. He was already furious with Hulk for their last encounter. After enduring 3 months of the Ancient One's beatings, he wasn't angry at her. He respected her, but he needed an outlet for the frustration that had built up. Betty's appearance provided the perfect opportunity to redirect that resentment toward Hulk. Let's follow her. Our chance for revenge has come, Ronnie declared with a sly grin. Using thermal sensing, Venom locked onto Betty's location. Ronnie quickly pushed his cart to the checkout counter, paid for his items, and loaded them into his car's trunk. Then, he waited near the department store's exit. 10 minutes later, Betty emerged, carrying several bags. She flagged down a taxi and left the store. Ronnie followed her in his car. Betty's destination turned out to be a secluded area on the outskirts of New York, where Bruce Banner had been hiding. The area was quiet and relatively hidden, making it an ideal spot to lay low. Given that Banner's wanted status hadn't been made public, most people had no idea that the green monster from the military's reports was actually him. Ronnie parked his car at a safe distance to avoid suspicion. Retrieving a half-face ghost mask from his trunk, along with the trident gifted to him by the Ancient One, he donned his mask and weapon. Leaping onto a nearby rooftop, he moved swiftly and quietly toward Banner's hideout. This time, Ronnie decided to handle the situation himself first. No need to let Venom take over just yet. Ronnie landed steadily on the roof above where Banner and Betty were, his silver-white trident, taller than himself, firmly in hand. He crouched down cautiously, blending into the shadows. Extending his right hand, black tendrils silently emerged, creeping out to engulf and dissolve a section of the rooftop. Thanks to its recent evolution, Venom now possessed the ability to consume and break down matter. While this didn't provide any direct power boost, it was a utility that came in handy in situations like this. Through the newly created gap, Ronnie peered down at Banner and Betty, who were deep in conversation. So what's the move? Should I make a flashy entrance by crashing in, or knock on the door and politely announce my arrival? Ronnie whispered, stroking his chin in mock contemplation. Are you here to chat, or are you here to fight? What's with the formalities? Venom responded dryly, clearly unimpressed. All right, Ronnie muttered, scratching his head awkwardly. But, after straightening the ghost mask on his face to ensure it was secure, he stood upright, gripping his trident firmly. Below, Betty was unpacking her groceries, placing items one by one into the fridge. She glanced over at Banner, who was sitting on the bed watching a small TV. How's your heart rate? She asked, her tone laced with concern. Still normal. Nothing to worry about, Banner replied with a gentle smile. But you should try to stay indoors as much as possible. If someone spots us, we'll have to pack up and run all over again. I know, Betty nodded, understanding his concerns. Boom! A deafening crash shattered the tranquility as the roof above them caved in. Bang! A figure descended from above, landing like a meteor. Banner shot up from the bed, instinctively placing himself between Betty and the intruder, his eyes wary and sharp. The masked figure of Ronnie rose slowly, his cold gaze fixed on Banner. The silver-white trident in his hand gleamed ominously under the dim light. Bruce Banner, Ronnie spoke, his voice raspy and grating, like the screech of rusted machinery. The deep, guttural tone made it almost painful to listen to. The uninvited guest before them radiated a suffocating pressure, his presence making Banner's heart race. Who are you? Banner asked cautiously, his eyes scanning the man. He didn't look like someone from the military. And a trident? What kind of figure was this? You. Leave, Ronnie said coldly, pointing the tip of his trident toward Betty. I'm not here for you, Ronnie added, shifting his gaze back to Banner. Let Hulk out. Banner froze, his mind racing. This man, he knew his secret? What do you want with Hulk? Banner asked, his brows furrowing in suspicion. 3, Ronnie began to count, ignoring the question entirely. Betty, go, Banner urged, sensing the threat in Ronnie's posture and voice. But, 2, go, Banner shouted, pushing Betty toward the door with urgency. Betty hesitated for a moment, glancing back at Banner before reluctantly opening the door and hurrying away. 1. As the final number left his lips, Ronnie's grip on the trident tightened. The muscles in his legs coiled like springs before launching him forward like a cannonball. Before Banner could react, the razor-sharp tip of the trident was already inches from his chest. There was no doubt that this weapon could pierce straight through him. Clang! At the last possible moment, a massive green hand shot up, grabbing the trident's tip in an iron grip. "So, you've come," Ronnie muttered, a smirk creeping across his lips as he stared at the now green hand holding his weapon. Boom! Before his eyes, Banner's body began to expand, growing larger and larger. In mere moments, he had transformed into the 3-meter-tall figure of the Hulk. Roar! Hulk bellowed, his roar shaking the very air around him. Ronnie's eyes glinted coldly as he tightened his grip on the trident with both hands, twisting and driving it forward. Caught off guard, Hulk stumbled back 2 steps, the sudden surge of strength from his opponent surprising him. The sharp tip of the trident pressed against his chest, piercing just enough to draw green blood that trickled down his skin. Roar! Hulk! Hulk roared again, swatting the trident aside with a massive hand before clenching his fist and swinging it down toward Ronnie. But Ronnie was no longer the same man who had fled from Hulk months ago. After 3 months of grueling training under the Ancient One, he was sharper, faster, and far more formidable. Bending his legs and leaning back, Ronnie's body dropped into an unnatural, almost impossible position, his upper body parallel to the ground. Hulk's fist whizzed over him, missing by mere inches. In a fluid motion, Ronnie straightened up and leaped into the air, swinging his trident in a wide arc directly toward Hulk's head. Hulk, still recovering from his missed punch, had no time to react. The trident connected solidly with his skull. Boom! The force of the blow sent Hulk's massive body crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact. The world seemed to shake as the 3-meter-tall behemoth collapsed, his mind reeling from the hit. Even with Hulk's unparalleled durability, no creature's head is immune to trauma. And Ronnie's strike, delivered with all the strength of a body trained to its absolute peak, was no ordinary blow. Especially when wielding a trident forged by the Ancient One, its durability rivaling that of vibranium. Ronnie didn't waste a second. The moment his feet touched the ground, he surged forward again. Reversing his grip on the trident, he aimed it directly at Hulk's eyes, intending to end the fight decisively. If this strike landed, Hulk would undoubtedly be done for. Bang! 2 enormous green hands shot up, catching the trident mid-thrust and holding it firmly in place. Hulk's fiery eyes burned with rage as he shoved the trident to the side, freeing himself. A massive green fist came hurtling toward Ronnie. Unfazed, Ronnie raised his own fist to meet Hulk's blow head-on. Boom! The collision sent Ronnie flying like a cannonball. He crashed through a wall, his momentum carrying him through to the next building before finally landing on a rooftop several meters away. Sprawled on the ground, Ronnie groaned as he pushed himself up, using the trident as a crutch. His entire body screamed in pain, his bones aching and his organs protesting the violent impact. Even with his superhuman conditioning, Hulk's punch was no joke. But Venom was already at work. Black tendrils slithered across Ronnie's body, repairing the damage and soothing his injuries. In seconds, his strength returned, and he was back on his feet. Roar! Hulk let out another deafening roar, leaping high into the air toward Ronnie. Ronnie tensed, gripping his trident tightly, ready for the incoming clash. And then, crash! Hulk didn't account for one thing. This wasn't solid ground. It was a rooftop, and Hulk was very, very heavy. The roof beneath him gave way, and he plummeted straight through, crashing into the building below with a resounding thud. Ronnie blinked, staring at the hole Hulk had just created. The absurdity of the moment left him speechless. Are you here to fight? Or to make me laugh?" Ronnie muttered, his expression blank. For a moment, the tension dissipated, replaced by an almost comical disbelief. "Roar!" Hulk roared as he climbed out of the rubble, his powerful legs propelling him upward in a single bound, bursting through the roof once again. But Ronnie was ready. The moment Hulk leapt, Ronnie sidestepped nimbly, avoiding the green giant by a hair's breadth. As Hulk's massive frame brushed past him, Ronnie thrust his trident with calculated precision. Squish! The longest prong of the trident pierced Hulk's side effortlessly, breaking through his tough skin and sinking into the muscle beneath. Green blood sprayed from the wound, splattering onto the rooftop. Hulk howled in pain, but didn't falter. With an enraged snarl, he spun around, grabbing the trident with one massive hand. His uncontrollable strength surged as he lifted both the weapon and Ronnie off the ground with terrifying ease. Ronnie clung tightly to the trident, refusing to let go. Muscles bulging, Hulk raised the trident high above his head, preparing to slam it, and Ronnie, down with all his might. Boom! The rooftop beneath them gave way as Hulk smashed Ronnie into it with devastating force. The impact loosened Ronnie's grip on the trident, nearly wrenching it from his hands. The ghost mask on his face cracked, the fractures spreading ominously across its surface. But Ronnie's grip held firm. Hulk, seeing that Ronnie was still holding onto the trident, roared in frustration. He hoisted the trident up again, his other hand reaching toward Ronnie's left leg. Ronnie had no illusions about what Hulk intended. If the green giant got a solid grip, he could easily rip Ronnie's leg off like a piece of scrap metal. Gritting his teeth, Ronnie swung his free leg with all his might, aiming a whipping kick at Hulk's head. Wham! The kick connected, but Hulk didn't so much as flinch. Instead, he grabbed Ronnie's leg mid-swing. And then, crack! A sickening pain shot through Ronnie's body as his leg bone shattered under Hulk's crushing grip. Venom! Ronnie growled through gritted teeth, pushing past the blinding pain. The moment Ronnie called out, Venom surged into action. Black tendrils exploded from Ronnie's body like a torrent, cascading over his injured leg. The symbiotic material was gentle to Ronnie, but to Hulk, it was like grabbing a handful of razor-sharp thorns. Hulk's grip faltered as the sharp sensation dug into his palm. With a pained grunt, he released Ronnie's leg. Crack! Before Hulk could react, a monstrous black foot collided with the side of his head, carrying enough force to send the 4-meter-tall giant crashing into the ground below. The impact left a massive, Hulk-shaped crater in the earth. A towering, 3-meter-tall figure cloaked in black stood at the edge of the rooftop. Venom had fully emerged, its menacing form even more imposing than usual. The trident in Ronnie's hand, now coated in Venom's